Chapter 1. Earning money, not in vain. Yuan, you should hurry back. This spicy hot pot will taste terrible once it cools down. Fu Hang urgently handed the food box to Yuan. You really didn't have to bring it all the way here at this late hour. I just stumbled upon a food blogger's post, and I don't know, it was no trouble at all. I happened to be nearby and saw your post, so it was on my way. You should head back. The wind is strong tonight. Well, thank you, and you should rest early too. Yuan gazed softly at Fu Hang, holding the spicy hot pot in one hand while gently twirling a lock of hair with the other as she slowly turned to leave. Fu Hang stood quietly at the entrance of the community, entranced by her graceful figure as she walked away. Even though he knew she wouldn't look back, he silently waved goodbye. Take my advice, just give up already. A sudden voice interrupted from beside him. Fu Hang turned in surprise to find a security guard from the booth nearby. I've been a security guard here for 3 years, and I've seen you pining for her all this time. Rain or shine, if someone didn't know better, they might think you were a delivery person. I am just pursuing her. Fu Hang instinctively shifted his stance, casting a peculiar glance at the guard. Let me give you a piece of advice. A woman like that is not someone we can dream of. Don't hold on to false hopes. If it were meant to be, you wouldn't have been kept at the gate for 3 years. You can't even gain entry into the building. The guard scrutinized Fu Hang, then glanced over at a nearby electric scooter, shaking his head in disappointment. Are you off duty now? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, attempting to change the subject as the expression in his eyes grew more peculiar. Indeed, I just wrapped up a 12-hour shift for 150 yuan. This is the life we lead. The guard shrugged off his uniform and turned back to gaze at the enchanting night within the community. The lights shimmered, creating a serene atmosphere, contrasting sharply with the world outside the Iron Gate. This lovesick fool had been clocking in at the community entrance every few days for over 3 years, and that girl hadn't even allowed him inside. It was obvious to anyone with discernment what the situation was. He wasn't unattractive, but his attire left much to be desired. That bowl of spicy hot pot, judging by the packaging, was from that trendy restaurant. It certainly wouldn't cost less than 200 yuan. Could this fellow truly make that much in a day? Imagine if there were a job that required just 8 hours of work each day, offering a daily wage of 100,000 yuan, with 2 days off each month. If you maintained perfect attendance for a month, your salary would double. And if you clocked in for a whole year, your annual salary would double again. Fu Hang suddenly bore a playful smile, pulling out an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket and skillfully extracting one. That would amount to over 100 million a year, wouldn't it? The guard chuckled as well, accepting the cigarette and no longer pressing the matter. He couldn't bear to see Fu Hang's pitiful state, but given their fleeting acquaintance, he felt it was already pushing the boundaries to mention it at all. Who knew if this love-struck fool would even appreciate the advice? Indeed, while there are no mandatory contributions to the 3 insurances and 1 fund, as long as performance assessments are met, there are various benefits bestowed at irregular intervals, whether it be cars or houses. Even training in technical skills is provided. Moreover, all expenses incurred during work are reimbursed in full on the same day. Fu Hang lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, his gaze drawn to the softly illuminated balcony within the community, where a familiar silhouette briefly flickered by the window. His eyes filled with obsession and fervor. You truly dare to dream, the security guard remarked, oblivious to Fu Hang's gaze, amused by the statement, a broad grin spreading across his face. Just imagine, if such a job fell into your lap, what would you do? Fu Hang turned, casting a meaningful glance at the guard. If such a position existed, I would be nothing less than a servant to the emperor. Just then, Fu Hang's phone emitted a sudden beep. He glanced down, dismissing the alarm that read off duty, and skillfully switched off his phone, tucking it away into his pocket. Thus, you see, earning money is not a disgrace. Fu Hang extinguished his cigarette, giving the security guard a hearty pat on the shoulder before stretching languidly. As he lowered his arm from the stretch, a familiar mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Today's salary has been credited, 100,000 yuan. Reimbursement for strategy expenses, 573.5 yuan. Current strategy target favorability, 63.87. Please continue your efforts, host. Let's go. Off work. He hopped onto his electric bike, donned his helmet, and with a casual wave to the guard, vanished into the night, leaving the guard staring in bewilderment. The deep autumn night felt particularly refreshing, and Fu Hang, with was in high spirits on his electric bike. Shun Qingwan, truly his #1 VIP client, a master of tea artistry. After 3 years of diligent efforts, her favorability remained steadfastly on the safe line. Unlike his third client, who, after merely 3 months, had breached the red line multiple times, forcing him to devise strategies to mitigate her affections. Had it not been for a wealthy heir suddenly entering the scene and winning her heart, allowing the system to complete its calculations, he would have genuinely worried that the third client might develop inappropriate feelings for him, jeopardizing his work and steady income. Once married, he could no longer pursue affections, and the absence of pursuit would indicate unemployment. This was a warning boldly emphasized by the system from the very beginning. Being a devoted admirer was a sacred and noble profession until he had amassed enough wealth to sustain several generations. He would not allow love or women to enter his life. Even all factors that could potentially disrupt his work would become his lifelong adversaries. This was a vow he had taken 3 years ago upon unexpectedly awakening the ultimate admirer system, pointing to his bank account with conviction. A man must prioritize his career above all. The flashing red lights appeared almost endearing at that moment, swaying in the tranquil night breeze like persimmons in late autumn. Fu Heng gazed up quietly, contemplating the lavish life he would lead in retirement. Ah! A delicate cry broke his reverie. He turned to see a charmingly dressed figure tumble to the ground. Her figure was alluring, clad in sheer stockings, her hand pressing against her ankle, pale and delicate, her calves long and rounded, accentuated by slender high heels, casting a dance of shadows against the contrasting stripes of the crosswalk. How painful! The figure ensconced in a shapewear dress trembled slightly as a phone slipped from her grasp, its screen aglow with a blue hue, evidently the result of her distraction while crossing the street. Fu Heng tilted his head, silently observing her from the electric scooter. The red light flickered, followed by the illumination of the green. The woman remained seated, and Fu Heng did not twist the throttle to depart. "Could you help me up?" Beneath her cascading flaxen waves, she cast a gaze that elicited pity. Fu Heng blinked, remaining motionless, seemingly awaiting something. "Are you afraid I might sue you? There are surveillance cameras here. I twisted my ankle." The woman glared at Fu Heng in irritation, her voice a blend of reproach and allure, laced with a hint of shyness. System? System? Fu Heng continued to scrutinize her, while his mind repeatedly called out for the system. Upon detection, the target does not meet the requirements for engagement. The mechanical prompt finally arrived, succinct and unambiguous. Not possible. Just look at her appearance. Her figure. That voice makes me feel weak all over. How can this not meet your criteria? Fu Heng's expression remained calm, yet his internal voice escalated in pitch. In 3 years, he had hosted a total of 5 clients. But to date, aside from the VIP client #1, Shun Qingwan, the other 4 had either married or become someone's mistress. Clients with partners were off-limits for affection, the system's rule dictated. One may express affection, but must not contravene public morals. Though the affection level for his prime client remained robust, who could predict whether a sudden contender might emerge from the pond? One night could elevate someone to a wealthy family, leaving him unemployed. Who could endure a daily loss of 100,000 in career downtime, including attendance bonuses and year-end rewards? A single day without engagement could equate to a monumental loss of 100 million, no exaggeration whatsoever. As a professional with aspirations, ideals, and awareness, after witnessing the hasty marriage of client #4, he developed a sense of foreboding. The profession of a licker could lead to unemployment at any moment. Without foresight, one faces imminent worries. Client #5 had secretly wed a younger man 2 months prior. Although managing 2 clients simultaneously was indeed exhausting, the allure of double the salary was irresistible. Furthermore, handling 2 clients could serve as a risk hedge, providing balance in critical moments and safeguarding against crossing lines. Silicone, implants, fillers do not meet the requirements for engagement. The mechanical prompt resonated, cold and unyielding. Fu Heng exhaled deeply, confirming the traffic light's color before gradually twisting the throttle to commence his journey. "Hey, you?" The woman on the ground gazed up in astonishment. Was this truly a man? Here I am, a stunning beauty, graciously offering you a chance for close interaction, and you dare to ignore me? Were it not for my sprained ankle, a person of your caliber would hardly be worthy of my attention. Apologies, but this falls outside my professional scope. I cannot assist. Fu Hang's voice, drifting through the wind, bore an air of indifference, profoundly melancholic. Chapter 2. Nightly sojourn in fine attire in the ethereal dawn, nestled along the banks of the Han River, lies Yushu No. 1. Perched atop one of the most prestigious residential complexes in Han City. On the day of its grand opening, it shattered local real estate price records, epitomizing true luxury. As the first light of day began to filter through, a shadowy figure stealthily emerged from the entrance of the building. Cloaked in a mask, sunglasses, a cap, and a hooded sweatshirt, the individual was an enigma. Nearby, a security guard narrowed his eyes at the suspicious figure, yet in the blink of an eye, he seemed to dismiss the presence entirely, turning his gaze elsewhere. Fu Hang discreetly nodded at the guard before hastily making his way out of the community. What drawbacks accompany the role of a sycophant, one might ponder. Undoubtedly, it is situations like this. For 3 years, he had immersed himself in this role, accumulating a staggering fortune through the system, supplemented by intermittent performance bonuses that left him oblivious to the true extent of his wealth. The opulent penthouse suite of 800 square meters at Yushu No. 1 was a reward bestowed upon him by the system after client No. 3's marriage. Yet, this coveted abode was one he could only dare to inhabit furtively during his brief respites from servitude, merely twice a month, all for the sake of work. Residents of this community are invariably affluent, particularly the young women and wise within, who possess a high probability of becoming his clients. Should they ever discover that he resides in Yushu No. 1? How long could he continue to flatter them then? In mere moments, his data would skyrocket, transitioning from a mere job to outright unemployment. Being a sycophant demands a keen sense of personal branding. To endure in this profession, one must possess a profound understanding of their role and maintain a polished image. Is that the invisible tycoon? One security guard quietly inquired of his partner, observing Fu Hang's retreating form. Do you know why you were assigned to patrol No. 1? The other guard replied, keeping his gaze fixed ahead. Why? Because the previous guard, Xiao Lu, lacked discernment and was reassigned to the underground garage. The guard shrank slightly. Having heard the tale, rumor had it that Xiao Lu had mistaken a resident for a thief and had apprehended them in the bushes, allegedly from the top floor. Could that individual be the same? Xiao Lu must have felt quite wronged. That man had a furtive demeanor, and had it not been for his partner's discreet warning, he would have confronted him directly. Make sure to remember that figure well. He returns twice a month, on the 1st and 15th, the partner advised earnestly. The tastes of the wealthy are indeed peculiar. Perhaps he is a celebrity? The guard instinctively glanced up towards the lofty Yunshu No. 1 on the 36th floor. Do you know why Xiao Lu was transferred? The guard failed to grasp the implication. Because that fellow was too talkative. Wealth that cannot be spent means little to Fu Hang, for he possesses a clear professional vision. He is acutely aware of his own limitations. Were he to embark on entrepreneurship or investment with the savings bestowed by the system, he would swiftly find himself stripped of every last penny. Moreover, which industry can reliably yield 100 million annually? Not to mention the unexpected surprises and generous benefits that come intermittently. Let us be realistic. Wouldn't it be far more agreeable to simply embrace the role of a devoted admirer? He could clock in for work each day, enjoy personal freedom during his spare time, and relish in the liberty of wealth and preference. After all, what does it matter if he delays marriage and parenthood for a few years? In this day and age, how many have seen their matrimonial prospects hindered by their careers? Who among the ambitious, idealistic elites of this new era is not in a similar predicament? The crux of the matter is that Fu Hang is acutely aware that the profession of a devoted admirer is fleeting. The sands of time are slipping through his fingers. What would a man in his 40s or 50s do as a devoted admirer? Who would he pursue? Perhaps the elderly ladies dancing in the park? While he might not mind, would the system accept such a choice? The incidents of the previous night were not isolated. In the past, he would not have dared to gaze at women of that caliber, and yet the system still found fault. Where could he seek justice in that? Thus, the urgency to find high-quality clients becomes paramount. For instance, Fu Hang held a cup of soybean milk, frowning as he observed the scene unfolding in the alley. This was the food street outside Hanseong University, where a frail girl was cornered by 5 burly men. I've told you, I will repay you, the trembling girl stammered, her face a mask of terror. Repay? With what? The bald man advanced menacingly. My scholarship is coming next month. She continued to retreat. Next month? Your scholarship? You clearly have no idea how much you owe us, do you? How much will you be able to repay next month? The disdain was evident on the bald man's face. Listen to our boss. It's best if you just get to work. Repaying your scholarship? By the time we make a scene at your school, you'll be lucky to have a place to study at all. Another thug jeered. No, you can't go to my school. The girl raised her head sharply, her eyes wide with fear. To be honest, if your status as a university student didn't inflate the price, we would have already gone to your school, the bald man sneered, exhaling a cloud of smoke directly into her face. What are you looking at? Mind your own business and get lost. One of the thugs, noticing Fu Hang approaching, turned to intimidate him. Fu Hang took a deliberate sip of his soybean milk, his steps unwavering. Are you looking for trouble? Another thug remarked, quickly stepping closer. Fu Hang appeared innocuous, standing at the periphery of the crowd, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the girl cornered against the wall, oblivious to the thug closing in on him. His shirt, faded from countless washes, and the athletic pants that were clearly from a high school uniform, illustrated his disheveled appearance. His hair, tousled from shoving, partially obscured his face, and the thick black-rimmed glasses concealed his eyes. Yet, with the instinct of a seasoned admirer and the discerning taste honed by the system, Fu Hang felt a strong conviction that this girl possessed the potential to become a client. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost. The neglected thug's fury began to soar, his slightly trembling fist signaling the impending execution of his skill. System? System? Fu Hang cast a glance at the thug preparing to unleash his ability, instinctively retreating a step, while his mind incessantly urged the system for a response. Though today was a day off, he would not mind putting in extra hours if it meant acquiring another client. In the professional realm, who does not work overtime? Moreover, it would be in the interest of expanding business. Why don't you just scram? A few thugs closed in, emboldened by Fu Hang's earlier retreat. Can you hold on a moment? Fu Hang spoke gently as the system remained unresponsive. Chapter 3. The emotional value provided by the antagonist. Are you ready to lie down? The bald man was incensed, having not encountered such a reckless individual in quite some time. No, let me put it this way. While our professions may differ, I do understand your plight. Work is not easy for anyone. Thus, I kindly ask for your understanding as well. I am not. Fu Hang found himself in a predicament, yet the system remained unresponsive. Could it be that the system was on holiday today? I see you are truly bored with life. The initial thug completed his skill cast, swinging his arm as he prepared to pounce. Wait, do not strike. Fu Hang hastily interjected, stepping back once more. What? Are you frightened now? No. What I mean is, please do not engage me in combat. I am quite capable. Injuring you would not be ideal. Fu Hang took another sip of soy milk, while his other hand retrieved his phone, examining the calendar with utmost seriousness. Was the system genuinely on a break? It seemed that in 3 years, the system had never been silent during his own time off. Damn it, let us take him down. The thug, infuriated by the interruption of his skill, unleashed a swift attack, raising his leg to kick Fu Hang in the abdomen. However, before he could fully extend his knee, an unexpected lightness overtook his body, followed by a disorienting sensation as the world began to spin. With a thud, the thug found himself pressed against the wall in an unusual position before collapsing to the ground. You see, I did warn you. Fu Hang remarked as he set his phone down and took another sip of soy milk. The remaining thugs exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with disbelief. This person just flew up like that? They had not even perceived how Fu Hang had made his move. After all, he held soy milk in one hand and a phone in the other. Hit him. It was clear that the bald man was not an ordinary thug. He would not be intimidated by such a display. With a fierce shout, he charged forward. You think you can fight? 1 against 5? Yet, after only 5 steps, he halted right in front of Fu Hang. This might be a misunderstanding. Sweat glistened on the bald man's forehead, his gaze darting anxiously to his companions, who were all neatly piled in the corner, save for him. They all flew over? Yes, I recognize it as a misunderstanding. So, what exactly is the situation? Fu Hang casually placed one hand in his pocket while cradling the soy milk with the other, maintaining his stance. Master-level martial arts. Won from a year-end lottery as a professional sycophant. As a devoted sycophant, opportunities to wield this skill were scant. There were seldom occasions to enact vengeance and strike back against the scornful. Well, this young lady owes us money, and we came. The bald man trembled, desperately trying to maintain his composure without kneeling. You owe them money? Fu Hang turned his head, scrutinizing the young woman once more. With striking beauty yet a destitute background, she appeared to be a tragic heroine pursued by loan sharks. Was she even eligible for his affections? My mother is gravely ill and requires surgery. The girl's eyes welled with tears, her arms tightly crossed before her. All right, I understand. So, how much does she owe you? In Fu Hang's mind, alarm bells rang. His gravely ill mother and gambling father painted a perilous backdrop. 88,000. The bald man swallowed hard and tentatively responded, "Nonsense, I only borrowed 50,000 from you." Upon hearing this, the girl grew anxious, tightening her crossed arms. In their line of work, the principle was clear: 9 out, 13 returned. Hence, it was dubbed usury. He thought it wise to limit future interactions with such individuals. Fu Hang cast a resigned glance at the girl. Many women embrace themselves with crossed arms, ostensibly to accentuate certain attributes, serving as a support structure. Yet, in this moment, the girl's posture was a subconscious act of concealment. The conditions were indeed favorable, a prime client. He retrieved his gaze, pulling out his phone to address the bald man. "What?" The bald man was momentarily taken aback, but, under Fu Hang's pressure, inexplicably produced his phone. 88,000. Plus they are mostly unharmed, merely fainted. Considering medical expenses, lost wages, and nutritional costs, how about a total of 100,000? Fu Hang diligently manipulated his phone. The bald man's thoughts lagged, but he instinctively nodded, and a notification pinged on his phone. Microinsurance fund notification, 100,000 yuan. Do not trouble the girl again. Fu Hang gently patted the bald man's shoulder. "Brother, your actions frighten me." The bald man trembled, nearly collapsing at the light touch. "I'm on leave today, feeling good. Moreover, you've provided me with a delightful experience and emotional value." Fu Hang smiled, relishing the rare moment of retribution against the scoundrels. Typically, he was servile at work. Occasionally playing the role of a savior was quite refreshing. As for the girl, consider it an early investment. The judgment of a working-class individual should not be the final verdict. Ultimately, it rests on the system owner's decision. This girl undoubtedly met the criteria of a client. 100,000 was merely a day's salary. Should she become a client, the returns would be substantial. As for punishing those ruffians, hadn't he already dealt with them? He was not a police officer, after all. These antagonists had their own professional roles to play. At critical moments, they served as fodder for the sycophants. For instance, had this girl already been a client, his heroic rescue could have triggered additional rewards. Just as Fu Hang emerged from the alley, he was intercepted by the girl, who had chased after him. "I really am on leave today." Fu Hang looked helplessly at the girl, who had yet to lift her gaze. You need to give me a phone number," the girl stammered. But her arms finally fell to her sides. Fu Hang exaggeratedly tilted his head, feeling a twinge of unease. Could it be that his judgment was truly this flawed? That was not something a client should say. "No, what I mean is, I owe you 100,000. Once I have the means, I will repay you." Gathering her courage, the girl replied earnestly, though her head remained bowed. "It's 88,000. No, it's 100,000. You injured them because you saved me." "Oh?" She possessed quite the principles. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow and shared his phone number. With a resolute demeanor, she boldly requested his phone number, affirming her unwavering principles. At that moment, it seemed that Shen Qingwan embodied a similar spirit. Did she not? "I have noted this. I will dial your number, and you may save it. My name is Qin Yuchu." Fu Hang nodded earnestly yet inexplicably. A sense of loss washed over him. "Rest assured, I shall repay you," the girl declared. Her gaze lowered with determination. Fu Hang waved his hand dismissively, discarding the nearly finished soy milk, and ambled away. "The number you have dialed is out of service." Watching Fu Hang depart, Qin Yuchu stared in disbelief at her phone. How could it be turned off? Just moments ago, she had transferred money using her mobile device. Was the number he provided a fabrication? Contemplating this, she furrowed her brow and contemplated pursuing him once more, but upon raising her eyes, Fu Hang's figure had vanished from sight. Little did she know, Fu Hang was a dedicated worker, possessing 2 phones. His personal and professional lives were entirely segregated. During work hours, his business phone was never far from his hand, and after hours, it remained resolutely powered down. Chapter 4. Punctuality at work. As the autumn air turned crisp and the scenery became picturesque, diligent work was essential to provide for one's family. At precisely 8:45 a.m., Fu Hang, clad in a delivery outfit, appeared before the office building where Shen Qingwan worked, steadfastly holding breakfast and quietly observing the passing vehicles. At 8:50 a.m., the ride-hailing car arrived as scheduled. The doors swung open, and an exquisitely crafted high heel emerged, revealing the resplendent Shen Qingwan, who greeted the morning light with a smile. Although Shen Qingwan's income was not particularly high, the fact that she worked in such an office building indicated it was not meager either. It was not that she could not afford a mode of transportation, rather. A goddess ought not to drive a vehicle worth merely tens of thousands. An expensive car was beyond her means, while a cheaper option would tarnish her image. Naturally, she could not resort to the crowded subway or bus, making ride-hailing the most suitable choice. This expense constituted a substantial portion of her daily budget. And as for other living costs, there were indeed admirers. Qingwan, here are the steamed buns from Qinji that you wanted. And I also picked up a small bowl of wontons since you mentioned you enjoyed them last time. Fu Hang stepped forward briskly but halted at an appropriate distance. A qualified admirer must possess a sense of boundaries. One may flatter, but must not cling, lest it impose an undue psychological burden on the goddess. This was precisely why Fu Hang donned a delivery outfit. Whenever he delivered items to Shen Qingwan's company, he would change into this attire to alleviate any additional psychological stress on the client. After all, a man delivering items to the office daily could potentially impact the client experience. Moreover, this outfit was no counterfeit bought online. He had genuinely registered as a delivery person and procured it through legitimate channels. After all, even an admirer requires a respectable profession, does he not? Qinji and Zhang Shaowan are in two different directions, aren't they? On the way, Shen Qingwan received the meal box, her gaze reflecting mild reproach. Expressing appropriate gratitude at the right moment is essential for maintaining a relationship. I didn't take much of a detour, I assure you. I bought the buns first and then went as Zhang Shaowan. I kept the buns in an insulated box, so they wouldn't get cold. Fu Hang seemed to sense Shen Qingwan's appreciation, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of starlight. Please don't do this next time. You didn't have to go so far. I could have just had the buns, as the company offers free coffee. Shen Qingwan smiled, casually glancing at her wristwatch. Free coffee, is it? What flavor will you have? Caramel, perhaps? Should I bring it during lunch? Let us skip the coffee. I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. Shen Qingwan gently brushed her fingers along her eyelid, casting a glance towards the company entrance. Then I'll get you some mango sago. Hurry inside. Soon, those who clock and ride on time will arrive, and the elevator will get crowded. Fu Hang seemed to suddenly realize something and hastily urged her. All right, be careful while riding. Shen Qingwan waved her hand gently, striding swiftly into the company. Rest assured, I'm quite skilled at riding. Fu Hang grinned foolishly, happily watching Shen Qingwan depart before making his way to his electric bicycle. At 8:50 a.m., it appeared he would be able to leave work before 6 p.m. today. 3 years of work experience had allowed Fu Hang to discern the patterns of working hours. A standard workday spans 8 hours, commencing from the moment one begins their tasks. Thus, if Fu Hang arrives at 8 in the morning to deliver breakfast or warmth, he may conclude his day at 5 in the afternoon. This work model offers considerable flexibility and leisure when catering to a sole client. Naturally, there are instances of work delays. For example, when delivering breakfast, if Shen Qingwan inquires about Fu Hang's evening plans, he may find himself required to work overtime. However, Shen Qingwan adheres to a philosophy of ultimate restraint, neither initiating requests, nor rejecting them, nor making commitments or taking responsibility. Consequently, Fu Hang rarely faces the need for additional hours under her supervision. Of course, overtime does come with compensation. A conscientious enterprise never neglects its employees. Isn't Sister Qingwan quite familiar with that delivery person? A round-faced girl observed as Fu Hang departed, casting a curious glance at her companion. You don't know? Li Jiaxi replied, astonished. What? Wang Xiaowei asked, perplexed. That delivery person is from Qingwan's hometown. She recognizes the challenges he faces at work and deliberately offers him support. Arranging for him to deliver privately to circumvent platform fees, Li Jiaxi elucidated patiently. Is that so? Sister Qingwan is truly kind. Wang Xiaowei exclaimed, filled with admiration. Yes. This is common knowledge within the company. Occasionally, when we order takeout, if we happen to be dining with Qingwan, we simply give her the money to place the order. Li Jiaxi added. Ah, no wonder she is regarded as a goddess, beautiful and remarkably considerate. But why doesn't she assist him in securing a position at the company? I heard she might be promoted to a supervisor soon, Wang Xiaowei remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Well, her hometown acquaintance lacks formal education. What role could he fulfill in the company? Security? Cleaning? We are, after all, a company valued in the billions. Surely, working as a security guard here is preferable to delivering takeout, Li Jiaxi countered. You simply don't understand. Their current relationship can thrive with occasional meetings. But if they were to work together in the same company, encountering each other daily would inevitably highlight their differences in status, Li Jiaxi lamented, pouting slightly. Are you suggesting? Wang Xiaowei pondered. Even the blind can see that the delivery person harbors feelings for Qingwan. Sister Qingwan is so empathetic. I might just fall for her. Her expression reflected a dawning realization, her eyes glimmering more brightly. As the elevator arrived at the designated floor, Shen Qingwan gracefully stepped out, carrying a food container. Haven't had breakfast yet? A deep voice inquired. I've already eaten. This is for you, Mr. Su. Shen Qingwan paused momentarily before revealing a gentle smile. For me? Su Tianhe was momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his face. I recalled you mentioning wanting to try Chen GS buns, so I brought a portion since I happened to be passing by. Shen Qingwan maintained her smile, graciously extending the food container into Su Tianhe's hands. Oh, you remembered that? But, Zhang Xiaoan wontons? Su Tianhe replied without pretension, glancing at the food container. Shen Qingwan said nothing further, offering a slightly bashful smile. You, indeed, possess a thoughtful disposition. Su Tianhe, in a moment of realization, subtly gestured toward Shen Qingwan. The two restaurants are quite distant from one another, and judging by the packaging, it does not appear to be takeout. The food containers seem to be prepared separately. If President Su does not mind, I shall return to my workstation. Shen Qingwan playfully winked and turned to leave. Do not rush back. I have news regarding your appointment as the Human Resources Supervisor. Come with me. Ah, really? Thank you, President Su. Shen Qingwan exclaimed, her exuberance evident as she impulsively grasped Su Chang's arm. Ah, I apologize for my lack of composure. Haha, youthfulness is a virtue. However, I must remind you that for now, you are merely appointed as the acting Human Resources Supervisor. The official documentation will have to wait until the new owner arrives. Su Chang'e inhaled deeply, seemingly casually patting Shen Qingwan's shoulder. I understand. I will certainly not disappoint you, President Su. But has the new owner not yet arrived? I wonder who this significant figure is that has spent such a fortune on acquiring the company, yet has not shown their face in nearly 2 months. A hint of confusion flickered in Su Chang'e's eyes. Ah, even President Su is unaware of the new owner's identity? It must be a large conglomerate. I have privately utilized numerous channels, yet I cannot uncover any information. However, do not worry. Your capabilities are well recognized throughout the company. The former owner departed with a cadre of key personnel, and now the company requires talent. Even if the new owner brings their own team, you will undoubtedly be valued. Though Su Chang'e spoke reassuringly, a sense of unease lingered within him. The sudden acquisition of the company, coupled with the former owner's departure with trusted allies, left him contemplating the implications of being the retained vice president. With President Su here, I have no cause for concern. By the way, are you free this evening? If convenient, let us dine together. Given the current personnel vacancies, I would like to discuss the forthcoming arrangements for the Human Resources Department. That would be splendid. I happen to have many uncertainties to address, Shen Qingwan replied with a delighted smile. Very well, I shall reserve a location and inform you. You may return for now. Su Chang'e nodded in satisfaction, gently patting Shen Qingwan's shoulder once more. Upon exiting Su Chang'e's office, a fleeting expression of distaste crossed Shen Qingwan's face as she discreetly brushed away non-existent dust from her shoulder. How utterly revolting. You, a married man, still harboring such intentions? If you were truly the owner, I might have reluctantly accepted, but as a mere vice president lacking any equity, what pretense is this? Just another worker. This thought caused her to lament the loss of her breakfast. Reflexively, Shen Qingwan reached for her phone, ready to post a message visible only to Fu Hang. But suddenly paused, glancing at the time before reluctantly putting her phone away. Excess can be detrimental. I may still need that sycophant to extricate me later. I shall return to my workstation and nibble on some cookies. Though, it seems I am nearing the end of my cookie supply. I must remember to hint at that today. Chapter 5. The Clients Who Offer Knives, The Perverse Life of a Submissive Admirer? Is this level of flattery even acceptable? The current state of online literature has become increasingly insipid. Setting aside his phone, Fu Hang idly opened Shen Qingwan's social media account, aimlessly scrolling through her posts. With over an hour until lunch, he found himself seated in a milk tea shop opposite Shen Qingwan's company, renowned for its exquisite Yangji Ganlu. This was Fu Hang's routine. He spent the work hours of his clients in a state of leisurely ennui. However, with an hourly wage of 12,500. Who could possibly resist such monotony? Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification from an unfamiliar number. Furrowing his brow, Fu Hang wondered if this was a work call. Who else would reach out aside from clients? Surely, he had noted all clients' details. Hello? Who is this? Fu Hang answered cautiously. Hello, I am Qin Yuchu. Came a timid voice from the other end. Fu Hang's eyes sparkled with surprise. Who said an unknown number couldn't be a client? He had made a grave error last time, a blemish on his professional record. It wasn't until the following day, when he turned on his work phone, that he realized Qin Yuchu could not have called him while his phone was off. Days had passed, and he had assumed the deal was lost. Yet here was Qin Yuchu calling him. Hello, Yuchu, is that you? How have you been lately? Have those troublemakers bothered you again? How is your mother's health? Fu Hang immediately shifted into work mode. although the system had yet to assign any tasks. Surely, it wouldn't take a holiday today? What if it did? His enthusiasm left the other party in silence. Are you still there? Are you? Yes. I want to meet you. Qin Yuchu's voice carried an unusual tone. Meet me? Fu Hang was taken aback, momentarily thrown off by her directness. Is that possible? Of course. Where are you? Actually, I can only go after 12. Fu Hang hesitated, almost suggesting he would come immediately, but quickly recalled he was still on the clock and needed to check in at Shen Qingwan's place at lunchtime. No need. Just tell me where you are, and I can come to you. All right. I'll be at the Ganlu Milk Tea in Century Square. After a brief pause, Fu Hang relayed the address. At 12. Century Square Ganlu Milk Tea. I will be there on time. After hanging up, Fu Hang frowned. Such initiative. If this was recognized by the system, it could mean a major client. System? Are you there? Ready to engage? He silently called out in his mind, but received no response. Never mind. The system likely required close proximity to identify and activate, as had been the case with the previous 5 clients. Are you busy? A pin message popped up from Shen Qingwan. Not at all. Just getting ready to buy some Yangji Ganlu. Fu Hang replied instantly. Are you writing? Came the prompt response. Oh, do you have a request? Fu Hang's lips curled into a smile. Just arrived, just parked. I have delightful news. I have been promoted to Human Resources Supervisor. How wonderful. We must celebrate this occasion. Therefore, I promised my colleagues to treat them to milk tea. Could you kindly assist me in purchasing it? I will transfer the money to you shortly. Money is of no concern. This is a momentous occasion, and treating my colleagues to milk tea is only fitting. Please send me their preferences, and I shall procure them immediately. Thank you so much. Attachment. Milk tea list. Why are there only 5? What about the others? Fu Hang gazed at the list with a playful expression. These 5 are my closest companions. The official appointment letter has yet to arrive, so it would be unwise to be overly ostentatious. As expected of Qing Yuan, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Leave it to me. I shall ensure timely delivery. Fu Hang noted the milk tea order and contemplated for a moment before sending another message. How do you plan to celebrate tonight? I have an engagement this evening. Several senior executives from the company have arranged a small gathering. However, we can celebrate after dinner. Many companies do this. They call it a small gathering. But it is essentially a dinner meeting where significant decisions are often made at the table. Shall I pick you up tonight? I will send you the address shortly. And remember to dress warmly. The wind can be quite chilly. Don't worry, I will be driving, so I want tea freeze. Fu Hang glanced at his phone, a profound smile gracing his face. He owned a vehicle, having purchased a nearly new second-hand car to maintain appearances, with a factory price of 190,000, acquired for the equivalent of a day's salary. You must look your best. Absolutely. Putting down his phone, Fu Hang gazed thoughtfully at the ceiling, feeling a twinge of emotion. Shen Qingwan is truly understanding and considerate, always proactive in her kindness. Such a client should certainly not rush into marriage. Treating 5 colleagues to milk tea? Surely you jest. A department typically comprises a dozen or more individuals, and the HR department cannot possibly consist of only 5 members. On your first day as a supervisor, treating just a few subordinates to milk tea? If your emotional intelligence is truly this limited, I could not endure 3 years. Nevertheless, it's inconsequential. 5 cups of milk tea are not expensive, especially since it can be reimbursed as a business expense. As for tonight, I suppose I must rescue the situation. With that in mind, Fu Hang began rummaging through his backpack, searching for a moment before retrieving a BLD watch. Examining it closely before placing it back. Since I have it, there is no need to make a special trip to Yunshu Binjiang. A rescue mission requires a touch of flair. Certain prestigious items are essential. At noon, Fu Hang pushed open the door of Ganlu Milk Tea once more, immediately spotting Qin Yuchu seated in a corner. She still wore her bangs, obscuring much of her face, and though she had changed into a gray-white jacket, she still donned the same high school gym shorts from our last meeting. I wonder if they're indeed the same pair. Did you arrive early? Fu Hang took a seat across from Qin Yuchu. You. The sudden presence of someone startled Qin Yuchu, and upon recognizing Fu Hang, her surprise deepened. An order delivery? Is he a delivery person? Oh, this is the work uniform, Fu Hang remarked with a smile, sensing the other's gaze. I'm sorry. Qin Yuchu immediately lowered her head again, though her expression appeared somewhat dejected. Fu Hang narrowed his eyes slightly. Was that disappointment? Did she feel let down upon realizing he was merely a delivery person? System? Please do not tell me this does not meet the standards. Fu Hang silently pleaded. convinced that such an obvious characteristic should be easily identifiable. However, the system remained utterly unresponsive. Hello, 2 cups of mango sago. Fu Hang glanced at the table in front of Qin Yuchu, where a cup of lukewarm water sat untouched, its level indicating it had not been consumed. I don't need it. Qin Yuchu hurriedly shook her head. No need to be polite. It's not right for a girl to be drinking water here. Fu Hang said with a smile, pushing the cup aside. Did you come to see me for something? Oh, this, Qin Yuchu realized suddenly, flusteredly retrieving a neatly folded A4 sheet from her pocket. A borrowing note? Fu Hang was taken aback. Chapter 6, Hidden Task? Before me lies a handwritten promissory note. Its script remarkably neat and its format exceptionally meticulous. It not only bears the borrower's identification number, but also features a thumbprint in the designated signature area. The loan amount, as stated by Qin Yuchu on that fateful day, is a sum of 100,000 yuan. This young lady. Fu Hang found himself momentarily perplexed. System? Could you not provide me with a straightforward answer? He inwardly cursed. Is this all you have for me? After a long wait, the system offered no feedback, leaving Fu Hang to glance helplessly at Qin Yuchu. After a brief hesitation, Qin Yuchu nodded firmly. You know yuan li, right? Fu Hang chuckled, narrowing his eyes as he pushed the bowl of mango sago towards her. Qin Yuchu looked up in astonishment, only to quickly realize her situation and immediately lower her head again. A fleeting moment of distraction crossed Fu Hang's eyes. In a sudden glance, he finally discerned her eyes, obscured by bangs and hidden behind black-framed glasses. They were filled with confusion yet radiated an indescribable clarity. Speak. What do you truly want from me? Fu Hang's tone shifted to one of seriousness. I need to borrow money. Her voice was barely audible, fragmented, revealing an unutterable conflict within her. Borrow money? Have you gone back to loan sharks? No, I will never turn to them again. It's my mother's illness. The last surgery was unsuccessful, and she requires a second operation. I genuinely don't know whom else to turn to. So, you believe that owing one debt is the same as owing two? Fu Hang leaned back slightly, scrutinizing the girl before him. This scenario felt eerily familiar. Is she genuinely in distress, or is it something else? Damn it, you useless system, could you at least say something? With her head bowed, Qin Yuchu nervously tugged at the hem of her coat. How much do you need? Fu Hang sighed, inserting a straw into the cup before her and nudging it forward. No, it's not necessary. Qin Yuchu looked up again, their eyes meeting briefly before she quickly looked down once more. Have you secured the funds? Fu Hang pinched his thigh hard, cursing under his breath. A mere glance nearly shattered 3 years of my cultivation? Have I encountered a true master? That look just now. If it were an act, she could easily outshine Shenqing Wan. No. Then what will you do? You have your struggles. I will find another way. Thank you. I promise I will repay you. As Qin Yuchu spoke, she slowly rose, bowing earnestly to Fu Hang before turning to leave. The bowl of mango sago, worth 68 yuan, remained untouched. Sit down. Fu Hang's voice rose sharply. Qin Yuchu promptly returned to her seat, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. Drink. Obediently, she took a sip, her compliance evident. The sweet, creamy flavor burst in her mouth, and finally, her expression shifted. Was it surprise? Astonishment? Unexpected joy? Noticing this subtle change, Fu Hang felt a pang in his heart. This girl, could it be her first experience with milk tea? Figure it out yourself. What can you possibly come up with? Will you continue to seek loans from usurious lenders? Pray tell, what is the cost of the surgery? Furthermore, this is merely a part-time endeavor. I am, in truth, quite sufficiently affluent. Fu Hang removed his yellow robe, folding it neatly to the side. Really? A flicker of uncertain delight crossed Qin Yuchu's face. What would I gain by deceiving you? If I were financially strained, could I readily offer that bunch of scoundrels 100,000? Fu Hang scoffed, his left hand clenched tightly beneath the table. However, something feels amiss. Is this an indication of a wavering heart? System, confess honestly. Is this a hidden mission you have orchestrated? Fu Hang pondered internally. What is the surgical fee? The dogged system remained obstinately silent, prompting Fu Hang to inquire again in vain. This Qin Yuchu is certainly not as simple as she appears. Having encountered countless individuals over the past 3 years and weathered various trials, how could she be so unable to control her emotions? Moreover, while the system did not affirm this, it did not outright deny it either. 20,000. Qin Yuchu's voice sank lower, nearly imperceptible amidst the cacophony. Is 20,000 sufficient? Fu Hang responded directly. Are you willing to lend me that? Qin Yuchu finally lifted her gaze once more, her eyes shimmering with brilliant light despite the layers of obstruction. If you require it, I could transfer the funds to the designated account right now, Fu Hang stated, producing his personal phone. The system remained unresponsive, indicating that this transaction could not go through official channels. Yet it mattered little, merely 2 days' worth of salary. Fu Hang felt a nagging suspicion that this was undoubtedly the system's doing. This could very well be another hidden task. Yes, indeed. He had previously encountered a similarly perplexing situation, only to discover later that it was a hidden mission assigned by the system, with the reward being master-level culinary skills. This was akin to an end-of-year lottery prize. Better to mistakenly eliminate than to let slip away. Fu Hang found justification for his actions. The Countess. Qin Yuchu seemed completely thrown off by the sudden surprise, stumbling over her words. Until Fu Hang completed the transfer as per the account details she provided and displayed the successful transaction notification, Qin Yuchu again fell into a state of humble turmoil. You transferred too much. The surgery requires 20,000, and post-operative recovery is inevitable. The extra 50,000 could be used for proper recuperation, lest future complications arise. Fu Hang narrowed his eyes, his thoughts gradually crystallizing. Since she is portraying a tragic persona, the delivery driver's approach would surely be ineffective. When you need emotional support, I will provide warmth. When you seek companionship, I will be available. When you require a pillar of strength, my arms will be strong. When you need finances, I will not be lacking. This is the essence of a devoted admirer. Enchantress, do not disrupt my resolve. This reward is firmly within my grasp. The strategy is being executed methodically, and the effects. Qin Yuchu fell silent once more. Is it just you and your mother at home? Fu Hang adjusted his demeanor, preparing to convey emotional value. I'm a sophomore at Han University, majoring in financial management, standing at 165 centimeters and weighing 41 kilograms. What? Fu Hang paused. Was this what I was asking? Was it not? Your weight is only 41 kilograms? Fu Hang's thoughts were swiftly diverted, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the chest of the individual before him. You're 91? How is your waist so slender? He stammered. No. You. Shaking his head vigorously, he attempted to articulate his thoughts, yet was abruptly silenced once more. Opposite him, Qin Yuchu slowly removed her glasses, only to swiftly toss her bangs aside, lifting her head to gaze at Fu Hang with an unwavering stare. A momentary lapse occurred in Fu Hang's mind, his thoughts momentarily short-circuiting. Instinctively, he grasped the milk tea before him, taking a substantial gulp. I suspected your conditions were favorable, but I didn't anticipate them being this extraordinary. Your visage surpasses even Shinqing wants. It aligns perfectly with my aesthetic preferences, does it not? This is rather unfair. Isn't it? We were having a pleasant conversation, and suddenly you escalate things? Don't your powerful moves require a cooldown? Where's the skill wind up? I can accompany you, he offered. Coughing, Fu Hang found himself choking, the oversized, explosive pearls lodged in his windpipe. Goodness. I thought you were here to boost my performance, yet it seems you were after my very life. Chapter 7. Cultivating Clients. Fu Hang coughed for a full 5 minutes, while Qin Yuchu across from him appeared visibly startled, attempting to rise and assist, only to be firmly anchored in her seat by Fu Hang's pointed finger. At that moment, she leaned in, her intentions seemingly insidious. What did you just say? Fu Hang, having finally regained his composure, gazed incredulously at her. 350,000 is a staggering sum for me. Though I have mentioned repaying it, I am acutely aware that I cannot. Therefore, I am left with only this body of mine. You are correct. If you do not lend me the money, I will have no choice but to seek out those loan sharks. I understand their demands. I acknowledge that I am aesthetically pleasing. Qin Yuchu looked intently at Fu Hang, and in that instant, her previous timidity vanished, revealing a resilient wildflower swaying amidst a tempest. System, will you truly provide not a single hint? Fu Hang felt a disarray within, struggling to meet her gaze. My father lost a leg in a mining accident and is now unable to work. I have a younger brother who just entered junior high. I should never have been admitted to this university in the first place, and now, with my mother gravely ill, if I do not save her, she will perish. As Qin Yuchu recounted her tragic circumstances, her demeanor remained eerily calm. A disabled father, a gravely ill mother, a young brother, and her own isolation. The narrative aligned perfectly. Yet Fu Hang felt an inexplicable sensation lingering in the air. The only thing I can sell is myself. After 2 days of contemplation, I have decided that rather than sell myself to others, I would prefer wait. Fu Hang suddenly raised both hands, realizing the trajectory of the conversation was amiss. You were suggesting that you would offer yourself? Who would I appeal to? You would rather that I lose my job and you sustain me? The term sell is not precisely accurate. As a student from a prestigious university, you should be mindful of your cultural literacy. It is entirely normal for individuals to assist one another. If everyone contributes a little love, the world would transform. I am no longer a child, Qin Yuchu interrupted Fu Hang for the first time, her gaze resolute, her expression unwavering. As for your kindness, I can only. There are myriad ways to repay kindness. As you mentioned, you currently lack the means to repay the debt. Money, however, should not necessitate exchanging one's body. This notion you propose, my dear classmate, is deeply flawed. Fu Hang straightened in his chair, instinctively pulling it back a fraction. But if I am incapable of doing anything, who says you cannot do anything? First, lower your hands, your hair is disheveled, and your glasses. Put your glasses on. Fu Hang interrupted once more, denying her a chance to articulate her thoughts. Look, you are so remarkably, cough cough, you are truly exceptional. Surely, there are other ways you can assist me. Aside from what you are currently contemplating. For instance, think about it yourself. Fu Hang anxiously picked up his milk tea, instinctively wishing to take another sip, but only managed a cautious small taste. His words seemed to resonate, as Qin Yuchu, now with her bangs pushed aside and glasses perched correctly, appeared to be genuinely pondering the matter. Do not rush. Take your time to consider. You are so outstanding, you must possess numerous talents. Fu Hang gently encouraged her. I excel academically. After a long pause, Qin Yuchu hesitantly revealed a particular talent. Academic performance? Fu Hang, having cultivated professional qualities over the past 3 years, could not fathom how good grades could relate to himself. Well, I was the top liberal arts student in Southwest Province that year, and at Hanqing University. I ranked first in every subject. As she spoke, a glimmer of brilliance finally appeared in Qin Yuchu's eyes. That's right. Fu Hang suddenly clapped his hands together. Look at you, so outstanding, studying finance. Your future is undoubtedly bright. A mere 30,000 is hardly a concern. But this major, it wasn't designed for someone like me. The spark in Qin Yuchu's eyes vanished in an instant. It's not so absolute. Fu Hang awkwardly lifted his milk tea again. Indeed, she was a top student, not easily swayed. When he initially chose this major, he believed it would be lucrative enough to support his family. However, it was only upon arriving in the big city that he truly understood studying finance was beyond his reach. The more he learned, the clearer this truth became. Fu Hang fell silent. He had a close friend who had pursued finance and, 3 years after graduation, returned home to open a supermarket. Do you disdain me? After a prolonged silence, Qin Yuchu spoke again. Why is this endless? I pay you, and yet feel guilty? What are you saying? Let me be clear. The reason you think this way is that you have yet to enter society and truly engage with finance. Don't be misled by the inaccuracies found in books and online. He continued, for now, let's set aside the matter of repayment. I believe with your capabilities, you will certainly be able to repay in the future. As for your feelings of guilt, how about this? I will arrange for you to intern at my company. On one hand, it will allow you to learn more. On the other, it will help me keep an eye on the company as I seldom visit. Fu Hang slapped his thigh, suddenly inspired. This young girl, with a tragic background, had never even tasted milk tea. A mere act of kindness had her considering offering herself in return. This was a true reflection of someone unacquainted with the world's treachery. The sooner she entered society and encountered the less savory characters, rather, the quality youths, the broader her horizons would become. What did those naive students at school know? A pair of glasses and a few strands of bangs had clouded their judgment, causing this girl to remain oblivious to her own position. Selling herself for 30,000? Ridiculous. The watch he gifted to Shenqing Yuan last year cost 15,000, and here he was still standing at the entrance of her residential complex. Delivering breakfast to the company required him to don a delivery outfit. Once this girl broadened her perspective, he chuckled to himself. She would eventually come to him. And that would be delightful. There was no telling she might become another Shenqing Yuan. After a few years of devotion, he could retire in honor. Imagine hosting yacht parties, reveling in nightly festivities, and indulging in a life of luxury. A sophisticated admirer does not merely seek clients but cultivates them. Finally feeling back on familiar ground. A gleam sparkled in Fu Hang's eyes. A company? You have a company? Qin Yuchu's gaze instinctively shifted towards the delivery outfit beside her. Of course. Do you think my funds were simply saved from delivering food? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow and placed the takeout package on the chair. Interning at your company? Qin Yuchu remained uncertain. She had engaged in considerable mental preparation prior to her arrival, yet upon encountering Fu Hang, everything unfolded quite differently from her expectations. Indeed. Do not overthink it. It is merely an internship, with compensation equivalent to that of a regular intern. 3. 2. 1 day a week. 2.5 days weekly. After all, your studies must take precedence. Just 1 day a week? You still owe me money. How can you repay it if you do not study diligently? Let me make a call. Fu Hang rarely showcased his domineering persona. Raising a hand to halt Qin Youchu's continued speech, he turned and pulled out his phone. A company? Indeed, Fu Hang did possess a company, courtesy of a 3-year anniversary system gift. However, he had never taken an interest in it. A self-proclaimed lawyer had approached him, requesting numerous signatures. An operating company? That is wishful thinking. Fu Hang understood his circumstances well enough to know that assigning him operational duties would only lead to chaos. The crux of the matter remains, what company can consistently maintain an annual revenue of 100 million? It is paramount for individuals to comprehend the weight of matters, discerning what is essential and what is expendable. What is his profession? A sycophant, an ultimate sycophant, certified by the system. The focus should be on the clients. Ensuring their satisfaction is the true path. If there is any spare energy, why not further develop and explore client relationships? Why squander effort establishing a company? Lawyer Zhang? It's me. Yes, yes indeed. All those procedures are in order, correct? That is splendid, splendid indeed. I shall not be attending. Let everything remain as it is. Yes, yes, there is one matter I need your assistance with. I have a friend who wishes to intern at the company, since I am not well acquainted there. Could you assist in making the connection? I would be immensely grateful. Shall I have my friend reach out to you? Certainly, I will have her contact you shortly. Chapter 8. Intern Executive Assistant at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Youchu donned her newly purchased professional attire, standing anxiously at the foot of the Yuan trading building, accompanied by the man who introduced himself as Lawyer Zhang. Is this really Mr. Fu's company? Qin Youchu, filled with uncertainty, sought confirmation once more. Yes. I have already spoken with someone from the Human Resources Department. Let us proceed. Lawyer Zhang replied with a warmth that seemed at odds with his profession. Taking a deep breath, Qin Youchu raised her gaze to the towering structure before her. Earlier that day, after making a phone call, Fu Hang had left her with a 10,000 yuan clothing allowance for her job, but the unexpected financial support had left her bewildered, preventing her from inquiring about the specifics of the company or its operations. Which company provides clothing allowances for interns? Her debts had only increased. What surprised her was that Mr. Fu's company was none other than the illustrious Yuan Trading in Han City, a company valued at over 1 billion. As a top student in finance from Han University, she was certainly aware of this firm, especially as it had recently completed a remarkable equity transfer, which had been the subject of discussion in nearly every class over the past month, even being featured as a case study for analysis and learning. So, Mr. Fu acquired Yuan Trading? No wonder he claimed he lacked for nothing. Shaking her head vigorously, Qin Youchu endeavored to dispel the image of Fu Hang leaving the milk tea shop in his delivery uniform. Hello, Lawyer Zhang. I didn't expect you to personally escort her, Su Changhe remarked as he hurried to the elevator lobby upon receiving a report from the front desk. The young lady seemed a bit timid, so I accompanied her. Lawyer Zhang replied, extending a polite handshake with Su Changhe, subtly shifting to allow Qin Youchu a position beside him. His previous affable smile replaced by a demeanor that was now serious yet courteous. Is this Miss Qin? Indeed, young and promising, Su Changhe observed, noting Lawyer Zhang's positioning, which heightened his internal tension. Hello, I look forward to your guidance. Qin Youchu maintained her composure, recalling the key points from her workplace etiquette class as she shook his hand politely. This is the current head of Yuan Trading, Vice President Su Changhe. Lawyer Zhang thoughtfully introduced. Good day, Vice President Su, Qin Youchu responded, momentarily taken aback, instinctively bowing again. The head? Vice President? Is it customary for the company's leadership to personally welcome interns? Do not mention it. Being polite would be to stand on ceremony, Su Changhe insisted, his smile growing ever more radiant. Allow me to introduce you to the newly appointed Human Resources Supervisor, Shenqing Wan. She will assist you with the onboarding process shortly. Su Changhe hastily reassured her, his demeanor warm. The current head? Current? Vice President Su? Was Lawyer Zhang hinting at something? Hello, Supervisor Shen. Qin Youchu quickly stepped forward to greet her. The Human Resources Supervisor personally arranging her onboarding? Is this truly Yuan Trading? A billion-dollar enterprise? Is it the kind of large enterprise mentioned by the professor? I am merely an intern, and only come once a week. To be precise, I should be referred to as a trainee, shouldn't I? Please, do come in. Shenqing Wan naturally linked her arm with Qin Youchu's, as intimate as long-lost friends. Accompanied by Lawyer Zhang, the cumbersome onboarding process became remarkably efficient. The employment agreement clearly stated, just as Mr. Fu had mentioned, that I only need to come in once a week, with internship compensation issued as per standard. However, what on earth does the position of executive assistant entail? So, when Mr. Fu said everything would be in line with the usual intern treatment, does that mean a monthly salary of 20,000 is normal? Coming in just 4 days a month, does that imply a daily wage of 5,000? Surely, this is the kind of remuneration a professor in the school would receive? Sitting in a private office and gazing at the bustling city through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Qin Yuchu fell into a state of confusion. So, am I being kept? Mr. Su. What exactly is happening? In Su Chang's office, Shen Qingwan wore a perplexed expression. Our new boss is truly incomprehensible. Su Chang'e squinted, meticulously replaying all the details from their meeting today in his mind. Lawyer Zhang's attitude revealed numerous issues. His tone, demeanor, and the way he treated both himself and Qin Yuchu were all worthy of scrutiny, especially the way he addressed himself. Yet, that girl named Qin Yuchu, despite her composed exterior, could not conceal the underlying naivety and timidity. She hardly seemed like someone here to take charge of the company. Why send such a girl at this time? Shen Qingwan's heart was similarly plagued with questions. Do not overthink it, in any case. You should regard her either as the boss's daughter or as the boss's wife. Su Chang'e suddenly looked up, earnestly advising, I naturally understand that, but regarding specific job responsibilities, let her do whatever she pleases, do not interfere. Minor matters can be left to her discretion, while major decisions should follow the proper procedures. By the way, I suddenly have something to attend to tonight. Let us postpone our dinner plans. Su Chang'e said calmly after a moment of contemplation. No. I must engage with Lawyer Zhang again soon to gauge the situation. With the former owner gone and the new owner yet to make an appearance, as Lawyer Zhang stated. He is presently the undisputed leader of Fanhua Trading. Can we remove the term currently? After the equity transfer, Lawyer Zhang has already taken over the company's legal affairs. It's reasonable for the vice president to meet with the legal department. Isn't it? I shall take my leave now. Shen Qingwan could naturally surmise Su Chang'e's thoughts and secretly scorned him. Men, still falling victim to habitual thinking. Why seek information from afar? Compared to the shrewd Lawyer Zhang, isn't that naive girl, Qin Yuchu, a more advantageous source? Upon returning to her office, Shen Qingwan took out her phone, only to discover an unread message. Qingwan, where should I pick you up tonight? At what time? The message was from an hour ago. Apologies. There is an unexpected task at the company, and our dinner gathering is cancelled. After swiftly replying to a message, Shen Qingwan tossed her phone aside. Where should she begin? You carry on with your tasks. Just make sure not to overexert yourself. When you find some leisure time, I shall join you in celebration. The persistent admirer's messages continued to arrive promptly. Shen Qingwan frowned slightly, diverting her gaze from her phone as she opened a small drawer beside her desk. Inside lay an assortment of gift boxes, and she casually picked up one containing a bracelet, momentarily lost in thought. This admirer, it seemed he was inescapable. And she appeared to be growing increasingly dependent on him. With a self-deprecating shrug, Shen Qingwan refrained from replying to the text, instead lifting the gift box and, after regaining her composure, made her way to Qin Yuchu's office with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Fu Hang, after sending his initial message and receiving no immediate response, had already discerned the outcome. The absence of a quick reply indicated that he need not intervene that evening. Whether the company was genuinely occupied or Shen Qingwan's plans had altered was inconsequential. Did it matter? Not at all. Leaving work early, why not relish in it? Today's salary of 100,000 has been credited. Please check your account. Chapter 9. Online check-in. Yuchu is here. Please, take a seat. How have your studies been lately? I heard Professor Li assigned you a case analysis on Yuan's acquisition. The kindly elderly lady peered from behind her computer, uttering a mere pleasantry before returning her gaze, demonstrating a warm camaraderie with Qin Yuchu. Thank you, Professor Wang. The Yuan case is quite challenging. I still have many uncertainties, yet I have learned a great deal. Qin Yuchu, feeling at ease, paused at her desk for a moment. Noticing Professor Wang was busy, she instinctively began to organize the materials and clutter in the office. I've already told you, there's no need to do this. It makes me appear clumsy, Professor Wang remarked without lifting her head. Yet she could discern from the sounds what Qin Yuchu was up to. Qin Yuchu remained silent, continuing her tidying. Ah, Yuchu, you're so meticulous. Last week, that senior of yours came to submit her thesis, and the same thing happened. I spent 2 whole days searching for materials and couldn't find a thing. Professor Wang seemed to have finished her task, removing her glasses and smiling at Yuchu, who was now changing the trash bag. I'll come by more often then. Yuchu replied with a sweet smile. All right, Put down the trash bag. The cleaners will be here shortly. Now, what brings you here? Professor Wang tilted her head, scrutinizing her most cherished student from recent years. What a pity to be born into such a family. Professor, a few days ago, I secured an internship. Qin Yuchu returned to her desk, sitting up straight, her tone earnest. Oh, an internship? Did I not mention that if you wanted to take on part-time work, I could? Professor Wang's brow furrowed instantly. She was acutely aware of Yochu's circumstances. The girl appeared delicate yet was remarkably stubborn. After accepting the school's financial aid, she adamantly refused to accept any personal assistance from Professor Wang. It's a large corporation. A friend helped recommend me, Qin Yuchu hastened to clarify, understanding Professor Wang's concern. A large corporation? A friend? Then what brings you here today? Professor Wang's expression relaxed slightly, though her eyes narrowed inquisitively. You are an expert in sociology, and I find myself somewhat perplexed. I wish to seek your guidance, Qin Yuchu said, her head bowed, maintaining an upright posture. Is this your first time in a corporate setting, and have you encountered difficulties? Not exactly difficulties, but there are certain aspects I find confusing. Oh, please, share your thoughts. A smile reappeared on Professor Wang's face as she habitually picked up her pen, drawing 2 horizontal lines in her notebook. The warm glow of the setting sun filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle light upon the desk, reminiscent of a delicate golden-hued tablecloth, soft and intricate, bringing a sense of comfort. However, upon hearing Qin Yuchu's account, the smile on Professor Wang's face gradually faded. Is this friend of yours the owner of the company? That seems to be the case. Thus, your internship position is that of a presidential assistant? Professor Wang's tone grew somewhat somber. Yes. Qin Yuchu's gaze flickered slightly before she quickly regained her composure. Professor Wang chose not to press further, instead leaning back in her chair and directing her gaze out the window. As autumn descends, the ginkgo trees on campus begin to turn golden, shimmering under the rays of the setting sun. Yet, those familiar with the cycle know that the falling leaves are not far behind. Turning his gaze, Professor Wang looked intently at Qin Yuchu, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. Ultimately, she could not escape. This time, Qin Yuchu did not shy away. Calmly meeting Professor Wang's gaze, her eyes still reflecting that clarity. You have grown. Professor Wang suddenly smiled, a statement that made Qin Yuchu lower her head once more. The head of the enterprise personally welcomed her, and the HR manager arranged everything meticulously. On her first day, she received a valuable gift from the HR manager. Qin Yuchu lifted her head again, sensing the shift in Professor Wang's tone, realizing they had entered the realm of academia. Does your friend seldom visit the company? He claims so, Qin Yuchu replied honestly. Based on this information, I have a few conjectures for your consideration. Professor Wang swiftly noted several keywords in his notebook. Qin Yuchu placed her notebook, which she had been holding, on the table and began to record diligently. Recently, Fu Hang had been enjoying an unexpected ease, as it seemed there were genuine issues on Shen Qingwan's end, or perhaps changes in his job responsibilities after a promotion. In short, he was too busy to pay him any mind. Thus, the advantage of being a professional sycophant became evident once more. When clients are not in need, the sycophant merely has to check in online. A bow in the morning and evening, and 3 incense sticks a day. Must sincerity be expressed face-to-face? A sycophant embodies an attitude. As long as Shen Qingwan's favor remained within a safe threshold at the end of each day, why not continue? Thus, for the past few days, Fu Hang had been loitering in front of various office buildings, dining exclusively at upscale restaurants, and spending his evenings either at the gym or at bars. What was his purpose? To expand his market. These locations were hubs for refined clientele, high-end social circles. Meanwhile, the system on Qin Yuchu's side had yet to show any movement. Although Shen Qingwan's income was stable, one must remain vigilant. Now that she was a supervisor, her perspective and social network would undergo a transformative change. What if she suddenly decided to marry? Wouldn't he be left in the lurch? Yet, contrary to expectations, there were flirtations, encounters, and coincidences. The system had not malfunctioned. It merely adhered to its principle of being selective, decisively rejecting each unsuitable match. This predicament compelled Fu Hang to start browsing through female streamer selection events. Had the space for a sycophant's survival been so drastically constricted? The social app's notifications flashed a red dot, and Fu Hang skillfully opened it, discovering a moment from a friend's circle. Another late night at the office. The accompanying image was a sunset taken from the office, but if magnified and brightness adjusted, a delightful surprise emerged, the reflection of long legs in the office's floor-to-ceiling windows. It had been 3 days since he last saw her. Fu Hang furrowed his brow, contemplating, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. He could not leave work early today. Qingwan, still at the office? Another late night? Fu Hang chose not to respond in the moments but instead sent a private message. Although he was aware that this post was likely only visible to him, he still felt the need to reach out. Indeed, he lamented, I have been utterly swamped these past few days. Shen Qingwan replied almost instantaneously. No matter how busy you are, do take care of your health. I've noticed you haven't attended yoga class for several days. Once this hectic period passes, I shall be fine. Thank you for your concern. Do you need me to bring you dinner? Fu Hang sent the message and turned to retrieve a neatly stacked takeout set from his backpack. Oh, would that be too much trouble? Not at all. What would you like to eat? Fu Hang adeptly donned his yellow vest, stifling a yawn out of boredom. Perhaps it's best to forego it. I can manage with a light meal at the office. The company will provide dinner for the night shift. How could you possibly eat food provided by the company? You've been working so hard these past few days. You must prioritize your nutrition, or your body will suffer. But you've worked a full day too. That must be exhausting as well, she replied with a sympathetic emoji. What exhaustion do I face? You're not unaware of the circumstances of my shift, are you? You can't genuinely believe I'm delivering takeout, Fu Hang retorted, glancing at the time with mild irritation. Couldn't you have chosen a more opportune moment to engage in this? You truly need not go to such lengths, she replied, touched. Large corporations frown upon employees dating, especially since you've just been promoted. It's a crucial time for your career, and you should tread carefully. Rest assured. My takeout set is always with me, he replied playfully. Let us not dwell on that. What would you like to eat? I must hurry to deliver it to you. I wouldn't want you to go hungry during the evening rush. Fu Hang sent 2 more messages before stepping onto his electric bike. Crap. I was careless. I haven't ridden this in days and forgot to charge it, he thought with a smile. Speak up. What do you desire? He glanced around for a shared bicycle, silently hoping she wouldn't request something too far away, as parking could be quite troublesome. His transport was located in the parking lot behind, but the evening rush in Han City. Shen Qingwan reclined in her ergonomic chair, leisurely propping her feet on the desk. Since her promotion, she had finally acquired her own office, allowing for moments of unrestrained behavior. As she gazed at the conversation on her phone, she bit her lip, lost in contemplation. If only Fu Hang's family background were a bit more affluent. After being pampered for 3 years, even a block of wood would develop feelings. Her fingers mindlessly tapped against the back of her phone, and her gaze shifted toward the office door. Opposite her office was the presidential office she had specially arranged, and next door was the office of the presidential assistant. Today, a colleague who graduated from Han City University mentioned that the meatballs at their cafeteria were exceptional, a memory she cherished even 5 years after graduation. Han City University? It's not far from here, she smiled. Setting her phone aside, Fu Hang, feeling disheartened, parked the shared bike he had just scanned. Han City University is located in the west of the city. Really? Yes, I'll ride over and call you when I reach your office building. Drive over. The vicinity of the university offers relatively ample parking opportunities. Chapter 10. Exquisite green tea in the university town. There exists a saying, dine at Han University, reside at Nanda. Revel at Engineering University, and find love at Hanzhong University. This implies that the dining hall of Han University is renowned. Nevertheless, it was Fu Hang's first foray into the campus of Han University. After inquiring with enthusiastic classmates about the location of the dining hall famous for its lion's head meatballs, Fu Hang hurriedly set off in that direction. Arriving just in time for lunch, he encountered a considerable queue. Students at this esteemed institution tend to adhere to a relatively regular dining schedule. As he gradually advanced with the throng, his gaze wandered unconsciously through the crowd until it suddenly halted. Jin Yuchu? It was not that the girl was particularly striking, but rather that her distinctive bangs and black-rimmed glasses were indelibly etched in his memory. She still wore that gray-white jacket and sweatpants. Didn't he provide her with a clothing allowance? Jin Yuchu sat alone in an inconspicuous corner, meticulously eating her meal, a book resting beside her, which she occasionally turned over with a gentle motion. Just one dish? Fu Hang squinted. A bowl of white rice, a plate of spicy stir-fried beans, and a bowl of complimentary seaweed soup. Expressionless, he turned away, no longer gazing at her, yet his brow furrowed ever tighter. As he neared the front of the line, he suddenly snapped to attention, quickly surveying the dining hall. Indeed, amidst the ebb and flow of students, not a single boy cast a glance at Qin Yuchu. How blind they are. What aesthetic values are presently being perpetuated by the media? A flicker of intrigue ignited in Fu Hang's eyes, his thoughts becoming decidedly animated. University? Campus beauty? Academic elite? Underprivileged student? The labels piled high, didn't they? System, you indeed harbor a scheme. Qin Yuchu consumed her meal with great care, hardly neglecting a single grain of rice in her bowl, yet her focus remained steadfastly on her book. Plop! A tray landed before her, causing Qin Yuchu to stiffen, raising her head in suspicion. After 2 years, this was the first time someone had sat down with her at the same table. Oh no! The second time, though the last occasion had been off campus, at a bubble tea shop. Mr. Fu? Qin Yuchu's eyes widened. Is this what you typically eat? Fu Hang seated himself, staring intently at her. It's sufficient. Qin Yuchu instinctively lowered her gaze, placing her chopsticks aside and casually closing her book. No wonder she weighed only 90 pounds. With this meal, Fu Hang curled his lip, pushing his tray forward, his attention shifting to her book, titled Workplace Etiquette and Socializing. I have already finished eating. I have eaten. Fu Hang's voice was devoid of emotion. Qin Yuchu's shoulders trembled slightly, and without hesitation, she seized the lion's head meatball, biting off half in stark contrast to her previous meticulous dining. Such a strong sense of obedience? Your talent is quite peculiar. Why is she alone? Fu Hang smirked slightly, the oddity within him becoming increasingly apparent. Struggling to swallow, perhaps due to the saltiness, Qin Yuchu reached for the seaweed soup, only to find a cup of bubble tea placed in front of her, the straw already inserted. For those with an unrequited affection, such gestures are merely instinctual. In university, there exist 2 types of individuals who find themselves devoid of friends. After a small sip of milk tea, likely due to its sweetness, Qin Yuchu's emotions swiftly stabilized. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, awaiting further elaboration. The first type is the academic achiever, whose presence may evoke feelings of inadequacy in others. Fu Hang smirked, questioning whether one could truly feel inferior in such company. The second type is the impoverished. Qin Yuchu lowered her head, delicately cradling her milk tea. Yet her tone remained remarkably calm. Fu Hang's smirk faltered, as if his heart had been pricked by something, leaving him momentarily breathless. Did I not give you money? That does not cover my meals. Qin Yuchu continued to gaze downward, her thick bangs quivering slightly. How could you be so obstinate and yet excel academically? Do I also need to provide you with money for food? Fu Hang chuckled in exasperation. Fine. Suddenly, Qin Yuchu lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting an unusual clarity. Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback. You were never like this before. Did I misjudge you? All right, I'll transfer the money to you now. Fu Hang quickly retrieved his phone and transferred 50,000. Tomorrow, you must take care of that fringe and get a new pair of glasses. What to wear at the company is outlined in this. He indicated a book on workplace etiquette and social interaction resting on the table. At school, Fu Hang turned to point at a group of fashionably dressed female students. Dress like that starting tomorrow. You are forbidden from wearing this. Understood. Qin Yuchu responded earnestly, lifting her chin. My hair. Fu Hang felt as if he had stumbled into a thicket, bombarded by a barrage of gentle yet piercing words. Tired of the conversation, he turned and walked away. When your charm awakens and admirers swarm around you, I wonder if your integrity will remain intact. By then, accustomed to the flattery, you will elevate my career. Mr. Fu, did you come specifically to see me? Upon seeing Fu Hang preparing to leave, Qin Yuchu appeared slightly taken aback. You think too much, Fu Hang replied, not turning back, lifting the food box in his hand. On the journey to Xinqingwan's company, Fu Hang exhibited signs of restlessness and agitation, emotions he had not experienced in quite some time. He repeatedly questioned the system about the peculiarities surrounding that woman. Yet the system malfunctioned, shutting down whenever Qin Yuchu was mentioned. This won't do. My resolve is wavering. I must meet Xinqingwan today. Online marketing gurus often suggest that when one's mind is in turmoil, sipping a cup of tea can soothe the heart, calm the spirit, sharpen the mind, and restore tranquility. Yes, indeed, green tea. Exquisite green tea. After parking the car downstairs at the company, Fu Hang picked up his phone and typed, Xinguan, I have arrived. Should I proceed directly to the lobby? Do remember to come down promptly. Other companies have already ended their workday. Please be cautious when coming down. After putting down his phone, Fu Hang did not rush to exit the vehicle. Instead, he opened the glove compartment and retrieved an exquisitely packaged small gift box. Upon opening it, he revealed a delicate little brooch. Confirming that the card within the gift box was still intact, Fu Hang flashed a mischievous smile. This reveals the subtle intentions of an admirer. When one opens the box, the small card remains hidden. However, once the brooch is removed, the card becomes visible. Xinqingwan was intently scrutinizing the reports. The human resources manager was not as relaxed as she had initially anticipated. The myriad of tasks she had recently assumed was overwhelming, especially following the departure of several employees from the previous company. As her phone screen illuminated, Xinqingwan turned to glance at it, a faint smile breaking through her weary visage. Just as she completed typing a message, her finger hovered hesitantly over the send button, gazing out the window. A flood of memories concerning her recent interactions with Fu Hang began to surface. When was the last time they had been in close proximity? It seemed like an eternity. Ah, you've arrived? I've been utterly swamped, crying emoji. So busy? Do you need me to bring it to you? To be honest, I feel a bit uneasy about you coming down alone at this hour. Are you comfortable with that? What could possibly be inconvenient? Just let the front desk know about your struggles and have them assist you with the elevator. Yes, my current office is in 2812. Putting away her phone, Shen Qingwan swiftly reached for her makeup mirror to reapply her lipstick. She then opened her drawer, retrieving a gift box, placed her watch back inside, and adorned her wrist with a string of bracelets from the box. Subsequently, she hurried to the door, cracked it open slightly, and returned to her desk to continue her focus on the computer screen. Chapter 11. A cup of tea. A knock echoed through the room. At the first sound, Shen Qingwan offered no response. It was not until the second knock that a head peeked in, prompting Shen Qingwan to look up, revealing a gentle yet apologetic smile. Qingwan, you've lost weight, Fu Hang remarked, standing at the threshold, concern etched across his face. Isn't everyone a mere beast of burden in this world? Come in quickly and have some water, Shen Qingwan urged as she sprang to her feet, retrieving a cup adorned with rose petals to pour water for Fu Hang. You're still using this cup? Fu Hang placed the lunchbox on the table, his gaze lingering on the bracelet adorning Shen Qingwan's wrist. It's a Bodhi seed blessed by the Pujizi temple. I waited in line for 3 days to get it. I've always used it and I adore it, Shen Qingwan replied playfully, gesturing towards another cup before her computer, a pink cat coffee mug. Please eat. The traffic was a bit congested. It must have left you famished. Fu Hang accepted the cup, cradling it as if it were a sacred edict. This water temperature. It won't be drinkable for at least 20 minutes, will it? Fu Hang. Shen Qingwan did not reach for the lunchbox but instead stood there quietly, gazing tenderly at Fu Hang. In that glance, myriad emotions intertwined. It was a gaze filled with longing, satisfaction, shyness, and a hint of reproach. This is the essence. This is the kind of look, a pond owner cherishing his fish fry, a tea farmer gazing upon verdant tea hills. Fu Hang froze, his lips quivering slightly. His eyes momentarily stilled, encapsulating the heart's tumult within him. Qingwan. Fu Hang's whisper emerged from deep within, tinged with a slight tremor and choked emotion, as his right foot instinctively took a small step forward. In that instant, time seemed to suspend. All that existed were their intertwined gazes, inseparable. If this feeling were to endure, it would surely cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to quake, rivers to surge, and mountains to become devoid of life. 9, 8, 7, 6. Fu Hang silently counted down in his heart. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling Shen Qingwan, who quickly snatched up the phone lying face down on the table. Mr. Su, I am. Yes, I am currently working on it. Yes, I understand. Shen Qingwan pressed the phone to her ear, one hand reaching for the mouse while casting an apologetic glance at Fu Hang. I must take my leave. Fu Hang exaggeratedly opened his mouth in a silent farewell, then placed a small gift box on the table and slowly retreated. Shen Qingwan remained on the phone, stealing a glance at Fu Hang, her eyes brimming with deeper regret and reluctance. Fu Hang wore a silly smile, gently waving as he closed the office door behind him. Turning away, Fu Hang felt rejuvenated. It was comforting. The same formula, the same flavor. A cup of tea, invigorating, centering, soothing, and refreshing. Sipping it, the taste lingered delightfully, sweet and memorable. Qingwan had shown remarkable improvement. Her performance today was nothing short of perfection. The only flaw was the alarm ringing too early, lacking the precise timing that could have allowed for a deeper emotional connection. If only he could have lingered a few seconds longer, taking one more step forward, the emotions would have surged even more profoundly. Shen Qingwan inclined her ear, and only after the footsteps gradually faded away did she slowly lower her phone, her gaze settling on the small gift box, a playful smile gracing her lips. The man, after quietly finishing dinner, he washed the food container along with the untouched cup belonging to Fu Hang, placing them on a nearby shelf. Fu Hang was indeed considerate. Always using his own food containers, she needed to find an opportunity to return them, allowing for further exchanges. Upon opening the little gift box and clearly seeing the brooch inside, Shen Qingwan couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. A few minutes later, she sent a message. Sorry, I've been incredibly busy today. The lion's head meatballs were truly delicious, heart emoji. After waiting a moment and receiving no reply from Fu Hang, she decisively tucked her phone away and resumed her work. The words she had prepared to express when returning home that evening became unnecessary. She surmised the reason behind Fu Hang's silence. He was working, engaged in his side job. This was another facet of Fu Hang's persona, or rather, an alternative identity he had crafted. He was a gaming coach. How else could a professional admirer manage to work only 8 hours a day? What if clients required assistance outside those hours? To ensure better rest, work became the perfect excuse. Even admirers needed to earn a living, otherwise, how could they afford to devote themselves? And gaming coaching was Fu Hang's well-considered choice. Although not a prestigious profession, it was indeed lucrative. The crucial aspect was that once the job commenced, one had to disconnect from their phone. Receiving calls during team battles would be disruptive. Was Fu Hang ignoring Shen Qingwan's messages because he was working? No, Fu Hang had just finished his shift, whistling a melodious tune. He pondered whether to venture to a nightclub that evening in search of luck. At a street corner, a figure clad in school uniform flashed past his sight. Fu Hang slammed on the brakes, turning his gaze to the side of the road where a student with their head bowed, carrying a backpack, walked by. Damn. Am I going insane? Although their physiques were quite different, the only commonality was that uniform. This was merely a passerby, a high school student just finishing evening classes. A flicker of fear passed through Fu Hang's eyes, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the steering wheel. That night, Fu Hang experienced insomnia for the first time since awakening his system and achieving financial independence, bearing heavy dark circles under his eyes. He leaned against the headboard at 5 in the morning, counting the seconds as the clock ticked away. At 7:25, he sent a message. Qingwan. Qingwan. Time to rise. After nearly 10 minutes, he received a smiley face in reply. What would you like for breakfast? Fu Hang sat up in bed, glancing at the calendar on the wall. Tomorrow was the 15th, a day off. For the first time, he felt a sense of aversion toward the day off. Rest? I need tea right now. You really don't have to bring me breakfast every day. I can grab something near my office, he typed. You often work late. Can you handle waking up early every day? Another 10 minutes passed, and a second message arrived, precise to the second. I'm passing by anyway. And I've been waking up early, so my diet has improved quite a bit. Fu Hang, brushing his teeth, replied instantly. I don't have anything specific in mind. Just see what you're having and bring me something casual. This time, 5 minutes elapsed. Is it the soup dumplings from Old Wong? A smiling face emoji was replied to in an instant. Putting away his phone, Fu Hang gazed intently at his reflection in the mirror. 100,000 a day. For heaven's sake, pay some attention. Fu Hang gritted his teeth, his expression fierce. At 8:40, Fu Hang punctually appeared beneath Shen Qingwan's office building. Standing in a familiar corner, gazing in a familiar direction. The ride-hailing car arrived as scheduled, and Fu Hang greeted it with a warm smile, his nose involuntarily twitching. They have arrived. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, and golden ears filled the hall. Qingwan. Fu Hang stood still at a measured distance, his slightly weary eyes still sparkling with remnants of yesterday's brilliance. Why do you look so? You Chu? You are here? Shen Qingwan's gaze swept past Fu Hang, her expression shifting rapidly, even neglecting Fu Hang as she eagerly grabbed the meal box and hurried forward. Yuchu? Chapter 12, Awkward Growth. No fooling around. The mere mention of the name Qin Yuchu sent a jolt through Fu Hang's auditory senses, rendering him momentarily paralyzed in thought. Instinctively, he turned his head. And for 3 agonizing seconds, his mind went blank. Clad in a pristine white blazer, her long hair elegantly coiled atop her head. A meticulously styled side fringe gracefully draped across her forehead, tempering the sharpness of her gold-rimmed glasses. Against the backdrop of the rising sun, her silhouette, accentuated by charcoal heels, seemed to emerge from a dream, imbued with a blend of astonishment and delight, tinged with a hint of unease and hesitation. Fu Hang abruptly pivoted, casting his gaze downward as he hurriedly walked away. My hair. Goodness. This woman is dangerous, absolutely toxic. How could she transform so dramatically? Has the seal been broken? No. That is not the crux of the matter. The real question is, why are you here? How do you know Shen Qingwan? Sister Qingwan, that is. Qin Yuchu's heart raced wildly, but her training in emotional management over the past few days bore fruit. Oh, delivering takeout, Shen Qingwan said, affectionately linking her arm with Qin Yuchu's, casting a calm glance at the swiftly departing Fu Hang. This man, aside from his background, he is faultless. That jacket from Real Madrid, which he has worn countless times, appeared particularly appealing at this moment. Takeout? Qin Yuchu lowered her gaze slightly. Noticing the food container in Shen Qingwan's hand, this was no ordinary takeout box. It's Old Wong's soup dumplings. Would you like to try some? Shen Qingwan shifted her stance, gently pulling Qin Yuchu's attention away from Fu Hang's retreating figure. Sure. Qin Yuchu responded with a radiant smile, her eyes glimmering with delight. Let us head to my office first. You look stunning today, That pair of glasses suits you perfectly. The increased prescription is just right. And your scarf is lovely as well. It must have been your previous hairstyle obstructing your vision. Today's look is much better. Your boyfriend must be utterly enchanted by you. Shen Qingwan subtly lowered her gaze to Qin Youchu's wrist, where the bracelet she had gifted last week adorned her. Please. Don't tease me, Qin Youchu said, blushing and turning her head slightly. No denial? Shen Qingwan felt a quiver in her heart. Does she truly have a boyfriend? A pair of strikingly beautiful women strolled through the streets, attracting countless glances, yet no one dared to approach them, having almost sped through 2 intersections. Fu Hang slammed on the brakes, sweating profusely as he sat on the curb, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why was Qin Youchu there? Could it be? Hello? Lawyer Zhang? It's all settled? Oh, that's good to hear. I need to inquire about something. What was the name of my company again? Yuan Trading? The one next to Century Square? Good. No, it's nothing. Excuse me. After hanging up, Fu Hang was left in a state of shock. Good heavens. This is the most direct consequence of neglecting work. Yuan Trading is mine? Did I just assign Qin Youchu to Shen Qingwan's company? Wait a moment. I'm Shen Qingwan's boss? Damn. If she finds out, how could I possibly save face? This is a recipe for disaster. Without a moment to ponder. Fu Hang's hands trembled as he fished out his phone, hastily searching for Qin Youchu's number. Damn it. Just moments ago, Qin Youchu had undoubtedly seen and recognized him. The astonishment and joy, the conflict and hesitation were all vividly etched in his memory. Just as Qin Youchu was about to savor a soup dumpling, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she swiftly answered the call. Her voice was remarkably calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Shen Qingwan turned slightly to brew coffee. Her ears perked up. At that moment when the screen illuminated, she caught sight of the caller's name. Boss, where are you right now? Fu Hang's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. I just arrived at the company, having breakfast with the HR manager. Old Wang's soup dumplings, Qin Youchu replied, lowering her head. A subtle smile gracing her lips, her voice barely above a whisper. This tone, in Shen Qingwan's ears, held profound implications. When a woman lowers her voice, particularly to such an extent, it often reveals much. Shen Qingwan had mastered this skill since she was 16. Such intimacy so early in the morning? Just arrived? Had they spent the night together? The detailed report of who she was with and what they had eaten indicated an extraordinary relationship. However, the same words, regardless of their softness, struck Fu Hang like a thunderclap. Did you just see me? His voice quivered. Another murmur escaped her lips. Shen Qingwan hesitated, coffee pot in hand, contemplating whether to approach, just as Qin Youchu looked up, flashing a sweet smile. Shen Qingwan returned a warm smile and calmly resumed her seat, pouring a cup of coffee into the pink cap mug for Qin Youchu. I must tell you, don't act recklessly. The whisper shattered Fu Hang's heart. He felt an urge to slap himself. What was he thinking, pursuing hidden tasks? Wasn't it better to just enjoy a stable salary? Indeed, greed leads to downfall. He had long warned himself to be prudent and not to be reckless. Now, even his base salary was in jeopardy. I know what to do, don't worry. Qin Youchu glanced meaningfully at Shen Qingwan, her tone still flat. Well, just don't say anything careless. Fu Hang inhaled deeply, aware that Shen Qingwan was on the other end and dared not misbehave. I'll call you back later. Qin Youchu ended the call. Boyfriend? Shen Qingwan raised an eyebrow, a curious smile appearing. Qin Youchu met her gaze briefly, merely smiling in response. Hurry and eat. It'll get cold and taste unpleasant. Shen Qingwan quickly shifted the topic. I've actually had breakfast. I've just heard so much about this place, but never tried it. So I'm curious. Qin Youchu, unpretentious, directly picked up the dumpling she had set down earlier. You must sample more. Shen Qingwan smiled warmly. One is enough. I can't eat more. Nonsense. Try a few more. I'll gain weight. Qin Youchu frowned, and Shen Qingwan ceased her persuasion. Weight gain was a taboo topic among women, especially during meals. Advising otherwise was often ill-intentioned. Thank you for breakfast, Qingwan Jie, but I must take my leave. Qin Youchu stood up. Wait, Youchu. In fact, this bracelet comes with a matching brooch, which I remembered only today upon seeing you wear it. Allow me to present it to you. Shen Qingwan hastily opened the drawer and retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box. Qingwan, my dear. Qin Youchu stood by the door, her expression betraying a hint of reluctance. It was originally a set, which I had forgotten that day, and today you are fortuitously adorned with the bracelet. Shen Qingwan would not take no for an answer and promptly placed the small gift box into Qin Youchu's hands. As Qin Youchu held the petite box, her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, echoing the cherished words imparted by Professor Wang. Thank you, Qin Yuchu replied with a faint smile before calmly turning away. Chapter 13. What do you desire? Upon returning to her office, Qin Yuchu turned the lock on the door and stood quietly before the floor-to-ceiling window. From the height of the 28th floor, she gazed down upon Century Square, a perspective she had never experienced before. Alone in the confined space, she reverted to her usual indifference, though the confusion and bewilderment in her eyes intensified. She did not hasten to call Mr. Fu, but remained at the window, quietly analyzing the information at her disposal. It was indisputable that Mr. Fu was pursuing Shinching Yuan. The lunchbox on her desk was the same one Mr. Fu had held yesterday. Had he gone to the school cafeteria to buy lion's head meatballs for Sister Qingyuan? Did Sister Qingyuan know Mr. Fu's true identity? She likely did not. Otherwise, she would not have abandoned Mr. Fu in the morning to curry favor with this intern. Mr. Fu also seemed intent on keeping his identity concealed from Shinching Yuan. Otherwise, he would not have sounded so anxious over the phone. This anxiety could not stem from fear of Shinching Yuan discovering their relationship, as their connection did not warrant such trepidation from Mr. Fu. He clearly held a deep affection for Shinching Yuan, even going so far as to masquerade as a delivery person to bring her dinner and breakfast. Whether it was Han City University or Lao Wang's soup dumplings, neither was conveniently close to Century Square. That day at the milk tea shop, Mr. Fu had also donned a delivery uniform, and it was noon, a time typically reserved for lunch breaks. Had he just delivered lunch? Kneeling twice at dawn and burning incense thrice a day? Was he not just a sycophant? Qin Yuchu furrowed her brow even deeper. No. This was indeed a case of sycophancy. Shinching Yuan must have known that Mr. Fu was not a mere delivery man, as the lunchbox did not resemble typical delivery packaging. So why the charade? Was it for amusement? Qin Yuchu felt disoriented. Despite her intelligence and aptitude for learning, even her professors praised her as a genius. Yet her limited life experience had revealed a blind spot. Must she resort to devouring romance novels to comprehend this? She had already absorbed a considerable amount of knowledge these past few days. Recollecting her thoughts, Qin Yuchu slowly opened the gift box in her hands, revealing an exquisite brooch. As she carefully removed it, an inconspicuous card slipped out. Her gaze sharpened, and she momentarily lost herself. Today, let's give our best. Qingyuan will always be beautiful. Fu Hang. This was a gift from Mr. Fu to Qingyuan, that bracelet. As Qin Yuchu caressed the bracelet on her wrist, a surge of furious indignation welled up within her. How could Mr. Fu treat you so well, and yet you had not even unwrapped the packaging before passing it on to another? She yearned to remove the bracelet at that very moment and return it to Fu Hang. Yet, after a fleeting moment, she meticulously pinned the brooch to her chest. Pouring herself a glass of water, she slowly drank it all, then emerged from her office. Heading towards the tea room. Assistant Qin? Has the logistics department not delivered water to your room? At the entrance of the tea room, Qin Yuchu encountered a slightly plump girl with a round face. I just had soup dumplings with Sister Qingyuan. My mouth is salty, and I'm looking for something sweet to drink. You are? Hello, I am Wang Xiaowei from the marketing department. Qin Yuchu replied with a smile. Allow me to assist you. Would you prefer cola or juice? Wang Xiaowei, somewhat taken aback, was captivated by Qin Yuchu's striking appearance. After all, the assistant to the president occupied a position of considerable stature within the company, and she had never been in such close proximity to senior management before. Youthful? Intern? An enigma? Nonsense. What relevance did that hold for her? A mere subordinate. The company had changed ownership. What did that have to do with her? Juice, please. Thank you. Qin Yuchu subtly observed Wang Xiaowei, reclining against the wall in a relaxed manner. Would you like me to open it for you? Wang Xiaowei offered with unexpected enthusiasm. No, I can manage it myself. I simply indulged in too many delicious soup dumplings this morning, Qin Yuchu replied, a touch of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she accepted the juice. You have a good rapport with Sister Qingyuan. You will surely have your fill in the future. Wang Xiaowei cheerfully remarked. Is it because of that delivery person? Qin Yuchu's curiosity was piqued, and she blurted out. You already know? Know what? I merely noticed they seemed quite familiar with each other, Qin Yuchu said, her expression one of skepticism. Oh, that's actually Sister Qingyuan's fellow townsman. 15 minutes later, Qin Yuchu sat quietly in her office, the juice swirling untouched in the cup before her. Is this what the outside world is like? A sudden sense of loss washed over her. Before leaving home, she had contemplated how to assist Mr. Fu in pursuing Shinching Yuan. Though she still did not comprehend the significance of role-playing, yet at this moment, she seemed to grasp the purpose of the delivery person's role. But what did Mr. Fu truly seek? Youthful charm, gentle consideration, a wealthy background. Why did he shun her, who offered herself readily? yet willingly play the role of a mere backup for Shen Qingwan? Was it for love? A steadfast heart? Would it not be more forthright to reveal his identity? Though their encounters had been few, Qin Yuchu believed she could discern Shen Qingwan's character accurately, having grown up in a unique familial environment. Qin Yuchu possessed a delicate and sensitive disposition. Coupled with her extraordinary talents, she had learned to see through many things from a young age. The reason she had previously isolated and concealed herself was precisely due to this awareness. She understood her own attributes and the implications they held for her. Thus she was selective about what to reveal and what to conceal. Fearful, she had always avoided social interactions. Yet she was not indifferent to the world. Rather, she was indifferent to herself. Through her thick lenses and bangs, she preferred to observe others from the shadows, analyzing their thoughts and actions. A habit she had cultivated since childhood. It is often said that the foolish enjoy simple blessings, while the wise endure much suffering. The more intelligent one is, the more they comprehend. However, when one's awareness surpasses their capacity to effect change, life can become quite burdensome. A typical sophomore student would not utter that finance is not meant for someone like her. Qin Yuchu had discerned the nuances of every individual around her, including the sociology professor who treated her as if she were his own. Yet, she remained unable to fathom the intentions of the one man who unconditionally extended kindness towards her. What do you seek in helping me? Slowly, she lifted her hand towards the phone resting on her desk. This is a new phone, priced over 6,000, purchased last night at the school gate. This is the form you wish to embody. As soon as her fingers brushed against the phone, the screen illuminated. A flicker of anguish crossed Qin Yuchu's eyes upon seeing the incoming call notification. Caller ID, Mother. The hand grasping the phone paused in midair, and Qin Yuchu's gaze gradually lost focus. Once, twice, thrice, until the call ended, she never answered. Withdrawing her hand, Qin Yuchu wearily leaned back against the ergonomic chair. Indeed, this chair was far more comfortable than the benches at school. When the phone rang again, Qin Yuchu didn't even glance at it, instead gazing quietly at the ceiling, the surrounding space seemingly drifting farther away with each ring. As the phone rang for the third time, she remained in the same position. Only when the ringing ceased did Qin Yuchu finally pick up the phone and directly dial Fu Hang's number. Chapter 14. Heritage. The phone connected instantaneously, and Qin Yuchu barely registered the ringing tone. Yet, curiously, upon connection, silence enveloped the line. I believe it is necessary for us to meet, Fu Hang finally spoke. His voice tinged with bitterness after a prolonged pause. That milk tea shop? Qin Yuchu replied, her tone remarkably calm. I shall be there, he asserted. Right now? Immediately. But it's during work hours. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? As she listened to Fu Hang's voice, a smile blossomed on Qin Yuchu's face, an unprecedented and genuine smile. What does it matter? You're merely an intern working 1 day a week. Fu Hang retorted, a hint of irritation creeping into his words. Yet I am the assistant to the president. Qin Yuchu's voice carried an air of innocence. The assistant to the president? Fu Hang was taken aback. Yes, that was how it was arranged when I joined the company. Was he that communicated to you? Her smile grew even brighter. I never mentioned any such thing. Get here immediately. Fu Hang hung up abruptly. Just an hour ago, I discovered that I am the owner of this company. Had I known sooner, I would have replaced the assistant to the president. No one would keep you on as a cleaner. This woman is definitely not right. Fu Hang silently cursed while repeatedly calling out to the system, alternating between curses and pleas. Yet, the system remained unresponsive, as if it had frozen. The door of the milk tea shop swung open, and the radiant Qin Yuchu instantly captured numerous gazes, enveloped by looks of awe and envy. She gracefully approached a delivery worker and took a seat. The scene from the phone replayed. They locked eyes yet remained speechless. Shouldn't we avoid letting the girl sit in silence? After a prolonged silence, Qin Yuchu beamed sweetly. 2 cups of mango pomelo sago. Fu Hang gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. I feel as though you were playing with me. Who exactly are you? Fu Hang voiced the deepest and most genuine question in his heart. A girl with a disabled father, a gravely ill mother, and a young brother, who, abandoned and helpless, was inadvertently saved by the kindness of a stranger. Qin Yuchu gazed steadily at Fu Hang, seemingly unafraid to meet his eyes after removing her bangs and glasses. It starkly contrasted with their previous encounter. Do you truly believe that? Fu Hang's anger flared. Look at yourself now. How does that relate to what you just said? Can you find even a shred of connection? Let me rephrase. I am a sophomore who grew up in a household where my father is a compulsive gambler despite his disability. My mother is weak and displays extreme favoritism toward males. Recently, I was deceived by my biological father, who used my mother's illness as a pretext to take my gambling funds, leaving me with a staggering debt of 350 000, forcing me to sell myself to a wealthy benefactor to repay it. Qin Yuchu maintained a calm demeanor, her gaze unwavering as she locked eyes with Fu Hang. Fu Hang's expression stiffened, his surprise evident as he looked at her. Gazing directly into her eyes revealed a depth of pain concealed within her clarity, albeit deeply buried. Yet, the nature of an infatuated admirer is to be adept at perceiving such nuances. Fu Hang's professional instincts indicated that she was not lying. Are you saying the truth? Fu Hang suddenly felt at a loss, gripping his hair with force. His emotions were disjointed. What an unexpected turn of events. Was the script really written this way? I received a phone call from my father, informing me that my mother was critically ill and required 50,000 yuan for surgery. Without the funds, she would perish. Qin Yuchu finally lowered her head and began to speak in a calm manner. As a sophomore in college, where could I possibly gather 50,000? High-interest loans seemed to be my only recourse. This was a matter of life and death. Perhaps it was due to my student status at Hanseong University, or perhaps borrowing money went surprisingly smoothly. And I transferred the funds to my father that very day. Then my father told me to focus on my studies, that the surgery required scheduling, and he would notify me when to return. I called him daily to urge him, but the debt collectors came knocking, and my father still wouldn't let me go back. Then, I received a phone call, but it was an invitation to return and assist instead. It bore the grim news that the surgery had failed and a second operation was immediately necessary. This time, it would cost 200,000. Qin Yuchu slowly lifted her gaze to Fu Hang, her eyes calm enough to instill fear in him. In this very milk tea shop, I had exceeded my task, acquiring 250,000. Suddenly, Qin Yuchu broke into a smile, yet to Fu Hang, that smile resembled a blood-red carnivorous flower. After obtaining the money, I booked a ticket, but just before my departure, my father remarked that the round-trip fare was not cheap and advised me against returning. I grew up in that household. I understood him all too well. Initially, I was worried about my mother, afraid of her demise, and lost my composure. But I was actually quite astute. Thus, I called the neighbor, and as I suspected, my mother was not ill at all, and my father had even purchased a motorcycle. Qin Yuchu blinked and smiled even sweeter. Do I look good when I smile? I used to be afraid to smile. The waiter brought the milk tea, and Fu Hang instinctively took it, attempting to insert a straw for Qin Yuchu, but trembled and failed several times. Did your parents never consider how you would cope with 300,000 in high-interest debt? Fu Hang ultimately surrendered, directly pushing the milk tea and straw into Qin Yuchu's hands. I am a burden. 300,000 in betrothal gifts must have exceeded their expectations. Qin Yuchu took the milk tea, deftly inserted the straw, and took a small sip. It was sweet. Did 300,000 buy you? Fu Hang felt his worldview shatter. He understood the world's treachery, but those were his biological parents. Moreover, this 300,000 was not a betrothal gift. If Qin Yuchu truly owed such a sum in high-interest loans, what would she face? My father likely thought the same as you later on. It was a bargain. Fu Hang stared blankly again, looking at Qin Yuchu in confusion. So, 3 days ago, he called me again. His exact words were, I know that 300,000 must have come from some man. Don't devalue yourself. You are a university student, young, beautiful, and intelligent. Asking for 100 to 800,000 is not unreasonable. If that man is willing to give you 300,000, he can certainly afford 100 to 800,000. As Qin Yuchu spoke these words, a faint smile remained on her face, occasionally sipping her milk tea. Opposite, Fu Hang's body began to tremble slightly. So, President Fu, are you willing to invest this 1,080,000? My mother has been urging me again today, just before I came here. As Qin Yuchu spoke, she directly pulled up her call log, displaying 3 missed calls from her mother. Fu Hang fell silent, the unopened cup of milk tea in his hand gradually deforming until the seal burst, causing the tea to explode. With just this squeeze, 68 yuan, my weekly allowance is gone. Qin Yuchu lamented, glancing at the milk tea scattered on the ground, tilting her head slightly. Chapter 15. I rather wish that Fu Hang did not recall how he exited the tea shop. Although he had initially intended to tell Qin Yuchu to leave and to go as far away as possible, he could not bring himself to utter those words. He possessed a myriad of strategies to deftly handle a tea artist. Yet, when confronted with those clear but indifferent eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. As he departed, he merely inquired, How may I assist you? To which Qin Yuchu responded coolly, You have already done enough. I can manage on my own. I am quite capable. She then removed her bracelet and brooch, saying, These should belong to you. He coldly retorted, If you wear them, they are yours. That day, Fu Hang took an unexcused leave from work, returning early to Yushu No. 1, where he soaked in the grand bathtub for an extended period. It was not until nightfall, accompanied by the sinister mechanical sound that a notification arrived. Today's salary of 100,000 has been credited. Please check your account. Damn it. Tell me. Who exactly is Qin Yuchu? Fu Hang erupted from the bathtub, pointing at the void and shouting in anger. However, no matter how vehemently he cursed, the system offered no response. The following day, the 15th day of the lunar calendar, the devoted admirer Mushio, Fu Hang lay in bed throughout the day. Significant changes had transpired. In the office building of Hanseong University, Professor Wang, a sociologist, gazed at Qin Yuchu for an extended period before calmly remarking, "I believe I should undergo some changes." Qin Yuchu set down her cloth and turned, flashing a sweet smile. "I cannot evaluate your changes, nor can I influence them. But I always hope you remain true to yourself." Professor Wang remained unmoved by her charming smile, his expression turning increasingly grave. "I am fully aware of what I am doing," Qin Yuchu replied, turning back to diligently wipe the table. "Could you tell me about your friend?" Professor Wang did not specify which friend. "I cannot comprehend him. Perhaps when I finally do, we may converse further," Qin Yuchu replied, still not turning around. Her gaze focused downward. "Very well," Professor Wang ceased his inquiries. "Your father seems to have contacted the school regarding your unreachability?" Qin Yuchu turned, standing in silence. "Indeed. It appears you truly wish to hear my story today." Tilting her head, she smiled as she seated herself in the chair. An hour later, with tears brimming in his eyes, Professor Wang stared intently at the girl before him, who had remained composed throughout. "The more serene you appear, the more I worry for you. Your current state is perilous. External changes often reflect internal turmoil. Presently, you." Professor Wang's voice faltered, laden with concern. "In truth, I was quite worried about myself at the outset." Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow. "And then I discovered I had friends. Professor Wang and him." She stated with utmost seriousness, her smile now withdrawn. "I find myself increasingly curious about your friend. It seems your relationship is not merely platonic." Professor Wang abruptly paused. "Are you being supported?" Qin Yuchu, unflinchingly, replied, "It appears not." Professor Wang chuckled. "I rather wish it were so." Qin Yuchu turned her gaze towards the window. Last night's rain had left the chilly droplets clinging to the fallen leaves. Outside, the ginkgo trees began to shed their foliage. Early the following morning, Fu Hang stood helplessly beneath the yuan trade building, feeling an immense sense of gratitude for a decision he had made some time ago. Concerned that Qin Yuchu's studies might be hindered, he had insisted she only work 1 day a week. Kindness often finds its way to be rewarded in the most unexpected manners. Qin Yuchu had joined the company 2 days prior, ensuring her safety here for at least 3 days. The ride-hailing service was remarkably punctual, and Fu Hang briefly suspected that the driver might also be a sycophant. Fortunately, Yuan did not take the same vehicle each day. Yuan. Fu Hang had yet to greet her when his gaze dulled gradually. "What's wrong?" Yuan paused, following Fu Hang's line of sight. Yuan Jia. A graceful figure swayed in the morning breeze, radiating the vitality of youth as Qin Yuchu nearly jogged over. "Yuchu? Aren't you off work today?" Yuan instantly disregarded Fu Hang. "There is nothing pressing at school, so I came to the company. After all, the salary here is quite generous," Qin Yuchu replied with a sweet smile, her eyes confidently directed at Fu Hang, who appeared ready to escape. Fu Hang felt as though he might fracture. He longed to find a hole to hide in, yet breakfast remained in his hand, which Yuan had not taken. The goods had not been delivered, so it hardly counted as clocking in. "Hello, you must be Yuan Jie's fellow townsman," Qin Yuchu greeted politely, betraying no hint of suspicion. "Fellow townsman?" Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, casting a puzzled glance at Yuan. However, Yuan internally cursed her misfortune and hastily organized her thoughts. "Oh, yes. Hello." Fu Hang merely glanced at Yuan and deduced the reason, hastily responding before she could react. When it came to clients, Fu Hang was always dutiful. A competent sycophant would never allow his goddess to feel awkward. Yuan discreetly observed Fu Hang, her heart stirred slightly. What was this man capable of doing for her? "Will you be bringing lunch to Yuan Jia today?" Qin Yuchu seemed oblivious to Yuan's brief lapse, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Hang. Fu Hang turned his head, casting a troubled glance at Yuan. At this moment, a sycophant should not overstep his bounds. Yet, what exactly was Qin Yuchu aiming for? "Why do you ask that?" "Yuchu?" Yuan inquired, sensing a hint of peculiarity. "I heard from colleagues that getting close to Yuan Jia brings good fortune. I particularly enjoyed the soup dumplings yesterday, so I was wondering if I could indulge again today at noon." Qin Yuchu's smile bore a playful touch, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Fu Hang, are you free for lunch?" Shenqingwan's heart soared, as she had been searching for the right opportunity to engage. Free, of course. What would you like to eat? Fu Hang responded, astonished, a myriad of wild thoughts racing through his mind. What can I say? As a worker, do I have much choice? Yuchu? Shenqingwan asked with enthusiasm. I'm flexible. I'm not picky. I trust Qingwanjia and also Fu Hang, right? Then Fu Hang. You can choose something convenient to deliver, and I'll pay you back later, Shenqingwan quickly replied. You're not picky? Am I supposed to be? What if you don't like it? Thus, Fu Hang's role has become evident. Enjoying it? That is my achievement. Displeased? That is Fu Hang's misjudgment. Well, thank you. I shall send the money to Sister Qingwan shortly. Qin Yuchu, linking arms with Shenqingwan, waved goodbye energetically at Fu Hang. Fu Hang maintained a smile on his face, likewise slowly waving back. What kind of temperament does this woman possess? Changing daily? Is her growth potential so remarkable? Furthermore, does this mean I will have to provide 2 portions in the future? Given her nature, it is quite possible. System, come forth. I shall undertake 2 tasks. Do you truly believe it is fair to compensate me with merely 1 salary? Chapter 16. This generation of sycophants is lacking younger Chu. Could you please take a look at this proposal? Shenqingwan pushed open the door to Qin Yuchu's office, cradling a file box. I don't understand anything about this. Qin Yuchu quickly declined. It's the decoration plan for the president's office. When the previous owner left, even the Wang Wali desk was taken away. It was initially meant for the president to choose, but since the president has yet to make an appearance, the team drafted a few proposals. I have no idea about the president's preferences. Could you lend a hand and offer your thoughts? Oh, I see. Qin Yuchu nodded and accepted the proposal. Shenqingwan's lips curled into a smile, her gaze profound. I feel that this one and this one are quite acceptable. However, this one appears rather antiquated. Yet, this is merely my personal opinion. I cannot gauge the president's tastes. After thoroughly reviewing the options, Qin Yuchu felt compelled to clarify. Oh, I see. Then I will have them revise it further. Thank you. Your insights are invaluable. Shenqingwan departed with a smile. As the office door closed, 2 radiant smiles blossomed simultaneously on the faces of the 2 women. It seems they are quite young, even very youthful. In the corridor, Shenqingwan strode briskly, her expression growing increasingly gentle. The 2 proposals that Qin Yuchu deemed acceptable were a black and white modern style and a creamy aesthetic, while the one she criticized was a vintage mahogany design. After walking a few steps, Shenqingwan abruptly turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Yuchu's office. Indeed, she is quite enchanting. This morning, Fu Hang's gaze towards her was decidedly peculiar. Unbeknownst to the 2 women selecting their offices, Fu Hang was seated once more in that same tea shop, occupying the very same spot. He was uncertain why he had returned here again. And by the time he realized it, he was already seated in the designated position. Qin Yuchu. This was the first time since Fu Hang awakened his system that he uttered the name of a woman who was not a client. Which version of you is the true one? Initially timid and helpless, then self-doubting yet resolute, followed by a display of courage and indifference. Now, why does she seem so whimsically enigmatic? If things were to escalate, would I be able to handle it? And what of her family? 180,000? If that amount could resolve everything, Fu Hang would not hesitate to sever this entanglement. Isn't it merely 10 days' salary? But can it truly be cut off? Such a person, with 1 million, would eventually demand 10 million. It is an insatiable abyss. If I become involved, I would only sink deeper. Ultimately, this is a family matter, her biological parents. And what of myself? What am I thinking about her? Fu Hang suddenly jolted awake, a wave of fear spreading throughout his body. No, I should be thinking about her. Indeed. My wealth, my life, my future happiness all rest in her hands. Should she disclose my identity to Shenqingwan, I would undoubtedly find myself unemployed. However, judging by this morning's circumstances, she does not seem prepared to reveal anything. What on earth does this woman want? She doesn't even want money. Does she desire my body? No, that can't be right. She would accept money. With this thought, Fu Hang swiftly retrieved his phone. After a moment's hesitation, he sent a text message to Qin Yuchu. Why did you come to the company today? I mentioned it. There is nothing happening at school. Given the generous support from the company, I naturally want to perform well. Instant reply. You're merely a sophomore. And there's nothing going on? Do you think I've never attended university? Fu Hang's irritation flared up. Are you also the top of your class? Fu Hang's irritation dissipated. Indeed, which instructor would penalize a top student on attendance? With her presence, there is additional pressure in class. Fearing one might err in their explanations. Is the money sufficient? Fu Hang swiftly shifted the topic. It's nearly exhausted. Another instant reply. Remember, refrain from uttering what should not be spoken. Fu Hang promptly transferred another 50,000. Consider it a favor for you this morning. Thank you, boss, bowing emoji. Upon reading this message, Fu Hang felt a pang in his heart, a suffocating sensation. Are those little brats at school blind? Haven T, the seal's been lifted. And yet there is no response? This cohort of sycophants is lacking. While Fu Hang lamented the boys at Hanseong University for their lack of insight, courage, and execution, Qin Yuchu received a phone call. Hello, is this Qin Yuchu? The voice was exceptionally deep and resonant. Yes, who is this? Qin Yuchu held the phone away, earnestly recalling that the call came from Hanseong University short number, yet it was an unfamiliar number. I am Lu Junkai, the vice president of the student council at the School of Finance. You may know me, I am your senior in the 4th year. The tone on the other end rose slightly. Oh, is there something you need? There was a noticeable pause on the other end, the mood failing to connect. Actually, I just happened to deliver some materials to Professor Lee, the associate dean, and he provided me with your number. Are you currently at school? After a long wait without a response, Lu Junkai hastily inquired. No, I'm not. You didn't attend class today? No. Are you coming back for a meal? Wishing you a pleasant day. I'll hang up now. Therefore, it seems that the boys at Hanseong University do possess some execution, but, glancing at the phone, Qin Yuchu momentarily lost her train of thought. This was the second call she received today, the first being from the president of the drama club. So, is this what you desired? Qin Yuchu gently caressed the bracelet on her wrist, a playful expression gracing her face. Brother, you're not actually delivering packages. Are you? A voice echoed in Fu Hang's ear, and turning in surprise, he found it was the staff from the milk tea shop. Why not? Fu Hang vigorously shook his Real Madrid vest. Don't joke. I've been here for 2 months, while you've been seated in the shop all day. You'd starve if you were a delivery person. You don't even live stream. You're not a delivery streamer. The staff member analyzed with a mysterious air. Then what do you think I'm wearing this for? Fu Hang chuckled. This guy was amusing. To impress girls. The staff member raised an eyebrow. Oh? Just said this cohort of sycophants is underwhelming. Are the true talents among the masses? Did I hit the nail on the head? The staff member captured Fu Hang's expression, a look of triumph on their face. Discreet. How could one possibly guess? Is there even a need for speculation? The girl from the day before, ethereal as a fairy, could garner 1 million likes with just a photograph posted online. Yet here she is, seated beside you, behaving like a demure little wife. Another server approached, and let us not forget the previous student, her face obscured by hair and glasses, yet undoubtedly possessing an allure that would score a solid 90. The newly arrived server bore a countenance of utmost seriousness. Fu Hang, with a curious expression, pondered if these were indeed all Qin Yuchu. Brother, could you impart a few tricks? The server who arrived first took a seat across from him and courteously offered a cup of pure milk tea. Interested in learning? Fu Hang felt a surge of excitement. Could he finally showcase his prowess in a realm he was familiar with? Such opportunities are indeed rare. Of course, I am eager. I have been flying solo for 25 years. It is, in truth, quite simple. Fu Hang cleared his throat and took a sip of the milk tea. Ugh. What kind of tea is this? Free offerings are indeed unpalatable. Women, if she is Navi, take her to witness the splendor of the world. If she has traversed through the vicissitudes of life, then escort her to ride the carousel. Truly, a master, so profound in philosophy. Impressive. The server meticulously compared the two exquisite beings she had encountered, the elegant white-collar lady and the student. It seemed they indeed aligned. So, what do you think? Do you understand the approach now? Fu Hang nonchalantly crossed his legs. The server appeared perplexed. Surely, one cannot spend their days merely riding carousels? Such lack of perception, no wonder he remained single. Fu Hang took another sip of the milk tea, and again, he grimaced. Truly dreadful. Did they forget the sugar? Emotional value, my friend. What do women desire? It is emotional value they seek. You must first comprehend what she wishes, if what she desires is beyond your reach. And what you offer is unwanted. Is that not absurd? Oh, a chorus of astonishment arose from those around. And Fu Hang suddenly realized that all the servers had gathered around him. Are you all not required to attend to your duties? Chapter 17. I broke his leg, didn't you notice? The earliest arriving waiter looked astonished. Notice what? Fu Hang appeared bewildered. There is only you as a customer this entire morning. Just sitting here. This place is going to close down, chimed in another waiter. Indeed, it seems so. Fu Hang observed, glancing around to see not a single other patron. The boss is already preparing to shut down. He warned us days ago to seek other opportunities. Surely it can't be that dire? This milk tea is quite delightful except for this one, the waiter retorted. You just said you wouldn't drink it. Why do I feel like you're insulting me? The signature mango sago is priced at 68 a cup. Who but a fool would buy it? You are indeed insulting me. Wait, if this place closes, where will I go to buy mango sago? Shen Qingwan adores it. She ordered it 7 times this month. Is this revenue insufficient to even sustain itself? Fu Hang felt compelled to fight for it. What is this place? Century Plaza. This outlet spans 2 floors. Not to mention our wages. What's the monthly rent? The foolish boss has already lost his pants. A few days ago, he was even considering transferring it, thinking others are as naive as he is. Actually, there is no guarantee someone would take it over. Fu Hang hesitated as a thought flashed through his mind. System? My Qingwan loves this milk tea. They're about to close. Perhaps I should take over the shop. It could be considered an operational expense, right? Can it be accounted for? Proposal approved. Reimbursement allowed. The system responded remarkably swiftly this time. Come on. Who would be foolish enough to take over this mess? The waiter scoffed. I need your boss's phone number. Fu Hang's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. What do losses matter to me? It's not my money being spent. Why hadn't I thought of this before? Sitting here day after day, my lumbar disc is about to protrude. Don't joke around, buddy. I'm serious. Quickly. Give me the boss's phone number. Are you truly considering taking over the shop? Closing down is one thing, but transferring ownership is quite another. The waiter sneered. One clad in delivery attire, making jokes like this. Who was joking with you? Just then, Fu Hang's phone rang. Lawyer Zhang? Oh right. It's the Mango Sago Tea shop at Century Plaza. Yes, the sooner the better. All right, thank you for your efforts. I await your news. After hanging up, Fu Hang scanned the crowd. No need to assist me. I will have my lawyer contact him. The group of waiters stared at Fu Hang as if he were a fool leaving. At 2 in the afternoon, the owner entered with a sharply dressed man, settling all wages on the spot and announcing the transfer of the milk tea shop. Accompanying lawyer Zhang produced a new employment contract, signing the agreement immediately. The 3 waiters willing to stay were informed that everything would remain unchanged, continuing operations even if only 1 cup of milk tea were sold per day. At 4 in the afternoon, Fu Hang returned to the milk tea shop, waving his hand decisively to remove all seating from the 2nd floor. Installing a curtain and setting up a double bed inside. This is the life of a worker. In the future, I can clock in while lying down. Fu Hang stood at the entrance, brimming with confidence, adorned with yet another vest. Still not off work? A melodious voice shattered his exuberance, compelling him to stiffly turn his head towards Qin Yuchu, who was standing beside him. What do you mean, off work? As a delivery person. When do I even clock out? It's you who seems to be leaving early, isn't it? Fu Hang flashed a mischievous grin, revealing his canine teeth. I can afford to skip work today, and besides, I am the assistant to the president, so my name is not on the attendance list, Qin Yuchu replied innocently, a smile playing on her lips. What exactly do you want? He inquired. To buy milk tea? I can afford it now. How about treating you? I don't drink sweet beverages, Fu Hang retorted, left speechless. Qin Yuchu shrugged indifferently, then walked past him into the milk tea shop. 1 cup of mango sago. Are you sure you don't want any? She turned her head back to ask once more. It's 68, right? Noting Fu Hang's silence, she pulled out her phone to scan the code. Wait, hold on, the server hastily intervened. Qin Yuchu looked puzzled. Boss? Do we need to pay? Fu Hang slapped his forehead in disbelief. You bought the entire shop? Just because this is the first milk tea I've ever had? Holding the mango sago, Qin Yuchu gleefully stood beside Fu Hang. You're thinking too much. But this shop has been operating at a loss, hasn't it? Qin Yuchu took a hearty sip, savoring the experience. You know, it's best to drink through a straw, taking a full mouthful, then slowly chewing and swallowing to truly enjoy the flavor. No wonder Fu Hang always relishes it this way. I have more than enough money, just burning it for fun. Fu Hang rolled his eyes at her. That is splendid. I won't have to spend any money on milk tea from now on. Thank you, boss. Don't you worry at all? Fu Hang finally couldn't restrain his concern, having sat there all morning fretting, while she appeared utterly unfazed. Worried about my parents? Is there any other reason? There is nothing to worry about. I haven't answered their calls these past few days. Qin Yuchu shrugged nonchalantly, taking another large sip. This time, she miscalculated, and a hint of creamy liquid dribbled from the corner of her mouth. Is this your idea of a solution? Fu Hang stared at the droplet, feeling like a devoted admirer who should have pulled out a tissue but resisted the urge. From what I know of them, if they can't reach me, they will come to Han City soon enough. It's not a small sum of money. Qin Yuchu winked at Fu Hang. They're coming to Han City? Fu Hang paused, his brows knitting together. It should be in a day or 2. Don't worry, I can handle it. Give me your phone. Fu Hang suddenly said coldly. Qin Yuchu complied without hesitation, passing her phone to him and even kindly unlocking the screen. Fu Hang swiftly searched through her phone. What do you need their photos for? Qin Yuchu frowned slightly as she watched him send a group photo to his own device. If I run into them on the road, I'll break that guy's good leg. I'm quite capable of handling myself. Fu Hang shot her a fierce glare before returning her phone. At 7 p.m., Fu Hang drove his vehicle around Han City University twice before stopping in front of a financial company. What business is the gentleman attending to? The shop is quite disordered, and the person responsible for reception appears rather unrefined. Fu Hang nodded, affirming that this was indeed what he was searching for. Suddenly, Fu Hang hesitated, as if a thought had struck him. Is there a bald man here? About this height, with a head of this size? Fu Hang gestured with his hands. The receptionist. A ruffian smirked, questioning the appropriateness of such a description. Moreover, did this description pertain to Long Gu? Just as he was about to retort, a series of loud knocks resounded from nearby. Both Fu Hang and the receptionist turned to see a ruffian, half slumped against the wall, vigorously banging on a door. This individual seemed somewhat familiar. Was he not the third one who had soared through the air? Stop banging, you fool. The bald man who burst through the door was caught off guard, choking on his own saliva, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Fu Hang. Chapter 18. The scholar lacks no knowledge, blind spots. What a remarkable twist of fate. Fu Hang's lips curled into a peculiar smile. It seems that kindness indeed finds its way to manifest in the most unexpected of circumstances. The small act of compassion from the past has spared him from numerous troubles today. Brother? The bald man trembled with trepidation, hesitating to approach. Relax. I'm here to discuss a business deal with you. Come over, Fu Hang declared nonchalantly as he settled into a sofa. The bald man obediently took a seat across from him, visibly anxious. Upon reflecting on their previous encounter, he felt increasingly apprehensive. This individual, who had evidently not known Qin Yuchu at the time, had effortlessly handed over a sum of 100,000. Could he truly be an ordinary person? The most alarming aspect was that no one seemed to know how the 5 individuals had been thrown out. Don't be nervous. I genuinely wish to conduct business. Your area of expertise, Fu Hang reassured him, pulling 2 promissory notes from his pocket. Help me collect a debt. Whatever you retrieve will be yours. He cast a sidelong glance at the bald man. Collect? A debt? Her? The bald man's expression turned peculiar as he recognized the names on the notes. The 2 promissory notes totaled 350,000, with the borrower being Qin Yuchu. It's not her. It's her parents I'm after. They will be arriving in Han City in the next few days, and if you keep watch around the school, you will certainly encounter them. Fu Hang spoke with an even tone. And then what? The bald man inquired hesitantly. Do I need to teach you this too? Come on. You all make your living doing this, right? How can you ask a sycophant about collecting debts? Fu Hang exclaimed incredulously. I usually just deliver money. No, I mean, what if we can't collect it? If you can't collect, then be forceful about it. In any case, just remember, everything you manage to collect is yours. How much you can retrieve depends on your own capabilities. Fu Hang appeared exasperated, questioning the competence of the current generation of thugs. Was the performance in front of Qin Yuchu merely an act? But didn't the elder sister say that scaring them away would suffice? One of the thugs who had knocked on the door interjected instinctively. Fu Hang turned in surprise. The thugs exchanged glances. Elder sister? Fu Hang probed cautiously. The group nodded in unison. Qin Yuchu? Fu Hang's brow furrowed. They nodded again. She came by? Last night. She wanted to do something similar to what you mentioned, wait for her parents and then intimidate them with the promissory notes to scare them off. The bald man succinctly replied, retrieving 2 promissory notes from his pocket. Fu Hang took the notes and compared them with those on the table. Good heavens, they are identical. Are you relying on being the original author to write the drafts at will? A promissory note should not have duplicates. You now owe me 700,000. That's the 2,000 labor fee given by the elder sister. The bald man, noticing Fu Hang's fluctuating expression, hastily produced 2 stacks of cash, placing them respectfully on the table. My goodness. So, this is where the money is going. Fu Hang's teeth ground in frustration. So, who are we listening to? The thug who had knocked on the door appeared rather obtuse. Perhaps the awkwardness of his takeoff position had destabilized his mental balance. Listen to the elder brother. The bald man stated, rising to deliver a playful tap on the thug's forehead. Indeed, one must not force matters beyond reason, remaining aware of the boundaries of legality. It is evident that they are likely lacking in financial resources. Since the intention is intimidation, one should strike decisively. Fu Hang pondered for a moment, his expression darkening once more. Individuals of this nature, if not confronted vigorously, will inevitably resurface. As for their potential actions, it is prudent to entrust such matters to professionals. Understood. The bald man nodded earnestly, his understanding deepening, though a sense of awkwardness grew upon his countenance. After all, this was his father-in-law. Such harsh measures? Furthermore, do not disclose to Qin Yuchu that I sought you out. On his return journey, Fu Hang felt a peculiar discomfort. He believed he had devised the optimal solution after a night of contemplation, feeling quite pleased with himself, only to discover that Qin Yuchu had arrived the previous day. The world of academic excellence was indeed beyond his comprehension. Did she truly possess any cognitive blind spots? How many minds does this woman have? Was it not said that ample bosoms come with scant intellect? At 8:45 the following morning, Shen Qingwan alighted from the ride-hailing vehicle punctually. Yet the scene before her left her astounded. In that familiar corner, the glaring Real Madrid jacket remained conspicuous, but standing beside Fu Hang was none other than Qin Yuchu. Moreover, they appeared to be engaged in lively conversation. Sister Qingwan? Upon seeing Shen Qingwan disembark, Qin Yuchu was the first to wave in greeting. Why are you back at work today? Shen Qingwan approached briskly, her gaze instantly fixating on the food container in Qin Yuchu's hand. There's nothing to do at school. So I thought I'd come to the company to learn. Qin Yuchu replied with a sweet smile. Qingwan, your breakfast. Fu Hang, wearing a professional smile, extended the meal box he held. Shen Qingwan took it and noticed it was indeed identical to the one in Qin Yuchu's possession. Instantly, a peculiar and unfamiliar sensation surged within her. I thought it would be too troublesome to keep asking Sister Qingwan to transfer money each time. So, I added Fu Hang as a friend, allowing me to enjoy these delicacies even in Qingwan's absence. Qin Yuchu's bright eyes sparkled as she turned to Fu Hang and playfully pouted. Shen Qingwan's expression became peculiar, her emotional control nearly slipping in that moment. The strange feeling within her intensifying. It was akin to, like someone wearing away her slippers left at the door? Sister Qingwan wouldn't mind. Would she? Of course not. Your assistance in caring for him is something for which I am deeply grateful. Let us hurry inside. The elevator will be crowded soon. Shen Qingwan suddenly became alert, responding gently, and cast a lingering glance at Fu Hang. That look was filled with a subtle blend of affection and reproach, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Be careful on the steps. Fu Hang responded adequately to that gaze, the corners of his mouth betraying an inner turmoil of guilt and unease. Something felt amiss. He still harbored the sensation of receiving one salary while working two jobs. This was a full month's salary of 6 million. What a loss. Could it be that Qin Yuchu truly had no academic weaknesses? Her proficiency in tea arts was remarkably high as well. Shen Qingwan found this breakfast to be rather unpalatable. The porridge was excessively salty. The pork in the egg pancake was perhaps not fresh, and what was with the addition of cilantro? Who eats cilantro so early in the morning? The meticulously selected meal boxes were unceremoniously discarded into the trash bin. Wiping her mouth and retouching her makeup, Shen Qingwan seized a folder from the table and proceeded directly to Su Chang's office. Mr. Su, here is the team-building proposal you requested. It requires your signature for confirmation. If you find no issues after reviewing it, I shall send out the notification. Upon knocking on the office door of Vice President Su, Shen Qingwan maintained her gentle smile. Yes, I have reviewed the proposal previously, and it appears satisfactory. You may leave it. I will sign it shortly and send it back to you. Su Changha responded with a composed nod. It had been 2 months since the company changed ownership. Although everything seemed normal on the surface, beneath that facade, uncertainty lingered, particularly with the new president's prolonged absence from public view. In such circumstances, it was crucial to enhance the cohesion within the team. Chapter 19. Ambitions. Then I shall. Wait, no need to rush. Please, have a seat. Su Changha suddenly raised his hand, gesturing towards the sofa before him. Of course, Shen Qingwan replied calmly, turning to close the office door. You have been close with Assistant Qin lately. Do you have any insights? Su Changha inquired directly, without beating around the bush. Shen Qingwan, whom he had personally promoted, had become a trusted confidant at this stage. Moreover, he was quite perceptive regarding what this woman truly desired. I have no fears regarding your intentions. Are you referring to the new president? Shen Qingwan slightly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Indeed. Su Changha replied noncommittally. He must be quite young. Assistant Qin is likely his girlfriend or partner. After a brief hesitation, Shen Qingwan articulated her assessment. Just as Su Changha surmised, for Shen Qingwan, Su Changha remained her pillar of support until her ambitions came to fruition. Su Changha nodded, finding her conclusion consistent with what he had gleaned from lawyer Zhang through indirect inquiries. What are your thoughts? That Assistant Qin is not as simple as she appears. A vivid recollection of this morning flashed through Shen Qingwan's mind. while I was plotting to win over your president. She had already made a move on our delivery guy? How shameless. Oh, what do you mean? Su Changhe raised an eyebrow. The internship agreement clearly states that 1 day of work per week is required, that she has been coming to the office nearly every day. Shen Qingwan paused to gather her thoughts. If she were the president's girlfriend, soon to be the first lady, it would be unsurprising. I previously gifted her a bracelet as a token of our meeting. It was not an extravagant item, valued at just over 1,000. Yet she wears it every time she comes to the office. Oh? Su Changhe arched an eyebrow. Today alone, she has visited the office 5 times. Though her outfits vary daily. Wait, her pants today are the same as when she first came. However, all her clothing is from ordinary brands. And the total cost cannot exceed 2,000. What are you implying? Lawyer Zhang personally brought her here, which clearly indicates an unusual relationship with the president. Her behavior suggests she is deliberately downplaying her status to foster connections with the staff, Shen Qingwan analyzed. Would the girlfriend of the esteemed president of Yuanbua trade lac jewelry? Or designer apparel? It appears she simply wishes to avoid drawing attention while eagerly seeking to bond with her colleagues. Your analysis holds merit. Since her arrival at the company, has she taken any action? Su Changhe's brow furrowed deeply as he instinctively retrieved a cigarette to light. None to note. Aside from occasionally wandering the office. She mostly remains in her own office, and the documents forwarded to her have received no reply. I suspect she may not have even glanced at them. She refrains from involving herself in any matters? Su Changhe's hand, still clutching the cigarette, began to tap rhythmically on the table. Either she was initially drawn by the allure of benefits, merely a spectator, or this woman harbors grand ambitions. How could a mere sophomore exhibit such poise? Shen Qingwan instinctively spoke, her mind still replaying the scene from that morning. Just a sophomore? Su Changhe suddenly let out a cold laugh, rummaging through a drawer before tossing a folder onto the table. This is the information I procured from Hanseong University. Take a good look. Is this Qin Yuqiu? Shen Qingwan queried suspiciously, but was immediately struck by the photograph atop the documents. It was a full-body shot of Qin Yuqiu. Her hairstyle and black-framed glasses reminiscent of their first meeting. Yet, her attire, a faded beige shirt with a worn collar, offered no pretense. The sweatpants, surely. That as part of her high school uniform? Her family background could hardly be described as humble. It would be more accurate to say it was wretched. Over the past year, she had survived on scholarships and financial aid. At school, apart from a handful of teachers, she scarcely interacted with anyone, not even the boys. Let alone the girls, Su Changhe explained gravely. This is simply unbelievable. Qin Yuqiu, she. Shen Qingwan could not reconcile the image of this pitiable girl with the radiant urban beauty who had so effortlessly captivated her that morning. Look further, Su Changhe urged. A hint of disdain in his tone. Top of her class? College entrance examination champion? Shen Qingwan gasped in astonishment. My informant spoke highly of her, suggesting that had it not been for institutional constraints, the school might have considered her for direct graduate admission. However, securing a recommendation for graduate studies is already a foregone conclusion. She might even be eligible for direct doctoral admission, Su Changhe remarked, casting a significant glance at Shen Qingwan. Is she being supported by the CEO? Shen Qingwan, true to form, quickly deciphered the underlying implication of Su Changhe's gaze, piecing together the information. Well, it appears you understand what needs to be done. Su Changhe extinguished his cigarette, a flicker of barely perceptible regret crossing his eyes. He had initially thought he might have an opportunity to draw closer to the subordinate he had nurtured. But it now seemed that one must let go of the lamb to catch the wolf. But Su, the new CEO, has yet to make an appearance. Shen Qingwan acknowledged Su Changhe's insight into her thoughts, but it was evident he was nudging her toward action, leaving her no choice but to be candid. This is the collaboration agreement with Tianyu. According to company policy, the amount surpasses my authority as executive vice president. Please take it to the CEO for signature. Su Changhe suddenly laughed, producing another document. But where am I to find the CEO? The assistant must know his whereabouts, right? It's rather absurd, isn't it? In a company as substantial as Yuanbua, as an executive vice president, I don't even know the name of our CEO. Would anyone believe that? Shen Qingwan felt a surge of joy. She understood that Su Changhe was crafting an opportunity for her. Yet, simultaneously, it presented her with a challenge, a test of her capability to rise to the occasion. If I cannot accomplish this task, then perhaps Su Changhe might entertain other thoughts. Very well, Mr. Su. I shall certainly fulfill my mission. A radiant smile blossomed on Shen Qingwan's face, her sweetness and confidence undeniably apparent at that moment. I believe you are capable of achieving it. By the way, it would be prudent to extend an invitation to the president as well. During the company's team-building event this weekend, as the new owner and sole proprietor, he could inspire the employees. Indeed. I shall sincerely convey the invitation on behalf of the company. Stepping out of Su Chang's office, Shen Qingwan felt invigorated. The morning's minor displeasure completely dissipated. Fu Hang? If you desire him, then he is yours. However, your benefactor, I shall graciously accept. After years of navigating through life's challenges, Shen Qingwan had become seasoned in her endeavors. Aside from Fu Hang, there were numerous other prospects in her repertoire. She was acutely aware of her advantages and adept at employing her tactics. A poor girl? Huh. Chapter 20. Is that really necessary? Asked Qin Youchu. Are you not busy? Shen Qingwan had not even returned to her office, but instead went straight to the assistant's office with the documents in hand. Not at all. What could I possibly be busy with? I might be the most free person in the entire company, Qin Youchu replied, lifting her gaze from the computer screen with a faint smile. Perfect timing. This is our proposal for Tianyu, along with the collaboration agreement. This project is our largest deal this quarter, involving a sum exceeding 30 million, with projected profits reaching 12 million by the end of the year. Whether we feast on meat or merely sip soup rests upon this project, Shen Qingwan said, navigating around the desk with familiarity. Leaning affectionately on the armrest of the office chair as she spread the documents out, she discreetly glanced at the computer screen. A palace drama? Shen Qingwan felt a flicker of surprise. This show is currently all the rage, with reports claiming the actors delivered performances that were nothing short of exemplary. Moreover, the plot was logically sound, particularly the palace intrigue, which adeptly captured and interpreted the complexities of human nature. Some marketing accounts even heralded it as a textbook guide for tea artisans. A cold smirk formed within Shen Qingwan. Indeed. A girl of modest means, her benefactor provided such significant support, yet she squandered it on binge-watching dramas? I am aware of this project. The marketing department has CC'd me. Qin Youchu replied calmly as she focused on the documents. You know nothing. Shen Qingwan cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the necessity of conveying the project's significance, she would have had no desire to explain it to her. Well, that is good. The allocation of these funds has exceeded Vice President Su's authority, so the president's signature is required. You see, I have been unable to reach the president. You must have his contact information, right? Shen Qingwan's smile radiated warmth, her neatly pinned-up hair reflecting her competence. Yes, I have it, Qin Youchu said, cutting off Shen Qingwan's next words. Then, could you pass the document to me? I will call him shortly, she added. Don't worry about Tianyu. As your assistant, I shall seize this opportunity to fulfill my duties. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to accept my salary from the company, Qin Youchu said cheerfully as she stood up, nudging Shen Qingwan towards the exit. Sister Qingwan, you focus on your tasks. I will personally deliver it to you once I handle this. As the door closed, Qin Youchu suppressed a laugh while outside. Shen Qingwan's smile froze, her eyes glinting with cold intensity. Boss. The moment the call connected, Fu Hang was taken aback by a languid and enticing voice. He rolled over from the bed on the second floor of the milk tea shop, scrutinizing the caller ID with utmost seriousness, which read, Qin Youchu? At that moment, he felt as if he were experiencing a surreal moment akin to Sudaji calling out to her king. Are you unwell? Fu Hang felt a chill run down his spine. Not at all. I simply have something to discuss with you. Her voice grew increasingly sultry, causing Fu Hang to shudder uncontrollably. Please, speak appropriately, Fu Hang admonished sternly. Indeed, the project department, human resources, and marketing department have jointly issued a statement. By the end of this month, the company will reach a strategic cooperation agreement with Tianyu Group. This collaboration will involve... Stop. Fu Hang inhaled deeply, his expression one of bewilderment. Is that a broadcasting tone? Qin Youchu, what is it that you cannot do? A silence fell on the other end of the phone, and Youchu's sense of obedience remained unwavering. I asked, what exactly do you want to say? The broadcast tone persisted. Get to the point. Fu Hang lowered his head, a visage of despair evident. There is a document that requires your signature. He finally spoke in a normal tone. Why must I sign it? Because Su Chang'e, the deputy general manager, lacks the necessary authority. Can you sign it on my behalf? Fu Hang was momentarily speechless, pondering the triviality of a mere part-time job, wondering if so many complications would arise without this company. What do you think? Why won't Su Chang'e sign? Fu Hang fell into silence. Are you still at the milk tea shop? Shall I come find you? Wait. Just as Fu Hang was about to respond. What else can I do? His gaze suddenly sharpened. Sign. If I sign my name, Won't Xinxingwan see it? What is the point of that? Just don't come. You can sign for me. Fu Hang answered in a surprisingly calm tone. Boss, signing authority involves. Do you truly believe I lack education? Fu Hang, in a state of anxiety, abruptly ended the call. 20 minutes later, Qin Yuchu received a presidential signature authorization document personally sent by lawyer Zhang from the company's legal department. Staring at the complete, rigorous, and legally binding document on the screen, her expression slightly dulled. Signing authority? How does this differ from handing over the company to me? If managed appropriately, this authority could even allow me to sign on a share transfer agreement. Why do you trust me so much? What do you seek? 10 minutes later, Qin Yuchu knocked on Su Changha's office door. Hello, General Manager Su, and Sister Qingwan is here too. Perfect timing. I was looking for you earlier, but since you weren't around, I came directly to you. General Manager Su, this is the agreement with Tianyu. Qin Yuchu confidently placed the document on the desk. Is it signed? Su Changha was momentarily taken aback. Yes, Qin Yuchu nodded with a smile. They exchanged glances, surprised at the swiftness. Was the president nearby? Or perhaps hidden within the company? Su Changha eagerly opened the document, but upon seeing the signature, his expression suddenly morphed into one of astonishment. Assistant Qin, you may not be aware, but this signature must be personally affixed by the president, Su Changha patiently explained. I am aware, but the president has authorized me. The legal department has completed the process. Wasn't a copy sent to you? Perhaps you should verify? Qin Yuchu stood quietly. A peculiar silence enveloped the room. Then I shall take my leave. Noticing their dazed expressions, Qin Yuchu softly inquired. Oh, yes. Su Changha mechanically nodded, his gaze still fixed on the document's signature. The handwriting is rather fine. Boss, the distinctive tone of Su Daji echoed. Please speak properly. Fu Hang was navigating through a food street, queuing for his lunch, when the call of boss sent a shiver down his spine. The task was completed successfully, with clarity and precision in delivery. I've played this joke before. Are you buying lunch? What do you think? Fu Hang felt the sweat on his forehead. Is it Lanzhao pulled noodles? Wasn't it you who ordered? Shen Qingwan also enjoys Lanzhao ramen. Fu Hang fell silent once more. Shen Qingwan had chosen the kelp and pork rib soup. So, why am I here? I'm accustomed to this. With no salary involved. You are a losing venture. Fu Hang blurted out instinctively. My mother has always said the same. Fu Hang fell silent again. Ahem. Do you want scallions and cilantro? Yes, add a portion of beef. And 3 drops of spicy oil. The voice was light and cheerful, devoid of any trace of sorrow. I truly concede to you. You didn't call just to order more beef, did you? The Human Resources Department of the company has decided to embark on a team-building camping activity this weekend at Qianfeng Mountain Scenic Area. This event. In an announcer's tone. This joke isn't amusing, get to the point. On behalf of the company, I invite you to join the team-building camping. Camping? Do you think I would attend? Fu Hang pointed to the ramen on the menu and then to the beef, gesturing with 2 fingers at the waiter. The entire company will be there. That is your entire company. But you are the boss. The company belongs to you, wholly and entirely. Shall I gift you the company? Bring the equity agreement, and I will sign it right now. I wouldn't require that much for a sponsorship. The voice across the line suddenly turned somber. All right, I'm going to settle the bill. The cacophonous environment made it difficult for Fu Hang to catch the last sentence. He hung up and scanned the payment. Gazing at his phone, Qin Yuchu stared vacantly at the street scene outside. Century Plaza is located in the city center. Its prosperity is self-evident. Shouldn't you be buying me a house by now? She said, biting the tip of her pen, lost in thought. Chapter 21. A day short of my own supplement during the lunchtime delivery, Fu Hang unexpectedly encountered Shen Qingwan, who had arrived early to wait at the entrance. Qingwan, why are you here so soon? I was just about to message you, Fu Hang exclaimed, his surprise betraying the delight that illuminated his face. Why are you so kind to me? Shen Qingwan, however, did not accept the food box but instead gazed quietly at Fu Hang, her eyes resembling autumn waters, rippling with unspoken emotions. I. Fu Hang found himself at a loss for words, his heart racing with an overwhelming question. Something felt amiss. Calculating the time, it was not yet her designated moment. Had he misjudged the cooldown period? The previous tempo had been quite harmonious. Her sudden acceleration left him struggling to maintain balance. Shen Qingwan continued to hold his gaze, as if peering through his eyes to delve into the depths of his soul, searching for the answers buried in his heart. Her eyes began to glisten, mist rising like layers of affection, tender and profound. Sister, the performance has ended. With her emotions reaching a peak, Fu Heng pondered how he was to respond. Given this build-up, if he did not embrace the moment, he would be utterly unprepared. Qingluan? A voice called from behind, causing Shun Qingluan to flinch, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head, wiping away the moisture at the corners of her eyes. I'll head up first. Please give me Yuchu S as well. I will deliver it, she declared, not waiting for Fu Heng's reply, and hurried toward the elevator with the food box in hand. So that S where you were hiding. Fu Heng mused, feeling as though he would finally contribute today. There was progress. Her demeanor was natural, particularly her subtle expressions, perfectly calibrated. Yet, he reiterated to himself, the rhythm had been disrupted. Yesterday's approval rating stood at 67.32. He hoped it would not rise today. The system's rigid metrics dictated a favorability score below 25 signaled failure in the pursuit, above 90 indicated success. Regardless of the outcome, a settlement would ensue. The distinction lay in the penalties for failure, which Fu Heng had yet to experience. Similarly, he had never reaped the rewards of success. Previous objectives had all culminated prematurely when others established relationships, leading to early settlements. Yuchu, your ramen, Shin Qingluan announced as she entered Qin Yuchu's office, cheerfully placing the food box on the desk, yet she did not leave, instead pulling up a chair to sit beside her. Thank you, Sister Qingluan. I was just about to go down and get it, Yuchu replied. Are you having Lanzhao ramen today? Shin Qingluan casually inquired. Wow, it's separated from the broth. Has Fu Heng always been this considerate? Qin Yuchu did not respond to Shin Qingluan's question, opting instead to open the food box directly. Is he well? Shin Qingluan asked, her expression slightly uneasy. So much meat. This must have 2 portions, she noted, glancing at the contents before regaining her smile. How extravagant. Back in the school cafeteria, I only dared to eat plain noodles, Yuchu remarked, breaking her chopsticks and lifting a generous piece of beef to her mouth. Why? Because I was poor, Yuchu replied, lowering her head to sip the broth. Shin Qingluan looked up in surprise, only to find Qin Yuchu eating diligently, her face revealing no hint of unusual sentiment. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Fu Heng received an unexpected call amidst his plans. Elder brother? The voice on the other end was remarkably respectful. Baldy? Fu Heng's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly rose from his bed. Over the past 3 years, he had deemed this milk tea shop his most successful investment. You may call me along. Have the people arrived? Fu Heng promptly dismissed the unnecessary pleasantries. They arrived last night. Where are they? We have detained them. We intercepted them directly at the train station, preventing them from approaching the school. Well done. Thank you. Fu Heng let out a long sigh of relief. Although the plan had been arranged, an underlying sense of unease lingered within him. He was acutely aware of the potential uproar such individuals could cause upon reaching the school. There is something I feel I should report first. Baldy hesitated suddenly. Did something unexpected occur? I am not sure if it qualifies as unexpected, but we detained them yesterday, and before we could intimidate them with the IOU. The elderly couple softened. It seems they have experienced quite a bit. Did they pay? Fu Heng sneered inwardly at the notion of such scum. There was no money. This morning, as we intended to intimidate them further, they unexpectedly claimed that the elder sister is not their daughter and has no relation to them. What? Nonsense. Fu Heng was taken aback. Initially, we thought the same. We have encountered such ploys frequently. Hence, we compelled them to provide proof. Baldy's tone grew increasingly peculiar. Did they provide it? Fu Heng sensed something was amiss. Yes, they made a phone call, had a neighbor break into their house, and retrieved it from a cabinet. Then they sent a photograph. What is it? An adoption certificate. They asserted that the elder sister was a child they found when she was merely 6 months old, and they later acquired the certificate. Was it verified? Yes, I had my men utilize connections to verify it with the pertinent authorities, which is why it has taken so long. Fu Heng suddenly felt a weight lift from his heart. This beast, no wonder. But even if she is not their biological child, they have raised her for over 20 years, haven't they? In that instant, he viscerally grasped the gravity of Qin Yuchu's sentiment regarding the severe bias towards male offspring. How has she endured this? Does Yuchu know about this? Fu Heng quickly steadied his thoughts. No, I wanted to report to you as soon as I had news. Inform her later. After a prolonged contemplation, Fu Heng coldly declared, it is better to sever ties with such a beast as early as possible. It can be seen as a form of liberation. Very well, then what about the couple? Release them. Oh, all right. I will arrange that shortly. And then, have someone follow them until they return to their hometown. I want them imprisoned. Baldy's tone noticeably heightened. Is that feasible? Fu Hang's voice was chillingly frosty, sending a shiver down Baldy's spine even through the phone. Serving a prison sentence presents no issues. For individuals of such ilk, there are numerous avenues to secure their confinement, regardless of whether a setup is orchestrated. The pertinent question remains, for what duration? The bald man diligently exercised his professional acumen, meticulously assessing the feasibility of the execution plan in his mind. 10 years. I shall provide you with 1 million. For each day less, I shall compensate by serving the time myself, he replied with remarkable decisiveness. You merely need to follow my lead. The specifics of the operation will be communicated to you by an attorney who will offer expert sentencing advice. Once the call concluded, Fu Hang lingered in the milk tea shop, reluctant to depart, waiting for the arrival of someone he presumed would show. He remained seated until the day's salary was credited to his account, and the shop staff had completed their cleaning and left. Before him lay an unopened cup of mango sago, a silent testament to his anticipation. Chapter 22. Hand in Hand at 8:45 a.m. Fu Hang committed his first lapse in professional decorum in 3 years. He was searching for Qin Yuchu, but Shen Qingwan, with an expression marked by frost and jealousy, glared at Fu Hang, who was scanning the area, uncertain of how genuine her emotions were. What? No. That's impossible. Fu Hang awkwardly lowered his gaze, while an alarm blared in his mind. What is happening to me? Am I zoning out in front of a client? Although Shen Qingwan's favorability rating had increased by a point to 66 after yesterday's settlement, it was not significant enough to warrant a conscious effort to diminish it. Given Shen Qingwan's caliber, she had a long way to go before reaching 90. Fine, just give it to me. I'll take it to her. Shen Qingwan pouted and snatched the food box from Fu Hang's hands, her high heels clacking loudly against the floor. Fu Hang exhaled deeply, calculating how many points this would cost him, hoping the loss would not be too severe. Falling below a certain threshold would not affect the settlement, but would impact performance evaluations. He instinctively glanced around again, still failing to spot that familiar figure. Could she have gone to class today? Should I visit the school? Or perhaps make a phone call? After all, considering what had transpired yesterday. Surely, the bald man must have relayed the message to Qin Yuchu last night. No matter how resilient a person may be, she was still just a college girl. What on earth am I thinking? Qin Yuchu is not a client. What are you mumbling about? A voice suddenly interrupted as he stepped into the milk tea shop. Why are you here? Fu Hang's eyes widened in surprise. She was dressed in her usual crisp, white professional attire, but today her bangs were parted down the middle, partially obscuring her eyes. She was casually seated in the center of the shop, vigorously sipping from a cup of milk tea. Drinking milk tea. That flavor seems rather appealing. Qin Yuchu blinked and waved the cup of Mei Fei Sei Wu in her hand. You should already be at work. Fu Hang pointed to the wall clock, which read 9:17 a.m. I only work 1 day a week. I've already been here 3 times this week. Qin Yuchu replied, chewing on the tapioca pearls, her words somewhat muffled. Then you should return to school for your classes. You need to prioritize your studies. Don't let it come to a point where you can't graduate. Fu Hang said sternly as he plopped down across from her. What a waste of my effort to go 7 streets for those old Wong soup dumplings. I've completed all my senior courses. I'm just waiting to pursue my master's, she replied. Well, you still need to prepare thoroughly for the entrance exams. Fu Hang retorted, feeling somewhat defeated. Do you even know about something called guaranteed admission? Fu Hang slumped his head heavily onto the table. Are you free before noon? Qin Yuchu leaned forward, resting her chin on the other side of the table. What do you want to do? Fu Hang turned his head away. System? Just give me a straightforward answer. What does this girl lack? I'll talk to her and ensure she makes the necessary changes. Accompany me to a place. Qin Yuchu said, blinking her eyes innocently. I'm at work, Fu Hang replied, exasperated. Take out. Qin Yuchu's head remained still, her lively eyes darting from side to side. This milk tea shop is mine, she declared. Fu Hang straightened his posture. I am aware, which is why I have not paid, he replied. Qin Yuchu lifted her cup of milk tea and took a vigorous sip. Shall we go? She asked. Where to? Fu Hang responded, looking at her helplessly. To bid farewell to our past lives. Qin Yuchu's voice was unusually calm. Fu Hang's pupils flickered slightly. All right, he conceded, rising to his feet. Yes, let's go here. Qin Yuchu smiled, pulling out her phone to send a location. Fu Hang glanced at his phone. It was a neighborhood near Hanxiang University. Did the bald guy lock us up here? Let us go. My car is parked at the mall ahead. Fu Hang turned to walk outside. No need to drive. Just this. Qin Yuchu pointed to the electric scooter at the entrance. Are we really taking this? It won't take less than 40 minutes, will it? That's 2 hours round trip. Fu Hang hesitated. What is Shun Qingwan having for lunch? Qin Yuchu suddenly turned her head. She hasn't mentioned it. Can I not see her off? Fu Hang turned back, their eyes meeting. There's no strict requirement to bow twice at dawn and dusk or to burn 3 incense sticks daily. However, Fu Hang had grown accustomed to it, as he had no other commitments. All right, missing 1 day won't matter. Fu Hang inhaled deeply, noting he had 66 left. Missing 1 meal wouldn't be detrimental. At worst, I can work late tonight. Oh yeah, Qin Yuchu exclaimed joyfully, hopping in place before sprinting towards the scooter, effortlessly leaping onto the rear seat. Wait, I need to borrow a helmet. After borrowing a helmet from the milk tea shop attendant, Fu Hang, under their admiring gazes, mounted the electric scooter with a soundtrack accompanying him. There was a minor hiccup before they departed. When Fu Hang offered Qin Yuchu the borrowed helmet, she adamantly refused to wear it, insisting on donning his instead. However, his helmet was a company-issued yellow cap, one he had grown accustomed to, and switching colors felt awkward while riding. After several rounds of tug-of-war, Fu Hang ultimately relented, donning the helmet adorned with a lounging bear. The electric scooter wove through the urban cacophony, the autumn air enveloping them, cool breezes mingling with the drifting leaves. Fu Hang's expression was serious and focused. He could not envision the forthcoming scene, nor dared to contemplate it. He could only concentrate on riding, acutely aware of the gentle hand resting on his waist and the warmth against his back. Why, with such intelligence, are you still so young? Just past 10 o'clock. Fu Hang stopped at the entrance of a residential community, peering inside with skepticism. It was a mid-range complex, situated near the university town, with decent surrounding amenities. Here, Qin Yuchu exclaimed, dismounting and vigorously waving in one direction. A man in a well-tailored suit approached briskly upon noticing her. Fu Hang frowned. Did the bald guy really have such personnel in his employ? Surely, it would have been better to have someone more suited for reception duties handle this. Indeed, every profession has its areas of expertise. Hello, I am Qin Yuchu. We have previously been in contact. Greetings, Miss Qin, the man replied. A stranger furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze flitting rapidly over the electric bicycle, the Real Madrid jersey, the yellow helmet, and Fu Hang, before ultimately resting on Qin Yuchu's face. Whereupon he once again broke into a smile. Fu Hang tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling a momentary sting of discrimination. The bald man's subordinates certainly needed to enhance their professional skills. Should he remind this fellow how his 5 colleagues managed to soar? Please, come inside. Room 909, Building 12. Perhaps sensing the latent threat emanating from Fu Hang, the suited man acted decisively. Let us go. Suddenly, Qin Yuchu grasped Fu Hang's hand, hastening to follow behind him. Fu Hang's body instinctively stiffened. By all that is just, this was the first, no, the third time a girl had taken the initiative to hold his hand. Shin Qingwan had done so once, and the third client had done so once as well. Yet, those moments were fleeting, and with the instant their fingers had touched, Fu Hang could discern the purpose, significance, and the emotional expressions as well as strategic intentions conveyed by the other party. But now, why did it feel so natural? Perhaps she was merely anxious. After all, they were about to confront. Fu Hang reassured himself internally as he firmly clasped Qin Yuchu's hand in return. Chapter 23, House Purchase. So, you dragged me here early in the morning to view a house? In room 909 of Building 12, Fu Hang nearly shouted this phrase. What else could it be? Qin Yuchu feigned innocence. Where are your parents? Fu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. How would I know? Aren't they your arrangements? Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback. But they are your parents. They are not biological. What on earth are you doing here looking at houses? Did you not say you wanted to bid farewell to the past? To establish a new home? To embark on a new life? Isn't that precisely what bidding farewell to the past entails? Qin Yuchu tilted her head, appearing entirely justified. The real estate agent, sensing the situation, discreetly retreated to the balcony. He had witnessed such scenes and dialogues numerous times before. It was merely that this young woman's taste and methods were somewhat lacking. If one were to fish, one should aim for a higher quality catch. How much profit could be gleaned from a mere delivery person? It seemed she was not yet entirely clear about her own positioning. A phone call had already come in. Should I introduce them after this? The real estate agent perked up, plotting in his mind. So, what do you think of this property? Do you like it? If you like it, that suffices. Fu Hang slumped onto the sofa in resignation. This property was indeed quite appealing. Although it was a second-hand house, it was well decorated, nearly brand new. And the furniture and appliances appeared to be meticulously maintained, likely having been used as a primary residence. It was well ventilated, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. totaling nearly 90 square meters, making each room appear spacious. For a family of 3, it was undeniably a superb value and very comfortable. I really like it. Let us go with this one. Let us proceed with the payment, Manager Liu? Qin Yuchu called out toward the balcony. What? I'm paying? Manager Liu, who was just about to enter, took a step back, sensing the shift. I don't have the money. I still owe you several $100,000. Huh. Fu Heng chuckled. This house, while not in the city center, is adjacent to the university town. It must be around 20,000 per square meter at the very least. The total would be nearly 2 million. On what basis would I buy it for you? You are not even a client. Moreover, gifting clients is an expense that can be accounted for. It doesn't come out of my own pocket. What? You are unwilling. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Yuchu's face. Manager Liu, what is the total price for this property? Fu Heng shouted toward the balcony, including all fees. It amounts to 2.01 million, if financed. The latter part of the statement was cut off by Fu Heng raising his hand, tilting his head, and giving Qin Yuchu a look that said, listen closely. This is 2 million, not 200. Do you think this is like buying bubble tea? Not to mention, the money I spend daily for your meals comes from my own pocket. Are you unwilling? Qin Yuchu's expression fell. Is it strange that I am unwilling? The watch in Shen Qingwan's hand was a gift from you, right? I checked. It is worth 157,000, a BLD collector's edition, and its value has appreciated since. Are you threatening me? Fu Heng's eyelids twitched. Manager Liu was momentarily astonished, feeling guilty for his earlier thoughts. Is this fellow a displaced resident? Young lady, keep it up. A company valued at over 100 million, and you offer it to me, yet you are unwilling to part with the 2 million yuan house? Qin Yuchu stood her ground resolutely. Did I ever say I would give you the company? You mentioned that if I provided the share transfer agreement, you would sign it immediately. Hand over the agreement, and the company is yours. Fu Heng was infuriated. He had long lost interest in this wretched company. If it weren't for this enterprise, would he be in such a passive position? Being manipulated by a mere girl who isn't even a client? I don't want the company. I want the house, Qin Yuchu declared, raising her chin defiantly. 20 minutes later, under the astonished gaze of Manager Liu, Fu Heng completed the transfer, full payment. And what about the subsequent procedures? Manager Liu inquired cautiously. The property deed can list both names. Qin Yuchu suddenly beamed. No need for that. Fu Heng sank into the sofa, lighting the cigarette that Manager Liu had just dispersed. So this will count as premarital property then, Qin Yuchu persisted. Fu Heng took a deep drag on his cigarette, turning his head away to ignore her. Manager Liu secretly gave Qin Yuchu a thumbs up. Her tactics were impressive. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Liu. I'll have my friend contact you. He is a lawyer. Qin Yuchu immediately adopted the demeanor of a hostess. Summoning Manager Liu. You're not referring to lawyer Zhang Xiang, are you? That is him. I only know this one lawyer, Qin Yuchu replied nonchalantly. You've even enlisted lawyer Zhang? Fu Heng was left speechless. After all, this lawyer was the company's designated counsel, someone he treated with utmost respect. What do you mean by enlisted? He is the company's legal advisor, and I'm the assistant to the president. What's wrong with asking him for a favor? Eventually, Manager Liu departed amidst various states of shock, leaving behind all the spare keys. Qin Yuchu joyfully roamed the house once more, leaning on the balcony to overlook the community. After a while, she turned her head to glance at Fu Heng, who was still sulking in the living room. And the smile on her lips gradually faded. From this moment on, you will truly be all I have left. Lowering her head, Qin Yuchu pinched her slightly aching nose, suppressing the emotions that should not have surfaced at this moment. Having acquired the new house, Fu Heng was dragged by Qin Yuchu to the mall that afternoon, where they stocked up on various daily necessities. Judging by her enthusiasm, it seemed she intended to move in that very day. Fortunately, this time, Qin Yuchu did not force Fu Heng to make the full payment. In fact, she did not insist on him covering everything. For items like the water dispenser, rice cooker, and robotic vacuum cleaner, as well as the cost of changing the locks, she still firmly required Fu Heng to pay. Having already spent 2 million, Fu Heng was indifferent to these minor expenses, and he felt a sense of normalcy returning to his routine. This was akin to accompanying a client on a shopping trip. However, for everyday items like toothbrushes, towels, bed linens, slippers, and dishes, Qin Yuchu insisted on paying herself. I ask you, why would you buy double the quantity for these things when you live alone? And matching sets, no less? Fu Heng could hardly bear to watch. I, Qin Yuchu, in the prime of my life, radiating charm and grace, how could I possibly not have men visiting my home? Qin Yuchu stared at Fu Heng as if he were a fool. Fu Heng's eyes flickered, and his expression momentarily stiffened. Countless thoughts surged through his mind in that instant, vividly conjuring the image of the house he had purchased earlier that day. Qin Yuchu was rolling up her sleeves, washing the dishes, while a man clad in an apron was mopping the floor, yet he could not discern the man's face. Shaking his head vigorously, Fu Heng silently walked away. He could not accept that man, even if that man were himself. He had not yet retired. He still had a promising future ahead. He desired yacht parties. He longed for days filled with music and indulgence. Dinner? He set everything aside and stood in the community, gazing up at his new home, with Qin Yuchu wearing a look of utter satisfaction. Wait a moment. Fu Heng glanced at the time. It was 5:37 in the afternoon. Strictly speaking, he had been absent from work today. Do you also enjoy? Qin Yuchu curiously turned her head, only to find Fu Heng intently staring at the electronic watch on his wrist. Fu Heng had never been accustomed to wearing watches, especially those gifted by the system, as they often led to complications. Nowadays, tea artists possessed remarkably discerning eyes. This electronic watch was a gift Qin Yuchu had bought that afternoon. Aptly named, a token of gratitude. To be fair, it was the most precious gift he had ever received, valued at 2,213 after discount. Previous clients had also given him some tokens of appreciation, such as scarves, socks, gloves, and lighters, all of which had served their purpose at opportune moments, both offensively and defensively. At 5:45, his salary for the day had arrived, 100,000 yuan. Current target, Shunqing Yuan. Favorability level 70. 12. You still possess some conscience. Fu Heng thought, clenching his fists, feeling the tension in his body ease. Are you talking about me? Qin Yuchu's brow furrowed. No, I meant after work. What would you like to eat? Fu Heng felt a sense of lightness as the accumulated frustrations of the day vanished in an instant. However, what on earth was the Shunqing Yuan? Even after a day of absence, her favorability had inexplicably increased. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 24. The discontent of university life. In the bustling food street outside Hanxiang University, the two sat within a humble eatery, chosen by Qin Yuchu. The dormitory mates had often raved about the delectable offerings here, and today they could finally indulge. Qin Yuchu deftly wiped down the table with a napkin, ordering nearly every dish she had heard of. Have you never been here? Fu Heng inquired, posing an almost foolish question. How could I? Students receiving financial aid each month can hardly afford such luxuries, Qin Yuchu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Heng. Aren't you worried about being seen by your classmates in this state? Fu Heng felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest, attempting to divert his attention. I've already submitted my application to revoke the financial aid. Besides, they say I've been pampered, so enjoying a good meal shouldn't be unreasonable, right? Qin Yuchu spoke calmly. Fu Heng's gaze sharpened, and he furrowed his brow as he regarded her. This was a notion he hadn't anticipated, an impoverished student suddenly undergoing such a transformation. Within the ivory tower of academia, rumors would inevitably abound. Hey, what are you staring at? Am I not deserving? She challenged. Do you truly not mind? He pressed. Does it even matter if I do? She countered. But, weren't you the one who encouraged me to enjoy a better lifestyle at school? Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, suspicion flickering across her face. I'm sorry, I didn't consider that, Fu Heng admitted, a hint of guilt creeping in. And do you like my transformation? Qin Yuchu's expression turned serious. Fu Heng hesitated, then reached for the sanitized utensils on the table, unwrapping them and placing them before her. To be honest, it's rather different from what I initially envisioned, he admitted with a shrug. Then I shall continue to strive for improvement, Qin Yuchu replied, turning her gaze to the flow of people outside. I can become whatever you wish. I am quite clever. Qin Yuchu? A cheerful voice shattered the tranquility between them. Drawing her attention, blinking in surprise, she turned to face the newcomer. Hello, I didn't expect to encounter you here. We spoke on the phone before. I'm Fang Zhe from the drama club. He was a bright, sunny young man with a melodious voice. Fu Heng's interest piqued instantly. He set down his chopsticks and turned to face Fang Zhe. Finally, the moment we've been anticipating has arrived. Indeed, your transformation is not what I expected. The system has yet to acknowledge you, not due to a lack of excellence, but rather because you do not conform to its criteria. The ultimate sycophantic system. If one has not yet flattered and still achieves results, it signals the end of sycophancy. Manipulation, coercion, control. This is the destiny of the sycophant. As for tea artistry, one may learn if they lack the skill. I believe you are more than capable. Hello. Fu Heng's subtle change did not escape Qin Yuchu's notice. She smiled and turned to Fang Zhe. This smile was perfectly measured, not excessive, yet brimming with charm and a touch of warmth, maintaining an air of detachment. Fu Hang was nearly compelled to applaud. This is precisely the essence. I knew you could do it. System? System? Let us have some applause for encouragement. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. This is. Fong Zhe seemed to just notice Fu Hang, inquiring politely. A friend. Fu Hang eagerly opened his mouth, a smile adorning his face, yet this smile bore the marks of strain, displeasure, repression, and a hint of provocation. Qin Yuchu remained silent. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Fu Hang, her fingers discreetly pinching her thigh beneath the table. I wonder if this friend is also from our school? It seems I have not encountered him before. Fong Zhe exuded a formidable presence, cultivated upon the stage of the drama club. In professional terms, this is known as commanding the atmosphere. It has been many years since I graduated. Fu Hang's smile began to fade, yet internally, he was overwhelmed with delight. Oh? I wonder where you graduated? I run a small business, having opened a milk tea shop. Fu Hang retrieved a tissue, dabbed at the corners of his mouth, and then wiped his hands, seemingly preparing to rise. A milk tea shop? Is it also located in the university town? Fong Zhe appeared entirely oblivious to Fu Hang's subtle cues, his expression remaining pleasantly calm. It's south at Century Square. Fu Hang leaned on the armrest, adjusting his posture. Thinking to himself, this young man is still too inexperienced. Must I lift my head so high? My neck grows weary. You ought to sit down, this way. You can turn the tide in your favor. Otherwise, standing there, regardless of how commanding your presence, what effect does it yield? The young lady is unfamiliar with you. Adopting such an aggressive stance, which girl could withstand it? Are you here to dine? Indeed, Qin Yuchu finally spoke. Yes, with a few members of the student council. Oh. I am also dining. Qin Yuchu blinked her eyes. My apologies for the interruption. Well, cough, I shall return to my side now. It is a pleasure to see you. The somewhat oblivious president of the drama club finally grasped the situation. Intending to continue the conversation but noticing Qin Yuchu lowering her head to resume using her chopsticks, she left with a sense of contentment. Alas, Fu Hang sighed, shaking his head slightly. University life is lacking. Qin Yuchu suddenly raised her gaze, scrutinizing Fu Hang earnestly. Cough, eating. Fu Hang retracted his neck slightly. Why not mention delivering takeout? Qin Yuchu set down her chopsticks. With such a commanding presence, one cannot be a mere delivery person. Then why not inform them that you are the president of Yuan Trading? Do not frighten the lad. Let us eat. Fu Hang, with consideration, picked up a piece of rib and placed it into Qin Yuchu's bowl. He saw it. Qin Yuchu lowered her voice. Who? Who saw? Fu Hang feigned ignorance. Isn't it just the president who noticed? A little provocation is necessary, otherwise. This young man might think that a mere show of strength would win him the affections of beautiful women. Being a sycophant is not so easily accomplished. Qin Yuchu chuckled, lowering her head to pick up the rib from her bowl. Suddenly, a phone rang sharply, belonging to Fu Hang's phone resting on the table. Both turned their attention simultaneously to see the caller ID, Shinching Yuan. With a loud slap, Fu Hang struck his forehead. Darn it. I forgot to turn off my phone after work. I should not have worn a watch. I was so focused on it while settling accounts that I let this slip. Although the system continued to process as usual today. Having taken a day off still left Fu Hang feeling quite anxious. Should you answer it? Qin Yuchu seemed to understand Fu Hang's unease. Hello? Qingyuan? In the next moment. Without a second thought, Fu Hang instinctively picked up his phone, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Qin Yuchu furrowed her brow, yet instead of the anticipated displeasure, she appeared rather intrigued. I'm just having dinner, with a few friends. Fu Hang glanced at Qin Yuchu, then quickly lowered his gaze again. What? You're still at the office? Have you eaten? Would you like me to bring you something? It's no trouble at all. I'm not far away. I finished eating here, was just about to head out. What would you like? All right, I understand. No spice. By the way, it's rather late. Should I drive over and take you home afterward? Oh, I see. That works out perfectly, actually. My car is parked a bit far. After hanging up, embarrassment washed over Fu Hang's face. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Usually, when dealing with two clients simultaneously, he would meticulously plan ahead to avoid such predicaments. But wasn't Qin Yuchu still a client? Let us go. Qin Yuchu set down her chopsticks decisively. Huh? Fu Hang was taken aback. At this moment, a customary response would be to pour tea for him. Wouldn't he it? What is Shinching Yuan having? Ignoring Fu Hang, Qin Yuchu wiped her mouth, picked up her coat, and prepared to leave. Spicy hot pot. Fu Hang replied almost instinctively. You didn't specify a place, did you? There seems to be one just ahead. I'll accompany you. You Chu. Let us go. The route to the office conveniently passes by my home. It's not feasible to take a bus, and taxis are expensive, plus walking. These high heels of mine. Aren't you going to eat? Fu Hang looked at the table, nearly untouched. I came to sample the flavors. I've done that now. Please remember to settle the bill. I'm eager to return and organize my things. Otherwise, I may not sleep tonight. With a sweet smile, Qin Yuchu led the way out. Chapter 25. An unconventional milk tea shop standing at the entrance of her new home. Qin Yuchu suddenly found her desire to ascend the stairs dissipating. Turning around to gaze at the desolate entrance of the community, she slowly furrowed her brow. I increasingly find you perplexing. You clearly harbor feelings for me. Yet you shun me like a scorpion. You evidently hold no affection for her, yet you pursue her fervently. This is not what I envisioned. Am I to emulate Shen Xingwan? But you do not care for her. In the ensuing days, Qin Yuchu refrained from visiting the company and finally returned to the classroom. Her reappearance on campus caused a surge in Han City University's network traffic, even affecting neighboring institutions. The topic of fervent discussion revolved around the Clich D rankings of campus beauties. Within this hormone-fueled ivory tower, such subjects were irresistibly captivating, particularly regarding Qin Yuchu. The discourse was accompanied by various controversies: campus beauty, poverty, academic excellence, goddess, and sponsorship. It seemed that the female students generally believed that a woman undergoing such a drastic transformation in a short span warranted credence to the rumors. Meanwhile, the male students were more inclined to think they had been blind in the past. The forums buzzed with heated debates, filled with praise, disparagement, veiled sarcasm, and defense. You Chu. This is the milk tea I bought for you. In a corner of the cafeteria, Qin Yuchu looked up helplessly, her brow furrowed, lips pouting, her eyes reflecting confusion. I saw you drinking this yesterday. You should like it. The sunny boy smiled as he boldly took a seat directly across from her. In contrast to the tentative advances of other boys in recent days, this one was remarkably audacious. That cup yesterday was from President Fong. Qin Yuchu replied with a faint smile, lowering her head to continue her meal. Fong Zhe? The one from the drama club? The boy's face momentarily displayed a hint of disdain, though he concealed it well. It's not good for girls to drink cold beverages. This hot one warms the stomach. He presumptuously moved the iced milk tea that had been placed on the table aside and pushed his own cup towards Qin Yuchu. This cup was left by Vice President Liu from the student council. Qin Yuchu did not raise her gaze. The one who just walked by? The boy smirked, defiantly tilting his chin upwards. To be fair, this boy had a striking jawline, complemented by his height, making him undeniably handsome and at least more masculine than Fu Hang. To be precise, the one who was approaching right now. Qin Yuchu still did not look up, using her spoon to cut a small piece of lion's head meat, wrapping it in rice before placing it in her mouth. The boy was momentarily taken aback, turning in surprise to see Lu Junkai, the student council vice president, approaching with an expression of displeasure, holding a small box. Qin Yuchu, this is the fruit salad just released from the western cafeteria. As he drew near, Lu Junkai had already donned a smile. I'm allergic to mangoes. Qin Yuchu glanced at the box of fruit salad with an expression of innocent regret. Lu Junkai appeared bewildered. Ha. The boy suddenly burst into unrestrained laughter. What are you laughing at? Lu Junkai, flustered and enraged, retorted. Are you happy? Having acquired yet another piece of information regarding Qin Yuchu, it is only fitting to feel a sense of joy. I have taken note that you do not indulge in mangoes. The young boy exhibits no fear. Upon finishing her meal, she inquires if the others are conversing over drinks. Qin Yuchu sets down her soup spoon, politely nods to the two, and rises with her tray. Thank you for the milk tea. As she departs, she picks up the chilled beverage. No need for thanks. I am simply pleased that you enjoy it. Lu Junkai's expression shifts from cloudy to sunny, and with a smile, he casts a challenging glance at the young boy. Qin Yuchu, I am Layla, and I intend to pursue you. The young boy disregards Lu Junkai's gaze entirely, lifting his own milk tea and calling out loudly to Qin Yuchu's retreating figure. This declaration reverberates throughout the cafeteria, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Lei Lu, a minor internet celebrity at Hanqing University, studies music and possesses a modicum of popularity, garnering fans due to his striking appearance. In response to the public confession behind her, Qin Yuchu seems to hear it yet not fully comprehend. Turning her head slightly to calmly regard Layla before continuing her leisurely pace forward. Her steps are light yet steady, imbued with a distinct rhythm. What a show-off. Lu Junkai scoffs, casting a disdainful look at Layla before turning to leave. However, as he departs, his gaze lingers on the figure clad in a simple sweatshirt and jeans, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, his eyes filled with infatuation and fervor. Ah, it seems I shall find it difficult to focus on my studies from now on. Is this what you desired? Clutching her milk tea, Qin Yuchu strolls through the campus, heading towards the school gate. Since acquiring her own place, she has not returned to the dormitory. Upon reaching the entrance, a ride-hailing vehicle halts before her. Driver, please enjoy this milk tea. Qin Yuchu checks the license plate and opens the door to enter. The driver appears somewhat taken aback. A classmate bought it, but I cannot consume it cold. Qin Yuchu smiles, turning to the school gate. Even with the door closed, she can still sense the lingering gazes that follow her. The feeling of being observed is rather unpleasant. The destination of the vehicle is Century Plaza, and the chatty ride-hailing driver, for reasons unknown, refrains from unnecessary conversation, focusing intently on driving while occasionally casting seemingly casual glances at the backseat through the rearview mirror. Boss lady, you haven't been here in days, remarks a server at the milk tea shop as Qin Yuchu enters. She smiles, a sweet smile indeed. A large iced mango sago, please? Certainly. The server responds enthusiastically. Who told you she is the boss lady? A head peeks out from behind the curtain on the second floor. The server shrinks back, winking at Qin Yuchu. Qin Yuchu remains silent, merely tilting her head back, a smile gracing her face as she quietly observes the other. You seem rather idle? Fu Hang cannot meet her gaze directly, diverting his eyes. The lion's head at the cafeteria was overly salty. I needed a sweet remedy. Is there not a milk tea shop at Hanqing University? It is rather expensive here. Yet it costs nothing. Qin Yuchu raises her eyebrows with nonchalance. With a sudden flurry, the curtain is forcefully drawn shut. He heavily reclined back onto the mattress, taking a deep breath as his heart raced unsteadily. The glance Qin Yuchu had cast upon him just moments ago had stirred something within him. The sound of footsteps ascending the stairs reached his ears, and in an instant, he tensed, his eyes widening as he fixated on the delicate curtain. Indeed, the next moment, the curtain was drawn aside. What do you intend to do? He instinctively burrowed deeper into the confines of the bed, his hands clasping protectively over his chest. Is this truly where you work? Qin Yuchu inquired. Her brow furrowed as she surveyed the surroundings. The second floor was an open space that originally housed 3 booths, but with all the seats removed, it appeared surprisingly spacious. Devoid of superfluous items, a plush double bed occupied the center, while at the foot of the bed lay his takeaway set and the ever-present backpack. A long power strip extended from the wall to the bed, accommodating 2 phones that were charging. How novel. I am the proprietor. I dictate the arrangement of my workspace, he said, shifting uneasily, sitting upright on the bed. Why do I get the impression that your milk tea shop is not quite a conventional establishment? Qin Yuchu stifled a laugh as she perched herself on the edge of the bed, a gesture that only heightened his sense of unease. Chapter 26, Lying Flat? You think too much. Do you have other part-time jobs? Qin Yuchu implied. Fu Hang glared, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, the decor of the second floor was rather charming, with a warm-toned lighting arrangement that was clearly designed for young couples. Remove the tables. Replace them with beds. This is a staff lounge, not open to the public. Unrelated personnel, please vacate the area promptly. Fu Hang masked his embarrassment with an icy demeanor. Don't. If there are any hidden charges, do enlighten me. I am quite capable of paying. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, her gaze drifting over the 2 phones on the bed. Both screens were illuminated. One displayed a social media interface, while the other showcased a game. First, you need to pay for the milk tea. Fu Hang shot her a glare. Fine. Since you want to entertain me, I shall return to work, lest the boss find me objectionable. Qin Yuchu nonchalantly rose, parting the curtain as she descended the stairs. The social media platform displayed Shen Qingwan's profile. Is it really necessary to keep such a constant watch? By the way, about tomorrow's company team building event, are you sure you won't participate? It's a 2-day, 1-night camping trip at Qianfeng Mountain. Qin Yuchu's enticing voice echoed from below. 2 days and nights? Camping at Qianfeng Mountain? The head that had peeked from behind the curtain emerged again. Indeed? Qin Yuchu looked up, a playful glint in her eye as she regarded Fu Hang. Only fools would go. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to lie here? Climbing a mountain? Fu Hang smirked, yet his heart was filled with joy. The Qianfeng Mountain scenic area, nearly a 2-hour journey from Hanqing. And with the camping aspect being a company outing, there was no reason for Shen Qingwan to summon him during this time. Was he effectively granted 2 days of paid leave? At most, he would merely need to clock in online. Fu Hang felt a sense of delight swelling within him. Just in time, Shen Qingwan's fluctuating favorability, currently at 71.12, was perplexing. A few days of absence might allow her to cool off and witness the exemplary performances of other male colleagues in the company. With a promotion, Would her social circle not elevate to a new echelon? While Fu Hang reveled in his thoughts, Qin Yuchu had already returned to the company. Yuchu? What brings you here today? In the corridor, Shen Qingwan encountered Qin Yuchu. ISNT they're camping tomorrow? I still haven't found a partner. A look of concern crossed Qin Yuchu's face. For the feasibility of the team-building camping trip, the company mandated that 2 individuals share a tent, allowing for free team formation. Those without partners would be assigned by the company. Is the president really not participating? Shen Qingwan leaned closer, lowering her voice to inquire. Qin Yuchu cast her gaze aside, pouting slightly in complaint. Shen Qingwan, witnessing this, silently cursed, wondering what means this girl employed to have the president relinquish his signature authority to her. Stealthily appraising Qin Yuchu, Shen Qingwan felt a surge of discontent. Clad in a hoodie and jeans, her attire was a veritable workplace faux pas, yet upon scrutinizing her appearance twice, she could find no sense of discord. Youth truly is an asset. How about we team up? Shen Qingwan affectionately linked her arm with Qin Yuchu's as they made their way to Qin Yuchu's office. Since you hold the power of signature, you are akin to a regent empress, and it would be unwise not to curry favor with you. Moreover, nurturing a good relationship could grant me greater leverage when I finally meet the president, right? Sister Qingwan, do you wish to partner with me? Qin Yuchu's eyes flickered with uncertainty. How annoying. I am still single. Shen Qingwan playfully pinched Qin Yuchu. With your exceptional qualities, surely many suitors are vying for your attention? And you? I refuse to believe no one pursued you in university. Suddenly, Shen Qingwan's interest was piqued, and she casually inquired. They're all just immature boys. Qin Yuchu replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Shen Qingwan narrowed her eyes, glancing at the bracelet she had gifted Qin Yuchu, which she still wore. She had been wearing it all along. Would Fu Hang recognize it when they interacted? They had crossed paths several times recently. This thought warmed Shen Qingwan's heart. Even if he did recognize it, he would likely feign ignorance. By the way, if it's just the 2 of us as partners, will we be able to carry the tent up? Qin Yuchu suddenly halted, as if a thought had struck her. The purpose of team building is to enhance cohesion. And the decision-makers often enjoy incorporating elements of endurance and collaboration. Thus, all equipment for this outing must be carried up from the base of the mountain. Oh dear. With our Yuchu being so beautiful, I'm sure a crowd of male colleagues will rush to assist you, Shen Qingwan responded matter-of-factly. However, Qin Yuchu remained silent. Turning her head to gaze quietly at Shen Qingwan, a smile playing on her lips. My apologies, I have not considered this thoroughly. Shen Qingwan's heart raced. This girl possesses such a formidable presence. While her previous teasing could be dismissed as playful banter, her subsequent remarks were indeed inappropriate. Why was Qin Yuchu appointed as the assistant to the president, and why did she wield signing authority? The executives of the company were all too aware of the implications. To reiterate this now, was it not a slap in the face? Shen Qingwan found herself in a quandary. If it were just her, the men in the company would undoubtedly shower her with attention, a scenario she had never contemplated. Yet, if she were alongside Qin Yuchu, surrounded by a throng of men, would it not be awkward for her? What if 1 or 2 of them, unaware of the circumstances, began to cling to Qin Yuchu? The one who would feel awkward would be herself. Would she protect her? Dissuade them? Facilitate their admiration? Or would she relish in the attention alongside them? What if the president were to hear of this? No man would appreciate having his woman surrounded by other men, would he? This indeed posed a significant dilemma. Perhaps I should ask my fellow townsman if he is free tomorrow? Shen Qingwan smirked, her gaze sweeping over Qin Yuchu's bracelet, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Having Fu Hang join the group under the guise of a family member would not only allow him to assist in carrying their belongings but also help avert any awkwardness. The character of Fu Hang, who delivers takeout and hails from the same hometown, has been well established within the company. No one genuinely believes they share anything in common with him. Qingshan Mountain is a 5-star scenic area, and the cost for a camping trip at the summit is quite substantial. The gentle and kind-hearted Sister Qingwan does not squander company benefits. Instead, she looks after her fellow townsman, transforming his delivery experience into a luxurious endeavor, thereby enhancing her own reputation. Perfect. But is Fu Hang on board? Qin Yuchu expressed her surprise. He is typically swamped with work and has never mentioned any travels over the years. It would be just right to bring him along for a chance to unwind. Shen Qingwan's thoughts began to crystallize. This could indeed work. But would Fu Hang have the time? He seems quite occupied most of the time. A cold smile crept onto Qin Yuchu's face. Lying down, indeed? We shall see how that plays out. Rest assured, I will persuade him, Shen Qingwan replied with a gentle smile. She had contemplated many aspects but had not once considered whether Fu Hang would agree. This man has never declined her requests, especially not for a camping trip at the summit. Should we not take the company bus there? Does Fu Hang have a vehicle? Naturally, we won't take the bus. I need to arrive early to coordinate, as this is an event spearheaded by the Human Resources Department. You need not worry about these details. Then I thank you. Sister Qingwan, Qin Yuchu said with a smile, waving her hand as she pushed open the door to her office. Chapter 27. This car seems familiar. The vehicle was indeed a matter of concern. As Shin Qingwan turned around, a frown creased her brow. Fu Hang did possess a car. But that electric vehicle? Setting aside comfort, what if it ran out of power during the journey? Furthermore, would it be appropriate for the HR manager and the president's assistant to ride in such a vehicle? Not to mention, would Qin Yuchu be amenable to such an arrangement? Should another vehicle be dispatched by the company? The travel agency was only responsible for the shuttle bus, and the mid-level executives were expected to drive themselves. The idea of team building, suggesting that leaders would endure hardships alongside ordinary employees, was naive. It revealed a lack of understanding of the workplace dynamics. Everyone drove their own cars, and naturally, no additional vehicles were arranged. Who among the mid-level executives lacked a car? Shin Qingwan had initially intended to hitch a ride with Su Changhe to ease relations and enhance her presence before other senior executives. But now, on the second floor of a milk tea shop, Fu Hang felt a twitch in his eyelid, having missed 2 consecutive major moves in the game, resulting in their crystal being destroyed and prompting a complaint from his teammate. How peculiar. Fu Hang licked his lips, clearly. One who employed a gaming proxy to masquerade was not lacking in skill. Instinctively, he glanced at his other phone, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Fu Hang? Do you have time tomorrow? A sudden message flashed on the screen, causing his heart to skip a beat. No way. Aren't you supposed to be camping tomorrow? Yes. Fu Hang replied in an instant. The company is organizing a team-building trip to Chiafeng Mountain for camping. Would you like to join? Shin Qingwan was exceptionally straightforward. Bloody hell. Fu Hang's temples throbbed. A favorability rating of 71. 12? And you invite me camping? For a company outing? Is there truly no one left to fish in the vast pond of yuan trade? What was the point of enduring as a delivery person for so long? Huh? Am I allowed? The rapid response was laced with trembling excitement. The management permits bringing one companion. I thought it would be beneficial for you to step away from gaming, so this is a perfect opportunity to relax. Shin Qingwan replaced family with companion, subtly increasing the distance. Qingwan. You are truly wonderful, he replied, his heart swelling with emotion. Fu Hang stood barefoot on the loft's wooden floor, seething, nearly crushing his phone in his grip. Shall I pick you up tomorrow? You'll pick me up? Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback. Was this woman truly unwell? I need to arrive early to coordinate work. So I want to be joining the group. I borrowed a car from a friend. Fu Hang's lips curled slightly as he hesitated, finger hovering over the input box. Typing a space, but ultimately entering nothing. This maneuver would cause the other party's phone to display that he was typing. 10, 9, 5, 2, 1. Don't overthink it. After all, it's a tower drive to a tourist area. I'm just concerned that your car may run out of battery, which would be quite inconvenient. Indeed, within 10 seconds, a second message promptly arrived. I understand. Fu Hang deleted the space and took 5 seconds before responding. Those 4 words conveyed an overwhelming sense of helplessness and guilt. Perhaps I should wait for you at the entrance of your neighborhood tomorrow. Although it's the weekend, there will still be a morning rush, making driving quite challenging. Fu Hang waited for 3 seconds before sending another message. That works. My friend will deliver the car tonight. I'll bring you breakfast. See you tomorrow. He set his phone down, his expression one of desolation. My paid leave. This situation couldn't possibly be related to Qin Yuchu, could it? Fu Hang couldn't help but recall the figure he had seen that morning, clad in a hoodie and jeans. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He took out his phone again but hesitated to dial Qin Yuchu's number. Forget it. This is just work. Accompanying a goddess on a mountain hike and camping for 200,000. What reason do I have to complain? The next morning, Fu Hang stood neatly dressed at the entrance of Shin Qingwan's community, instinctively glancing at the guardhouse. The drowsy security guard inside was not the enthusiastic older brother he had encountered before. After sending 2 messages, a black ADQ-7 emerged from within the community. Fu Hang furrowed his brow. That license plate looked familiar. How could this car be here? The SUV halted before him, and Shin Qingwan emerged, smiling. Dressed in athletic wear, her crop top and yoga pants perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, a quintessential green tea presentation. Is this the car your friend lent you? Fu Hang asked. His expression perplexed, momentarily forgetting to compliment Shin Qingwan's attire. Well, let us get in. Adjust the seat as you like. The electric controls are on the left. Shin Qingwan took the breakfast from Fu Hang and walked around to the passenger seat. Fu Hang pretended to help by opening the door, hastily running a few steps to pull it open, then deliberately circled around the back of the car to examine the license plate again. Damn, it really is this car? First, we need to stop by the company. I have to pick someone up. She'll be joining us. Shen Qingluan fastened her seatbelt and set the breakfast aside, stealing glances at Fu Hang's expression. The ADQ7 was quite pricey. Renting it for a day would cost nearly 1,000. And she had meticulously chosen it from the rental agency. Since she had invited him camping, she felt it necessary to remind him appropriately. A sweet date requires a little bit of a nudge. Otherwise, he might get carried away and create an embarrassing scene in front of Qin Yuchu. Oh. I want to activate the navigation just yet. Fu Hang adjusted his seat, striving to conceal the oddity on his face. Why did that license plate seem so familiar? Because this car was his, a reward from a performance evaluation system. Due to its incongruity with his persona, he seldom had the chance to drive it. After it sat idle in the garage for 6 months, he decided to embrace the principle of making a little profit from waste and sent it to the rental agency. Is this it? A friend borrowed it? Never mind. Consider the rental fee as an additional business expense. Throughout the drive, Fu Hang spoke little, his focus intense. Shen Qingluan smirked inwardly but chose not to provoke him further. Let us stop at the milk tea shop ahead. I want to buy some. She pointed to the nearby Ganlu milk tea. I'll go. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. I can handle it. It's difficult to park here. It's better if you stay in the car, Shen Qingluan insisted, opening the door first. Fu Hang turned to look at the milk tea shop, and as the door swung open, he was met by the dazed gaze of a server who often called him boss lady. Fu Hang shot a glare, signaling for silence. As he observed Shen Qingluan enter, he opened the storage compartment within the car. Upon revealing the vehicle registration, he confirmed it indeed belonged to him. With a roll of his eyes, he tucked the document into his pocket, hoping to spare the goddess from any awkwardness and himself from having to explain. Soon, Shen Qingluan emerged, carrying 3 cups of mango sago. Well, that's an expense allowance of 68 times 3. Glancing back, Fu Hang met the astonished gaze of the server. He decided to let Qin Yuchu sit in the front, as she was prone to motion sickness. However, when Shen Qingluan entered the vehicle, she chose the back seat instead. Is the person you were picking up Qin Yuchu? Fu Hang asked, taken aback as he turned around. Yes, she is my partner this time, in fact. She is the executive assistant to our company as president, Shen Qingluan carefully reminded him, subtly indicating that Qin Yuchu held a higher position than herself, suggesting that it was fitting for her to sit in front, and also hinting that he should be observant over the next couple of days. I knew you were involved in this. Fu Hang's eyes flashed with exasperation at the revelation. Let me let you in on a secret. Yuchu is actually our president's girlfriend, Shen Qingluan suddenly recalled, lowering her voice to add this piece of information. The left side of Fu Hang's face, specifically the half that Shen Qingluan could not see, twitched violently. As the car arrived at the company's entrance, Qin Yuchu, dressed in matching athletic attire, bounded out with a backpack slung over her shoulders. Unlike Shen Qingluan's fitted sportswear, Qin Yuchu's outfit was quite loose, resembling a high school uniform at first glance, though in much brighter colors. Fu Hang found himself momentarily lost in thought. Recalling their first encounter, a young girl in high school trousers, helplessly cornered by a group of thugs, her head bowed, flinching away with a blend of timidity and stubbornness. Hello, Qingluan Jia. Fu Hang, the sweet-faced Yuchu greeted as she entered the vehicle. Chapter 28. More than 3 years of lingering affection. You've kept me waiting for quite some time. Yuchu, have you had breakfast yet? It was bought by Fu Hang. Shen Qingluan appeared quite amiable. Yes, I've already eaten. Thank you. Qin Yuchu closed the car door and meticulously examined the interior, her curiosity evident. Here, this is your milk tea. Wow, how did Sister Qingluan know I like this place? Qin Yuchu accepted it with joy. I always see you with it on your desk, but be careful not to gain weight. Haha. I'll let you in on a secret. The owner of this shop is incredibly handsome. Qin Yuchu playfully bit her lip, smiling with a hint of mischief. Ah? Really? Shen Qingluan looked slightly taken aback, glancing at Qin Yuchu, only to find her gazing at Fu Hang. Seatbelt. Fu Hang timely interrupted, starting the car. Shen Qingluan frowned. The owner of the milk tea shop is handsome? Could it truly be so remarkable as to prompt such praise from Qin Yuchu? To be honest, she rarely bought milk tea herself. Never mind, he's just a milk tea shop owner. Today, I'll be relying on you, Fu Hang. Qin Yuchu secured her seatbelt and turned to look at Fu Hang earnestly. I should be the one thanking you both. This is my first time camping in my entire life. Fu Hang forced a smile, struggling to adjust his emotions. Goodness, this woman must be enchanting. It's Sister Qingwan's thoughtfulness for your hard work that brings you on this trip to unwind. Qin Yuqiu unwrapped the milk tea, inserted the straw. But instead of drinking, she placed it in the center console and took out another cup, repeating the same process. Thank you, Fu Hang instinctively replied, his gaze subtly shifting to the rearview mirror. It was unclear whether this gratitude was directed towards the milk tea or the camping trip. By the way, where's your hometown? Qin Yuqiu asked casually, her eyes fixed ahead. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, freeing one hand to retrieve the milk tea, and took a hearty sip through the straw. You guys? Where's your hometown? Fu Hang is a local. Qingwan is from the south. But isn't this a matter of local kinship? Fu Hang had not anticipated this line of questioning. I actually attended university with Fu Hang. He's a local, while I'm from the coast. Qingwan responded swiftly, almost blurting it out. She then nervously glanced at Qin Yuqiu, who was also sipping her milk tea, her actions mirroring Fu Hang's, particularly the way she puffed her cheeks and chewed slowly. You two are university classmates? Then how does that work? Graduating from the same university, one in a large corporation as a manager, the other delivering takeout. Qingwan framed it this way to consider my feelings. Fu Hang's previously submissive thoughts finally connected, causing a chill to run down his back. Wow, I truly didn't expect that you were classmates. Qin Yuqiu turned her head, shifting her gaze between the two. Indeed, Fu Hang and Qingwan are classmates. Though not in the same class or even the same major, they merely attended the same university. Qingwan specialized in human resources, while Fu Hang studied Chinese language and literature. Suddenly mentioning this caused Fu Hang's thoughts to drift slightly. It has indeed been more than 3 years of adoration. The system activation has lasted 3 years, but 3 years ago, Fu Hang was already a devoted admirer of Qingwan. However, without the system, his affection lacked a certain finesse. We have known each other for 6 years, haven't we? Qingwan's voice suddenly carried a note of nostalgia, particularly after witnessing the almost identical gestures of drinking milk tea, which stirred a peculiar sentiment within her. Well, Qin Yuqiu's expression was exaggerated, leaning back slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Fu Hang. Fu Hang's countenance was decidedly awkward. He gulped down his milk tea, his puffed cheeks serving as a diversion. Yet, Qingwan felt a tremor in her heart. What does Qin Yuqiu see in Fu Hang? She was a seasoned veteran in the field, weathered and wise, with an instinctual awareness of danger and an acute sensitivity to threats. There was something unsettling in that gaze. There are still 2 hours until we arrive. Perhaps you should take a break. It's early, and we still have to climb a mountain later. Fu Hang interjected at the opportune moment, redirecting the conversation. ADD. Navigate to Qianfeng Mountain Scenic Area. The destination has been set to the Visitor Reception Center of Qianfeng Mountain Scenic Area, and the route is being planned. The distance to the destination. The vehicle's electronic voice announced the navigation prompt. Qingwan furrowed her brow again. How familiar is Fu Hang with this car? It's quite luxurious. Fu Hang, is this your vehicle? Qin Yuqiu suddenly began to explore the interior. It belongs to another friend of mine, Qingwan quickly interjected. You should rest a bit. Today's physical exertion will be considerable. Fu Hang turned his head, a hint of warning flashing in his eyes. Qin Yuqiu had already opened the storage box, rummaging through its contents. Oh. Qin Yuqiu surrendered, leaning back and obediently closing her eyes. In the back seat, Qingwan felt 100 pangs of discomfort. What exactly is the issue? They have only met a few times. How have they become so familiar? Perhaps it was indeed too early. With the car's gentle jolting, Qingwan gradually drifted into slumber. Her sleep was not entirely restful, yet she dreamt vividly. She relived her university days, recalling the moment she first met Fu Hang. It was a rainy afternoon outside the school's package pickup station, where she awkwardly held an umbrella, gazing down at a large parcel on the ground. The package was sent by a male classmate from high school, filled with snacks. In a bid to surprise her, he had only informed her about the delivery after it had arrived, prompting her to collect it. Before she arrived, she had no inkling of the parcel's size. Classmate, may I assist you? This was Fu Hang's first utterance to her. May I assist you? Not, do you need help? It was tinged with nervousness, shyness, and a hint of both trepidation and anticipation. Naturally, this led to their first interaction. That day, he carried the box while she held the umbrella, the rain soaking both the parcel and half of his body. As they parted, she opened the box and handed him a bag of chips. From then on, he would often help her with her packages, buy her breakfast, reserve seats in the study room, and transcribe assignments for their common courses. Their relationship was neither distant nor overly intimate. It was not quite ambiguous, yet it lacked a certain closeness. Until that fateful day when they chanced upon each other in the library, he had rushed out to procure her favorite milk tea. And she invited him to sit beside her. He appeared somewhat anxious, prompting her to deliberately take the wrong cup when she reached for the milk tea midway. "This cup is mine. I've already sipped from it," he stammered, his voice laced with astonishment. "I am aware, but I have finished mine," she replied. A hint of doubt lingering in Xinxingwan's heart. Something felt amiss. She distinctly remembered not voicing it that way. Her initial explanation had been that she was too engrossed in her reading to notice. No, this was not her voice. Xinxingwan jolted awake, and her gaze fell upon Qin Yuchu, who tilted her head, defiantly looking at Fu Hang while greedily sipping the milk tea. Looking down, she noticed an empty cup on the drink holder, its straw adorned with faint traces of lipstick. Xinxingwan's heart raced furiously. What was this audacious girl up to? She had never actually intended to drink from the cup, merely pretending. But what about her? Did she truly not mind that another man had sipped from it? Chapter 29. Can a poor student also wear makeup? Don't be so stingy. You don't even like sweet things. Here, have a dried plum. Qin Yuchu's voice was soft, yet her tone unsettled Xinxingwan greatly. I won't. Fu Hang shot her a glance. Come on, open your mouth. Where are we now? Xinxingwan's brow twitched, instinctively causing her to make a noise as she slowly straightened her posture. Almost there. Are you awake? Fu Hang instantly became alert, his gaze discreetly flicking to the rearview mirror. Awake? If you don't wake up soon, I'll feed it to you. Apologies, I stayed up too late last night. Xinxingwan feigned a yawn, her eyes glancing toward Qin Yuchu. Xingwan, would you like a dried plum? Qin Yuchu tossed one into her mouth and turned around with a sweet smile. No, I fear the sourness. Xinxingwan slightly squinted, lowering her head to tidy her makeup, her gaze falling once more on the empty cup of milk tea. A straw? Lipstick? Has Qin Yuchu applied makeup today? Raising her head with a hint of surprise. She indeed found Qin Yuchu looking distinctly different today. In their previous encounters, she bore a bare face, but today, she sported a natural makeup look. No wonder she had remarked about the vibrancy of youth when getting into the car. So, she had put on makeup, this sly girl. Had Yuchu not slept at all? Xinxingwan put away her makeup mirror, forcing a smile. Compared to Qin Yuchu's natural look, her own makeup appeared somewhat contrived. Is she not a poor student? How does she possess such adept makeup skills? I just dozed off for a bit. Fu Hang, thank you. Should I drive for a while? Xinxingwan's tone softened immensely as she reached across the seat, gently squeezing Fu Hang's shoulder. What's so tiring about this? It's just a short distance, Fu Hang stammered, visibly taken aback, his body trembling slightly. This tremor was genuine, not feigned. Miss, I'm driving here. That was a rather dangerous maneuver you just pulled. A fine of 203 demerits, mind you. By all that is good. I am but a humble admirer. I am unworthy of the attention of two young ladies such as yourselves. Please, spare me. Let me quietly admire you. If you will, my requests are not high. I'll give you a squeeze when we get out. Just drive slowly. We have enough time. Xinxingwan seemed to have triggered some switch, her demeanor becoming fiery. Qin Yuchu remained silent, merely turning her head away, quietly gazing out the window. The milk tea had been returned to its place, and she was tossing dried plums into her mouth sporadically. The navigation system announced their timely arrival at the scenic area parking lot, where the liaison awaited their arrival. Xinxingwan was not among the first to arrive. As a supervisor, she was still significantly later than the staff, who had been there half an hour early. You all can wander about. I will go handle the arrangements. Stepping out of the car, Xinxingwan spoke with evident reluctance. She wished to bring Fu Hang along. With him by her side, she would feel much more at ease. However, this was a company team-building event, and though the HR department was small, there were still men present. What kind of situation would it be to have an outsider fussing around her? Fu Hang's persona is that of a humble delivery worker. Do you need assistance? Fu Hang is as considerate as ever. No, I'll just handle some coordination work. Others will take care of the specifics, Xinxingwan replied gently. Sister Qingwan, go ahead with your tasks. I'll keep an eye on Fu Hang, Qin Yuchu said, her smile remaining sweet. Just don't trouble Yuchu, Xinxingwan thought to herself. Cursing inwardly. My concern is precisely you. As a woman of the president, isn't it a bit peculiar to harbor so many thoughts about Fu Hang? Not at all. I'll need brother Fu Hang to take care of me over the next couple of days, Qin Yuchu said, lightly tossing her ponytail. Xinxingwan forced a smile, casting a meaningful glance at Fu Hang, and quickly walked into the crowd. You will take care of me, right, brother? Qin Yuchu tilted her body, her tone dropping significantly. The final two words seamlessly transitioned into a sound effect exclusive to Sudaji. What on earth do you want? Fu Hang could no longer tolerate it. I want to eat grilled sausage, Qin Yuchu said, pointing to the small shop at the entrance of the scenic area. Go buy it yourself, Fu Hang replied, not even turning around. No, I want you to buy it, Qin Yuchu insisted, pouting. Fu Hang shot her a glare and turned his back. Out of sight. Out of mind. Sister Qingwan, do you want to eat grilled sausage? Qin Yuchu suddenly raised her voice. Shen Qingwan, who had just walked a short distance, turned back with suspicion. Do you want some grilled sausage? Qin Yuchu pointed towards the small shop, repeating her question. Sure, Shen Qingwan said, a bit confused. Qingwan, I'll go get it for you. Do you want something to drink? Fu Hang responded enthusiastically, already moving towards the shop. Qin Yuchu smiled again, proudly lifting her chin. Several tour buses arrived in succession, and Fu Hang, witnessing the throngs of people pouring out, realized for the first time the scale of his company. Speaking of which, organizing such a team-building event must cost quite a bit, right? Is this money coming from his own pocket or from the system? Various private cars of differing standards continued to arrive, and the individual Shen Qingwan was negotiating with shifted from reception staff to corporate executives. While they conversed, they occasionally cast glances in his direction, but Fu Hang understood that their focus was not on him, but rather on the rumored girlfriend of the president beside him. He sat awkwardly on a stone, lowering his head to minimize his presence. Are you going to greet them? They're all your capable subordinates, Qin Yuchu said, seemingly unbothered by her surroundings, as she settled next to Fu Hang. Are you doing this on purpose? Fu Hang shifted slightly away, trying to maintain a safe distance. Do they truly not know you? Qin Yuchu asked curiously. Fu Hang turned his head and pulled out a cigarette to light. He rarely smoked, especially in front of girls. But in this moment, he felt an overwhelming need to release his pent-up frustration. That guy with the beer belly is Su Changka, the executive vice president of the company. He calls the shots now. Qin Yuchu showed no concern for Fu Hang's indifference as she continued her introduction without a care. This guy spent so much of my money on this ridiculous team-building event? Fu Hang's gaze sharpened, a simmering hatred gnawing at his teeth. You should be familiar with this person, right? Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, Su Changka, who was conversing with Shen Qingwan, broke into a warm smile and hastened to greet someone. Company's legal counsel, Zhang Xiang, Attorney Zhang. Attorney Zhang is not merely the legal representative of yuan trade. He is, in fact, a renowned lawyer in Han City and across the nation. His role at yuan trade is merely one of his many professional engagements. Thus, in Su Chang's eyes, Attorney Zhang embodies the enigmatic capital that underpins yuan. Chapter 30. The White Glove. Lawyer Zhang has finally arrived. At first, I thought you might be too occupied. It just so happens to be the weekend, and my daughter is not in school, so I brought her along to partake in the festivities. Lawyer Zhang responded politely, accompanied by a young girl of about 15 or 16, who appeared rather aloof, merely smiling at those around her. Is this the esteemed daughter of Lawyer Zhang? She looks truly. Before Shen Qingwan could finish her courteous remarks, she noticed a sudden gleam of joy in Lawyer Zhang's eyes. I apologize. I must greet someone. Lawyer Zhang tugged at his daughter's sleeve and hurried towards Fu Hang's position. Oh, Assistant Qin is over there. Su Chang'a discerned Lawyer Zhang's urgency and promptly cleared the path. Mr. Su, this Lawyer Zhang, was ignored outright, causing Shen Qingwan to feel somewhat displeased. I think I understand now. Su Chang'a maintained a smile, but his tone became instantly grave. What? Shen Qingwan felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly positioned herself in front of Su Chang'a. This Qin Yuchu may not be as we presumed. Su Chang'a's tone was heavy. Isn't she merely a kept woman? A canary, deserving such treatment from Lawyer Zhang? Su Chang'a narrowed his eyes and shot Shen Qingwan a glare. Are you implying that her relationship with the president is perhaps more intricate than it appears? Considering her background, she could very well be the white glove endorsed by the mysterious president or the consortium behind the scenes. Are you suggesting? If my judgment is correct, Qin Yuchu is poised to become the next president of yuan trading. Su Chang'a's voice was dark, filled with palpable resentment. Shen Qingwan fell silent. And compared to Su Chang'a's unfulfilled bitterness, she felt a tempest of jealousy brewing within her. How is this fair? Is it simply because she is young and beautiful? Or perhaps because she excels in her studies? This little vixen, just look at how she flirts with Fu Hang, not even sparing a mere delivery person. That Lawyer Zhang, who had disregarded her, now stood somewhat awkwardly before Qin Yuchu, indirectly confirming Su Chang'a's suspicions. There is no point in dwelling on such matters. We are all workers here, so let us focus on our tasks. Unless you can. Su Chang'a did not finish his sentence and slowly turned to leave. Shen Qingwan lowered her head discreetly, fully aware of what Su Chang'a was implying. In terms of external attributes, she believed she was not inferior to Qin Yuchu. perhaps even surpassing her in many respects. A woman's worth should never be measured solely by her youth. Clearly, Su Chang'e shared this sentiment. Unless she could become the president's wife, or even if not the wife, simply take Qin Youchu's position would suffice. I didn't expect you to be here as well. Standing before Qin Youchu, Lawyer Zhang inclined his head slightly towards Fu Hang. Fu Hang seemed to either not hear or deliberately chose not to engage. Stepping back a few paces to maintain distance, wary of intruding on the conversation between Lawyer Zhang and Assistant Qin. Greetings, Lawyer Zhang. I appreciate your assistance regarding the recent matters. Qin Youchu approached courteously for a handshake. It was merely my duty. Yet, Lawyer Zhang merely clasped his hands in a salute. Bowing slightly to Qin Youchu. A handshake? How absurd. Your man possesses such an eccentric temperament. What if he harbors a form of mental obsession? Naturally, Lawyer Zhang is acquainted with Fu Hang. Not to mention yuan would trade. Even the luxury cars and opulent residences are all managed by him. In fact, the confidentiality agreements for yuan would trade were drafted and handled personally by him. In the eyes of Lawyer Zhang, Fu Hang's identity is shrouded in an aura of mystery. Particularly, the enormous flow of funds that manages to evade scrutiny entirely within the bounds of legality is utterly terrifying. This is not merely a matter of wealth. It transcends that notion entirely. As for the extent of his riches, Lawyer Zhang cannot fathom the audacity required to silently acquire yuan would trade and subsequently disregard it completely. Moreover, the exorbitant salary Fu Hang offers him has effectively ushered him into a semi-retirement mode, as he now primarily attends to Fu Hang's affairs. With his team scarcely accepting other cases, where else could one find a boss who offers such abundant compensation for minimal responsibilities? He seems to notice that Fu Hang shows no regard for Lawyer Zhang, causing Qin Youchu to feel a twinge of apprehension as she attempts to offer a few words of explanation on Fu Hang's behalf. I understand. Lawyer Zhang hastily interrupts, turning slightly to face Fu Hang, aiming to dispel any potential misunderstandings caused by his previous indiscretion. Well then, you two converse. I shall take my child to collect the equipment. Miss Qin, should you require anything, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Lawyer Zhang bows once more, swiftly leading his daughter away. The unfolding situation does not escape the keen eyes of nearby onlookers, and in the hearts of these seasoned professionals. Qin Youchu's stature has grown significantly. They may not possess the insight of Su Chang'e, but they have all but abandoned their previous disdain for Qin Youchu. Just as Su Chang'e remarked, given Lawyer Zhang's esteemed position, there is no necessity to exhibit such deference towards a mere canary. Daddy, is that sister your boss's wife? Zhang Xiaolin inquires, her curiosity piqued as she gazes at her father. Do not pry into matters of work, he admonishes gently. And why haven't you introduced anyone? Show some manners. His mild reprimand follows. Whether or not she is indeed the boss's wife, it is highly probable that she will be the next president of yuan would trade. His speculation arises from the newly purchased residence, which he believes aligns more with Fu Hang's cultivated protege than with a presidential spouse. After all, with Fu Hang's financial resources, how could he possibly gift a woman a $2 million home? Would it not be more prudent to retrieve the answer number one? Thus, their relationship seems to be one of superior and subordinate, rather than a purely simplistic connection. Moreover, do not be deceived by that sister's beauty. She is a top scorer in the college entrance examination and currently excels academically at Han City University. Perhaps recalling something. Lawyer Zhang hastily adds this to guide his child's values. Wow, Zhang Xiaolin exclaims in awe at her age. Being a top scorer in the college entrance examination is akin to receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award. Everyone has moved on. Come, sit down. Qin Youchu reclaims her seat on the stone. Sit tight. We're going to collect the equipment. Fu Hang lets out a heavy sigh, donning a sycophantic smile as he strides towards the crowd. Qin Youchu tilts her head, observing Fu Hang's retreating figure, her brow furrowing deeper. What exactly does this man do? Even Lawyer Zhang shows him such respect? Until Fu Hang walked far away, Qin Youchu remained at a loss, unable to discern any clarity. With a nonchalant shrug, she slowly rose to her feet, leisurely shouldering her backpack as she approached. Regardless of who you may be in my presence, you hold but one title, boss. The crowd gradually began to ascend the mountain, with Fu Hang, adorned with a large hiking backpack, beaming brightly as he trailed behind Shen Qingyuan. As the organizer of the event, it was only natural for her to bring up the rear, a unilateral decision she had made. Why? To follow Fu Hang, of course. Would she really want to flaunt her affection amidst the throng? Chapter 31, The Weight We Carry. I apologize. I forgot to mention I would lag behind. How about you, and them head up first? Shen Qingwan spoke with a hint of embarrassment. It's perfectly fine to stay back. We are a team. Qin Yuchu shrugged indifferently. Is your bag heavy? Do you want me to carry it for you? Fu Hang interjected at the right moment, demonstrating his usual meticulousness towards work. This is the very essence of Fu Hang's attitude towards a substantial salary. No need, if you have to carry my bag. I might as well not ascend the mountain at all and just wait down here. Shen Qingwan hadn't finished speaking when Qin Yuchu, raising her backpack, bluntly remarked. Shen Qingwan silently cursed. Didn't he ask about me? Do you have any idea how heavy my bag is? Yuchu is right. You've already done a great deal by carrying the tent and supplies. We can manage our own bags. Shen Qingwan turned gently to Fu Hang. If you feel tired, just let me know. My hands can still manage. Fu Hang lifted the supply bag in his hand, containing water and some bread and biscuits for the three of them along the way. However, his other hand was indeed empty. The team-building arrangement was to camp at a designated location, with lunch being resolved on the way and dinner featuring a simple ceremony along with a series of activities. As the crowd gradually dispersed, members of the management greeted Qin Yuchu as they passed by, recalling lawyer Zhang's earlier performance that had impacted many. Shen Qingwan wore a smile, though her heart was increasingly filled with complexity and envy. Shall we move? As the crowd thinned, Qin Yuchu waved her hand and set off first. Shen Qingwan hurried to follow, while Fu Hang tightened his grip on the large backpack with a grimace, reluctantly stepping forward. This bag contained a portable tent. Although it was expensive and made of lightweight material, it was still a tent meant for two. Not to mention, he was also carrying a substantial bag filled with drinking water, bread, biscuits, and fruit. It wasn't that his stamina was lacking. After enduring a series of bizarre performance evaluations and rewards, his current condition made him hesitant to undergo a medical examination. His frustration stemmed from the fact that he could have been lounging on the luxurious bed of Yunshu No. 1, typing away on his phone instead. Where's Qingwan? Is she tired? She is amazing. Please be careful, Qingwan. He was quite adept at these standard phrases, feeling relaxed and carefree. Fu Hang, pass me a bottle of water. After walking for a short distance, Qin Yuchu suddenly turned around. Are you thirsty already? Fu Hang asked, puzzled. The grilled sausage was a bit salty. Qin Yuchu replied without waiting for Fu Hang's response, stepping forward to retrieve 2 bottles of water from the bag. Sister Qingwan, here you go. Oh, thank you. Shen Qingwan accepted, taken aback. Why are you giving this to me? I'm not thirsty. Leading the way, Qin Yuchu forged ahead, followed closely by Shen Qingwan, while Fu Hang trailed leisurely behind. The pace of the trio was notably slow, primarily due to Qin Yuchu's leisurely demeanor. The fruit provided by the company is delicious. Sister Qingwan, do you know which vendor they ordered from? Sister Qingwan, could you take a picture of me? Fu Hang, please wait for us over there. Fu Hang, give me a box of biscuits. Sister Qingwan, is there a restroom ahead? I've had too much to drink. Fu Hang, could you hand me another bottle of water? I finished mine. Though Shen Qingwan wore a radiant smile, her heart was filled with a torrent of expletives. Was it not said that one emerges from humble beginnings? Why all this fuss? Had they not traversed merely a modest distance? Surely, their provisions must be exhausted by now. Furthermore, had you not begun feasting in the vehicle? Milk tea, potato chips, grilled sausages, preserved plums. Speaking of which, how did you attain that slender waist? Where did all the indulgent fare go? Is there truly a gifted physique that can regulate the deposition of fat? This cannot be in accordance with biological norms. You are defying natural laws. Oh, there's a river down there. Let us go take a look. Qin Yuchu suddenly pointed towards the end of a winding path. Surely this cannot be the main thoroughfare of the scenic area. Shen Qingwan frowned at the side of the narrow trail. It wasn't particularly rugged, but it was evidently not the path leading to the mountain summit. Wasn't the purpose of this outing to revel in nature? Come on, let us go. Qin Yuchu exclaimed with vibrant energy, seemingly eager to burn off the calories she had consumed. Shen Qingwan felt a myriad of reluctance, yet soon recalled the smiling faces of the executives from earlier. This could be the future president, she reminded herself. It was far more advantageous to curry favor with this young lady than with that old man Su Changka, as at least there would be no unwanted advances. Shen Qingwan fell in line, while Fu Hang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Had it not been for Shen Qingwan, he would have likely taken matters into his own hands with her. Securing the bag to his backpack, Fu Hang inhaled deeply. The once substantial supply bag now contained merely 2 bottles of water. When it came to dining, ambience truly mattered, under Qin Yuchu's guidance and distribution. The entire bag of provisions had been consumed in a remarkably short time. After only a few steps, Fu Hang abruptly halted, instinctively adjusting the bag he held. The 2 bottles of water were now nearly weightless. Had he perhaps overthought things? The path appeared short, and the river seemed close. Yet the trio walked for a full 40 minutes. Wow, this is truly a 5A scenic area. Qin Yuchu exuberantly dashed to the riverbank, spreading her arms wide to inhale the fresh air dramatically. Shen Qingwan's expression softened, genuine relief washing over her features. This place was undeniably beautiful, verdant mountains, crystal-clear waters, melodious birdsong, and fragrant blossoms. Before her flowed a gentle stream, with thick canopies lining either side. After a prolonged existence in a concrete jungle, it felt as though her spirit had been rejuvenated in that moment. Shen Qingwan tilted her head slightly, basking in the freshness of nature. "Be careful." Fu Hang's exclamation interrupted her moment of tranquility. Instinctively, she looked up to find Qin Yuchu nimbly climbing atop a large rock by the riverbank. "Yuchu, what are you doing?" Shen Qingwan exclaimed in alarm. Behind that stone was the river, with no barriers nearby. "Sister Qingwan, this angle is fantastic. The shot will be perfect." Qin Yuchu called out joyfully from her perch on the rock. "Come down quickly, it's too dangerous." Shen Qingwan rushed forward but halted at a safe distance. "I'm already up here. It would be such a shame not to take a picture. This place is truly stunning. I shall take a photograph for you. It is rather dull when I am alone. Fu Hang, come here. Let us capture a moment together." Qin Yuchu called out to Fu Hang, tilting her chin upwards. "Me?" Fu Hang was taken aback, and Shen Qingwan's expression instantly turned peculiar. A group photo? Had she and Fu Hang ever taken one together? Certainly not. A competent tea artist would never pose for a picture with a mere backup. "You should go and take one," Shen Qingwan urged softly, her mind suddenly stirred. "Quickly. Have her come down." Fu Hang exhaled, memories of Qin Yuchu's indulgent feasting along the way flooding his mind. He gently set down his backpack and swiftly climbed atop the massive rock. Chapter 32. Should I know the way? Come a little closer. Yes, stand here. Qin Yuchu beamed with delight as she pulled Fu Hang to the center of the boulder, naturally entwining her arm with his. Although labeled as a boulder, the space for standing was rather limited, causing them to be in close proximity. "Do not move recklessly," Fu Hang murmured softly, attempting to evade her, yet finding no room to maneuver in the confined space. "If I were to fall, would you save me?" Qin Yuchu tilted her head slightly, resting half of it on Fu Hang's shoulder. "Seriously, don't move." Fu Hang's heart began to race. Was he worried she might feel jealous? A smile grazed Qin Yuchu's face, her voice barely audible. Fu Hang fell silent, striving to maintain a cheerful expression, urging Shen Qingwan to hasten her photography. Shen Qingwan adjusted her angle with the phone, yet as the two on the boulder posed, seemingly engaged in hushed whispers, her trembling fingers suddenly found it difficult to press the shutter button. 3 words unexpectedly flashed through her mind, so well matched. But it was quite glaring, very unsettling. "Are you ready, Sister Qingwan? Wait, let me take a few more." Shen Qingwan jolted back to reality, hastily snapping several photos. Hadn't she encouraged Fu Hang to climb up just for this picture? Observing Shen Qingwan giving an okay sign, Fu Hang promptly leaped down from the boulder, feeling a coolness at his wrist and a warmth on his shoulder, a tangible sensation. Turning around, Fu Hang hesitated for a moment before raising his hand towards Qin Yuchu. The boulder was not very high, about a meter, easy to ascend, but descending without assistance could pose a risk for a girl, given how intimate their poses had been. It seemed only natural to offer support at this moment. Qin Yuchu lowered her head, quietly gazing at Fu Hang for 3 seconds. Then a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes. Is she up to something? Fu Hang's heart sank. Indeed, the next moment, Qin Yuchu tilted her body, falling directly towards him. He stepped back, lowered his center of gravity, and brought his shoulders in. Fu Hang's eyes sparkled with focus as he securely caught Qin Yuchu in his arms. A princess carry. As he awkwardly looked down, he met the glimmering gaze of Qin Yuchu. "Yuchu?" Shen Qingwan exclaimed, rushing over. "I'm fine. I just slipped a bit." Thankfully, Fu Hang was there. Qin Yuchu exclaimed, dramatically turning her head, her arms tightly wrapped around Fu Hang's neck. "You can let go now." Fu Hang softly reminded her, sensing the shift in Shen Qingwan's aura, an unmistakable decline in her favorability. "Oh, I'm sorry." Qin Yuchu bashfully lowered her head, yet showed no intention of releasing her grip. It was only when Fu Hang gently set her feet back on the ground that she slowly straightened up. "Yuchu, that was too dangerous just now. Don't do that again," Shen Qingwan admonished as she stepped forward to support Qin Yuchu. "I'll let you play. You'll regret it later." As Fu Hang extended his hand earlier, a spark of inspiration struck Shen Qingwan, and she lifted her phone once more. Initially intending to capture a more intimate hand-holding moment, she was taken by surprise by the unexpected turn of events. The image of the two tightly embracing was clearly captured by Shen Qingwan. Don't worry. That was just a mistake. I grew up in the mountains." With that, Qin Yuchu picked up her backpack from the ground and, as if nothing had transpired, led the way forward. However, her chosen path diverged from the one they had come by, instead following the river upstream. Xinqingwan was still preoccupied with thoughts of the two photographs, unconsciously trailing behind. Fu Hang, displaying even more shamelessness, seized the opportunity to pick up his climbing bag and feign a casual nose wipe, inhaling deeply. This was his first intimate encounter with a girl. If it weren't for the client nearby, the ingrained professionalism he had cultivated over the years would have faltered, revealing his true self. She was light, certainly no more than 91 pounds, and so soft, utterly contradicting that weight. The trio quickened their pace, yet still meandered with stops. The sun shifted from its zenith, casting elongated shadows of the mountains. Fu Hang, do you have any food left? Qin Yuchu turned to him with an innocent gaze. The supply bag is empty, he replied, lifting the last bottle of water. This was intended for his own consumption. But the instincts of a devoted admirer reminded him that the final bottle should not be for him. Oh, I finished the food in my bag back in the car. Sister Qingwan, do you have any left? I didn't bring any provisions. Let us hold on a bit longer. There will be food at the campsite. Xinqingwan leaned against a tree, catching her breath as she gazed at the riverbank. The scenery was splendid, yet undeniably exhausting. Are these two really so fit? I managed to attend yoga classes twice a week. Especially Fu Hang, who bore such a hefty pack without breaking a sweat. Then let us hurry to the campsite. Which way is it? Qin Yuchu took a deep breath and stood tall. However, her inquiry was met with silence from the others. Why are you looking at me? Which way to the campsite? Qin Yuchu blinked her innocent, delicate eyelashes. You don't know where the campsite is? Fu Hang was the first to question. Why would you think I know? This is my first time at Qianfeng Mountain. Qin Yuchu appeared genuinely bewildered. But you've been leading the way all along? Fu Hang was baffled. You never mentioned it, so I assumed it was this direction. Qin Yuchu blinked her large eyes innocently. According to our plan, what time should we arrive at the campsite? Fu Hang turned to Xinqingwan, whose expression was one of shock. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. An hour to set up camp, then prepare dinner. Xinqingwan, the architect of the plan, was well versed in the procedure, though her voice grew increasingly faint. It's nearly 3 now, but where's the campsite? Fu Hang anxiously retrieved his phone. Damn. No signal. You're not saying you don't know the way either? Qin Yuchu asked timidly. I only know the main road, Xinqingwan admitted. She was familiar with the plan, which contained a detailed route, but that was only for the main road. But where is the main road now? Fu Hang sighed, glancing around. He had visited once before, but even then, he had merely followed the crowd up the steps, turning back halfway down. No signal? Xinqingwan exclaimed, quickly pulling out her phone to check as well. Indeed, there is similarly no signal here. The absence of a signal on our phones indicates that we have strayed far from our intended path, Qin Yuchu softly cautioned. The three of them exchanged glances, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. Why is the Qianfeng mountain scenic area named so? It is not due to the presence of a single mountain named Qianfeng, but rather because this expanse of mountains boasts nearly 1,000 peaks. At this moment, they found themselves nestled between 2 peaks, having traversed countless ravines to arrive at this point. What should we do? A look of anxiety finally crossed Xinqingwan's face as she instinctively glanced towards Fu Hang. Getting lost in these mountains could lead to consequences both grave and trivial. Do not panic. After all, this is a 5A rated scenic area. Our pace is not brisk, and we cannot have wandered too far. The lack of signal may simply be due to the mountains obstructing it. If we retrace our steps for a while, we may regain signal. Moreover, we are a team ascending this mountain, with 1 supervisor and 1 executive assistant among us. If we were truly to become lost, they would soon notice and send someone to search for us. Fu Hang sighed helplessly, setting down his backpack and patiently reassuring them. Chapter 33. The falling leaves and the flying needles. We had traversed nearly 6 hours to arrive here. Can we truly return now? I am famished. Qin Yuchu appeared to be unassuaged, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of our predicament. Is it not your fault? Fu Hang felt an urge to reprimand her. Yet the weight of the 91 pounds she bore stifled his words, leaving him with a mere smirk. To be fair, he had assumed, perhaps naively, that following this academic prodigy would guarantee their safety. How extraordinary had this scholar been prior to this moment? Yuchu was right. We had no provisions left. Returning was not feasible. Furthermore, do you remember the path we took? Xinqingwan's anxiety resurfaced. She was utterly directionally challenged, often losing her way even in Han City, let alone in these mountains. I cannot recall. Qin Yuchu shook her head earnestly. I have a vague sense of the direction. Fu Hang lifted his gaze towards their route back. Well, it is indeed just a vague sense. The paths we traveled earlier were mere trails, and every small path in these mountains appeared almost indistinguishable. We must hasten our return. Shen Qingwan rose, fatigue momentarily forgotten. The mountains experience an early dusk. Darkness would envelop us swiftly. What shall we do if we cannot find the main path? Qin Youchu's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, shimmering with unshed emotion. Shen Qingwan, upon hearing this, was utterly alarmed. If night fell in this place, she instinctively leaned closer to Fu Hang, her gaze filled with desperation. Do not fear. It is not as dire as it seems. If night does indeed fall, do we not have a tent? After all, we came to camp. Whether we are at the campsite or not is inconsequential. If they realize we have not returned, they will contact the rescue team. Fu Hang sought to reassure Shen Qingwan while glancing at Qin Youchu. Qin Youchu stood there quietly, her eyes glistening with tears. Yet, despite the moisture, why did her gaze lack any trace of worry? I am hungry. Qin Youchu lamented, repeating the very phrase she had uttered most frequently that day. Could it be that you were truly a creature of folklore? A glutton? A Pishio? A Bishia? Fu Hang inwardly mocked. Although he had his suspicions regarding the cause of Qin Youchu's earlier veracity, he found himself unable to voice any reproach. Indeed, will we starve? Shen Qingwan's emotions were once again influenced by Qin Youchu, which is a natural reaction when one feels helpless. Fear not. Did we not just cross a river? There are fish in that river. I shall catch some for you to eat. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan visibly relaxed. Indeed, not long ago, they had passed a river, much wider than the first they encountered. Moreover, there was a substantial riverbank. At that time, Qin Youchu had clamored to wade into the water, only to be restrained by the others. You can catch fish? Qin Youchu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, her tear-streaked cheeks glistening like crystal. You shall not starve. Fu Hang replied with a hint of irritation, as he sensed that something was amiss with the day's events. The trio commenced their return journey, and after approximately half an hour, they arrived at the riverbank. However, as Qin Youchu had predicted, the mountains darkened swiftly, autumn was upon them, and even before 4 o'clock, twilight began to descend. The scholar's judgment in this regard was remarkably precise. Speaking of which, is this considered geographical knowledge? Then why do you find yourself lost? Go catch some fish, while Sister Qingwan and I gather firewood. As they set their bags down by the riverside, Qin Youchu suddenly perked up. No need. You two stay here and wait. Fu Hang also set down his bag and began rummaging through the various pockets of his hiking pack. Soon, he produced a sewing kit, not the kind typically found at home, but one with large needles and thick thread. This was a convenient item included with the portable camping tent, meant for emergency repairs in the wilderness. How can we do that? We are in a survival situation. Everyone must contribute to the team. Just as Shen Qingwan settled down, Qin Youchu pulled her up again. Shen Qingwan felt quite aggrieved. She was genuinely exhausted. Don't cause trouble. Just sit quietly. Qingwan is tired. And aren't you hungry too? If you're hungry, don't move. Fu Hang, catching Shen Qingwan's pleading glance, hurriedly intervened to halt their actions. At that moment, Shen Qingwan was truly anxious and restless. Before they got lost, despite the fatigue, they had been trekking through a scenic area for leisure. Now, having lost their way, Qin Youchu's mention of survival heightened the stakes significantly. In this moment, Fu Hang became her sole anchor. Could she really separate from him to venture with Qin Youchu? What if they got lost again? All right, she conceded. Qin Youchu pouted, wanting to say more, but was silenced by Fu Hang's warning gaze. Why is he walking further away? Shen Qingwan voiced her unease as she watched Fu Hang retreat. You don't actually think that where there is water, there will be fish, do you? Shen Qingwan fell silent. Qin Youchu leaned against her hiking pack, resting her head lightly upon it, tilting it to observe Fu Hang's silhouette. Yes, he has his own essence. Fu Hang moved methodically, and indeed, there were plenty of fish in the water. The reason he ventured so far was that he knew the act of catching fish should not be witnessed by the two women. At a sufficient distance, Fu Hang crouched by the water's edge, shielding himself from prying eyes. He held the steel needle in his palm, his wrist twisting in a rather flamboyant manner. In the next moment, the needle was released, piercing the water and striking true into a fish's forehead. Master Combat Technique. Falling Leaf Needle. Indeed. This title of master was not merely an honorary label, but a true representation of his skill. This was also the reason those 5 ruffians remained oblivious to why they had been sent flying. This obsession with performance evaluation and concealed tasks was not merely a trivial pursuit for Fu Hang. Did the system really just dispense money? Gradually pulling back the fishing line, Fu Hang retrieved the steel needle, targeting the next fish and once again adopting his flamboyant stance. The technique was effective. Yet the peculiar method of exertion left him feeling somewhat exasperated. He truly caught one. How did he manage that? Shen Qingluan, who had been attentively watching Fu Hang, suddenly stood up in disbelief. She saw him crouch there for a while. Although the duration seemed lengthy, when he stood, he was already holding a fish triumphantly. Qin Yuchu smiled faintly. This man never ceased to surprise her. Is there a fish vendor nearby? Upon seeing Fu Hang's return, Qin Yuchu teased him due to the fish he held, which had already been processed, its belly slit open and entrails removed. I found a fresh produce supermarket. Fu Hang remarked, curling his lips as he adjusted his backpack back onto his shoulder. Shall we gather some firewood? Qin Yuchu suggested, rising from the ground with a pat on her backside. Let's head over there, if we intend to light a fire. We ought to stay away from the mountainside and make our way to the riverbank. Fu Hang extended a hand to assist Shen Qingluan, who instinctively raised her hand but was suddenly struck by the strong fishy odor emanating from the fish strung together with twine in Fu Hang's grasp. My apologies. The smell is rather potent, Fu Hang observed, quickly stepping back in acknowledgement of her discomfort. The scent of freshly slain fish is indeed quite strong and can be overwhelming for those unaccustomed to it. Give it to me. Wow, they look delicious, Qin Yuchu exclaimed, snatching the fish from him and skipping joyfully towards the riverbank. Chapter 34. Grilled fish. Shen Qingluan's eyes flickered, acutely aware of her recent lapse in composure. The disdain in her gaze had been unmistakably evident. Let us go, Fu Hang said, promptly seizing Shen Qingluan's backpack. A devoted admirer would hardly concern himself with such trifles. Nor would he outwardly display any such sentiments. Is there water in your bag? Why is it so heavy? As he grasped the backpack, Fu Hang expressed mild surprise. It's toner, Shen Qingluan mumbled, her gaze averted. It's so heavy. You should have given it to me sooner, he replied, neglecting her response. His tone tinged with reproach. What sort of people are these? Out here hiking and camping, with one bag full of snacks consumed before reaching the summit. And another carrying toner? He speculated, I can guess. With such a large bag, there must also be foundation, primer, face masks, sunscreen. You didn't bring an entire kit of cosmetics up the mountain, did you? The stream over there is quite clear. You could wash your face there. Go on. Fu Hang closely followed Shen Qingluan's side. A moment of daze washed over Shen Qingluan as she stared vacantly at the figure ahead, perhaps due to the unique circumstances. She found herself reassessing this man's thoughtfulness. She realized that this consideration had always been present, yet she had previously chosen to overlook it. Or perhaps had taken it for granted. As the saying goes, even a block of wood develops feelings after 6 years of companionship. Fu Hang found a suitable spot to start a fire, placing down their belongings before venturing into the woods once more. Shen Qingluan had initially intended to heed his suggestion and wash her face to relax, her thoughts turning to whether Fu Hang had reminded her to do so because her appearance had become rather disheveled. However, upon seeing Qin Yuchu crouched by the water, meticulously tending to the fish, she inexplicably checked her reflection in her compact mirror. Abandoning the idea of washing her face and merely using a wet wipe for a quick touch-up, Fu Hang soon returned, carrying a bundle of dry twigs. He glanced at the sky and entered the woods again. The sun had vanished from sight. Qin Yuchu's assessment had been correct. They would need to prepare to spend the night here. Navigating unfamiliar mountain paths at night could prove perilous. If it were just him, it would be manageable, but with 2 young women in tow, Fu Hang felt uncertain. What surprised Fu Hang, however, was that upon his return, a campfire had already been kindled on the riverbank. Did you start this? He asked, genuinely astonished. Starting a fire in the wild is no simple feat, especially without any accelerants. I may not be adept at grilling fish, but I've been responsible for starting fires since I was 6, Qin Yuchu replied. Her head bowed as she expertly skewered the fish with appropriate sticks. Is this acceptable? I truly lack the skill to grill fish. Without waiting for Fu Hang's response, she raised the fish in her hand. Excellent, Fu Hang replied, casting a deep glance at her before turning his head to conceal his emotions. Is it edible without any seasoning? After a brief respite, Shen Qingluan finally felt a sense of calm. Once settled, she realized her own hunger. Don't worry. Leave it to me, Fu Hang said, flashing a confident smile. Masterful culinary skills, merely grilling a fish, yet there exists a method with seasonings and one without. He once contemplated that if misfortune were to befall him, rendering him unemployed, he could still thrive with this culinary prowess. However, the extravagant yacht parties and nightly revelries might be beyond his reach. Before long, the distinctive aroma of grilled fish wafted along the riverbank. Qin Yuchu, seemingly unconvinced by Fu Hang's culinary abilities, remained squatting by the campfire, her eyes fixated on the sizzling fish. Shen Qingluan intended to assist, but upon witnessing the billowing smoke, She hesitated and ultimately refrained. It smells delightful. I never imagined you possessed such skill, Qin Yuchu genuinely complimented. These two are ready. Would you care to taste? Since Qin Yuchu was nearby, Fu Hang effortlessly handed her the first fish, then turned to offer the second to Shen Wan. This gesture stirred a sense of discomfort within Shen Wan. She was to be the future CEO. She repeatedly reminded herself. Wow, this tastes extraordinary. Fu Hang, you're truly remarkable. I feel it surpasses the creations of renowned chefs, she exclaimed cautiously, taking a careful bite, her eyes instantly illuminating with delight. Perhaps genuine hunger influenced her perception. The fish, devoid of any seasonings or the typical barbecue sauces, bore a uniquely refreshing fragrance. I have no prior experience. This is my first encounter with grilled fish, yet the flavor is simply superb, Qin Yuchu responded, gazing toward the gentle stream nearby. Those words caused Fu Hang's hand to tremble slightly. The notion of it being her first experience with grilled fish. Surely she did not merely refer to this outdoor barbecue. Fu Hang skillfully timed the grilling, ensuring that as soon as one fish was consumed, another was promptly delivered. After finishing her third fish, Shen Wan chose to abstain. While the taste was delightful, excessive consumption could become tiresome. And she had been mindful of her figure, consuming sparingly. In contrast, Qin Yuchu devoured one fish after another, her petite frame resembling an insatiable abyss. Shen Wan observed her with a mix of emotions. Could it be true that she never gained weight? Perhaps she might as well chew the fish bones and swallow them whole. At that thought, Shen Wan suddenly paused, glancing down at the fish bones she had left behind. She had only consumed the central portion of the fish, avoiding the head, tail, and the parts skewered with wood, fearing it might be unsanitary. Conversely, Qin Yuchu had nearly consumed everything, leaving nothing but a skeletal remains at her feet. Stealing a glance at Fu Hang, she noticed he was similarly thorough, though Qin Yuchu appeared to have been even more meticulous. What a poor girl, Shen Wan thought disparagingly. Wan, have a sip of water to cleanse your palate. Fu Hang offered her the last bottle, unscrewing the cap. Shen Wan accepted it naturally. Just as she intended to drink, she suddenly realized this was the final bottle. Lifting it slowly, she did not drink directly from the mouth of the bottle. Instead, she poured a bit into the air, losing some in the process due to an unsteady hand. Since this is the last bottle, we ought to conserve it. You should have a bit too, Yuchu. Shen Wan set down the bottle, casting a gentle glance at Fu Hang before calling out to Qin Yuchu. Go ahead and drink. I shall suffice with this. Qin Yuchu remarked, gesturing toward the brook before her. She dipped her hands into the water, cupping a handful to cleanse the grime from her lips before taking a small sip, her expression one of relaxation and enjoyment. How can you drink unfiltered water? Shen Wan instinctively interjected. In comparison to dehydration, these microorganisms and bacteria are of little consequence. I often drank it in my childhood. It's purely natural and untainted. Qin Yuchu replied, turning to reveal a broad, carefree smile. Occasionally indulging in a sip is harmless, if it becomes dire. We can take a couple of antibiotics once we descend. Fu Hang chuckled, securing the cap of his water bottle and placing it beside Shen Wan, clearly indicating his intention to forego the final bottle of water. Shen Wan cradled the water bottle, lost in thought as she gazed at the ground, her mind adrift. A strange noise broke her reverie, and she turned instinctively to find Fu Hang already unpacking his climbing bag, preparing to set up a tent. What are you doing? Shen Wan exclaimed, startled. It's nearly dark. There is no illumination in the mountains, and descending at this hour would be perilous, Fu Hang explained. But are we really camping here? Shen Wan stood up anxiously. Although they were on a riverbank, the nearby forest loomed with unknown dangers. We have failed to reach our designated location on time. They must have noticed by now and perhaps have already dispatched a search and rescue team for us. Instead of wandering aimlessly in the mountains, it would be wiser to remain here. At least this spot offers a clear view. If we set up the tent and light a signal fire, we can be seen from afar. Qin Yuchu washed her hands and bounced over to assist, entirely devoid of the fear and anxiety that typically accompany being lost in the wilderness. Chapter 35, The Unexpected 85. 21 Shen Wan fell silent. Qin Yuchu's words resonated with undeniable truth, leaving her no room for rebuttal. She found herself incessantly refreshing her phone, desperately hoping to establish a signal for assistance. The tent was portable, its setup remarkably simplistic, akin to unfurling a folding umbrella. Fu Hang's primary task involved tidying the riverbank, clearing away the uneven pebbles, and securing the tent firmly in place. As she observed the two of them bustling about, Shen Wan several times contemplated stepping forward to assist. Yet she felt utterly at a loss as to what she could contribute. In that moment, she sensed her own redundancy. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the two candid photographs she had previously captured, particularly the one of the Princess Carrie, which she had just sneakily glanced at again. The powerful curve of his arm, the softness of his embrace, and the astonished yet inexplicably harmonious expression on his face stirred her imagination. What if she were held in such a manner? Younger Chu, do tell me about the CEO. My curiosity is insatiable, Shen Qingwan exclaimed, her tone imbued with gossip-laden intrigue. Qin Youchu's gaze toward Fu Hang grew increasingly unabashed, and though he consistently evaded her eyes, it irked Shen Qingwan deep within. The CEO? Qin Youchu tilted her head, casting a dubious glance at Shen Qingwan. Indeed, I am exceedingly curious about our new boss. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air as a branch snapped. The wooden stake meant to secure the tent was broken by Fu Hang's hand. Well, he isn't classically handsome, but he possesses a certain charm. Qin Youchu discreetly glanced at Fu Hang, pausing her previous actions as she leisurely settled onto the ground, her eyes glazed over as if lost in reverie. His smile is captivating, and he looks quite striking when angered as well. He isn't muscular, but he is sturdy, instilling a profound sense of security when embraced. He may not be particularly gentle, often prone to fits of rage, yet he is incredibly considerate, his thoughts deeply nuanced. One can trust him with everything. Moreover, he is shrouded in mystery. I know he has numerous side jobs, and I still cannot fathom what exactly he does. Nevertheless, he is undeniably affluent. Qin Youchu tilted her head, gazing serenely into the verdant distance, her face betraying unreserved happiness. Shen Qingwan admitted to feeling a pang of jealousy. She envisioned the portrait Qin Youchu had painted, and soon realized that he embodied her ideal partner. The very man she had aspired to attract through her relentless self-improvement, dieting, exercising, and meticulously adorning herself, all in anticipation of someone like him. Wow, Youchu, you are so fortunate. The CEO must treat you exceptionally well. Shen Qingwan instinctively glanced at Fu Hang, her tone laced with envy. Indeed, his attentiveness knows no bounds. He provides me with a job, warmth, assists in repaying my debts, resolves my troubles, and even established a home for me, purchasing a house. Oh. He didn't get me a car, but that must be because I lack a driver's license. It seems I should hasten to acquire one. Qin Youchu declared with unpretentious grace, her head tilted innocently. Fu Hang stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. His driving license slipped from his pocket, and he hurriedly retrieved it, sheepishly shoving it back into his pocket. A slight daze washed over Shen Qingwan's face. He even provided a house. Subconsciously, she glanced at Fu Hang once more. His disoriented expression etched in her memory, eliciting a cold smirk from within her. Did you see that? This is the disparity. The thought of the house made her realize that the gifts Fu Hang had bestowed upon her suddenly lost their charm. A mansion gifted by the CEO must surely be a luxury exceeding 300 square meters. How fortunate this girl is. Could you share how you two met? I find myself envious. In my darkest and most despairing moments, Qin Youchu suddenly tilted her head back, dramatically spreading her arms towards the sky. He appeared like a celestial being, descending upon me on a radiant cloud, illuminating my existence, and with a thunderous force, he shattered the mundane, occupying my entire life. Your relationship is truly admirable. Shen Qingwan felt a complex whirlwind of emotions, even reluctant to gaze at Fu Hang. For him, I would willingly sacrifice everything. Qin Youchu lowered her arms and turned to Shen Qingwan, her eyes sparkling with an intensity and fervor that Shen had never witnessed before. I envy you both. Shen Qingwan became lost in thought once more. She initially intended to steer the conversation, prompting Fu Hang to recognize his position clearly. This woman is merely toying with you. She is committed to someone else. Her partner is the CEO. Yet, the previous look in Qin Youchu's eyes seared her. Once, she too harbored such fantasies, yearning for a passionate love that would compel her to give everything unreservedly. But as time passed, and with the various unscrupulous men surrounding her, and as her skills in manipulation became increasingly refined, she found herself engrossed in such entanglements, reveling in the power she wielded over these men. It seemed she had lost her way. What, after all, is my purpose in engaging with these men? Hesitantly, she stole another glance at Fu Hang. If the man destined to accompany me through life were truly him. Perhaps due to her precarious situation, Shen Qingwan's thoughts became exceedingly fragile and sensitive. Memory surged forth, and for the first time, she earnestly considered Fu Hang as a potential partner for the future. Gradually, the image of the man in her heart began to clarify, overlapping with Fu Hang's form. This man, aside from his family background, seemed utterly flawless. In the depths of her memory, Shen Qingwan observed the indistinct figure intently, only to be astonished to find a woman quietly standing beside him. Qin Youchu? The clandestine snapshots hidden within her phone suddenly became vivid, replacing her imagined scenes, and an unfamiliar pang of jealousy surged within her. It was not the sensation of someone wearing her forgotten slippers left outside, but rather the feeling of someone snatching away a coveted handbag. Fu Hang, with his head bowed, meticulously fumbled with the straps of the tent. He had tied this strap 3 times already, yet it remained imperfect. Qin Yochu's words echoed clearly in his ears, quickening his heartbeat. For him, I would willingly sacrifice everything. Surely, this cannot be genuine? Is this a display of vanity directed at Xinxingwan? You've witnessed how I treat Xinxingwan. How could you possibly think otherwise? This is merely your manipulative tactic, an artifice to ensnare my attention. Such stratagems are far from unfamiliar to me. Fu Hang's hands trembled slightly, his heart engulfed in turmoil. The salary of 100,000 has been credited. Please check your account. It has been noted that the host is currently in an overtime state. Overtime pay will be disbursed alongside the salary on the following day after the completion of work. Current affection level towards the target, Xinxingwan, 85. 21. Please continue your efforts, host. With a sharp crack, Fu Hang broke another strap after snapping a stick. Suddenly looking up, he was taken aback. Having commenced work early that day, by an 8-hour calculation, it was indeed time to clock out. Yet, what was the affection level? 85. 21? Are you jesting? Was it not just 71? 12 yesterday? What have I accomplished today? Astonished, he raised his gaze only to meet Xinxingwan's complex expression. In her eyes, there lay a blend of confusion and sentiment, entangled with tenderness, ineffable and inscrutable. Goodness, what is there to discern? The moment their eyes met, Fu Hang sensed impending trouble. Xinxingwan appeared to be losing herself, her resolve wavering. Is Xinxingwan's fade beginning to falter? Fu Hang, take a breather. Xinxingwan's voice, imbued with a unique gentleness, surprisingly conveyed an unfamiliar sincerity to Fu Hang. Almost there. Fu Hang hastily lowered his head, casting a puzzled glance at Qin Yuchu. Were your prior words accompanied by a mental assault? How could mere words wield such destructive potency? Shouldn't they have provoked Xinxingwan, reinforcing her conviction to marry only a wealthy heir? Why the adverse effect? This defies logic. If we must spend the night, I shall gather some firewood. Qin Yuchu stood up nonchalantly and strolled toward the woods. I shall go instead. Fu Hang quickly rose to follow. He certainly did not dare to be alone with Xinxingwan, 85. 12. Was that not perilously low? What if a single action or word triggered something? What if Xinxingwan were instantly overwhelmed? Congratulations to the host for achieving the first kill? A server-wide announcement of unemployment? Blast it. Sister Qingwan. Keep an eye on the camp. Let us gather more at once. Qin Yuchu called out from ahead. Huh? Xinxingwan was taken aback, instinctively glancing around. The area was indeed open, with a bonfire still burning, posing little immediate danger. Yet why must you all go together? Xinxingwan glared fiercely at the retreating figures, gritting her teeth in frustration. You possess a president akin to a deity. Why must you still pursue my Fu Hang? Chapter 36. The right timing, location. In harmony as the sun descended and the stars and moon had yet to rise, the sky succumbed to complete darkness. The autumn night breeze whistled through the mountain gorge, enveloping the flickering campfire on the riverbank in an eerie silence. Fu Hang caught some fish for future provisions, roasting them intermittently. Qin Yuchu, resembling a serene high school student on an outing, lay peacefully by the fire, her sparkling eyes radiating tranquility as she gazed at the pitch-black horizon, awaiting the twinkling of stars. Xinxingwan had grown unusually quiet. She had been fixated on the dancing flames of the campfire with an unfocused gaze, remaining silent throughout. Fu Hang felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, meticulously replaying the events of the day in his mind. Where had he gone wrong? What had he miscalculated? Why had Xinxingwan suddenly become so vulnerable? Were you not impervious to harm, immune to toxins? Where was your protective energy? Your legacy of the Sea King? Your millennium of composure? Your golden form? 85. 21. This was an exceedingly perilous threshold, particularly in the heart of the wilderness. Helplessness, loneliness, and strangeness. The environment and time can profoundly influence one's mindset and emotions. Without the advantage of timing, location, or harmony, how could one possibly prevail in this battle? Wait, harmony? Fu Hang turned his gaze towards the reclining Qin Yuchu. How could she remain so grand even while lying down? Ahem. Speaking of harmony, Yuchu, after nurturing your strength for 1,000 days, the time has come for you to demonstrate your worth. Risk management. Human intervention. Yuchu, would you like to eat a little more? Fu Hang suddenly spoke, his tone devoid of inquiry, infused instead with a hint of trepidation and tension. Qin Yuchu turned her head, her face adorned with skepticism. To be precise, this was the first instance today in which Fu Hang had initiated a conversation with her. Her peripheral vision instinctively darted towards Shen Qingwan, only to find that Shen's body had indeed stiffened slightly, although she did not look their way. It was evident that her attention had shifted to them. What was Fu Hang up to? Did he not claim this was reserved food? Qin Yuchu adjusted her position, propping herself up on one arm, lazily raising an eyebrow. No worries, if you wish to eat, I can catch more. Fu Hang's evasive gaze quickly retreated, fidgeting restlessly by the campfire. What a predicament! How could such loose-fitting athletic wear be so constricting? But what if I truly gained weight? What if the president no longer wanted me? Qin Yuchu suddenly flipped into a sitting position, her legs crossed, looking at Fu Hang with a serious demeanor. I want. Fu Hang nearly blurted out. How could you possibly gain weight? Fu Hang awkwardly shifted his stiff shoulders, providing a perfect answer. It smells delightful. Please give me a piece. Shen Qingwan's voice chimed in, as she moved from her sheltered position against the tent to sit beside Fu Hang. They were seated closely, her shoulder inadvertently brushing against his as she settled down. Qingwan, this is for you. Fu Hang's body quivered slightly, though the tremor seemed somewhat contrived. Where had he faltered? Shouldn't he be seething with anger at this moment? Consumed with resentment? Why was she still so close? Thank you. Shen Qingwan accepted the grilled fish, but did not partake. Instead, she slightly tilted her head, resting it against Fu Hang's shoulder. The night breeze caressed them, and the silky ends of her hair brushed against his neck, carrying a faint fragrance. Fu Hang's muscles tensed, and a whirlwind of thoughts surged within him. Could it be? Could it truly be? Was this a protective instinct? Had he made a grave strategic misjudgment? Are they truly not a couple? Qin Yuchu sat across the campfire, squinting as she observed the two, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Fu Hang trembled slightly, hesitantly turning his head, his evasive gaze timidly seeking Shen Qingwan's. In his eyes, there lay a blend of anticipation, anxiety, infatuation, and a hint of nearly imperceptible resignation. This gaze demanded nearly all of Fu Hang's concentration, drawing upon his entire arsenal of learned skills. Despite the tautness of his mental state, he managed to appear remarkably composed, showcasing the arduous nature of being a devoted admirer. No. Shen Qingwan instinctively blurted out, but as she met Fu Hang's gaze, a flicker of struggle passed through her eyes. We are merely classmates. Fu Hang's face beamed with a smile as he turned to earnestly explain to Qin Yuchu. A standard response. Why don't I have such classmates? Qin Yuchu pouted, her gaze darting between the two. With someone as exceptional as Yuchu, surely he pales in comparison. Before Shen Qingwan could finish her thought, Qin Yuchu interrupted, her eyes growing more piercing. Not even the CEO can compare? Shen Qingwan's heart churned. What exactly do you mean? Are you flirting with me? It's different. The CEO is someone I admire. Suddenly, Qin Yuchu leaned forward, her exquisite smile illuminated by the flames, becoming even more enchanting, with an almost bewitching allure. Shen Qingwan was momentarily rendered speechless. The layers of Qin Yuchu's words were strikingly clear. First, the hurt. She had bluntly pointed out the nature of Fu Hang and Shen Qingwan's relationship, dismissing any notion of mere classmates, branding him as her devoted admirer and standby. Second, the comparison. My admirers do not measure up to him. In light of this, I hold him in high regard. Shen Qingwan was genuinely at a loss for words. It was clear that a woman capable of captivating the CEO was no ordinary individual. Do you not fear that I might relay your words to him? As the wind picked up, Fu Hang intervened, suggesting, how about you both take a rest in the tent? After all, it has been a long day. He stood up, feigning a stretch to distance himself from the campfire. His mind was a complete muddle, neither offensive nor defensive, devoid of any tactical coherence. He required solitude to quietly contemplate his current predicament and devise a meticulous plan of action. This night would undoubtedly be arduous. Shen Qingwan was off, and Qin Yuchu was even more so, with an eerie atmosphere pervading the Qianfeng Mountain. If he were to return to Qianfeng Mountain in this lifetime, he would prefer an everlasting loop of distress. Yes, it has indeed been a long day. Shall we rest together? Qin Yuchu rose, dusting off her pants, smiling at Fu Hang. Well, I won tea. I'll keep watch for you both. Meeting Qin Yuchu's gaze, Fu Hang felt a tickle of apprehension in his teeth, instantly deciphering the meaning behind her smile. How could that be acceptable? Today, the most burdened among us is undoubtedly you. If the rescuers fail to locate us, you are our sole reliance. What shall we do if you become exhausted? Qin Yuchu expressed her concern, moving around the campfire to grasp Fu Hang's arm. You are indeed correct. You are the one in dire need of rest. Shen Qingwan instinctively stepped forward, gazing up at Fu Hang with equal concern, her body naturally positioning itself between the two. I assure you, I am fine, Qingwan. Do you not know me? My usual work entails enduring sleepless nights, and after all, we are deep in the mountains, where I must tend to the fire. The hairs on the back of Fu Heng's neck bristled. Are you tired? While my body does not feel fatigued, my heart certainly is. Rest? How can one rest? There is but a single tent. This tent was originally meant for Shun Qingwan and Qin Yuqiu. In Shun Qingwan's plan, Fu Heng was to share a tent with another solitary male colleague from the HR department, but that tent has already ascended the mountain with the main group. Chapter 37. The goddess's devotee Fu Heng was right. After all, we are in the depths of the mountains. Not to mention snakes, insects, and wild beasts. A stray spark from the campfire could ignite the surrounding trees. How about we take turns keeping watch? Qin Yuqiu suggested thoughtfully as she surveyed their surroundings. Yes, you two rest first, Fu Heng sighed in relief, casting a skeptical glance at Qin Yuqiu. Snakes and wild beasts? Are there still snakes at this time of year? Wild beasts? This is a 5-star scenic area. How far can they venture? It's a stroke of luck if a 4-legged creature spots a squirrel. Light up the forest? I specifically chose this spot in the middle of the riverbank to prevent that. The campfire is at least 100 or 80 meters away from the forest. How strong must the wind be to threaten the trees? Is this the perception of a top student? Then, what should we do? Shun Qingwan was startled by Qin Yuqiu's words, instinctively inching closer to Fu Heng, nearly pressing against his chest. Snakes and wild beasts? In an instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of danger lurking in the surrounding darkness. Fu Heng opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words to explain to Shun Qingwan. Or rather, he was uncertain whether an explanation was even warranted. How about this? I will take the first watch, and you two can rest. Qin Yuqiu declared with a reassuring wave, winking at Fu Heng. Isn't this inappropriate? Shun Qingwan turned her head, surprised as she looked at Qin Yuqiu. By the way, are you really not afraid? Seizing the opportunity, Fu Heng shot Shun Qingwan an exceedingly precise glance. What are you doing? Fu Heng was genuinely exhausted after a day of carrying luggage, pitching tents, climbing mountains, and catching fish. He truly needed rest. Or perhaps, Sister Qingwan could take the first watch? Qin Yuqiu hesitantly suggested, subtly returning Fu Heng's glance. I'm helping you. Fu Heng's eyes flared with irritation as he glared back. Get lost. Fu Heng. Shun Qingwan felt increasingly helpless. Asking her to keep watch? This is nonsense. Not only was she genuinely frightened, but even if there were no danger, standing outside while the two of them lay in the tent together? Ideally, it should be her and Qin Yuqiu inside the tent, while Fu Heng stood guard outside. This arrangement seemed the most logical to Shun Qingwan's understanding. Shouldn't a man act like that at such a time? What about a man's duty and responsibility? However, now that Qin Yuqiu had taken the conversation this far, to insist on her own logic at this moment would surely create a stark contrast in Fu Heng's mind, one that would be quite substantial. Damn it, this girl has a malicious intent. How could one allow a lady to keep watch while a grown man goes to sleep? It seemed Fu Heng understood Shun Qingwan's inner turmoil, and with a slightly domineering gesture, he pushed her toward the tent. With a long sigh, Shun Qingwan obediently crawled into the tent. To be honest, she was utterly drained after the day's exertions. This man always knows what he is thinking and what he desires, and he will always fulfill her expectations at the earliest opportunity. Perhaps. Shun Qingwan slowly sat down inside the tent, delicately caressing its fabric. The interior was remarkably tidy. Even on the riverbank, the ground was completely even, clearly indicating that Fu Heng had put considerable thought into pitching the tent. With a tumult of thoughts swirling in her mind, Shun Qingwan slowly reclined, waves of exhaustion washing over her, accompanied by a warmth emanating from her heart. In the next instant, her eyes flew open. Where was Qin Yuqiu? Why had she not yet entered? Rising once more, she leaned against the seam of the tent, peering outside. Qin Yuqiu sat leisurely by the campfire, loosening her ponytail. Her head tilted back as she gathered her long hair with both hands, languidly relaxing her scalp. The flickering flames of the campfire danced, casting a shimmering light that illuminated her youthful exuberance. Yet there was an inexplicable allure that lingered within. What on earth are you planning to do? Fu Heng dared not gaze directly at the scene, absently stirring the fire with a stick in hand. Aren't you pursuing her? I'm merely creating an opportunity for you. In moments of helplessness and fear, one's psychological defenses are at their most fragile. All you need to do now is rest assured, I shall feign ignorance to all that has transpired. Qin Yuqiu released her hands, allowing her hair to cascade freely. turning to regard Fu Hang with a playful glint in her eyes. Are you out of your mind? Fu Hang tightened his grip on the stick, suppressing the urge to strike her down. This is precisely what I'm worried about. 85-21. ISNT it just a matter of a moment's inattention before achieving a first kill, then a server-wide announcement, and I'm out of a job. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Or perhaps, you actually wish to share a bed with me? Qin Yuchu's gaze grew hazy, her tone languid and soft. Fu Hang's anxious heart faltered for a second, his thoughts coming to a standstill. Damn, I've been provoked again. Yuchu, why haven't you come to rest yet? Inside the tent, Shen Qingwan could no longer bear it. She could not hear their conversation, but the burgeoning tension by the campfire was all too familiar. Did I not mention? I'm on first watch. Qin Yuchu smiled as she looked up. But didn't Fu Hang say? He was merely concerned for our well-being. We are in a wilderness survival situation. Such considerations are secondary now. If we do not safeguard our greatest asset, we may never escape these mountains. At this moment, Fu Hang is the one who needs care the most. Qin Yuchu turned to glance at Fu Hang, her eyes shimmering with boundless tenderness and understanding. This gaze, while not overtly passionate, was undoubtedly filled with unspoken affection. Yuchu is right. Fu Hang, you should rest with me first. Shen Qingwan dismissed her initial intentions, swiftly approaching and pulling Fu Hang toward the tent. Yuchu, you've truly gone too far. Do you have no sense of shame? What of a girl's modesty? The look you just gave was not merely flirtatious. It was a blatant provocation, a raw temptation. You prefer to enjoy the breeze outside, do you? Then by all means, relish it. Within the dim confines of the tent, Fu Hang found himself at a loss, wondering how matters had escalated to this point. Refusal? That would contradict his character. Simply departing? Would the system deem it an automatic resignation? Although 85-21 was perilous, Fu Hang felt there was still hope for salvage. Lie down, sleep. Shen Qingwan's tone was exceedingly authoritative. Oh, Fu Hang, his face taut with anxiety, cautiously lay down at the very edge of the tent, barely daring to breathe. Observing Fu Hang's demeanor, the turmoil within Shen Qingwan's heart dissipated significantly. This was indeed Fu Hang. Even when presented with such an opportunity, he maintained the utmost respect for her. In that fleeting moment, Shen Qingwan recalled the numerous men who had graced her life. Despite their outward appearances of chivalry, elegance, refinement, gentleness, and thoughtfulness, the possessiveness that glimmered in their eyes was inescapable. Even the most casual physical contact seemed overtly deliberate. In their eyes, she may have been a goddess. Yet their thoughts and actions were sacrilegious, aimed at subduing the divine. However, this man appeared to harbor no such base intentions towards her. Even in conversation, he preserved a respectful distance. He was a man who genuinely revered her as a goddess. Let us take a moment to rest. Shen Qingwan's voice suddenly softened. And on the other side of the tent, Yuan gradually reclined, shyly turning her body to offer Fu Hang a silhouette that ignited boundless imagination. The luxurious double tent, reserved by the executive, provided ample space. Two contemplative souls lay at opposite edges of the tent, inhaling the carbon dioxide each exhaled. Though a considerable distance remained between them, an indescribable sense of intimacy slowly intertwined and permeated the air. Chapter 38. A desire from the heart. The voice of Shen Qingwan was barely audible, resembling an unconscious murmur. Fu Hang's heart raced. Sister, you should really get some sleep. This is not the right time for a conversation. In such circumstances, discussing anything could easily provoke additional emotions. Such is human nature. It is neither what I desire nor what you wish. And it would not bode well for either of us, would it? Thank you. The sound of Shen Qingwan turning over reached Fu Hang's ears. Instantly, his muscles tensed once more, and he thought, I knew it would come to this. This is what I ought to do. Fu Hang also turned, their gazes locking. Shen Qingwan remained silent, merely gazing at Fu Hang with eyes as clear as water, the corners brimming with spring's essence. Her delicate makeup flickered in the dim light of the tent, radiating a blend of affection, timidity, shyness, and charm. To Fu Hang, that beguiling gaze registered as 85-22, 85-23, 85-24. Would a slap suffice to halt this deviation from core values? Strange options flashed through Fu Hang's mind. This deal will succeed. This deal will fail. But who understands Fu Hang's plight? Whether it succeeds or fails, it made no difference to him. He was destined for unemployment. Or perhaps, why not? His gaze fell upon Shen Qingwan's lips, tinted with shade number 72, luscious and inviting. The client who garnered the system's first approval was undoubtedly beyond reproach in her attributes. If he were to be unemployed, why not embrace the moment, yielding to the circumstances and taking decisive action? It could serve as a fitting conclusion to his career. At this juncture, there were only two possible outcomes. Outcome 1. Shen Qingwan would erupt in fury, cry for help, and then slap herself. This deal would fail, unemployment. Outcome 2. Shen Qingwan would succumb to her emotions, flattering and accommodating him, leading to a night of passion. This deal would succeed, unemployment. Fu Hang swallowed hard, his gaze growing hazy. In such extraordinary circumstances, a person's thoughts and psychological defenses are vulnerable. This applies not only to Shen Qingwan, but equally to Fu Hang, a young man driven by passion. Damn it, I'm all in. Fu Hang felt a surge of desire rising within him, his heart racing as he licked his lips, ready to leap forward. In the next moment, the tent flaps were abruptly lifted. Fu Hang was suddenly overcome with a desire to spit blood, akin to a grand move gone awry, colliding with an invisible wall of frustration. Wasn't he, it said, to pretend not to hear? To enter directly? I had my emotions all brewed up, skills at the ready, eagerly anticipating, and then you just show up? In the following instant, Qin Yuchu nonchalantly lay down in the space deliberately left open between the two. The atmosphere turned decidedly peculiar. The three individuals within the tent fell into silence simultaneously. Qin Yuchu remained quiet. Fu Hang was at a loss for words, while Shen Qingwan's emotions grew increasingly complex. The earlier tension had indeed reached a critical point. Had Qin Yuchu not entered, something might have truly transpired. She felt a sense of relief, yet also an undercurrent of regret and frustration. The breathing of the three individuals remained steady and rhythmic, yet the atmosphere enveloping the tent grew increasingly eerie. Fu Hang, with wide eyes, endeavored to observe Qin Yuchu's profile, illuminated by the flickering light from outside. Her exquisitely curved nose, the delicate line of her jaw, her long, thick eyelashes, and her soft, rosy cheeks captivated him. Initially, the two inside the tent lay on their sides, deliberately maintaining a respectable distance. However, Qin Yuchu lay flat, positioning herself directly between them. In a two-person tent, space felt ample for two, but accommodating three rendered it cramped. Fu Hang was the first to recognize the predicament, sensing the familiar softness of 91 pounds pressing against him. His eyes widened in shock as he realized that the body nestled next to him was not still she. She was moving? Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but with his back already pressed against the edge of the tent, there was no space to maneuver. His movement caused the tent to sway slightly. Yucho, how did you get in here? Shen Qingwan could no longer remain silent. After a brief moment of astonishment and panic, she grasped the configuration of the three of them. I can't hold on any longer. I'm so tired, Qin Yuchu replied irresponsibly, seemingly forgetting her earlier resolve. What about outside? Shen Qingwan hesitated, unable to voice the suggestion of sending Qin Yuchu out. After all, they were all women, and the CEO's woman at that. It should be fine, right? Or, Qingwan, why don't you go take a look? Qin Yuchu turned her head towards Fu Hang instead. I was going to. Fu Hang's words faltered under the warning glare from Qin Yuchu. Shen Qingwan fell silent again. Let her go? Alone into the pitch-black wilderness? Let us just rest for a bit. It should be fine, Shen Qingwan said evasively. Previously, Qin Yuchu had elevated Fu Hang's rest to a moral and strategic level, making it difficult for her to insist that he venture outside. All right, let us sleep, Qin Yuchu said with a sly smile, locking eyes with Fu Hang. Why don't I sleep in the middle? Shen Qingwan, ever watchful of the two, sensed that something was amiss, even in the dim light of the tent. Perhaps intentionally. When Qin Yuchu lay down, she created some distance from Shen Qingwan, yet this brought her and Fu Hang uncomfortably close. You're not a couple. What difference does it make who sleeps in the middle? Fu Hang wouldn't he mind, would he? Or do you want to be close to him? Qin Yuchu replied nonchalantly. Don't say such things. I'm just thinking. If the CEO finds out, he might not be pleased. Shen Qingwan took a deep breath, deploying her trump card. He has plenty of women around him. He should understand my situation. Besides, we're surviving in the wilderness. You should be grateful to Fu Hang for looking after me. Qin Yuchu tilted her head and gently nudged Fu Hang with her forehead, her body subtly shifting closer. Shen Qingwan was unaware of Qin Yuchu's subtle gestures, but the conversation left her perplexed. What kind of logic was this? Each pursuing their own desires? Yet he was the CEO, and what was she? I'm going out for a smoke. Fu Hang could no longer endure the torment. With a swift motion, He sat up and dashed out of the tent without so much as glancing back. Shen Qingwan let out a long sigh, feeling fortunate for her own astuteness. Fu Hang, ever the pragmatist. Returning to the warmth of the campfire, he attempted to light a cigarette. But 3 consecutive failures led him to reluctantly ignite a piece of burning wood instead. Qin Yuchu, is she merely toying with me? However, could I truly leverage her to diminish Shen Qingwan's favorability? Once that favorability surpasses a critical threshold, it becomes exceedingly troublesome. It is genuinely challenging to artificially lower it without a lapse in attendance, unless there are other contenders vying for attention. Take client 3, for instance, at 82. 87. A wealthy heir descends upon us with his yacht. In the case of other clients, Fu Hang felt confident in implementing risk hedging, utilizing another client to reduce Shen Qingwan's favorability, albeit with considerable difficulty. Yet with Qin Yuchu, Fu Hang realized he was utterly perplexed by this woman. She is a siren. No, a tempest. Presently, however, it seemed there were no suitable prospects around Shen Qingwan. Inside the tent, after Fu Hang's departure, Shen Qingwan too sat up. Sister Qingwan, are you not sleeping? Qin Yuchu shifted slightly closer. Fearful, she found herself unable to drift off. Through the darkness, Shen Qingwan scrutinized Qin Yuchu with a newfound seriousness. A peculiar sensation washed over her. This seemingly innocent girl appeared to possess a higher caliber than her own. Yet, she could not fathom Qin Yuchu's intentions toward Fu Hang. Was it merely for amusement? Or perhaps a challenge directed at herself? As the undisputed goddess of the company, Shen Qingwan adeptly navigated interactions with both male and female colleagues alike. Was it truly possible that this academically top-ranked girl was merely vying for the same title? Absurd. Shen Qingwan felt a wave of frustration, yet she could relate to the notion of competitive rivalry. After all, isn't it akin to celebrities vying for attention on the red carpet? In truth, I too find sleep elusive. Perhaps I should step outside. Maybe the rescue team will locate us shortly. Suddenly, Qin Yuchu sprang to her feet, not waiting for Shen Qingwan's response, and directly exited the tent. Shen Qingwan was left bewildered. Aren't you the one who couldn't bear it? In truth, she was quite fatigued, especially after experiencing such an emotional roller coaster. Yet, upon recalling the 2 individuals outside, she clenched her teeth, her innate competitive spirit ignited. What are men, after all? Does this little girl truly believe she has me cornered? When I was charming men, she was to even a twinkle in existence. Chapter 39. You embrace the autumn waters and gather the galaxy. Why are you all still awake? Fu Hang furrowed his brow as he noticed the 2 emerging one after the other. Am I destined to be buried in chiffon today? The employment rate is already so low. Can you not show a little leniency towards society? To spare you from boredom, I shall keep you company. Shen Qingwan seated herself beside Fu Hang, maintaining a close proximity. Qin Yuchu, however, sat at a distance, her gaze fixated on the shimmering surface of the water. The night in the mountains offered a stark contrast to the urban skyline, particularly the sky. Without the glare of city lights, the stars appeared exceptionally resplendent. This magnificent celestial display, mirrored in the flowing river, truly brought a sense of peace to the heart. Fu Hang swiftly extinguished his cigarette, his parched lips unsure of what to convey. He dared not suggest returning to the tent. That tent now loomed over him like a guillotine. Do you remember the poem you wrote for me in college? Shen Qingwan's eyes flickered toward Qin Yuchu as she began to adjust her rhythm. Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback. I could write poetry? The prospect intrigued Qin Yuchu instantly. Indeed, Fu Hang was quite the literary talent in the school's poetry society. Shen Qingwan remarked, a hint of admiration shimmering in her gaze. Fu Hang's thoughts were suddenly drawn back to those days. He had indeed been youthful and spirited until he met Shen Qingwan. Upon graduation, he secured a commendable job, yet his thoughts were entirely consumed by Shen Qingwan. Always at her beck and call, leading to his dismissal before the probation period ended. Subsequently, he lost the motivation to seek employment. Living off the savings his mother had left him, endlessly lingering in a state of inertia. His aspirations then were in stark contrast to those now. He was once eager to establish a family before pursuing a career, whereas now he was solely focused on his ambitions. Fu Hang, why not showcase your talent? Qin Yuchu urged, her enthusiasm palpable. Shen Qingwan turned to Fu Hang with a look imbued with hope and nostalgia. The reminiscence of the fisherman's heart was stirring. Confronted with her gaze, Fu Hang felt a shiver run through him. He astutely sensed a pivotal moment. Indeed, it was only when faced with familiar territory that he could navigate with grace. Welcome to the battlefield. Forgive me, but I have forgotten. Fu Hang lowered his head, feeling the weight of embarrassment, calculating how much he might be able to lower the stakes. As anticipated, a flicker of astonishment passed through Shen Qingwan's eyes. You remember all the poems you wrote for me, yet you, Fu Hang, Have forgotten? Are you still the same Fu Hang? Why not compose another here? She suggested. This mountain, this water, these stars, this moon, such splendid material. Qin Youchu's smile radiated brightly, her tone lifting a notch. Shen Qingyuan remained immersed in disappointment, unmoved by the proposal. Aren't you the scholar? Why don't you write one? Fu Hang poked at the bonfire, keeping a subtle eye on Shen Qingyuan's reaction. Progress was being made. He pressed on. If I write, will you write as well? Qin Youchu's excitement only grew. You go first. Fu Hang disregarded her, pondering the intensity and nuance of his next move. I am but a passerby with the spring breeze. Qin Youchu turned her head, casting her gaze over the mountains, and after a considerable pause, spoke in a calm and measured tone. Autumn has arrived, how fitting, isn't it? Scholar. Fu Hang retorted without hesitation. You carry the autumn waters and gather the stars of the galaxy. Qin Youchu turned back, her eyes calmly fixed on Fu Hang. He fell silent, fully aware of the implications woven into her words, having graduated with a major in Chinese literature. This girl. Shen Qingyuan also frowned slightly, lifting her gaze in surprise towards Qin Youchu. Is she truly a scholar? Did this just come to her? But what does it signify? It's your turn, great talent. Qin Youchu replied with a sweet smile. Ding. A temporary task has been triggered. Compose poetry and honor the fair maiden. Rewards will be granted upon task completion. Just as Fu Hang was about to make a light-hearted joke, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. What? Fu Hang was astonished. This was the first time he had activated such a task. Before he could fully absorb the shock, 2 lines of shimmering golden text appeared before his eyes, drunken. Unaware of the heavens and the water, a boat full of clear dreams pressing down on the stars. Wow, is he really a great talent? Qin Youchu's exaggerated voice interrupted his thoughts. Damn, did I just instinctively read that out loud? Fu Hang was utterly flabbergasted. The floating lines of text vanished, and he found himself gazing into Qin Youchu's eyes, which sparkled with wonder. What the heck? Fu Hang's heart raced with alarm as he quickly turned to look at Shen Qingyuan, only to meet her equally astonished gaze. Within that astonishment lay a mix of surprise, joy, and bewilderment. System, you've put me in a predicament. Ding. Task completed. Reward. Popular song self-control lyrics and corresponding vocal techniques from a parallel world. Damn. I take such a great risk, and you reward me with a song? Without time to ponder further, Fu Hang stood abruptly as he sensed Shen Qingyuan's emotions rising beneath the surface. Please don't let it drop below 90. What should I do? Qingyuan, let me explain. I copied this poem. This is not the time for showing off. He thought, system, why this? Wait. The song. The system never acts without purpose. The song must carry profound meaning. Gathering his thoughts, Fu Hang hurriedly tried to recall the melody that had suddenly invaded his mind. What is this? Such malicious intent in the lyrics? If I sing this, I might not even have to wait until tomorrow for the results. Fu Hang, you're amazing. Shen Qingyuan also stood, her eyes twinkling like stars. Fu Hang averted his gaze, pleadingly looking at Qin Youchu. It's your turn to intervene. Aren't you going to stop me? What good am I to you? However, Qin Youchu seemed completely oblivious to him, lost in contemplation of the starry reflection on the river's surface. Found it. Over there. A voice from the distance exclaimed, followed by several beams of powerful flashlight illuminating the area. The rescue team. Fu Hang's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. I've been waiting for you. My country does not deceive me. In times of difficulty, these camouflage uniforms are always the most trustworthy support. A throng of individuals rushed from afar, some in fluorescent vests, others in uniforms, including staff from the scenic area and employees from yuan. Among the crowd, Fu Hang also spotted Lawyer Zhang and Vice President Su. Uncertain whether this sudden upheaval has affected Shen Qingyuan's emotions, Fu Hang eagerly approached the newcomers. The staff at the scenic area spoke sharply, reprimanding Fu Hang for camping without prior notification and approval, insisting that it must be done in designated areas. Initially, they feared that someone had truly gone missing or been injured, but upon seeing several individuals camping by the river, even igniting a bonfire, their concerns shifted. This was a 5-star scenic area, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Fu Hang, with sincere intent, logically explained the sequence of events while continuously expressing gratitude and apologies. Once Lawyer Zhang confirmed that everyone was safe, he took over the negotiations. After casting a fierce glare at Shen Qingyuan, Su Chang'e stood silently beside Lawyer Zhang. The subsequent events were no longer Fu Hang's concern, and after such an ordeal, camping was no longer an option. Guided by the rescue team, the group descended the mountain in darkness. They had not strayed far. What took them hours to ascend was covered in just 1 hour under the rescue team's guidance. It was merely a stroke of bad luck that the valley had no signal coverage. Throughout the journey back, Shen Qingwan remained silent, bearing an inescapable responsibility as the event organizer who had become lost in the mountains. Yet, each time Fu Hang glanced at her, he discerned something in her eyes that filled him with trepidation. Thus, he attentively cared for her emotions, refraining from speaking to her throughout the ordeal. In contrast, Qin Yuchu maintained an air of nonchalance, treating everything around her as completely normal. Remarkably, this very demeanor prompted Su Changhe to express concern for her during their descent. Upon reaching the entrance of the scenic area, Su Changhe suggested that Shen Qingwan accompany Qin Yuchu back, citing the latter's fright. The camping event had included the entire company, but only a small fraction participated in the search, while the others remained at the campsite to continue the team-building activities as planned. As the event organizer, Shen Qingwan had no valid reason to leave at this time, even if it meant staying overnight at the scenic area S Lodge with Su Changhe and the others. She should wait until everyone descended the next day. Yet, Qin Yuchu stood so naturally beside Fu Hang. Fu Hang had driven to the site, and Su Changhe could not command him. Having heard of Fu Hang, Su Changhe had a general understanding of the situation between him and Shen Qingwan, and he waved his hand dismissively, allowing Shen Qingwan to leave first while he remained to oversee everything. On a personal level, he felt a twinge of satisfaction. Was this the next president? Getting lost during a team-building exercise, affecting the group, and necessitating a search, only to depart early? Unlike me, Su Changhe, I bore the brunt of it all. I hope the president can discern the reality through this incident and reconsider their intentions. Chapter 40. I and the spring breeze are mere passers-by on the return journey. It was already deep into the night. Shen Qingwan remained seated in the back, having once again succumbed to slumber. The events of the day had indeed left her feeling utterly drained. Beyond the physical fatigue, her emotions had fluctuated wildly, particularly under the weight of Su Changhe's reproachful gaze and his unwillingness to utter another word, instilling within her a profound sense of trepidation. Fu Hang, focused intently on driving, relaxed slightly upon noticing that Shen Qingwan had fallen asleep. He cast a glance, intentional or otherwise, at Qin Yuchu, who occupied the front passenger seat, and his frustration flared anew. Initially, Lawyer Zhang had recommended that they rest for the night at the scenic area S guest house and depart with the main group in the morning. Yet, this Qin Yuchu had curtly dismissed the suggestion, claiming she was tired and wished to return home. Did she truly believe herself to be the president's wife? The one behind the wheel is me. If only I had a license, I would gladly drive a stretch for you. Sensing Fu Hang's discontent, Qin Yuchu leaned her head against the window and spoke softly. Fu Hang ignored her, thinking, "You drive? You wouldn't dare, and I wouldn't trust you to sit beside me." However, another thought crossed Fu Hang's mind. To capture the scene and compose poetry in honor of a fair maiden, that was a task set by the system. But which maiden? Was it Shen Qingwan or Qin Yuchu? Judging by the circumstances, it seemed far more logical that it was Qin Yuchu. If that were indeed the case, then perhaps there was no need for such urgency on his part. If Shen Qingwan were to explode, he could simply switch his focus to another system. Could you provide some clarity? Is it truly Qin Yuchu? Fu Hang silently questioned, yet the system remained unresponsive. Turning his head again, he noticed that Qin Yuchu had also closed her eyes. Just as he assumed she had drifted off, he suddenly heard her murmur, "Drunk." Unaware of the heavens and the water, a boat full of starlit dreams pressing down upon the Milky Way, Fu Hang tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the rearview mirror, his jaw clenched. Damn system. Qingwan? Qingwan? We arrived. The vehicle came to a quiet halt outside Shen Qingwan's neighborhood, and Fu Hang gently roused her from her sleep. Shen Qingwan opened her eyes, her blurred vision gradually sharpening. Upon recognizing her surroundings, she appeared momentarily dazed. "I could see you were truly exhausted, so I brought you back. Where did you park the car?" Fu Hang's voice was soft and cautious. "Park that?" Shen Qingwan gasped, glancing at the front passenger seat where Qin Yuchu sat. I'll park properly and then get a taxi to send her home." Fu Hang blinked, his gaze evasive. He was simply reluctant to be alone with Shen Qingwan. Today, she had inexplicably gained over 10 points of affection towards him. Moreover, in that tent, a voice within him had insisted that had Qin Yuchu not entered, something significant would surely have transpired. At this hour, if the two of them were alone and Shen Qingwan were to suddenly suggest, "Why don't we sit together for a while?" how would he respond? "It's too late. You should take Yuchu home first." Shen Qingwan managed to steady her emotions, though her mind felt hazy, making it difficult for her to respond effectively. Something felt amiss. "That is acceptable. I will bring the car over first thing in the morning. You should hurry inside and rest." Fu Hang pondered momentarily and obediently nodded. Shen Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, realizing, indeed, she had arrived home. Well then, please take your time on the road. Hesitantly, she opened the car door, casting a deep glance at Fu Hang. Qin Yuchu appeared to be fast asleep, oblivious to everything around her, as the vehicle slowly commenced its journey under Shen Qingwan's watchful gaze. She remained standing at the entrance of the community until the tail lights vanished from view. Inside the duty room, a security guard wore a look of astonishment. Was that the delivery person? There was a girl in the front passenger seat just now, wasn't there? The guard's gaze followed Shen Qingwan as she walked into the community, still in a daze. That reluctant expression just now. This fellow is impressive, isn't he? Perhaps I was mistaken before. The late-night traffic in Han City remained surprisingly smooth. Merely 20 minutes later, the vehicle came to a stop at another community entrance. Fu Hang parked the car and was about to awaken Qin Yuchu when he turned and locked eyes with a pair of starry eyes. You're awake? Fu Hang instinctively spoke, leaning back slightly to create distance. I haven't slept. Qin Yuchu replied coldly. We arrived. You should rest early. Fu Hang averted his gaze, focusing on the outside. And you? Qin Yuchu remained unmoved, showing no intent to exit the vehicle. Of course, I'm going home to sleep. I've had a long day. Fu Hang responded with exasperation, instinctively reaching for a cigarette. With a snap, the lighter's flame flickered to life, startling Fu Hang. Watching the delicate fingers caressing the flame, he lowered his head to light the cigarette and cracked the window open. It's late. You should sleep here. Qin Yuchu put away the lighter and provocatively gazed at Fu Hang. Are you out of your mind? Is it that obvious? What do you want to do? Hurry and get out. I want to go home and sleep. Fu Hang took a sharp drag from the cigarette, his gaze increasingly evasive, unable to meet Qin Yuchu's eyes. Where's your home? What does that have to do with you? I mean, your home could be over there. Qin Yuchu raised her hand, pointing toward a distant 9-story building. Fu Hang closed his eyes, took another deep drag from the cigarette, and exhaled forcefully, turning to look at Qin Yuchu earnestly. I feel we need to have a serious conversation. Fu Hang sensed that he could no longer let things continue as they were. I'm listening. Qin Yuchu's expression mirrored his seriousness. You did that on purpose today, didn't you? Fu Hang's gaze was sharp, fixated on Qin Yuchu. Qin Yuchu remained silent, blinking slowly. I can't believe that a capable scholar who can skillfully start a fire in the wild would get lost in a scenic area. Qin Yuchu continued to say nothing, only nodding slightly. So, what exactly do you intend to do? You're pursuing her, and I'm assisting you, boss. Qin Yuchu turned her head, revealing a pure smile. However, the term boss struck Fu Hang's heart like a dagger. All right, you claim you want to help me, right? Fu Hang's expression turned grim. Qin Yuchu nodded vigorously. Then starting tomorrow, please do everything in your power to make her detest me. Fu Hang's tone was somber, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Qin Yuchu was momentarily taken aback, furrowing her brow as she subtly distanced herself. Are you certain? Absolutely, unequivocally certain, Fu Hang replied, articulating each word with precision. He had come to a realization. In the current predicament concerning Shen Qingwan, Qin Yuchu was likely the only viable solution. Despite her peculiar nature, her myriad of tactics and enigmatic thoughts would be more than adequate to contend with someone like Shen Qingwan. The data stood at 85-21, a figure from the previous day, leaving him to wonder what the morning would unveil. It would indeed be challenging to navigate this alone. He could not emulate the aloofness of a certain Sea King, allowing Shen Qingwan to cool off gradually, for he had commitments to fulfill, signing in, clocking in, and working diligently. Are you not pursuing her? Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. That's my concern. You haven't inadvertently tied the knot, have you? Is your pursuit merely a means to avoid her entanglement? Think as you wish. Did you not proclaim your intellect? Contemplate it for yourself and simply inform me if you can achieve this. I assure you, the task will be completed, boss. Qin Yuchu beamed sweetly, unfastening her seatbelt. Oh, and do not misplace this again. You left it in the tent. Suddenly, she retrieved a vehicle registration from her pocket, carefully placing it into the compartment of the passenger seat. Fu Hang's lips twitched involuntarily as he instinctively checked his own pockets, finding them devoid of anything. As Qin Yuchu exited the vehicle, Fu Hang pressed the accelerator, the car emitting a sharp screech as it sped away. The same scene unfolded once more at the entrance of the community, persisting until the vehicle vanished from sight, leaving a solitary figure standing quietly at the gate. I, along with the spring breeze, am but a fleeting traveler. You, with the autumn waters, embrace the galaxy. Boss. Chapter 41. A nurturing game? The following morning, Shin Xingwan nestled within her blankets, staring blankly at her phone screen. She had not slept soundly throughout the night, her mind racing with myriad thoughts. Although her phone remained locked, notifications illuminated the screen. Xingwan, I am at the entrance of the community. The message had been sent 10 minutes prior, precisely at 8:45. Yet, Shin Xingwan chose not to respond, nor did she even open the chat interface. You must still be asleep. I have parked in the public space of the community, beneath Building 6. I bought breakfast and placed it on the passenger seat. If you wake up, please remember to take it. I left the car keys in the security office. A half hour later, a second message arrived. Shin Xingwan continued to gaze silently at the screen, offering no reply. After a night of contemplation, she seemed to have come to a realization. At 11:30 a.m., Fu Hang's message appeared once more. Xingwan, are you awake? Have you had breakfast? What would you like for lunch? Shall we eat out, or would you prefer I bring something to you? Shin Xingwan had not eaten breakfast. In fact, she had not even gotten out of bed, standing in her pajamas on the balcony. This upscale community boasted perfect amenities and picturesque scenery. From her balcony, she could see the meticulously tended gardens below and the nearby outdoor swimming pool. Naturally, the monthly rent was not inexpensive. Fu Hang, if there were any potential between us, we would have reached a conclusion 3 years ago. Her gaze began to scan the community, and she spotted the ADQ-7 park beneath Building 6. A gaming coach could neither afford to reside in such a community nor drive such a car. With a deep sigh, Shin Xingwan pulled a hair tie from her wrist, gathering her cascading waves into a ponytail, and scrolled through her phone until she found the number. Lawyer Zhang? It's me, Shin Xingwan. I am truly sorry for yesterday. Her voice carried a unique softness tinged with a hint of remorse. Ms. Shun, there is no need for concern. I'm just glad you are well. The lawyer on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Shin Xingwan's call. I still feel compelled to express my apologies. As the event coordinator, I inadvertently dampened your spirits. It was an accident. You had no ill intentions. I must extend my apologies. Do you have time this evening? May I have the opportunity to make amends? Shin Xingwan lowered her stance significantly. This evening? Lawyer Zhang hesitated, his tone revealing uncertainty. Having been with the firm for some time, he had not yet found the chance to invite her to dinner. Let us forego dinner. Please speak candidly, Ms. Shun. Lawyer Zhang's tone gradually shifted, imbued with an air of caution. Then I shall be straightforward. Shin Xingwan inhaled deeply, recognizing the shift in Lawyer Zhang's demeanor. He was aware that she had recently assumed the role of human resources supervisor, and this event was her first project, which she had nearly botched. Moreover, she had almost placed Assistant Qin in jeopardy. You wish to meet the president? The seasoned lawyer Zhang instantly grasped Shin Xingwan's intent upon hearing Assistant Qin's name. Indeed, I wish to apologize in person. Shin Xingwan did not shy away from her admission. She was acutely aware that engaging in circles with Lawyer Zhang was futile. Lawyer Zhang fell silent. You wish to meet the president? What a jest. How am I to respond to this? Having taken over the legal affairs of yuan trade for some time, he had remained peripherally involved with the company's management due to the president's peculiarities, which had become a professional habit for him. Thus, he was not well acquainted with the company's other operations or personnel and often deliberately avoided them. Regarding Shin Xingwan, he only had a superficial awareness of her existence. However, upon encountering her yesterday, particularly alongside Fu Hang, his curiosity was inevitably piqued. To his astonishment, his inquiries nearly caused him to bite his own tongue. A deliverman from his hometown? A devoted admirer for 3 years? Do affluent individuals truly indulge in such frivolities? I understand you are adventurous, but there must be limits. Your reckless pursuits hinder the development of others. Considering all this, Lawyer Zhang arrived at a startling conclusion. Could Fu Hang have acquired yuan trade because of Shin Xingwan? And what of Qin Yuqiu? A palace-building game? Thus, when he received a call from Shin Xingwan, he was taken aback yet remained courteous. However, upon hearing her invitation to dinner, he felt both alert and anxious. Through their conversation, he cautiously inferred Shin Xingwan's demeanor and character, even gathering vague information about her subtle relationship with Su Changhe. He was utterly reluctant to engage with such a woman, who knew what Fu Hang was thinking. But now, hearing her desire to meet Fu Hang, how was he to respond? Lawyer Zhang? Noting the delay on the other end, Shin Xingwan hesitantly spoke up. Oh, I see. Regarding yesterday's incident, the president should already be informed. Lawyer Zhang deliberately slowed his speech to afford himself a moment to think. Upon hearing his response and tone, Shin Xingwan's heart sank. The team hasn't returned yet, has it? The president is already aware? Could it be that Qin Yuqiu, the president, has already spoken with Lawyer Zhang? Lawyer Zhang, does that mean the president? Please, do not fret. The president harbors no resentment. Lawyer Zhang quickly clarified. Might I ask if you could kindly facilitate an introduction? I have procured some gifts and wish to personally apologize to the president. Well, your work is indeed highly regarded by the president. I shall convey your sentiments to him. He has your contact information, and if he wishes to meet you, he will reach out. Mr. Su? Very well, I shall come immediately. Lawyer Zhang suddenly responded loudly on the phone. Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. I apologize for the intrusion. Upon hearing Lawyer Zhang mention Mr. Su, Shen Qingwan understood that the conversation was coming to a close. After hanging up, Lawyer Zhang snatched the apple from his daughter's hand and took a hefty bite. The father and daughter sat in a secluded corner, far from the crowd. There was no sign of Mr. Su. The adult world is so complicated, Zhang Xiaolin, his daughter, remarked with an eye roll. I must remind you, in the future, do not pursue wealthy individuals, Lawyer Zhang felt compelled to advise. Nonsense. Zhang Xiaolin rolled her eyes again. There, Shen Qingwan clutched the phone, her eyes glimmering with unyielding resentment. The words of Lawyer Zhang were evidently mere evasions. How difficult it was. As a company executive, particularly in charge of human resources, she found herself unable to even meet the president. She pulled out her phone once more, her gaze fixating on the surreptitious photograph of the woman being held in a princess embrace, and a chilling intensity flickered in Shen Qingwan's eyes. It was utterly unreasonable that you could, while I could not. Fu Hang sat in the park of Century Square, silently smoking while cradling a yellow helmet. After sending out a third message without receiving a reply, his anxious heart began to ease slightly. No response was, after all, the best response. He genuinely feared that Shen Qingwan might reply instantly. Chapter 42. Fu Wanqing. Due to Shen Qingwan's lack of response, he was unable to ascertain the time for today's clock-in. All he could do was wait. At this moment, time stretched into an agonizing ordeal. The phone rang, and Fu Hang instinctively raised his hand, only to realize it was another device. Damn, he had forgotten to silence it again. It was his personal phone. Fishing it out from his bag and glancing at the caller ID, Fu Hang momentarily froze. Lawyer Zhang? He answered the call. President Fu. Shen Qingwan just called me and expressed a desire to meet you. Lawyer Zhang, well aware of Fu Hang's temperament, wasted no time and got straight to the point. What? Shen Qingwan wishes to see me? No, wait. Shen Qingwan wants to meet with the president? Fu Hang quickly grasped the situation. Indeed. How did you respond? Fu Hang's tone lightened considerably, as if a cloud had lifted. I knew it. Mai Qingwan possesses an unfathomable depth of character. Her resolve is steadfast as rock. How could she be so easily swayed? I mentioned I would convey the message, but whether the president agrees to meet depends on his will. Lawyer Zhang replied candidly, showing no signs of surprise at Fu Hang's emotional shift. You handled it well, thank you. Fu Hang promptly ended the call, clenching his fist in the air. A meeting with the president? This was a solid victory. It appeared that Shen Qingwan had undergone a profound transformation, recognizing the truth, looking towards the future, and strategizing for the present. For now, he, as a gaming coach, was temporarily secure. He let out a long sigh of relief and was about to rise when his phone rang again. It was still his personal phone. However, upon seeing the number, Fu Hang's expression darkened immediately. Fu Wanqing. The phone continued to ring, but Fu Hang made no move. After a prolonged silence, the call ended. Fu Hang bowed his head. His demeanor clouded with gloom. Fu Wanqing, Fu Hang's biological mother. He was born into a single-parent family, a true embodiment of the term. He had no father, nor did he even know his father's name. He was the wild child spoken of in the neighborhood. From a young age, he had endured much humiliation. He had pressed Fu Wanqing relentlessly about the identity of his father, yet she never uttered a word. Consequently, he had once believed the malicious gossip that he was the consequence of Fu Wanqing's indulgence, and that she herself was unaware of his father's identity. This belief led to a strained relationship between them, so much so that during his college admission year, when Fu Wanqing first brought a man home, he remained notably indifferent. The man was an overseas Chinese, reportedly living abroad for years, introduced by a matchmaker. They shared a meal at home, yet Fu Hang did not utter a single word to them. After that day, he stayed away from home for a long time until Fu Wanqing informed him of her impending marriage. How the wedding unfolded, Fu Hang could not say, for he did not attend. Subsequently, he received a sum of money, enough to sustain him through university and for a considerable time thereafter, as well as the modest two-bedroom apartment he had lived in since childhood. Fu Wanqing departed that early winter, and he still did not make an appearance. It was only 2 months after Fu Wanqing left for abroad that he returned home, gathered his belongings, and then sold the apartment. Since then, he had almost severed all ties with Fu Wanqing. He lived like an orphan, squandering the wealth she had left him. Fu Wanqing would occasionally call, and he would sometimes answer, though his demeanor remained decidedly aloof. Did he resent her? Perhaps he once did, harboring bitterness over her failure to provide him with a complete home. Yet, upon encountering the slightly portly, earnest-faced expatriate that day, he suddenly found that resentment had dissipated. Instead, he began to loathe himself. That was the first and only time Fu Wanqing had brought a man home. How could a woman who had indulged herself in her youth and bore a child out of wedlock ever be acceptable? He despised himself, resenting this superfluous existence, believing that he had squandered Fu Wanqing's life. Thus, he became even more indifferent. That man was an expatriate, destined to depart if Fu Wanqing chose him. She could no longer harbor any attachments to him. Otherwise, she would not have been able to leave with that man at ease. The phone rang again, and Fu Hang furrowed his brow, noticing the caller ID still displayed Fu Wanqing. This was unusual. In the past, if he did not answer, the caller would not persist. At least not for a while. Fu Wanqing's calls were merely to check on his well-being. This time, Fu Hang answered the phone. Fu Hang? The voice on the other end was tinged with surprise, yet bore a hint of frailty. Are you ill? Fu Hang immediately straightened up. No, just a minor cold. Fu Wanqing detected the urgency in his tone and smiled with relief. She had observed her son's aloofness. But how could she not understand the thoughts of the child she had raised? However, such is life. Not every choice leads to the desired outcome. The majority of life consists of compromises. The indifference between mother and son was a form of tacit understanding. The son reassured the mother, while the mother provided comfort to the son. Is something the matter? Fu Hang's voice turned cold again. How is work? Is everything going smoothly? Fu Wanqing, undeterred by his change in tone, asked gently. I quit my job and opened a milk tea shop. Business is going well. Fu Hang attentively discerned the weakness in her voice, pausing for a moment before providing a suitable response. Have you found a partner? Fu Wanqing inquired in a formulaic manner, feigning indifference to Fu Hang's work. Fu Hang frowned again, his mind oddly racing through numbers 1, 2, 3, until Qin Youchu's sudden intrusion jolted him awake. Are you sure you're all right? Just a minor cold? A flicker of unease crossed Fu Hang's mind. You're no longer young. You should consider finding a girlfriend. Today's girls are quite discerning. You should be aware of your own circumstances. When searching for a partner, just make sure you. Is this the reason you called? Fu Hang interrupted her rambling. Silence enveloped the line. Fu Hang remained quiet, lighting a cigarette, holding the phone and waiting in stillness, though his hand trembled imperceptibly. Your father has found me. After a prolonged silence, a faint whisper emerged from the other end. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap resounded in Fu Hang's mind. In that brief moment of quietude, he had conjured numerous scenarios, even devising a way for lawyer Zhang to assist him in securing a visa. Yet, he could never have anticipated such a response from Fu Wanqing. I have no father. With that, Fu Hang abruptly ended the call. The phone remained silent, and he sat there quietly, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Father? Huh. You had better not find me. I have a promising life ahead. And I refuse to become a criminal. For I would be unable to restrain myself from ending your life. With a firm press, he extinguished the cigarette in his palm, only to discover that the pack was empty when he reached for another. Suddenly, a delicate, pale hand emerged from behind him, slender fingers clutching a pack of cigarettes, his usual brand. Turning in surprise, he locked eyes with a pair of star-like orbs. Yet, in that moment, those eyes lacked their usual vibrancy, revealing a depth and tranquility akin to still water. Fu Hang took the cigarettes, ready to open them, when another cup of milk tea was presented before him. Mango sago. With a swift motion, a straw was inserted, and a graceful figure settled beside him. Fu Hang glanced over to see the girl staring ahead, puffing her cheeks as she eagerly sipped from her cup, her cheeks bulging as she chewed slowly. What brings you here? Fu Hang's voice was husky, as he savored the warmth of the milk tea in his palm, suddenly reluctant to drink it. Just passing by. And since it's free, I thought I'd bring you a cup. Chapter 43. Client number 3. Fu Hang was momentarily speechless, pondering if she truly came every day to enjoy free milk tea. The cigarette money is 25. Just send me a red envelope. Qin Yuchu took another sip, casually kicking at the cigarette butts on the ground. Thanks. Fu Hang lowered his head, ignoring the matter of the cigarette money, and took a vigorous gulp of milk tea. I enrolled in a driving school this morning. Qin Youchu's gaze drifted once more to the horizon, where the pigeons at Century Square were startled by children. Rising in a grand spectacle, Fu Hang tilted his head in confusion. After signing up, I tried driving. The instructor praised my talent, claiming I might become his fastest student from registration to obtaining a license. Fu Hang frowned. Are you never going to stop? Is this your way of flaunting your academic prowess? You truly seem to excel everywhere you go. Therefore, you might consider buying me a car. Fu Hang sputtered, milk tea spraying forth as he looked at Qin Youchu in astonishment. I take back my thanks. You think a pack of cigarettes can be exchanged for a car? That one the other day was quite nice. The ADQ7. It's impressive. How about that one? Qin Youchu delicately handed him a tissue. How can you say that so matter-of-factly? Fu Hang was utterly taken aback. Past clients had always been indirect, hinting and alluding. What else? Qin Youchu's innocent tone carried a hint of childlike playfulness, leaving Fu Hang at a loss for words. It seems there's no fault in your reasoning? There's a tremendous fault. Fu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. Given our current relationship, asking for a car directly seems inappropriate. Is a house more expensive than a car? Qin Youchu suddenly asked with utmost seriousness. Naturally, Fu Hang began, but then faltered. Wait, buying you a house is... He abruptly paused. Oh, why would I buy her a house? She isn't even a client. Qin Youchu remained silent, her large eyes sparkling as she awaited Fu Hang's next words. Huh? That's not right. Fu Hang realized. Qin Youchu isn't a client? Why do I treat her this way? She still owes me money. How did their relationship evolve to this point? What had he overlooked? The two exchanged glances, one radiating innocence, the other wearing a dazed expression. Fu Hang? A voice of uncertainty broke through from beside him. Li Weiyang? Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking off his previous thoughts. This was a professional instinct. After all, Li Weiyang was a client. Client number 3. It really is you? What brings you here? Li Weiyang's gaze shifted from Fu Hang's face to the small yellow helmet beside him, then to his yellow vest, and finally back to Qin Youchu before returning to Fu Hang. Qin Youchu's eyes sparkled as she quietly sipped her milk tea. Aren't you abroad? Fu Hang deftly changed the subject. Li Weiyang, the first client whose favorability rating surpassed 80, had reached an impressive 83. 87 before a wealthy heir appeared out of nowhere, marrying her in haste and relocating abroad. I'm back for a bit. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Li Weiyang's face. This young lady is just a passerby. Qin Youchu set down her milk tea and flashed a sweet smile. A passerby? Li Weiyang wore an expression of disbelief, her eyes narrowing in skepticism. When had Fu Hang encountered such a stunning girl, and at such a tender age, presumably still a university student? Moreover, how had he come to be delivering takeout? Had he suffered a financial setback? In Weiyang's perception, Fu Hang was a venture capitalist, a free-spirited investor living off his mother's inheritance from abroad, leading a life of idleness and dependence. As she passed by, she witnessed this young man, heartbroken and desolate, extending warmth to rescue a soul on the brink of despair. Qin Youchu gestured toward a pile of cigarette butts on the ground. This remark caused Weiyang to frown slightly, her gaze shifting to Fu Hang, allowing a fragment of belief in Qin Youchu's words to take root. Is this the ex-girlfriend who cheated on you? Qin Youchu innocently inquired, tilting her head at Fu Hang. No, we are merely friends, Fu Hang stammered, his body tensing, a flicker of guilt crossing Weiyang's eyes. Strictly speaking, Youchu was not entirely incorrect. At one point, Fu Hang had fervently pursued her, and she had developed a considerable fondness for him, but that was in the past. Yes. We're just friends. Fu Hang abruptly stood, instinctively coming to Weiyang's defense. Although she was no longer a client, certain habits were difficult to relinquish, especially considering that her favorability rating had once soared to an impressive 83. 87. However, during that time, Fu Hang had concurrently courted 2 women, and with Shen Qingwan's steady demeanor, he had felt little urgency. This time, however, expanding his social circle had become imperative. Are you all right? As Fu Hang rose, Weiyang instinctively took half a step forward, only to suddenly snap back to reality, halting her advance. I'm fine, just like this. Fu Hang instinctively brushed off his yellow vest, his gaze evasive. Had his persona crumbled? Here, he was an investor. Weiyang, coming from a privileged background, would never consider someone from the lower echelons of society, which is why Fu Hang had invested considerable effort into crafting his persona. He had even subscribed to financial online courses, learning a plethora of esoteric terms. I have someone to meet. We can chat later. Weiyang intended to say more, but the curious, probing eyes of passers-by made her feel uncomfortable. Yes, we can chat later, Fu Hang replied, as though a weight had been lifted. nervously rubbing his hands together. Wei Yang departed in her heels, leaving behind a chaotic scene. Was she truly an ex-girlfriend? Qin Yuchu urged Fu Hang to sit again, her face alight with intrigue. Yes, Fu Hang replied, casting a weary glance at her. He observed her retreating silhouette, lost in thought as he pulled out his cigarette. With a flick, a flame ignited before him, startling Fu Hang once more. Is this my lighter? I never claimed it was mine, Qin Yuchu shrugged, her nose wrinkling slightly. Come on, tell me more. What is there to discuss? She's just an ex-girlfriend, Fu Hang replied dismissively, lowering his gaze to light his cigarette, taking a subdued drag. He had been smoking rather excessively today, the bitterness lingering in his mouth. Why have I smoked so much today? Is it the kind from Xinqingwan? As the flame extinguished, Qin Yuchu pocketed the lighter, casually remarking. Fu Hang abruptly turned his head, fixing an intense gaze on Qin Yuchu. What do you mean? The kind from Xinqingwan? Clarify. The information conveyed in this sentence is rather minimal. What does this woman truly understand? Why such a strong reaction? Am I correct in my assumptions? Correct about what? What has happened to Xinqingwan? A sense of alertness swept through Fu Hang. Qin Yuchu remained silent, merely narrowing her eyes and observing him intently. The intensity of her gaze sent shivers down Fu Hang's spine. You do not harbor feelings for her. Qin Yuchu articulated with deliberate emphasis. Feelings for whom? Xinqingwan? After all I have done, do you truly believe I do not like her? Fu Hang hastily retorted, feeling insulted. It was a slanderous accusation, a defamation of his professional integrity. Do not deceive me. I can see through it. What do you know, you little girl? Having read a few romance novels, do you consider yourself an expert in emotions? Qin Yuchu did not respond, but instead lifted her chin with an air of scholarly confidence. Oh, then tell me, who do you think I am fond of? Surely not you? Fu Hang scoffed dismissively. You do not like me either, at least not at present. Qin Yuchu lowered her head, her voice unnervingly calm. Fu Hang found himself momentarily speechless, a wave of bitterness rippling through the shadows of his heart. It was unfamiliar, yet this unfamiliarity filled him with unease. Chapter 44. A bit more tactful. Come on, let's go eat. Qin Yuchu rose and forcefully pulled Fu Hang up. You can go by yourself. I have no appetite. Fu Hang regarded Qin Yuchu with growing suspicion, sensing an increasingly sinister air about her. I am heading to the Pinyin restaurant. Qin Yuchu clung to Fu Hang without letting go. What does my going to the Pinyin restaurant have to do with you? Fu Hang snapped, irritated, as today was hardly a day for dining out. What on earth am I doing today? I should be feeling quite despondent. That is the Pinyin restaurant. Qin Yuchu straightened and looked earnestly at Fu Hang. Fu Hang was increasingly bewildered by her gaze. He certainly knew of the Pinyin restaurant, the most prestigious dining establishment in Han City. In Fu Hang's eyes, it had but one defining characteristic: exorbitance. Inconceivably expensive, with a bowl of slow-cooked congee priced at 288. And a 300 cubic centimeters cola with a slice of lemon costing 198. He had the fortune of dining there twice, once with Xinqingwan and once with Li Weiyang. Both occasions courtesy of the system. If you don't go, can I afford the meal? Qin Yuchu blinked her large eyes, presenting a reason that made Fu Hang want to spit blood. Fu Hang stared at her in shock, bewildered by her audacity and confidence. Let us go? You're a CEO. What is wrong with treating your assistant to a meal? Qin Yuchu disregarded his protests and tugged him along. That place isn't a small eatery. You can't just walk in and expect a table. Fu Hang attempted to resist. I've reserved a spot. Qin Yuchu opened her phone to display the reservation confirmation. What have I missed? Have I missed your transformation? How did you become this way? What happened to that diligent student who struggled against the harshness of the world? Have you driven here? This? Fu Hang raised the helmet in his hand, speechless. No, I checked online. They say that ordinary vehicles aren't allowed in the security parking lot. Qin Yuchu turned her head, offering a friendly reminder. You have the reservation information. Fu Hang gritted his teeth. He finally recalled the misfortunes he had faced today. Father, what bad luck. Perhaps indulging in some lavish spending will help alleviate my misfortune. This is what they call retaliatory consumption. I'm just concerned about you facing discrimination, after all. Your worth exceeds 100 million. Qin Yuchu smiled. Me? Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback, vigorously pointing at his yellow vest and then raising the helmet in his hand. Am I to be concerned about discrimination? Fu Hang chuckled. You've even become proud. Qin Yuchu smirked and snatched the helmet from Fu Hang's hands. Qin Chu. A surprised voice called out, and the two turned to see a sunny boy with a guitar slung over his back. You rejected me just to deliver for this? Layla looked incredulously at the hands they held. Fu Hang halted, realizing that today's events were unfolding rather swiftly. In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, how many characters have appeared? This one. Fu Hang subtly withdrew his hand, signaling to Qin Yuchu. Seems like a singer from Han University. Qin Yuchu lifted the cup of milk tea in her hand and took a hearty sip. However, as she had nearly finished the drink, air entered the straw, producing an unusual gurgling sound. Singing? Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback by this unidentified yet impressive persona. Yuchu. Lei Li's eyes widened, his expression filled with a blend of disappointment and frustration. He could tolerate Lu Junkai from the student council and even Yao Jun from the sports academy, who stood at an imposing height of 191 centimeters. But this delivery person? He felt utterly insulted. Let me clarify. Qin Yuchu once again took Fu Hang's hand and raised it high. It had nothing to do with his job as a delivery person. Therefore, even if you were to deliver takeout, my feelings for you would remain unchanged. She declared with utmost seriousness. Must you be so direct? Could you not be a tad more subtle? Fu Hang protested, suddenly reminded of certain matters. That is venture capital nurturing target clientele? Why am I juggling work and purchasing a home? Oh, my apologies. Allow me a moment to rephrase my thoughts. Qin Yuchu furrowed her brow slightly, genuinely releasing Fu Hang's hand, and began to ponder earnestly. Fu Hang gazed at the sky at a 65-degree angle. While Lei Lu's forehead was marked by prominent veins, the heart's intent is lethal. Senior Lei Lu, as he was about to storm off in anger. Qin Yuchu suddenly lifted her head, looking sincerely and earnestly at him. I appreciate your admiration. Your pursuit has taken me by surprise and left me feeling anxious and unsettled. You must be aware of my background and family circumstances. Standing beside someone as exceptional as you makes me feel insecure. Qin Yuchu's tone was calm, flowing like a gentle stream, a clear spring bubbling forth, akin to autumn dew glistening, as a soft breeze caressed her face. I cannot meet your fervent gaze, just as I cannot confront my own heart. You are radiant and carefree, destined to shine brightly in the eyes of others. As for me, Qin Yuchu lowered her head, quietly inching closer to Fu Hang. I am but the ugly duckling beneath this roof. Some barriers cannot be crossed merely by effort, a barrier known as class. At least for now, standing by his side brings me solace. Qin Yuchu raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. No, Yuchu, it is not like this. Lei Lu was completely engrossed, his expression nearly bordering on a roar of emotion. Please, let me be for a moment, Qin Yuchu interrupted, tears trembling in her eyes as they fell, turning away with a heavy heart and hastily tugging at Fu Hang's sleeve as they departed. Yuchu Lei felt as though his heart had been pierced, reaching out only to grasp a fleeting whisper of autumn. It is all my fault. I am simply too remarkable. No, for Yuchu. I can change. As they exited the park at a swift pace, Fu Hang was left utterly dumbfounded, astonished by the encounter. System, this is extraordinary. Will you not say something? Will you not show any response? Do you harbor prejudice against her? Where did you learn this? Seeing the system remain unresponsive, Fu Hang eagerly inquired of Qin Yuchu. I knew it. I would not be misled. A naturally gifted being. Recently, I have immersed myself in a plethora of romantic literature. How does it fare? Qin Yuchu turned, wiping away her tear stains. Simply exquisite. If I were to nitpick, perhaps there were a few too many tears. Fu Hang engaged in a scholarly discussion. Oh, does it seem ostentatious? Qin Yuchu frowned. Not at all. The emotions were profoundly rich. However, if the tears had not cascaded down but lingered in her eyes, that state of suspended sorrow would have left more room for interpretation for the audience. Qin Yuchu nodded earnestly, committing this insight to memory. By the way, do you still read romantic novels? Fu Hang was astonished that a top student could be so whimsical. It's a necessity for work. Fu Hang paused, sensing something amiss. Do you still wish to drink? He noticed Qin Yuchu heading toward the milk tea shop. Aren't you borrowing the helmet? Qin Yuchu turned, a look of skepticism on her face. Damn, I completely forgot why I came here. Have you already lost yourself in the scene? I haven't even stepped out yet. Chapter 45. A series of fortuitous events. A delivery electric bicycle arrived at the entrance of the Pingan Hotel, only to be halted by the security guard, as anticipated. However, the expected discrimination and mockery did not manifest. Instead, the guard exhibited a demeanor befitting the establishment's clientele, inquiring politely about the intentions of the two individuals. Fu Hang found himself somewhat taken aback, for the meal ordered by Shen Qingwan was, on occasion, from rather upscale restaurants, and he had often been stopped while donned in less formal attire. It was not until Qin Yuchu presented her reservation information that the guard, with a friendly disposition, indicated the designated parking area for the electric bicycle, that Fu Hang experienced a sudden epiphany. The guard's courteousness was not solely due to his professional demeanor, but rather because of Qin Yuchu. Women, indeed, are the finest adornments for men. Seated at the reserved table, Fu Hang continued to reflect, casting a glance toward Qin Yuchu, and was inexplicably reminded of Fu Wanqing's words. You are not getting any younger. Bah. Such misleading words, disturbing my peace of mind. I am a steadfast worker. What talk of romantic entanglements? How unambitious. Wow. Truly extraordinary. One dish costs my annual living expenses? Qin Yuchu, holding the ordering tablet, made an exaggerated expression and whispered a playful wink at Fu Hang. You've made a hasty choice. Take another look. Fu Hang rolled his eyes. Don't even start. My previous annual salary barely covered a decent meal here. Ding. A peculiar voice echoed in his mind. A temporary quest has been triggered. Share the music of another world. Disseminate restraint in a reasonable manner. Upon completion, rewards will be granted. Fu Hang abruptly lifted his head, casting a bewildered glance at Qin Yuchu, who was still engrossed in ordering. System? System? It must be her, right? His internal voice trembled, a mix of excitement and trepidation. Yet, there was no response from the system. What's wrong? Qin Yuchu noticed Fu Hang's unusual demeanor and paused her actions. Nothing. Continue with your order. Fu Hang inhaled deeply, casting his gaze around. It was illogical. The system never acted without cause, and this was the second occurrence. Moreover, both times, Qin Yuchu was by his side. Share a song? You want me to sing here? Fu Hang began to wrestle with his thoughts. If the person seated across from him were a client, he would feel no resistance. It was simply work, a means to earn. Nothing shameful about that. But sitting opposite him was Qin Yuchu? An inexplicable embarrassment enveloped him. Perhaps you should take a look at the menu? Qin Yuchu hesitated, noticing Fu Hang's fidgeting demeanor, gently placing the tablet on the table and slowly pushing it toward him. It's fine. Just order what you like, Fu Hang said, casually glancing at the menu. Shall we talk about getting you a car instead? A dull ache throbbed in his jaw. The number displayed in the lower corner made his toes curl. Purchasing a car is not urgent. Let me obtain my driver's license first. Qin Yuchu seemed entirely unperturbed by Fu Hang's subtle hints, raising an eyebrow as she resumed browsing the tablet. Mississippi. Perhaps you should know when to stop. Fu Hang leaned forward, quietly advising her. After this meal. Who knows if there will be another opportunity in this lifetime? Qin Yuchu replied calmly, without lifting her gaze. Mississippi. Behaving this way may frighten the target. What if he slips away during a restroom break? It could make the news. Fu Hang offered a kind reminder, laced with an implicit threat. Qin Yuchu paused, her gaze lifting thoughtfully. Indeed, a teachable child. Yet, unexpectedly, she whimsically tossed her bangs aside and resumed perusing the menu. Fu Hang, at a loss for words, turned his head away. It was not a matter of financial inability. Rather, Fu Hang felt a pressing need to cultivate her discernment in spending and risk assessment. If she continued down this path, what would become of that guitar-carrying fellow? And what about the vice president of the student council? After handing the menu to the waiter, Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly. Have you been here before? She inquired, lifting the glass of lemonade only to find it lacking a straw, which made her drinking experience somewhat awkward. Yes, Fu Hang nodded. With Yuan? Qin Yuchu's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Fu Hang rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage further. Or, with the person behind you? Qin Yuchu suddenly raised her eyebrows in exaggerated surprise. Behind? Fu Hang turned, puzzled. Li Weiyang? His eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed Li Weiyang approaching, who also halted in her tracks. A friend? The man beside Li Weiyang coldly turned his head, but the next moment, his gaze fell upon Qin Yuchu. If she's a friend, then do greet her. The man assertively took Li Weiyang by the hand and strode towards Fu Hang. What a coincidence. Fu Hang politely stood to show respect, particularly as a man accompanied Li Weiyang. Hello, may I have an introduction? The man wore a smile and turned to Li Weiyang. What a coincidence. This is my husband, Wang Haitao. This is Fu Hang, Li Weiyang introduced with a forced composure, her expression slightly awkward. Fu Hang? Wang Haitao paused, clearly recognizing the name. Hello. Fu Hang extended his hand, courteously shaking his. So this is the wealthy second generation? Wang Haitao thought, noting Fu Hang's striking appearance, embodying the essence of a true elite. So it's you. Wang Haitao's grip on Fu Hang lingered, his demeanor shifting curiously. You know me? Fu Hang discreetly smirked. Such theatrics were tolerable during work hours, but he preferred to avoid them after hours. Nevertheless, he owed this man a favor for having saved him from an awkward situation. I've heard mention of you. Wang Haitao released his hand, smiling with a knowing glint. This is… Li Weiyang diverted the topic, directing her gaze towards the bystander Qin Yuchu. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Qin Yuchu, a student supported by Mr. Fu, she stated, remaining seated, tilting her head as she sweetly smiled at them. A student in need? Both Li Weiyang and Wang Haitao blinked in astonishment, especially Li Weiyang, who had recently been on the receiving end of Qin Yuchu's sharp retort, was taken aback to learn she was a university student sponsored by Fu Hang. But wait, weren't you delivering takeout after your investment failed? Li Weiyang tilted her head, noticing Fu Hang still clad in the same inexpensive attire, albeit without the conspicuous yellow vest. You've changed remarkably, she remarked, discreetly scanning the restaurant. You've resorted to delivering takeout yet brought a student in need here? Previously, it was but a jest. Mr. Fu has taken over a bubble tea shop, which had previously struggled in business. Determined to revive its fortunes, he resolved to personally deliver orders and conduct market research. Miss Qin Yuchu clearly understood the unspoken implication and graciously provided an explanation. Li Weiyang was taken aback, recognizing this as Fu Hang's style, always hands-on in all endeavors. Miss Yuchu, it is a pleasure to meet you. May I have your phone number? If it is not too much trouble? Wang Haitao, however, disregarded the ongoing conversation and approached Qin Yuchu directly, producing his own phone number. Is it appropriate to flirt with me in front of your wife? Qin Yuchu remarked, turning her head with a peculiar expression. We are actually in the process of getting a divorce. We just met with our lawyer this afternoon, Wang Haitao replied, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety. Glancing at Li Weiyang with a smile and earnestly explaining the situation. You were getting a divorce? Fu Hang was taken aback. It seemed rather hasty. How long had it been? 6 months? 8 months? Li Weiyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, particularly in Fu Hang's presence. Harboring thoughts akin to, did you truly have poor judgment back then, choosing someone like this instead of me? Look at me now, and look at him, a struggling student. How klitsch. Fu Hang was equally at a loss for words. It was a delicate matter to address. I appreciate your concern, but I must confess, I find myself even less interested in men who are in the midst of divorce. Qin Yuchu's expression was exaggerated, casting a glance at Fu Hang as if to inquire, shall we opt for a more tactful approach? Not to worry, there will be future opportunities. Wang Haitao displayed remarkable composure, his demeanor revealing no trace of displeasure as he nodded slightly and proceeded inside. My apologies for the interruption, Li Weiyang forced a smile, waving as she followed him into the interior. Chapter 46. I do not wish for regrets. As I watched the two depart, Fu Hang was still lost in thought, while Qin Yuchu leaned forward, her lively eyes fixed curiously upon him. What are you doing? Fu Hang shot her a glare. Don't you have anything to say? Qin Yuchu's voice was low. What thoughts could I possibly have? Many, perhaps, such as melancholy and sorrow, or joy and delight, perhaps schadenfreude, or maybe regret. Qin Yuchu's tone was playful, yet the last two words were delivered with utmost seriousness. What do I have to regret? Fu Hang turned his face away, a dismissive smirk playing on his lips. Desires unfulfilled, treasures unappreciated. We cannot let go when we are together, yet parting leaves us nostalgic. When we reminisce, we long to meet again, and upon reunion, we lament the lost time. Isn't life merely a succession of regrets? Qin Yuchu's gaze was intense, her voice imbued with a unique emotion. Fu Hang fell silent. He could not pinpoint the exact words that stirred him, yet inexplicably, he felt a swell of sentiment. And so, Fu Hang lifted his eyes, challenging Qin Yuchu with a glance. That was work for me. What do you know? Thus, I do not wish for regrets. Qin Yuchu declared resolutely, as if pledging an oath. In that moment, Fu Hang was startled to see a semblance of conviction reflected in her eyes. Damn it! Fu Hang averted his gaze, admitting to himself that her look had pierced him. Sincerity, after all, is the most painful of weapons. A server approached with a tray, placing 2 cups before them. To Fu Hang's astonishment, the first cup contained a drink. He peered into the glass, skeptically stirring with a spoon. Mango and pomelo sago? He exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I want to see the difference between the 288 and the 68 versions, after all. The distinction between the 28 and 68 at the school gate is minimal. Qin Yuchu laughed, though her laughter dimmed upon realizing the absence of straws. The school offers the 28 version, and you take the bus every day just to indulge in the 68? Fu Hang was at a loss for words. 28 costs 28. While 68 is free, Qin Yuchu regarded him as though he were a fool. Defeated, Fu Hang turned away, signaling the server. 2 straws, the large kind. Qin Yuchu beamed. Her smile sweet like mango and pomelo sago with extra cream. As dishes arrived one after another, each exquisite presentation made Qin Yuchu leap with joy. Particularly a dish named Mountains and Rivers of Ink, which resembled a quartet of landscape paintings. The world of the affluent is truly beyond imagination. Qin Yuchu exaggerated in her praise. Indeed, Fu Hang echoed, lifting his wine glass and downing the sour red wine in one gulp. And this, a bottle worth nearly 6 figures. He had indeed been here twice before, but on those occasions, the ladies had skillfully known when to stop. Thus, many of these dishes were a first for him. Should I reconsider my approach? Being wealthy, yet not spending. Is that not absurd? The food was delectable, undeniably worthy of its price, and the two enjoyed their meal immensely. There is a project coming up in the next phase at the company. Qin Yuchu suddenly spoke as they neared the end of their meal. Fu Hang paused, looking up with intrigue. For a moment, Qin Yuchu was perplexed by what he was saying, referring to the project with Hanyu Group. He set down his chopsticks and earnestly explained. And then, a bottle of red wine was mostly consumed by Fu Hang, while Qin Yuchu had abstained entirely, and by this point, Fu Hang was somewhat inebriated. Qin Yuchu remained silent, gazing intently at Fu Hang, observing his slightly dazed eyes. It's nothing. Qin Yuchu finally smiled brightly after a long pause, lifting the glass of lemonade from the table. Are you referring to yuan trading? Fu Hang seemed to have finally recalled something. All right, no matter how expensive the wine is, it's not worth it if consumed excessively. You can settle the bill now. Qin Yuchu smiled again, a smile as innocent and radiant as ever. Wasn't it you who ordered it? Fu Hang smirked. Why order something if you're not going to drink it? That's a whole day's salary. I want to see if every person who drinks makes me feel uneasy. Qin Yuchu suddenly paused, lifting a hand to caress his cheek. Fu Hang's drunkenness began to fade, and he felt a twinge of disinterest. Not everyone who drinks is. I understand now. Qin Yuchu nodded earnestly, yet his signature smile was absent, his eyes remarkably clear. Fu Hang's gaze flickered, as if he were reluctant to confront that purity. Settle the bill. Fu Hang paid with an air of nonchalance, without hesitation. Whereas Qin Yuchu insisted on having the waiter print the receipt, meticulously checking each item before clutching it tightly in his hand. This somewhat diminishes the momentum I had when I scanned it earlier. Rising from his seat, Fu Hang whispered playfully in Qin Yuchu's ear. A meal costing over 100,000. How could I not cherish this? It might be the only one of its kind in my lifetime. Qin Yuchu kept his head down, scrutinizing the numbers on the receipt. In the future, Fu Hang hesitated, leaving the thought unspoken. It was complicated. Would they return? Who would pay? Himself? Or the system? Regardless, Fu Hang was unwilling to confront either possibility. If we come again, it's my treat. Qin Yuchu seemed to grasp Fu Hang's unspoken thoughts once more, suddenly looking up with sincerity. Come on, you still owe me hundreds of thousands. Fu Hang replied, his tone lighthearted yet exasperated. Wasn't it agreed upon that the debt would be repaid in kind? Qin Yuchu's tone shifted dramatically. When did I ever say that? Fu Hang's brow twitched, but in the next moment, he froze as if struck by lightning, wanting to turn away but knowing it was too late. You clearly. Qin Yuchu continued to jest, but sensing something amiss in Fu Hang, he followed his gaze and was met with a similar expression of shock. Yuan? What day is it today? Could you please arrange your appearances more reasonably? Is the plot being pushed so casually? Yuan, upon seeing the two, was also visibly taken aback, for seated opposite her was Su Chang'e. Sister Yuan? Qin Yuchu was the first to regain composure, and after locking eyes, he hardly paused before excitedly making his way in that direction. The layout of the Ping'an Hotel was indeed quite meticulous, ensuring a high level of privacy between seats. But how to put it? As long as it is not a private room, or even if it is, there must be moments when the door opens, right? What a coincidence, you all. Upon noticing Qin Yuchu's approach, Yuan subtly gestured to Su Chang'e and hurriedly rose to her feet. I just finished dining with Fu Hang. Oh, is Vice President Su also here? Qin Yuchu seemed to have just noticed Su Chang'e, momentarily taken aback, and quickly extended her greetings. Yuan and I happen to have some matters to discuss. You must be Fu Hang, whom I met yesterday. Greetings. Fu Hang, feeling somewhat uneasy, managed to return the greeting. Just moments ago, as he took his first sip of red wine, the system's daily report arrived, announcing Yuan's favorability rating, 79.89. As anticipated, after a night's cooling period, Yuan had indeed reverted to a safe threshold. However, with this unexpected encounter, one can only hope nothing peculiar occurs. Chapter 47. Acquainting an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, are you two? After a brief moment of surprise, Shen Qingwan swiftly seized the opportunity. The discomfort should not fall upon her, but rather upon you, Qin Yuchu. As for Fu Hang, she possessed a myriad of ways to explain the situation later. Well, Fu Hang saved me yesterday, so I treated him to a nice meal as a token of gratitude. Qin Yuchu responded with nonchalance. You dined alone with Fu Hang? The president. Shen Qingwan's expression faltered, her gaze sweeping over Su Changhe. Is this the president's treat? You can't possibly think we could afford this, can you? Qin Yuchu replied cheerfully, waving the small receipt in her hand. Shen Qingwan's keen eyes caught sight of the figures on it, momentarily rendering her speechless. The president genuinely cares for Assistant Qin, Su Changhe remarked, casually clearing his throat and smiling. Qin Yuchu beamed sweetly, her smile tinged with a hint of shyness, reminiscent of a young girl. Then I shall not disturb you further. Enjoy your meal. Qin Yuchu waved her hand and took Fu Hang with her as they departed. Goodbye. In front of Su Changhe, Fu Hang maintained a commendable demeanor. Yet a flicker of awkwardness crossed his eyes when he glanced at Shen Qingwan, a moment of discomfort that she perceptively noted. Damn it, I have done all I can. The rest is in fate's hands. At the very least, he rated himself a 9/8 for that glance. Once they left, Shen Qingwan's expression fell. Was it because of the president or because of that Fu Hang? Su Changhe's tone betrayed no emotion. Naturally, it is the president. Shen Qingwan mused. I had not anticipated that Qin Yuchu truly possessed some merit, inviting a man to dinner and the president footing the bill. She quickly adjusted her emotions. Though she was uncertain about the source of her discontent during that fleeting moment of eye contact. Are you so certain it was the president who paid? Su Changhe raised an eyebrow. Of course, that Fu Hang could hardly afford to spend tens of thousands on a meal for a young lady, Shen Qingwan replied, her tone tinged with bitterness. The last time Fu Hang accompanied her, she had ordered only a few exceedingly ordinary dishes, totaling a mere few thousand. Huh. Su Changhe chuckled softly, leisurely swirling the wine glass in his hand, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Shen Qingwan's thoughts became tangled, and she suddenly found the meal unappetizing. The figures on that receipt lingered in her mind, especially since it had been her invitation to Su Changhe, likely resulting in her footing the bill. Su, we must devise a plan swiftly, otherwise, the president's position will. Shen Qingwan hesitated to speak. What options do I have? I cannot even meet the president. Su Changhe interrupted, seemingly dismissing their previous discussions and insinuations as if they had never occurred. Can you truly not meet the president? You are currently the decision-maker in the company, are you not? Shen Qingwan retorted, unwilling to relent, offering a modest compliment. I am merely the executive vice president. The signing authority lies with Assistant Qin, Su Changhe replied, unruffled, savoring a sip of red wine. Internally, Shen Qingwan cursed him, thinking, now you choose to feign indifference? I refuse to believe you are not anxious. Will you truly be content? Though such words are spoken, you are undoubtedly more aware of the company's affairs than I am. The president, too, was momentarily enchanted by Qin Yuchu. As long as Shen Qingwan suppressed her inner displeasure and continued to smile while reminding him. Su Changhe remained silent, focusing intently on his meal. Observing this, Shen Qingwan sighed in resignation. The conversation had reached this point. And to say more would seem forced and would only diminish her own worth. Zhang's lawyer's daughter must be a sophomore, right? Considering the time. Isn't her coming-of-age ceremony just half a month away? Suddenly, Su Changhe casually spoke up. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Su, Shen Qingwan replied, momentarily taken aback. Yet internally, she felt a sense of futility. If matters were manageable with Zhang's lawyer, why go to such lengths to treat you to a meal? The Hengyu project will be presented tomorrow. If all goes well, there will be a negotiation meeting with Hengyu next week. Su Changhe continued to chat casually. Shen Qingwan was once again taken aback. What was the purpose of sharing this with her? She was from the Human Resources Department, after all. Such a significant project. And she had no voting rights. It is said that Hengyu's young heir has just returned to the country and has already begun to take over company affairs. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, he will be responsible for this project. Thank you for your support, Mr. Su, Shen Qingwan understood, forcing a smile while striving to suppress the urge to splash her drink in his face. What does he take me for? A public relations officer? A social butterfly? Upon exiting the restaurant, Fu Hang exhaled deeply and walked towards the area where the electric scooter was parked, only to be abruptly stopped by Qin Yuchu. Let us take a taxi. Your car is safe here. Besides, with this, they won't charge you for parking. Qin Yuchu waved the small ticket in her hand. What a joke, a meal costing tens of thousands. If it were lost, the restaurant would compensate with a new one. It's inconvenient to come back tomorrow. Fu Hang attempted to protest. No driving after drinking. Although Qin Yuchu did not have a driver's license, she had been studying traffic regulations since deciding to take the test. An electric scooter? Fu Hang was at a loss for words. Isn't an electric scooter a vehicle? Did you buy your license? A one for disdain from an academic overachiever. Ultimately, the two boarded the ride-hailing car summoned by Qin Yuchu. Upon stopping at the entrance of the community, Qin Yuchu directly completed the order and got out of the car. The ride-hailing driver turned to look at Fu Hang, who remained seated, bewildered. You just completed the order? Fu Hang rolled down the window. What else? Qin Yuchu replied, puzzled. What about me? Fu Hang was taken aback. You get out? What should I get out for? To go home? To your place? It could also be your home. Qin Yuchu laughed again. Do you find this amusing? Fu Hang's tone turned cold. Home, a word he avoided at all costs, despite owning the most luxurious residence in Han City. A meal that costs you tens of thousands. I should at least express my gratitude. Qin Yuchu leaned against the car window, smiling alluringly. Have you had too much to drink? Fu Hang felt exasperated once more. Is it a problem if I've had too much to drink? Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, her gaze playfully wandering downwards. Drive. Fu Hang shouted in anger. Boss, the order is completed. Increase the payment, a fixed price, and transfer directly. Fu Hang said as he rolled up the car window. The driver cast a troubled glance at Qin Yuchu outside, his expression fraught with complexity. Am I truly driving? The driver seemed reluctant, sensing there might still be hope. This vehicle had been summoned from the Ping An Hotel, and the young lady's claim of a meal costing tens of thousands might indeed hold merit. Have you also had too much to drink? Fu Hang was thoroughly exasperated. The driver, speechless, shook his head at Qin Yuchu and pressed the accelerator. The vehicle weaved through the bustling intersection, while Fu Hang stared vacantly at the flickering neon lights outside. The driver occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror, a wave of inexplicable melancholy rippling through the car. Buddy, I know an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Get lost. Fu Hang's forehead throbbed with veins. The driver paid no heed to Fu Hang's expletive, merely letting out a heavy sigh. What a pity about that girl, an unparalleled beauty, who says money can solve everything. This sigh nearly took Fu Hang's breath away. The phone rang, and Fu Hang frowned. This ringtone. Was it a work call? Damn it. It's after hours. And I forgot to turn it off. Qing Yuan. Fu Hang swiftly answered the call. Chapter 48 QWER. Just because I did not respond to your message today, you chose to dine with her alone? As soon as the call connected, a cold interrogation echoed from the other end. Fu Hang felt a chill run through him, and three options rapidly surfaced in his mind. Option 1. Q. How could I possibly be angry with you? Option 2. W. Qing Yuan. Allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive. Option 3. She is your superior. I found it difficult to decline. Holding his phone, Fu Hang fell into silence. Aggressive? Preemptive? Very well, I shall acquiesce and refrain from resistance. Option 4. Our default. The call lingered in an eerie silence, neither party continuing the conversation. I dined with President Su due to a work-related matter. After all, I made a grievous mistake yesterday. After a prolonged pause, Shen Qingwan suddenly offered a quiet explanation, her voice nearly breaking with emotion towards the end. You see, a devoted admirer does not solely rely on offense sometimes. A well-timed defense proves more effective than an assault. I apologize, it was also due to. Fu Hang's voice was laden with regret and remorse. I understand. Shen Qingwan interjected. A hint of amusement graced Fu Hang's lips. Qingwan, your sense of rhythm has indeed improved. By the way, was it truly the president who treated you to dinner today? Shen Qingwan seemed to detach from her earlier emotions, her tone growing increasingly gentle. Yes. Fu Hang slightly furrowed his brows, recalling the earlier call from Lawyer Zhang. President? Where might I find a president for you? Shall I hire an actor? Would the system not suspect performance falsification? The Ping An Hotel does not support direct billing. How did the president settle the payment? Shen Qingwan inquired curiously. Qin Yuchu scanned the payment code and sent it directly to the other party. Fu Hang replied without hesitation. I see. Have you arrived home? Shen Qingwan's tone carried a hint of disappointment, but she swiftly changed the subject. I am still on the way, almost there. Why? Have you not returned? Would you like me to come pick you up? I am also en route. You had a drink, so rest early. Shen Qingwan gently declined. All right. You two should retire early. I will bring you breakfast tomorrow. Yes, good night. Good night. After hanging up, Fu Hang gazed out of the car window, his expression becoming increasingly complex. The driver in the front seat, however, was astounded. She was clearly not the same girl from earlier. It seems money truly is omnipotent. But, are you certain you do not need that old traditional Chinese medicine doctor's number? It might still have some effect. Let us change venues and head to Yinshu Binjiang. Fu Hang spoke, suddenly reluctant to return to the rental apartment he had occupied for several years. He longed to go home. The driver took a deep breath, signaling to change lanes, pondering whether there was still something more. Buddy, I suddenly find myself understanding you. Perhaps it is not entirely your fault. If that is the case, the old doctor may indeed be of little use. The vehicle made a U-turn at the traffic lights, the driver intermittently glancing at Fu Hang in the rearview mirror, attempting to discern any hidden exceptional qualities. Then, Fu Hang's phone rang once more. It was still that work number. Fu Hang gazed at the incoming call display, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Li Weiyong. Should he answer? He felt torn. By the definitions of his profession, the role of an ardent admirer was alarmingly akin to that of an ex-boyfriend. And a commendable ex-boyfriend ought to vanish as though he were dead from the moment of separation, especially at the juncture of the other's marriage, ensuring that their lives no longer intertwined, remaining forever estranged. Even a paper offering during Qingming would be deemed intrusive. In a state of singlehood, my devotion is fervent, persistent, a faith unwavering. I could adore until the heavens darken and the sun loses its glow. But once you are wed, my continued affection becomes base, shameless, sordid, and lewd. One must endure moral condemnation, the judgment of justice, the ridicule of public opinion, and systemic retribution. Weiyong. Eventually, Fu Hang answered the call. Is it convenient to talk? Li Weiyong inquired, her words lacking context. I was just about to head home. Fu Hang understood instantly. I apologize for today's events. On the other end, Li Weiyong's voice carried a hint of melancholy. It's nothing, don't dwell on it. Fu Hang comprehended her implication once more. You may choose to disregard it. But it stems from me. After all, you need not explain. I understand, he interrupted, turning his gaze to the car window, realizing they were nearing home. You haven't changed at all, Li Weiyong remarked after a brief silence, a tone of nostalgia in her voice. Fu Hang fell silent. Sister, your emotional direction is perilous. My company has regulations against taking private jobs. Did that female student get sent back? Li Weiyong teased, as if they were old friends. Yes, Fu Hang replied, his words increasingly cautious. She is quite remarkable, young, beautiful, intelligent, and daring. A hollow laugh escaped Fu Hang, unwilling to delve deeper into the subject. Can we talk? Li Weiyong suddenly asked. Huh? Fu Hang's eyebrows arched, realizing this conversation was certainly not about Qin Yuchu. I'm at the CAF where we first met. Fu Hang hesitated to respond, genuinely ensnared in turmoil. By the way, in our line of work, is there still after-sales service? I'll wait for you, Li Weiyong declared, not allowing Fu Hang further contemplation before hanging up. Fu Hang rubbed his forehead, an expression of utter desolation on his face. Buddy Wve arrived. Is this the stop? The driver, filled with admiration, turned around, speaking with a mix of formality and respect. Fu Hang regarded him, his demeanor twisted with conflict. From a professional standpoint, he had no justification to maintain any connection with Li Weiyong. On a personal level, he was even less inclined to entangle himself with her. Did he have feelings for Li Weiyong? To be candid, yes. But those feelings were akin to a farmer's attachment to a hoe, a worker's to a hammer, a skilled driver's to an excavator, or a teacher's to a student. Li Weiyong was a client, a product, once cherished, adored, and indulged. Yet that was merely work. Fu Hang scanned the QR code for payment, opened the car door, and simultaneously composed a text message. I'm sorry, but I cannot come over right now. He clicked send and turned off his phone. On that night, Fu Hang retired early to bed. Yet his slumber was far from tranquil. In the midst of his dreams, he found himself transported back to his childhood, in the cylindrical building he had sold years prior. There, he quietly gathered vegetables, while a familiar figure busily worked at the stove, incessantly inquiring about his life at school. He responded intermittently, his demeanor remaining indifferent. Yet his gaze was fixated on that silhouette. Just as he remembered, she appeared slender, her movements as deft as they were in his recollections. Her hair, styled in a bun, was slightly disheveled, yet her neck was fair and delicate, with stray strands cascading like rising smoke, embodying the warmth of mundane life and cherished memories. Fu Hang felt a warmth welling in his eyes, while his hands and feet grew cold. The word mother, which he had not uttered in ages, lodged in his throat, and his nose began to tingle. Setting down the vegetables, Fu Hang stood up calmly, realizing at that moment that he had grown significantly taller than her. The floral apron turned slowly, adorned with a sweet smile, radiating innocence, purity, naivety. Qin Yuchu. Suddenly, Fu Heng jolted awake, tears still glistening at the corners of his eyes, while his back was damp with sweat. This woman is undoubtedly intoxicating. Chapter 49. Underhanded Dealings. Good morning, Sister Qingwan. Downstairs at the company, Qin Yuchu greeted Shen Qingwan with vibrant energy, holding 2 food containers in her hands. Yuchu, why are you up so early? Shen Qingwan stepped out of the ride-hailing vehicle, casting a glance around, but failing to spot Fu Heng. Her gaze settled on the 2 food containers in Qin Yuchu's hands. Are you buying breakfast? Qin Yuchu lifted one of the food containers and handed it to Shen Qingwan. This? Shen Qingwan looked puzzled. I saw on the menu at Ping An Hotel yesterday that they offer breakfast, so I thought I'd give it a try today. Qin Yuchu smiled, linking her arm with Shen Qingwan's as they walked toward the company. Did you buy this? At Ping An Hotel? Shen Qingwan paused, her expression momentarily bewildered, before she turned to search for Fu Heng again. Fu Heng mentioned yesterday that he would bring breakfast today, and the understanding between her and Fu Heng was that if they agreed on something the day before, he wouldn't disturb her in the morning. If no specific request was made, he would arrange it according to her preferences. Fu Heng was indeed considerate. But where was he? Fu Heng bought it, Qin Yuchu casually stated as they stopped in front of the elevator. Shen Qingwan's confusion deepened as she struggled to untangle the logic behind this. You said you went to buy breakfast. How did it turn into Fu Heng buying it? Shen Qingwan asked tentatively. I went with him. But he paid for it. Qin Yuchu flashed a sweet smile, captivating the attention of those waiting for the elevator, who dared not meet her gaze directly. You went with him? Then where is he? The elevator arrived, but Shen Qingwan's thoughts were even more chaotic now. I asked him to drop me off, and then he left. Qin Yuchu stepped into the elevator, admiring her reflection in the mirror while tidying her slightly disheveled hair. This was a result of the safety helmet messing up my hair. He dropped you off? Shen Qingwan also noticed Qin Yuchu's actions, and as clarity emerged in her mind, an unnameable anger ignited within her. I discovered that during the morning rush hour, an electric scooter is faster than a bus. I wonder if Fu Heng could take me along in the future, especially since he is delivering breakfast to you. Qin Yuchu turned her head, unconcerned about the reactions of others in the elevator. Electric scooters can be quite dangerous. Shen Qingwan forced a smile, offering a friendly reminder. True enough, Qin Yuchu shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Back in the office, Shen Qingwan slammed the exquisite food container onto her desk. Ping An Hotel? That's not exactly nearby. It takes nearly an hour to get there by electric scooter. Buying breakfast together? Was it just a coincidence? How absurd. Shen Qingwan pieced together the scenario. Fu Heng must have picked up Qin Yuchu first, and at her request, they rode closely together on the electric scooter, traversing half the city to reach Ping An Hotel for breakfast, and then crossing half the city again to drop Qin Yuchu at work. While her own breakfast was merely an afterthought, in an instant, the luxurious breakfast from Ping An Hotel lost its allure, and Shen Qingwan felt an impulse to toss it into the trash bin. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and dialed Fu Heng's number. Just as she was about to press the call button, her finger hesitated. After a long pause, she switched the interface and sent a message to Fu Heng. Thank you for such a lavish breakfast. You've really gone all out, pouting emoji. As long as you like it, Fu Heng replied in an instant. Setting his phone aside, Fu Heng felt a sense of discomfort. He had suffered from insomnia the previous night, waking in the middle of the night and failing to return to sleep. Preoccupied with thoughts of his electric bike still parked at the Ping An Hotel, while he had spent the night at Yunshu No. 1. As dawn broke, he departed without opting for a taxi. After all, it was still early. He rode a shared bicycle through the morning mist that had yet to dissipate. He often indulged in this routine, as it seemed to serve as a reminder that he was no different from the countless workers bustling about each day. Arriving at the Ping An Hotel, he unexpectedly encountered the last person he wished to see that morning. Qin Yuchu. This woman, who never spared herself even in her dreams, was now insisting on enjoying breakfast here. With no other choice, Fu Heng acquiesced. After all, Shen Qingwan's expenses would cover it, and since they were already there, it spared him the trouble of going elsewhere. As they traversed the city together in the early morning, Fu Heng experienced a sense of unfamiliarity. Glancing around, he noticed many others like them, 2 individuals sharing a ride, some bleary-eyed, some brimming with enthusiasm, some tightly embraced, and others cold and silent. Many held breakfast items in their hands, while others carried soy milk and milk, with some even having thermal containers hanging from their bicycles. Amidst the mundane hustle and bustle of life, Fu Heng suddenly felt an unprecedented warmth of humanity, akin to the disheveled bun resting on a fair neck. Curse it! Fu Heng abruptly shook his head, the image of the apron turning left in indelible shadow. Suddenly, a translucent steamed bun appeared before him, held delicately by slender fingers. After a brief hesitation, he lowered his head and took a bite of the bun. Turning slightly, he caught the envious gaze of a man beside him, while a round-faced middle-aged woman behind him was relishing a pancake. At that moment, Fu Heng realized that the 98 yuan price for the crystal steamed bun was indeed worthwhile. Perhaps due to an emotional stir, after dropping Qin Yuchu off at the company, Fu Heng left without a word. He was engulfed by an inexplicable sentiment, telling himself that it was the fear of the system's judgment. Working on personal matters during work hours, by the way. Why are you alone? Fu Heng set his phone down and surveyed the milk tea shop. Despite the significant losses the shop had incurred, it was relatively spacious. And Fu Heng had maintained the previous arrangement of 2 shifts with 2 staff members each. Yet, this morning, there was only one attendant present. Boss, Xiaoli might be resigning. The sole attendant, Xia Xiaofeng, poked his head out from behind the bar. Resigning? He just started. Fu Heng frowned. This Xiaoli had been with them for less than half a month, having been hired after he took over. The contract drafted by lawyer Zhang had been quite harsh, containing a clause stating that if an employee voluntarily resigned within the 1-month probation period, their salary for that month would be forfeited. This included training and uniform costs for new employees. However, as long as one completes a full month, these expenses become the company's responsibility. Thus, if Xiaoli were to leave now, he would indeed forfeit half a month's salary. It is rumored that he has suffered a heartbreak. Xia Xiaofeng shrugged helplessly, a look of sympathy crossing his face. Heartbreak? Fu Heng smirked slightly. Ah, the youth of today. It is said that his girlfriend has been unfaithful. Fu Heng shook his head. In such circumstances, it was difficult for him to empathize. For him, clients switching service providers was a commonplace occurrence. Take Li Weiyong, for instance. This is the workplace, and indeed, the marketplace. Boss, what, in the end, is love? Noticing that no one was around, Xia Xiaofeng prepared a cup of mango sago dessert and placed it before Fu Heng, then sat down opposite him. How would I know? Fu Heng replied, exasperated, as if he had ever been in love. Come on, boss, don't be coy. Share a few stories, would you? Xia Xiaofeng said, his face alight with admiration. Chapter 50. The resonance of the octagonal cage. Qin Yuchu was a sight to behold, truly breathtaking. With her exquisite beauty, gentle demeanor, and amiable nature, she resembled a celestial being. What? Are you in a relationship? Fu Heng felt flattered by the compliment. Not exactly, it's just Xiaoli. We've been getting along quite well, but seeing him like this makes me question love itself. You know, he pursued his girlfriend for quite some time. Unexpectedly, they fell apart in less than 3 months. So, young people are still too naive, he mused, taking a sip of his milk tea while gazing up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. What do you mean? The waiter straightened up, ready to impart wisdom. Do you think that once you win someone over, they are yours? Isn't that the case? Wrong. Winning someone over simply means it was your turn. Fu Heng scoffed slightly. If you have that mindset, you are utterly unworthy of Yuchu. A thunderous voice echoed from the doorway, startling Fu Heng nearly to the point of choking. Astonished, he turned to see a tall and imposing figure at the entrance, with sharp brows and bright eyes, standing tall, with a large black box slung over his shoulder. The morning sunlight streamed in behind him, casting a glorious and radiant glow, enveloping him in a golden hue, exuding an air of grandeur and strength. Wow, did someone bring special effects for their entrance? This is almost theatrical. Are you certain this isn't a script? Heroic figure? Are you here for a meal or a room? Fu Heng raised an eyebrow, slowly rising to stand behind the waiter. I have come to seek you. The newcomer strode in with confidence. Are you the one who sings at Han University? With the dazzling effects now dimmed, Fu Heng finally recognized him as the sunny boy he had encountered in the park the previous day, still clutching his guitar. Goodness, I thought I was in the wrong production. I am Lei Lu, from the Music Academy at Han University. Lei Li's aura remained formidable, his gaze piercing. Have a seat. Care for a drink? Fu Heng smiled warmly. Water. Lei Lu leaned back in his chair across from Fu Heng, exuding an assertive energy. You know, Yochu's favorite drink is Yangji Ganlu. Then let it be Yangji Ganlu. Lei Lu gestured grandly, though the guitar on his back restricted his movements, causing him to adjust his posture, hesitating on whether to set the guitar aside. Fu Heng snapped his fingers at the waiter, and Xia Xiaofeng promptly dashed to the bar to prepare the drink. 68, cash or scan. Fu Hang picked up the payment code at the bar, wearing a professional smile. Lei Li's expression froze, his momentum faltering. The total is 68 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. The shop's payment alert chimed, and Fu Hang returned the payment code. Settling down before Lei Lu. Do you work here? Lei Lu set his guitar aside, attempting to regain his composure. This establishment belongs to me, Fu Hang grinned. Aren't you a delivery person? Lei Lu glanced at the safety helmet and vest in the corner. Market research. Fu Hang maintained the persona that Qin Yuchu had designed for him. Lei Lu fell silent, his previously cultivated aura wavering. How did you know I was here? Fu Hang tilted his head, curious about the answer. Yuchu frequently indulged in this tea shop's offerings. I often saw her with a cup in hand at school. Lei Lu adjusted his breathing and provided the response. At school, I was always attentive to her. Are you here to find her? Fu Hang asked, momentarily enlightened. There was indeed some intent behind it. Of course, Lei Li's assertiveness surged once more, embodying a spirit of unwavering determination. You arrived too early. She typically comes around 10:30. Fu Hang glanced at his watch. Ever since he donned this timepiece, he seemed to have developed a habit of wearing one. Thus, he often forgot to turn off his work phone. Oh, she will arrive at 10:30? A look of surprise crossed Lei Li's face. Initially, he merely sought a stroke of luck. Encountering Qin Yuchu at school proved exceedingly difficult, as she rarely attended classes. At first, he was captivated solely by her appearance. However, as he delved deeper into his inquiries, he gradually found himself enveloped by her formidable brilliance. Top of her class, guaranteed to secure a place in graduate studies. A financially struggling student, diligently working to support herself. These attributes, when combined with the beauty of an extraordinary girl, could amplify her qualities infinitely. Lei Lu was utterly enthralled, especially yesterday, when he heard and saw with his own eyes that such a near-perfect goddess bore a fragile heart and deep-seated insecurities. His heart shattered into countless tiny fragments, each reflecting the tears that fell when Qin Yuchu turned away. He vowed to rescue her with his humble spirit, to awaken her divinity, to stand alongside her under the spotlight, basking in the admiration of the masses, reveling in her unparalleled beauty, and showcasing her divine brilliance to the world. Thus, he had come. However, the unfolding narrative seemed to diverge from his initial expectations. You don't mind at all? Lei Lu observed the warm smile on Fu Hang's face. Why should I mind? You paid, after all. Fu Hang pointed to the Yangji Ganlu that the waiter had just placed down. I'm not referring to that, Lei Lu retorted, feeling that his noble sentiments had been belittled. It doesn't matter. As a customer, you are treated as royalty. Fu Hang's smile grew ever more benevolent. But I'm here to compete with you for Yuchu. Lei Li's eyes widened in anger, his posture straightening as the turbulent energy began to coalesce once more. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. Do try it. This is Yuchu's favorite flavor. Fu Hang kindly inserted a straw into the drink for him. Lei Lu momentarily faltered, instinctively lowering his head to bite the straw, the sweet, creamy flavor exploding in his mouth, dissipating the brewing tension once again. This tastes delightful. Lei Lu sincerely remarked, understanding why Yuchu adored it so much. If you like it, you could recommend it to friends, Fu Hang said with evident joy. Ever eager to expand his business, reiterating that a competent salesperson not only seeks clients but also nurtures them. The atmosphere turned peculiar. Lei Lu attempted several times to rephrase his thoughts, yet failed to find the right approach. Tell me, how did you pursue Yuchu? Fu Hang was the first to break the silence. Lei Lu was taken aback, unsure of Fu Hang's intentions, but his instincts informed him that the main event had finally commenced. This is a contest among men. Fu Hang's inquiry is skillfully crafted. He does not ask why one is fond of her, nor what one can do for her, or what one can offer her. Instead, he directly inquires about the pursuit. Was it provocation? Mockery? No. This is the resounding toll of the octagonal cage. Present her with something she cherishes. Lei Lu leans back, providing an answer that allows for both offense and defense. What does she enjoy? Fu Hang's gaze settles on the Yangji Ganlu before Lei Lu. First blood. Lei Li's expression stiffens momentarily. Something she adores? Not even her favorite milk tea is known. No matter, do not dwell on it. Then what did you gift her? Fu Hang gently leads. Lipstick. Lei Li's confidence begins to wane. Cosmetics? Do you find her lacking in beauty? Implying that she needs makeup to compensate? Double kill. Lei Li's eyes flicker with alarm. And what else? Fu Hang smiles, imparting wisdom. Snacks. Well, this is acceptable. Her roommate would likely appreciate them. Ah? Lei Li's complexion grows increasingly strained. He comprehends Fu Hang's implication. Triple kill. Chapter 51. Fasten your seatbelts. For I am about to show off. Have you sent the flowers? Fu Hang inquired calmly, taking a sip of his milk tea. I was preparing to send them. But not yet. Layla responded instinctively. How do you plan to send them? A bouquet? A handful? Or perhaps an entire truck? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, his tone serious, reminiscent of a teacher guiding a student through their homework. I don't know. No worries, Fu Hang reassured him. Just remember, avoid making elementary mistakes. When gifting a girl, one must prioritize maximizing benefits. What does maximizing benefits entail? You should have learned this. Fully leveraging the surplus value of capitalism to acquire the highest profit at the lowest cost. Understand? He tucked his hair behind his ear and tilted his head, showcasing his jawline, his defined cheekbones complementing his nose. This was a compliment previously given by Li Weiyang. Lei Lu appeared dazed. I'm from the music department. Quadruple kill. Wow, got AQ. For kills. Let me put it this way. If you intend to send a bouquet, be prepared for the long haul, one bouquet daily, until she develops feelings for you. Or until you give up. Otherwise, it would be in vain. The key here is to create a sense of companionship that evokes emotion and allows her to grow accustomed to your presence. Layla nodded earnestly, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. If you opt for a handful, then it should consist of no less than 999 flowers as a base. This approach focuses on visual impact. A momentary visual shock can trigger dopamine release, elevating emotions and allowing expectations to surge past a critical threshold. Layla nodded seriously again, the rebellious glint in his eyes dissipating entirely. As for sending an entire truck, that merely caters to one's vanity. This is not suitable for you, Chu. I advise against wasting your money. Lei Lu blinked, moistening his dry lips. What about other attempts? Have you tried asking her out? Fu Hang set down his milk tea and produced a cigarette, offering it to Lei Lu. Lei Lu waved it off, declining. Fu Hang nodded, unperturbed, and lit one for himself. Not smoking is commendable. It adds points in your favor. Do not emulate the cool scenes from films, as most girls dislike smoking. Fu Hang took a deep drag and exhaled elegant smoke rings. Surprisingly, Layla found this pose quite charming. The attentive server, Xia Xiaofeng, brought over a disposable cup to serve as an ashtray, ignoring the no smoking sign on the wall. Have you asked her out? I can't seem to get her to come. She rarely visits the school, Lei Lu replied candidly. There's no rush. Opportunities will arise. What do you intend to ask her out for? Dining? Shopping? Watching a movie? I plan to invite her to my personal concert. Layla licked his lips, his attitude visibly shifting. A concert? Fu Hang scrutinized Layla from head to toe. Impressive. Being multifaceted enough to hold a concert at university indicates a solid fan base. Yes, I actually do some streaming on the side. I have a bit of a reputation at school. Laylu suddenly felt a surge of confidence. And then invite her to witness other girls scream for you? Fu Hang remarked with a quizzical blink. And to kill. Rare Q. 5 kills. Having a specialty can indeed be an asset. However, one must remember that while a unique talent adds to a person's allure, if that talent becomes your profession, it transforms from a personal gift into a mere tool for earning a livelihood. Thus, if you are a musician, you must understand the importance of tailoring your art to evoke specific emotional value. Tailoring? Lei Lu fell into deep contemplation, the confusion on his face unmistakable. Fu Hang extinguished his cigarette and snapped his fingers. Tell him, if she is naive, show her the wonders of the world. If she has experienced the tumult of life, take her for a ride on the carousel. The bartender, Xia Xiaofeng, spoke with an air of calmness. Lei Lu was utterly astonished. What kind of place is this? Even a waiter possesses such profound insights? How profound and philosophical. Thus, whether it be a fan meeting or a concert, nothing compares to singing a song just for her. Fu Hang, ever the mentor, reached for his milk tea, only to realize it was finished. Xia Xiaofeng, with his keen perception, promptly brought a glass of lemonade. Fu Hang typically consumed only one serving of mango sago in a day, a habit instilled by the owner, unless the owner's wife was present. Is this singing giant trying to win the owner's wife? Is the boss teaching him how to pursue her? Indeed, he is the boss. Faced with challenges, he tackles them head on, and if there are none, he creates them. Singing just for her. Lei Lu felt as though a new door had swung open before him, one with a skylight, no less. Come, sing a song for us. Fu Hang crossed his legs and offered Lei Lu an encouraging glance. All right. Lei Lu, without a moment's hesitation, retrieved his guitar. At that moment, he had forgotten entirely why he had come today, but that no longer mattered. He had encountered a master. His heartfelt and passionate performance commenced, and Fu Hang raised an eyebrow slightly. Not bad. This vocal quality is quite impressive. Moreover, Lei Li's voice is remarkably pure, even to the point of being pristine. It is the natural voice for singing love songs. How was that? Upon completing the song, having traversed his familiar territory, Lei Lu felt a renewed sense of confidence. Excellent. I give you a score of 98, deducting 2 points merely to keep you humble, Fu Hang proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. So I will sing this song. Lei Lu exclaimed with excitement, finally gaining the mentor's approval. This one, you Haven T composed an original? Tailoring, singing someone else's song. What does that signify? Fu Hang frowned, seeking to maximize benefits. An original. All right, I'll give it a try. Lei Lu took a deep breath, closed his eyes to cultivate his emotions, and began to strum on the guitar. It seems this young man indeed has some material. However, Fu Hang gradually began to frown. What is this? Is this supposed to be a song? Turning to glance at the waiter, he finally confirmed it was not a matter of personal taste. Fu Hang raised his hand to interrupt Lei Lu. Doesn't your music academy teach language arts? Fu Hang inquired tentatively. Lei Lu fell silent, clutching his guitar with a hint of grievance. Fu Hang sighed, realizing why singers in the entertainment industry often remain active for years, while timeless hits are rare. Lyrics, composition, and performance are indeed distinct realms. Fu Hang frowned, a flicker of peculiarity flashing in his eyes. He has a temporary task. The renowned songs from parallel worlds need to be shared, disseminated sensibly. Since this task is not time-sensitive, the somewhat self-conscious Fu Hang did not rush during his off hours. Rushing is futile. At present, Shen Qinghuan's favorability rating hovers precariously around the 80 safety line. What if another song becomes a sensation? Sensible dissemination. Should I share the song with this Lei Lu? It seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Hand me the guitar. Fu Hang licked his lips, settled himself, and said, Please fasten your seatbelts. I am about to commence my display of prowess. Huh? Lei Lu blinked in surprise, mechanically handing the guitar to Fu Hang. Embracing the instrument, Fu Hang casually strummed a few chords. Lei Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Can he truly play? Ahem. The performance evaluation for the second client, with a favorability rating exceeding 70, master-level guitar playing skills. Chapter 52. My opposition, I have never resisted your charm. Even though you have never been captivated by me, I always gaze at you with a smile, my affection effortlessly shimmering in my eyes. Fu Hang closed his eyes and slowly began to speak. Lei Lu was astounded, utterly mesmerized. As a music student, achieving such a feat during his studies speaks volumes of his professional aptitude. With merely a single phrase, he sensed the extraordinary nature of this song. A masterpiece. Without a doubt, this is a love ballad of exceptional caliber. I once envisioned, on those lonely nights, you finally caring for me in my room, your eyes closed as you kissed me, holding me tightly without uttering a word. Fu Hang continued to sing, his voice neither too faint nor too loud, weaving an intricate tapestry of emotion. Lei Li's eyes widened further, nearly compelling him to kneel in reverence. The lyrics, though simple, exuded sincerity, while the melody was both melodious and captivating. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in Fu Hang's singing. A professional vocalist? I love you completely. For the first time in my life, I relinquished my reservations, allowing myself to dream of everything concerning us. As Fu Hang completed the song, he slightly tilted his head, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. This was his inaugural rendition of this piece, but while singing, the expression and release of emotions require a counterpart. Shen Qinghuan, the image preordained in his mind. Yet, as he began the second line, that image transformed. She puffed her cheeks, taking large gulps of milk tea. She hugged her shoulders, curled up in a corner, weeping. She sat on the back of an electric bike. Clutching a bun, she stood on the balcony of the new house, laughing heartily without concern for appearance. She was innocent, lively, willful, and alluring. She was intelligent, brave, fragile, and lonely. Lei Lu watched Fu Hang in silence, not daring to make a sound, while Xia Xiaofeng stood by the bar, immobilized, fearful of disturbing Fu Hang's emotions. Ahem, how was that? Fu Hang vigorously shook his head, casting away those peculiar feelings. Spirits and phantoms, do not disturb my resolve. Teacher, did you compose this? Lei Lu immediately retracted his words, standing at the pinnacle of his familiar domain, unable to resist revising his statement. It could also be your creation. Just sing it to her. Fu Hang's eyes narrowed, revealing a sense of determination. Fu Hang sensed something. This student was a natural talent, and with proper development and guidance, she could conquer vast realms. Quality clients require nurturing. This is the hallmark of a dedicated professional. Huh? Lei Lu was rendered speechless. He understood all too well the worth of such a song. To maximize benefits, since this song has not yet been released, consider it your original work. Sing it to her, and believe it will touch her heart. A dangerous smile curled at the corner of Fu Hang's lips. Layla fell silent, his heart stirred. Yet his professional integrity as a musician made him hesitate. Thank you, but I cannot. After a long contemplation, Layla spoke in a subdued tone. Why? Fu Hang inquired. Puzzled. Singing is fine, but if I claim it as my own, that would be plagiarism. Layla lifted his gaze, looking earnestly at Fu Hang. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. This lad truly possesses remarkable talent. But if I don't speak of it, who would know? Unyielding, Fu Hang urged the young lady to redeem herself, to lead the virtuous astray, a constant embodiment of humanity's contradictions. My apologies. But I am a musician. Layli's gaze rekindled with a pure brilliance. Just sing it for her. It's not as though I'm asking you to sell it. Moreover, I never intended to publish this song. Fu Hang transformed into a devil, kneeling down, yet still concerned about this act of homage. Maximizing benefits. You aren't planning to release such a song? Layla was taken aback. Do you desire it? Fu Hang's eyebrows arched. Layla nodded fervently. I've already given it to you. Haven Ti? You mean, I can sing it publicly? In the live stream? Certainly. Fu Hang chuckled. Would I exert myself so much if you weren't going to share it? Do you truly believe my maneuvers are limited to mere damage? I strategize with foresight. My vision cannot be so narrowly confined. Layla left the milk tea shop in a daze, cradling the weighty manuscript of lyrics and melody. Completely forgetting the purpose of his visit. Boss, shall I publish a book? I'll take out a loan to buy it. The waiter, Xia Xiaofeng, stood respectfully beside Fu Hang, akin to a host welcoming a state leader. Work diligently. I have high hopes for you. Fu Hang nodded in satisfaction, relishing the act. Yet, an unsettling thought lingered in his mind. The thought that eluded him, Qin Yuchu. At this moment, she smiled as she pushed open the door to the company's conference room. Yuchu? Shen Qingwan was taken aback. This was a high-level meeting, and Qin Yuchu had never attended before. Why is she here today? Where should I sit? Qin Yuchu glanced around the conference room, her demeanor slightly hesitant. The room was small, the number of attendees few, yet all the seats at the round table were occupied. Apologies, I was unaware Assistant Qin would attend. I'll have someone bring in an extra chair immediately. Suchanga hastily rose, politely signaling to his secretary to move a chair. I can manage on my own. As the secretary passed by Qin Yuchu, she courteously stopped him and placed the chair close to the round table, right next to Shen Qingwan. Oh, how can Assistant Qin sit there? You are the president's assistant. Come, move the chair over here. Suchanga reprimanded the secretary, shifting his own chair aside to create space. No, I'm here merely to learn. It doesn't even matter where I sit. Qin Yuchu politely declined and sat down in her chair. Suchanga frowned slightly, the smile on his face becoming somewhat strained, but since she had already taken a seat, pressing further would be awkward. With everyone present, let us commence today's meeting, which comprises 3 agendas. The first topic, an update on the Tianyu cooperation project. The second topic, the company's revenue for this quarter. The third topic, the promotion of the collaborative project with Hangyu Group. After receiving Suchanga's signal, the secretariat initiated the formal proceedings. Qin Yuchu sat quietly, her notebook open before her, yet it remained entirely blank. Shen Qingwan glanced back several times. Noticing that she seemed to be lost in thought, her mind entirely detached from the proceedings of the meeting. Suchanga had evidently observed this as well, quietly amused. As he diligently analyzed the various data presented by his subordinates, continuously issuing directives, the meeting progressed in an orderly manner, with the rarely present lawyer Zhang discreetly scrutinizing the 2 women across from him. Judging solely by their appearances, they were equally captivating, each possessing her own unique charm. Shen Qingwan exuded a slightly alluring demeanor, while Qin Yuchu appeared more reserved. Yet, it was undeniable that both were stunningly beautiful. Was it possible that this boss truly intended to transform Yuanbo into his own harem breeding ground? Lawyer Zhang's thoughts were similarly adrift, as he found little concern for the business matters at hand, which he could neither influence nor engage with. Moreover, Yuanbo's profits bore no relevance to him. His salary was partially sourced from Yuanbo, but predominantly funded by Fu Hang personally. The head of the legal department at Yuanbo Trading? No, that was merely a side role. His primary occupation was serving as Fu Hang's private attorney. I oppose, a voice suddenly shattered the tranquility of the conference room. Lawyer Zhang was taken aback, for the voice belonged to none other than Qin Yuchu, seated directly opposite him. Oppose? Oppose what? In astonishment, Zhang turned to examine the large screen in the conference room, which displayed the third agenda item, the the collaboration plan with Hungyu Group. The project manager standing nearby wore a similarly perplexed expression as he looked at Qin Yuchu. He had just passionately presented his proposal, and even President Su had nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with the project. It seemed secure. At that moment, an assistant had the audacity to voice an objection. Chapter 53, The Hidden Dagger. Assistant Qin, might I inquire as to the rationale behind your dissent? Su Chang'e squinted, a benign smile gracing his features. I simply harbor reservations regarding this project, Qin Yuchu remarked, twirling a pen in her fingers. Uttering a statement that nearly elicited an uncontrolled expression from Su Chang'e. Assistant Qin may have missed the gravity of the matter. This project is poised to be a pivotal undertaking for Yuanbo in the next phase, and it serves as a crucial link in our strategic collaboration with Hengyu Group. Su Chang'e patiently elucidated, emphasizing that while the project proposal was only now being presented, he had already invested considerable effort in its advancement. The financial recovery from the current projects remained ambiguous, and although the anticipated returns from the Tianyu project were substantial, it had yet to enter a profit-generating phase. Concurrently pursuing collaboration with Hengyu would place the financial chain at significant risk. Qin Yuchu straightened her posture and grasped the thermos cup on the table, surveying the meeting room as if she were the sole individual to bring her own vessel. Assistant Qin, you are still young and new to the company. You may not fully grasp the operational methodologies of a trading firm, interjected the head of the project department, who had been instrumental alongside Su Chang'e in promoting this initiative. He had even expended considerable resources in public relations with Hengyu. If the project succeeded, it could elevate his career substantially, potentially even leading to the position of vice president. But I perceive the risks, Qin Yuchu retorted defiantly, shrugging her shoulders. Is there truly any business devoid of risk? Shen Qingwan murmured, frowning softly. Though she lacked the authority to vote on the project's decision, it did not preclude her from casting a sardonic remark, still brooding over the breakfast incident. Yet we could entirely avoid this risk, Qin Yuchu replied bluntly. If we proceed in this manner, the company's growth will inevitably be constrained. Establishing a connection with Hengyu Group, leveraging their influence as a publicly listed company, could lay a solid foundation for Yuanbo's future listing. Su Chang'e inhaled deeply, his tone growing somber. Why does Yuanbo need to go public? Who declared that we must? Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly, yet her demeanor was strikingly calm. Su Chang'e's gaze faltered, incredulously regarding Qin Yuchu. This assistant, who had remained largely inconspicuous since joining the company, save for a moment of misplacement during a team-building exercise, was now exhibiting an unexpected tenacity. Had she truly discerned something? Or perhaps, the president? Isn't it the aspiration of every company to achieve this objective? Shen Qingluan interjected, her indignation rising. Qin Yuchu's assertion seemed utterly nonsensical. Yet I have never heard the president mention such a notion, Qin Yuchu countered, unyielding, casting a meaningful look towards Shen Qingluan. Across the table, Lawyer Zhang raised an eyebrow, his hands eagerly rubbing together beneath the tabletop. Was this not more riveting than a palace drama? It appeared that the forthcoming days before retirement would not be devoid of excitement. Assistant Qin, our ethos at Yuanbo has always been one of cooperative mutual benefit. At the management level, we engage in collaborative discussions. Su Chang'e retorted coldly. Those present are undoubtedly aware that this project is spearheaded by him. Should a mere girl overshadow him at this juncture, his standing within the company would be irrevocably diminished. You speak of Yuanbo. Which Yuanbo do you refer to? Before Su Chang'e could elaborate on its significance, Qin Yuchu interjected once more. Su Chang'e, with a hint of sarcasm, inquired, which Yuanbo? The implication was unmistakable. Before or after the acquisition? Assistant Qin, is your statement today a reflection of your personal opinion, or that of the president? Su Chang'e's temper flared. Does it make a difference? Qin Yuchu twisted her thermos, from which a straw unexpectedly emerged, and she pouted as she took a sip. Su Chang'e found himself momentarily stifled, particularly by the seemingly innocuous yet deeply insulting act of Qin Yuchu drinking water. However, he quickly regained his composure. According to the current company policy, the planning and execution of projects are divided according to responsibilities, and as the executive vice president, I possess the authority to make decisions regarding project implementation. Su Chang'e did not hold back. Retreat was not an option for him. If he conceded today, he would have nowhere left to turn. Moreover, the Hengyu project was a crucial component of his strategic planning and could not be overlooked. Is it as simple as just signing? Qin Yuchu tilted her head, curiously observing him. With the truth laid bare, she struck directly at his weakness. Indeed, for a project of this magnitude, your decision alone is insufficient. It requires the president's signature, Apologies, but I hold signing authority. Without my signature, it is simply not happening. Assistant Qin, the operation of the company is no trivial matter. It cannot be compared to a school simulation project. Are you truly willing to jeopardize the company's listing plans? Su Chang's expression darkened. Qin Yuchu's words had undoubtedly dealt him a resounding blow. The executive vice president without signing authority was that akin to a puppet emperor? And she, Qin Yuchu, wielding the imperial seal, was the empress dowager overseeing governance? I shall reiterate, I am unaware of Yuan Bo's past intentions, but in the short term, Yuan Bo will not be going public. Qin Yuchu surveyed the room, her gaze sweeping across the conference space. Yuan Bo not going public? While she was uncertain, she knew that Fu Hang had certainly not contemplated any plans for an IPO. Given Fu Hang's disposition, how could he possibly overlook a project as substantial as Hengyu? If Yuan Bo remains private, Fu Hang would retain his position as the sole chairman. Once public, the company could easily fall into the hands of others. Utterly unreasonable. Su Changhe slammed the table. Assistant Qin, let me confirm once more. Is this resolution your personal stance, or that of the president? The project manager took a deep breath, feeling a sense of resentment. Qin Yuchu turned her head, regarding him with utmost seriousness, then glanced at lawyer Zhang. Does it matter? Qin Yuchu reiterated her earlier response. From a legal standpoint, it does not. Understanding her unspoken sentiment, lawyer Zhang resignedly replied, let us conclude today's meeting. Everyone should perform their respective duties. The company will continue its normal operations, and salaries and bonuses will be issued as usual. As we at Yuan Bo engage in trade, we are fundamentally a tangible enterprise. We are Yuan Bo Trade, not Yuan Bo Finance. For those inclined toward stock trading, feel free to indulge, but remember, investment carries risks, and one must exercise caution when entering the market. Qin Yuchu slowly rose, her tone unremarkable as she spoke. Upon concluding her remarks, her gaze fixated on Su Chang's face. Then, with a sweet smile, Qin Yuchu grasped her thermos and exited the conference room. Lawyer Zhang. Su Changhe turned, a look of helplessness directed at lawyer Zhang. I am merely the legal counsel, not involved in the company's operations, lawyer Zhang replied, his face adorned with a smile as he stood. Please assist me in contacting the president. I require a meeting with him. The gravity on Su Chang's face was palpable, reminiscent of the weighty burden borne by a predecessor whose entrepreneurial journey was abruptly cut short. I will ensure it is done. Lawyer Zhang nodded and similarly departed the office. It became evident why the president had appointed Qin Yuchu to this position. She truly embodied the essence of a regal matriarch. Her presence radiated an impressive aura. A prolonged silence enveloped the conference room, as Su Changhe made no indication to dismiss the others, leaving the remaining executives reluctant to depart. After a considerable time, Su Changhe wearily waved his hand. Only then did the group rise to leave, with the head of the project department being the first to exit. Although Shen Qingluan wished to linger, she tactfully withdrew upon meeting Su Chang's gaze. The conference room was left with only Su Changhe, his expression dark as he stared at the spot where Qin Yuchu had just stood. The metaphorical knife revealed itself as the grinding ceased. Chapter 54. Welcome to the competitive lane. Fu Hang received a call from lawyer Zhang while still lounging in the attic bed of the tea shop. Mr. Fu, the copyright for that song has been successfully registered. I've sent the relevant documents to your email. Song? Copyright. Fu Hang sprang up from the bed. It's not restraint, is it? I just handed it over this morning, and you're telling me it's already registered? Are you serious? Am I supposed to juggle a part-time career in the entertainment industry now? I'm already quite busy, you know? Yes, it is restraint. I never anticipated that Mr. Fu possessed such talent. I am truly astounded. Thank you for the compliment. A sudden gloom enveloped Fu Hang as he sensed the overcast sky outside, the light dimming. As per your instructions, the lyricist and composer have attributed the work to your stage name. Qinghe. Qinghe. What a ridiculous name. Who in their right mind would be called Qinghe? Are people now expected to refer to me as Teacher Qinghe? How ominous. Qinghe County in Hengyang. That is Mr. Fu's ancestral home, correct? In this day and age, few young individuals pay heed to such matters, lawyer Zhang remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Draft an authorization letter for the song's usage rights immediately. Send it to me as soon as it's ready. Fu Hang disregarded Zhang's musings, prioritizing the urgent task at hand to avoid jeopardizing his future as a superstar. Understood. I will have someone take care of it right away. Additionally, Su Changhe wishes to meet with you. Lawyer Zhang hesitated momentarily, but fulfilled his obligation. What does he want to see me for? Another team-building exercise? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, recalling the last team-building event that had incurred significant expenses. During this morning's meeting, Assistant Qin had some disagreements with him. After a moment of contemplation, Lawyer Zhang provided a more tactful response. This is also a form of inquiry. Is it Assistant Qin's suggestion or the President's? Zhang was somewhat intrigued. Oh, elaborate, please. Fu Hang expressed his curiosity, primarily concerning. Lawyer Zhang impartially recounted the events that transpired in the conference room. With his legal background, his description was exceedingly objective and meticulous. Even devoid of any emotional embellishment, it captivated Fu Hang, who repeatedly commended the account. So, what is the President's stance? Seeing Fu Hang remain silent after his narration, Lawyer Zhang probed once more. What is your perspective? Fu Hang instinctively inquired. I am merely the legal counsel. Zhang adhered to his role. Then I shall decline the meeting with Su Chang'e. Fu Hang pursed his lips in discontent. Su Chang'e likely realized that Fu Hang had surmised his intentions, which were probably aimed at persuading him. But would persuasion bear fruit? He was no expert in operations. Fu Hang was well aware of his own limitations. Rather than trusting himself, he preferred to place faith in Qin Yuchu, the polymath from the finance department, who surely would not lead him astray. At the very least, their views aligned on the matter of going public. Going public? Once the company is listed, who would truly own it? Those in finance are known for their ruthlessness. How should I respond to him? By the way, if the company intends to hire or promote management, what is the procedure? Fu Hang pondered for a moment, seeking guidance earnestly. He lacks understanding of finance, trade, and business. Yet he possesses a profound insight into human nature. This morning, Qin Yuchu's actions may very well stir the hearts of the people. And given Su Chang'e's entrenched position within the company, it is prudent to prepare in advance. The appointments within the management are subject to a relevant agenda and should follow the standard promotion procedures. As for recruitment, it can be entrusted to a headhunting firm. Lawyer Zhang responded earnestly. Are there any reliable contacts? Fu Hang inquired. There are a few firms we have collaborated with. Please assist in reaching out to them, asking if they could keep an eye out for suitable talent. No problem. Are there specific positions that need to be filled? None. Fu Hang smirked slightly. How would he know what positions were available? He was entirely unaware of the company's job openings. I see, however, according to the company bylaws, the appointment of management personnel has always been the responsibility of the vice president in charge of human resources, but this position is currently vacant. How could it be vacant? What happened to the former vice president? Fu Hang was astonished. How could our vice president be gone? Ahem. The previous individual was taken by the former owner. As for this position, it requires your personal appointment. Lawyer Zhang nearly bit his tongue. Had it not been for the series of impressive maneuvers by Fu Hang, he would certainly harbor some doubts at this moment. Oh, I understand now. Fu Hang thoughtfully tapped the edge of the bed. Are there any special requirements for this position? Fu Hang inquired once more. Not particularly. The main responsibility pertains to the management of personnel-related procedures. Are there any suitable candidates? Fu Hang asked again. Lawyer Zhang fell silent. At this moment, he would not offer any opinions. What about Shenqing Yuan? Fu Hang's eyes suddenly lit up, conjuring an intriguing idea. She is somewhat lacking in qualifications. After all, she has only recently been promoted to Human Resources Supervisor. Lawyer Zhang provided an objective assessment. But on the other end of the line, he had already clenched his fists tightly. Here it comes. I knew it would be like this. Lacking qualifications? A sophomore student being granted signing authority directly, while Shenqing Yuan at least holds the position of Human Resources Supervisor in the company. That is true. Fu Hang readily acquiesced. Is it feasible to grant authority without assigning a position? In principle, there is no issue. Shenqing Yuan is already the Human Resources Supervisor, and it suffices to elevate her authority and responsibilities. The previous vice president also oversaw various tasks, with human resources being just one aspect. Very well. Let us proceed this way. I appreciate your assistance in facilitating this. Fu Hang felt quite pleased, even somewhat expectant. However, the formal appointment documents will require your signature. My signature? Can't you sign instead? That is certainly permissible as well, Lawyer Zhang replied with mild surprise. I will speak with her later. Then please assist in informing Shenqing Yuan to begin observing if there are any exceptional talents at the grassroots level within the company, so she can draft an initial list for future reference. As for the headhunting firm, she can also be allowed to engage with them initially. Understood. Lawyer Zhang's response was notably succinct. Is this to enable Shenqing Yuan to cultivate her own influence? Will the next step be a contest between the East and West palaces? 2 empresses? Lawyer Zhang was filled with excitement as he finally confirmed that yuanbo trading was merely a plaything for Fu Hang, who had no intention of considering profit or loss. His thoughts were entirely elsewhere. It was no wonder that Qin Yuchu had previously exuded such confidence. Yet, the identity of this young scion remained elusive. Was he from a wealthy family in Qinghe County? A member of the Fu clan? A hidden aristocracy? Thank you for your concern regarding the company's affairs, but please remember to keep my identity confidential, Fu Hang reminded before ending the call. After hanging up, he rubbed his hands together, sensing that this company might finally serve a purpose. A staggering 79.87. That figure was still perilously high. But what if he suddenly garnered the president's favor and his position and authority were elevated? Would he still be regarded as merely a delivery boy and a gaming coach? Hello, 2 cups of mango sago. A familiar voice resonated from downstairs. Should I come down, or will you come up? Chapter 55. I will support you in a cozy booth of the milk tea shop, Fu Hang sat across from Qin Yuchu. The loft contained only a single bed, which made Fu Hang uneasy, so he hesitated to invite Qin Yuchu upstairs. Why do you smile so lewdly? Qin Yuchu regarded Fu Hang with a peculiar look. Did you have a quarrel this morning? Fu Hang chose to disregard her remark entirely. Oh, I thought you were completely oblivious to the company matters. Did Lawyer Zhang inform you? Qin Yuchu was taken aback, but quickly deduced the source. It was likely only Lawyer Zhang from the meeting room who could have reached Fu Hang. Impressive. Fu Hang gave a thumbs up. Do you have any objections? Qin Yuchu stirred her straw, her gaze curiously fixed on Fu Hang. I trust in the caliber of a top student from Han University. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. And what about Su Changke and project supervisor Wu Weiman? They probably won't take it lightly. Qin Yuchu mirrored his raised brow. Are you concerned about their potential schemes? That's inevitable. If I were slapped in the face like that, I would certainly feel some emotions. Qin Yuchu took a sip of her milk tea. If they don't want to work, they can leave. We can always replace them, Fu Hang scoffed, declaring that aside from clients, no one else should dare to make him uncomfortable. I endure all this just to avoid being bullied, he mused. Why does that sound so awkward? Qin Yuchu chuckled, confirming her earlier suspicions. Fu Hang would never retain those two. Their presence in the company was far too complicated. By the way, why are you doing this? Fu Hang suddenly became serious, believing that Qin Yuchu's motives were far from mere retaliation. This girl appeared whimsical and carefree, yet her intentions were always remarkably clear. To expand and strengthen the company. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, her bangs cascading down. And then? To support you, she replied earnestly, her gaze steady. I'm not easy to support. Fu Hang's expression began to falter. Therefore, I am working diligently, she asserted with unprecedented seriousness. Ahem. To prevent Su Changhe and the others from acting out of desperation, I've contacted a headhunting firm and am preparing to elevate Shen Qingwan's authority. When the time comes, you'll just need to sign the documents. Fu Hang, unable to withstand the tension in the atmosphere, hastily changed the subject. All right. Qin Yuchu responded without hesitation. What shall we have for lunch? I need to get back to work. Fu Hang grabbed the yellow vest beside him, suddenly feeling a sense of emptiness. I'll eat whatever you eat. I'm not picky, he added. Qin Yuchu waved her hand, handing Fu Hang the helmet from the table. As they exited the milk tea shop and mounted the electric scooter, Fu Hang felt an odd discomfort. Why was it that every matter, once connected to this woman, became so peculiar? After having lunch at the company, Qin Yuchu returned home to change into a set of athletic wear before appearing at the university. In her hands was a simulated case derived from the collaboration project between Yuanbua and Hengyu. She had noticed some anomalies within the project document but still found numerous aspects perplexing. She needed external assistance, seeking genuine experts to help interpret and analyze the findings. Thus, she distilled the project into a simulated case, omitting the names of the involved companies and relevant data, and arranged to meet with Professor Li, an esteemed authority in the finance department of Han University, for a discussion. Qin Yuchu, a guiding light in her field, was esteemed by her mentor at Hanqing University, aside from Professor Wang of sociology. However, just as she arrived at the entrance of Professor Li's office building, she was intercepted. Qin Yuchu? Hello, Lu Xuezhang. She greeted politely. The individual before her was Lu Junkai, the vice president of the student union at the College of Finance, and her senior. Greetings, he replied, a faint, unnatural flush appearing on his face. Yuchu seemed even more beautiful. How could such simple athletic attire exude both youthfulness and grace? What a coincidence. Qin Yuchu stood quietly, clutching her folder, like a blooming lily swaying in the breeze. Actually, I was specifically waiting for you, Lu Junkai blurted out, captivated by her presence, finally mustering his courage to speak. Waiting for me? Yes. I came to seek Professor Li's signature this morning and learned you had an appointment with him this afternoon, so I decided to wait here. Is there something you need? Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, her expression innocent and curious. I have great news. I've been accepted for an internship at yuan trade. Lu Junkai announced, tilting his chin with pride. Yuan trade? Qin Yuchu expressed genuine surprise. Yes, it's the leading firm in our city. And although it hasn't gone public yet, based on current trends, an IPO is imminent. Lu Junkai radiated confidence, as if he were the founder and captain of yuan trade. Congratulations, Qin Yuchu responded, her tone somewhat peculiar. Though I am merely an intern now. I believe that with my capabilities and my experience in the student union, I will certainly secure a position after my internship concludes. Lu Junkai began to boast, his demeanor increasingly haughty. I believe you can certainly achieve that. Qin Yuchu maintained her composure, her smile unwavering, her eyes clear and bright. I heard you were also interning outside, Yuchu? Lu Junkai suddenly shifted the topic, his concern evident as he looked at her. Indeed, Qin Yuchu nodded. You should avoid those small companies for internships. Aside from performing menial tasks, there is little to learn. Once I am at yuan, I will recommend you too. With your achievements and my endorsement, they would be unlikely to refuse. Lu Junkai's confidence swelled further, as if he were elevating himself above others. Thank you for your consideration, senior, Qin Yuchu replied politely, her smile deepening. No need to be formal, as your senior, it is my duty to look out for you. Lu Junkai, keenly aware of the extra warmth in her smile, felt invigorated. Breathing became notably easier. Qin Yuchu maintained her smile, silently observing him. Lu Junkai, with his head held high, absorbed her gaze. After a prolonged moment, he sensed a hint of awkwardness. How do we continue this conversation? Did Yuchu come to consult Professor Li today? Lu Junkai omitted the word classmate, feeling they were soon to be colleagues in the same company, and wished to cultivate a more familiar rapport. Indeed, as I have not frequented the school recently, numerous unresolved matters have accumulated. Qin Yuchu lifted the folder she held against her chest, revealing a substantial stack of printed papers within. You must prioritize your studies, Lu Junkai advised earnestly. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior, she responded, sharing a smile that lingered in the air, creating an awkward silence. I wonder if Yuchu is free this afternoon? Lu Junkai inquired, forcing himself to ask. Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, not providing an immediate response. You see, I am set to begin my employment at yuan tomorrow. Given its stature as a large corporation, the dress code is quite stringent. I plan to visit Baida this afternoon to acquire a suitable work attire. Maintaining her smile, she merely blinked, her raised brow remaining unchanged. I was hoping you could lend me your insight, as a female perspective is often more discerning, Lu Junkai, with a determined resolve, articulated his request for the day. Professor Li is rather difficult to schedule an appointment with. Qin Yuchu glanced down at the hefty documents in her hands. Of course, academics take precedence, Lu Junkai quickly grasped, promptly adjusting his statement. Indeed, there is ample time ahead. Rushing may yield undesirable results. Yuchu, being so innocent, must not be startled by undue haste. Shall I seek out Professor Li first? Yuchu ventured tentatively. Do go ahead. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, you may certainly reach out to me, Lu Junkai encouraged. Yes, I will consult you if the need arises, senior. Qin Yuchu politely inclined her head before turning toward the elevator. As she departed, Lu Junkai watched her, his gaze filled with admiration. What a pure-hearted girl. Fear not, for the senior shall look after you henceforth. Upon entering the elevator, Qin Yuchu bit her lip in a peculiar manner. What should I do? This is becoming difficult to navigate. How should I continue the narrative when I encounter him at the company? Chapter 56. I am still that unmarried man while Qin Yuchu was diligently toiling for the company. Fu Hang found himself at yet another crossroads in his professional journey, or perhaps, an opportunity. Ding. The system scan confirmed the current target, Li Weiong, meeting the criteria for engagement. As Li Weiong was a returning guest, all gains during the engagement period would be doubled. Should the engagement task be accepted? Fu Hang stared blankly at the enchanting woman in white before him, the notification echoing in his mind, a curse lodged in his throat, unable to be uttered or swallowed. A returning guest? Doubling the gains? The second project he had long coveted was unfolding in such an unexpected manner? Was there truly a dearth of women in Han City? If given a choice, Fu Hang would absolutely prefer to avoid this woman. For Li Weiong was extraordinarily emotional equating to meticulous thoughts, sensitivity, and a propensity to be easily moved, resulting in a lower defense and unpredictable reactions, leading to significant vulnerabilities. What does it mean to be vulnerable to critical hits? A mere brush could provoke a crit, skyrocketing the favorability rating. This was evidenced by how, in less than 3 months, her favorability had soared to an astounding 83.79. In the blink of an eye, she could marry Wang Haitao in a flash. When he had courted her earlier, Fu Hang had been cautious, treading lightly, fearful of inadvertently triggering an overwhelming response. But now, the situation had changed. With Shen Qingwan's recent instability, lacking a safety net could very well lead to unemployment at any moment. Except, Fu Hang's gaze sharpened, a flicker of resolve passing through his eyes. Doubling the gains. 200,000 a day, 12 million a month, doubled, nearing 300 million in guaranteed salary annually without performance bonuses. He was all in. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Li Weiong, meeting Fu Hang's flickering gaze, suspiciously touched her own face. No, it's just, it feels like a lifetime ago. Fu Hang swiftly adjusted his demeanor, adopting a serious attitude towards work. Li Weiong's pupils constricted, her head tilting slightly. Clearly affected by his words, Fu Hang was still the same Fu Hang. Just this morning, she had finalized her divorce, feeling an emptiness inside, and had unconsciously wandered into the CAF, not anticipating encountering Fu Hang here. Are you conducting market research? Li Weiong adjusted her emotions, offering a broad smile. Sort of, knowing oneself and the other. Fu Hang smirked slightly. Once a persona was established, it was not easily altered. He had come to this CAF for a caramel latte after accepting Shen Qingwan's project. It was indeed fate that he had crossed paths with her in one of Han City's renowned CAFs. What about that university student? Li Weiong teased. Still in school. Fu Hang deduced that, having received no reply to his messages, Qin Yuch only responded during class hours, hence the absence of immediate replies. You have changed significantly. You have not. Fu Hang replied without a moment's hesitation. Things have changed. The world has shifted. A hint of melancholy surfaced on Li Weiong's face. Rain does not fall endlessly, yet it does rain continuously, does it not? Li Weiong's pupils narrowed once more. A look of profound surprise flashing in her eyes. She comprehended this statement. Adverse situations, after all, will inevitably pass, yet those who care for you remain steadfast. I apologize. Abruptly, Li Weiong's eyes began to glisten with tears. Memories surged from the depths of her heart, overwhelming the gloom of recent days and months in an instant. How could she have forsaken Fu Hang in favor of Wang Haitao? The resoluteness of that day now seemed utterly ludicrous. Fu Hang did not respond but merely gazed at her, seemingly accepting the apology in silence, yet his eyes conveyed a wordless reassurance. It's all right. Li Weiong's emotions finally spiraled beyond her control, and she buried her face in her hands, weeping. Fu Hang understood that these tears were shed not solely for him. They encompassed her hopes for marriage, her disillusionment with Wang Haitao, her confusion about the future, and her repudiation of her past life. Sir, your caramel latte. The waiter timidly announced, placing a prepared cup of coffee on the table. Curiosity burned within the waiter. What an intriguing pair this was. The woman exuded an aura of social elite, with striking beauty, exquisite makeup, fashionable attire, and graceful demeanor, her handbag clearly of considerable value. Such clientele were common in their establishment, catering to individuals of her caliber. Yet the man opposite her, he frequented their shop too, a delivery guy. How bizarre. One appeared deeply sentimental while the other bore an expression of melancholic reminiscence. Had they lost a mutual friend? It seemed improbable for their social circles to intersect. Was their friendship born from takeaway orders? You carry on. I shall remain for a while, Li Weiong suddenly declared, lifting her head. Tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, her voice trembling with determination. Should you need anything, do call me. Fu Hang slowly rose, shaking the coffee cup in his hand. I am now a divorced woman, Li Weiong stated, tears welling once more, yet she defiantly refrained from wiping them away. Fixing her gaze on Fu Hang. I am still the same man who has never been married, he replied with a gentle smile before turning to leave. Li Weiong covered her face again, but this time, she wept audibly. Her sobs echoed behind him as Fu Hang walked steadily forward, leisurely fastening his helmet. What on earth is happening? How does one get married and become more sensitive? A self-destructing disposition? Just a casual attack could unsettle you? No wonder I'm offered double pay. If I linger any longer, I might take her home without even having dinner. Indeed. A woman who has been married is distinct. She possesses experience and insight. Is the system truly playing such a grand game? Qin Yuchu left Professor Li's office at 5 in the afternoon. As she walked along the main path of the campus, her thoughts lingered on the discussion that had just transpired. It turned out there were so many intricacies involved. Thankfully, she had acted decisively. Otherwise, once the project commenced, Yuan would have been tethered to Hang Yu's ship. According to Professor Li's analysis, there are no inherent traps. The returns are merely normal, albeit the cycles may extend for an exceedingly long duration. At that juncture, Su Changhe, with his advanced public relations and connections, will render the company exceedingly passive. Su Chang's influence within the company will be magnified beyond measure. By that point, it will be immensely challenging to sway Su Changhe, even if Fu Heng himself intervenes. Unless they circumvent Su Changhe and establish an alternative line within Hengyu, it is improbable that a listed company like Hengyu would relinquish its own interests to assist you. Thus, even if success is achieved, Yuanbo must still bear a considerable cost. Such a far-reaching strategy, such insidious tactics, indeed, those who occupy such positions are far from simple. Qin Yuchu pondered silently as she wandered through the campus, her destination being the cafeteria. With Su Changhe harboring such intentions, it is imperative for her to expedite her own progress. Having been thwarted by her own hand, he would likely take other actions soon. The sharp crackle of the sound system interrupted Qin Yuchu's thoughts. She turned, curious about the source of the sound, only to find that a makeshift wooden platform had been erected at the cafeteria entrance, where the elegantly dressed Lei Lu stood with a guitar, gazing at her with fervor. A club activity? Qin Yuchu frowned, yet, under the intensity of his gaze, she smiled and remained still, simply standing there. Hello everyone. I am Lei Lu from the School of Music. I apologize for interrupting you for a few minutes. Receiving Qin Yuchu's smile, Lei Li's expression blossomed with exuberance. Qin Yuchu, I have a song to dedicate to you, he said, lowering his head and softening his voice with heartfelt sincerity. A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. As curious onlookers gathered, Lei Lu had gained a modicum of fame within the school. His previous public confession in the cafeteria had created quite a stir. Now, the spectacle was even grander. I have never resisted your charm, that you have never been enchanted by me. I have always gazed at you with a smile. My affection's ever so evident in my eyes. Lei Lu, a prodigy from the School of Music, had mastered the song within just a day and was performing it live. He could have performed even better, but he had learned of Qin Yuchu's return to school that afternoon. Wow, this song is beautiful. Is he confessing to Qin Yuchu? Who is Qin Yuchu? Don't you know Qin Yuchu? She is the academic star from the School of Finance. Incorrect. She is the belle of the finance department. Stop joking. Are there even any beauties in the finance department? I've never seen one. My friend. If you were to turn your neck 52 degrees to the left, you would realize just how shallow you truly are. Goodness. Chapter 57. I wish to meet him. The crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs, but soon, the sound dissipated, for the song resonated deeply with the soul. I had often envisioned, on solitary nights, your presence finally gracing my room, where you would close your eyes and kiss me, uttering not a word, holding me tightly in your embrace. Lei Li's melodious voice continued to flow, showcasing his remarkable talent, honed through years of live performances. Qin Yuchu felt an overwhelming happiness. If Lei Lu were to propose to me at that very moment, I would undoubtedly accept. This song is truly exquisite. Did Lei Lu compose it? Qin Yuchu stood quietly on the main thoroughfare, her eyelashes fluttering gently, a faint smile gracing her lips. I love you, unreservedly, for the very first time. I cast aside my reticence, allowing myself to dream of everything concerning us. This song penetrated her heart, stirring her most genuine emotions. Her eyes glistened with warmth. Yet Qin Yuchu paid it no heed, standing still, lost in her reverie about him. Surrounding students pulled out their phones to record the moment, capturing both Lei Lu and turning their cameras towards Qin Yuchu. However, she did not shy away, clutching her folder, quietly savoring the experience. As the performance concluded, Lei Lu stood on stage, guitar in hand, his fervent gaze unwavering. Qin Yuchu and he exchanged a long-distance glance, both adorned with smiles of enjoyment and gratitude. Be together. Agree to him. The raucous crowd began to stir, their voices rising in a crescendo, setting the atmosphere ablaze. Dinner in the cafeteria was now out of the question. Qin Yuchu sighed softly, remaining immobile. Finally, Lei Lu snapped to attention, tossing his guitar to her roommate, and hurriedly leaped off the stage, racing towards Qin Yuchu. The onlookers followed suit, encircling the pair. Yuchu, will you be my girlfriend? I will always stand by your side, Lei Lu exclaimed, his face radiant with excitement, his eyes reflecting sincerity and fervor. Shall we walk? Qin Yuchu smiled, tilting her head towards the edge of the crowd. All right, Lei Lu rejoiced within. Aware of her shyness and insecurities, today's spectacle was a significant risk for him. Yet, seeing this development, hope blossomed. The mentor truly did not deceive me. As Lei Lu expressed his gratitude, he and the perceptive students parted the crowd, creating a path. The two walked side by side towards the school gate, igniting a wave of excitement among those behind them. This incident quickly went viral on the campus network, with bystander videos uploaded to short video platforms, propelling Lei Lu from the realm of campus fame into the music scene. Of course, those were tales for another time. At this moment, The two strolled beneath the shade of the trees, their pace leisurely, imbued with a unique sense of sentimentality. This was the melody of youth, the rhythm of early winter. They shared a comfortable silence, relishing a brief moment of warmth. "The song is wonderful. I truly enjoyed it." "Thank you," Chin-Yuchu eventually spoke, as the curious students trailing behind began to disperse. "I'm glad you liked it," Layla replied, his heart racing once more. "Who wrote the song?" I have a friend." Laylu was momentarily at a loss for words, but recalling the authorization he had previously signed, his courage surged. "I want to meet him." Chin-Yuchu paused, turning to gaze quietly at Layla. My friend dislikes socializing," Layla stammered, forcing an explanation. "I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow. Bring your friend along?" "All right," Layla blurted out instinctively. "It's a promise. You have my number, right? Let me know once you've contacted him, and I'll make the reservation." Chin-Yuchu smiled, waving his hand as he opened the ride-hailing car that had just stopped at the school gate. "Wait, you're leaving just like that? Whose car is this? When did it arrive?" Layla was taken aback. "I still want to thank you for today. That was my favorite song of all time, and you performed it beautifully." Before closing the door, Chin-Yuchu turned and flashed another smile. "Your favorite song of all time?" A wave of joy surged through Layli's soul, making him feel as though the world was spinning. The air around him transformed into a rosy hue, with countless colorful bubbles emerging from the ground, filling the sky. As the ride-hailing car drove away, Layla remained immersed in a sea of happiness. "I have never resisted your charm, even though you have never been captivated by me. I always gaze at you with a smile, my affection effortlessly shining in my eyes." Inside the car, Chin-Yuchu hummed softly, although the pitch was not entirely accurate. The lyrics flowed perfectly. "I always gaze at you. Do you know? I never knew what it meant to smile." That night, as the campus network exploded with activity, the spirited Lu Junkai returned to school, clutching an expensive suit. Suddenly, he felt as if struck by lightning. "Lei Lu, you have chosen the path to your own demise," he exclaimed, standing in the dormitory bathroom, his eyes filled with fury. He then frantically began to inquire about what had transpired, where they had gone, what they had done. At that moment, the unique gossip culture of university life began to flourish. Lu Junkai learned of numerous versions of events. Some claimed they dined at a romantic Western restaurant, sharing a candlelit dinner, while others suggested they went to the cinema to watch the newly released romance film, Marriage Thief. There were even whispers that they sat side by side in the campus park, singing songs together throughout the night. Some rumors even claimed they had gone straight to a hotel for a night of merriment. Each rumor seemed credible, supported by an abundance of evidence, whether from eyewitness accounts from neighboring classes or photographs from dorm mates. That night, Lu Junkai resorted to consuming his roommate's anti-anxiety medication before finally falling into a deep slumber, still cursing Lei Lu in his dreams. The next day, with dark circles under his eyes, Lu Junkai forced himself to suppress his inner turmoil and strode confidently toward yuan trading. A mere performer can never rise to prominence. "I, Lu Junkai, shall make you aware that people are ranked in tiers." Standing beneath the yuan trading building, Lu Junkai had completed his mental preparations, and that confidence and determination returned to his face. If it weren't for the dark circles, he would appear even more imposing at that moment. Turning his head slightly, he cast a glance at a delivery person standing in the corner, the disdain and pity in his eyes unabashed. This, indeed, is the essence of hierarchy. He did not hasten to enter, but instead lingered, savoring the profound sense of fulfillment that a large corporation imparts. This is the breath of the future, the ripples of time in motion. Here, a commercial genius is destined to rise, and he shall lay the most solid foundation for this burgeoning empire, until it soars to greatness, radiating brilliance. Lu Junkai will stand atop this towering edifice, looking down upon the multitude with scorn. Fu Hang was almost dumbfounded. This person seemed strikingly familiar. Was he not the student council vice president who came to flaunt himself during that meal? What was he doing here, dressed like that? As if he were employed here? Could he be with yuan trade? Moreover, what was with this guy? Did he have such an elaborate inner monologue? I could sense the air of pretentiousness emanating from him even from 8 meters away. Is the threshold for yuan trade really that low? Clearly, Shenqing Wan, the HR manager, is lacking in discernment. Chapter 58. The allure of cigarettes. Of course, Fu Hang had little time for sentiment, for the workday had commenced. The door of the ride-hailing car swung open, revealing a slender leg stepping out, followed by a tailored khaki suit. Today, Shenqing Wan had elegantly fashioned her voluminous waves into an intricate updo, exposing her delicate and fair neck, epitomizing the poise of a professional woman. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow slightly and hastened to greet her. His movement caught the attention of Lu Junkai, who was still engrossed in his performance. The bright yellow vest was simply too conspicuous. He turned his head in suspicion, only to find himself momentarily entranced. In that instant, he questioned his own beliefs. Before him stood a figure that stirred the sunlight in the morning haze, radiant as a peach in spring, pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn. Her features concealed a subtle grace, while her smile exuded warmth and charm. How could such exquisite beauty exist in this world? In that fleeting moment, his thoughts became tumultuous. It seemed as if two enchanting figures were beckoning to him, one youthful and vibrant, the other alluring and passionate. Which to choose? The innocent and unblemished Qin Yuchu, or the captivating sister before him? Fu Hang too found himself momentarily ensnared, sensing an unusual aura surrounding Shen Qingwan today. He halted at a greater distance than usual, bashfully presenting the food container without even a greeting. "Thank you, we'll talk later," Shen Qingwan asserted with commanding grace as she accepted the container, offering a friendly nod before sweeping toward the company, enveloped in an energetic breeze. What on earth is happening today? Why is everyone acting so strangely? Fu Hang shivered, hastily departing this realm of uncertainty. Lu Jukai watched as Shen Qingwan passed by, leaving behind a hint of fragrance while carrying away an ocean of melancholy. In this moment, Lu Jukai nearly wavered. Had it not been for the echo of senior resonating in his mind, he would have surrendered to his feelings. "My apologies, Yuchu. I choose this sister." The young man, freshly out of school, found it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of such a mature and voluptuous figure. "Wake up," a teasing voice chimed in his ear, causing Lu Jukai to flush with embarrassment, realizing it was merely a passerby. "Hey, who is that beautiful woman?" After a brief moment of shame, he hastily pursued her. "You don't know? I just started working today at Yuan Trade." Lu Jukai introduced himself politely, extending a handshake. "Yuan, huh? Then she is your HR supervisor," the man said, shaking Lu Jukai's hand briefly before continuing on his way. Clearly, this gentleman was not affiliated with Yuan. In such a vast office building, it was impossible for it to be entirely occupied by Yuan. The company wasn't large enough to warrant its own premises. HR supervisor? Lu Jukai's enthusiasm surged once more, igniting a fervor within him for this position. Upon returning to the milk tea shop, Fu Hang finally discerned the source of Shen Qingwan's transformation. It seemed that lawyer Zhang's efficiency was remarkably high. This strategic move appeared to be a wise one. Today's settlement was bound to yield surprises, perhaps even a return to 70. How he longed for the steadfast presence of Qingwan, measured in her actions. Unperturbed by praise or blame, impervious to harm, and resilient against all adversities. You must hold firm that one recently divorced is truly unreliable. Fu Hang stretched lazily, preparing to ascend to the attic for a brief nap. "Boss, have you not checked the news?" The attendant stammered, intercepting him just as he was about to head upstairs. "Has there been another discharge of nuclear wastewater?" Fu Hang queried, bemused. "No, it's Lei Lu. That lad has become quite popular," the attendant replied, wincing at the boss's lack of awareness. "Oh, how did he gain such fame?" Fu Hang's interest was piqued. "It was that song he performed at school yesterday." The attendant lamented, feeling exasperated with his boss. "Really? How did it go?" Ding. A temporary mission was completed. Music from parallel worlds needs to be shared, rewarding the song's actor and legend along with corresponding vocal techniques. Ding. A temporary mission was triggered. Music from parallel worlds needs to be shared, too. Please disseminate the song's actor and legend reasonably. Upon completion, corresponding rewards will be granted. Two notification chimes echoed in Fu Hang's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. What is this? Just this as a reward? Am I really meant to navigate the entertainment industry? And a series of tasks? Boss. The response was explosive. The attendant remarked. "I understand." Fu Hang waved dismissively, feeling despondent. With system authentication, how could it not be explosive? "Oh," the attendant shrank back, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control. "Now you know the discomfort? Let us see how you salvage this. Can you show me the video?" Fu Hang asked. Was he confessing to Yuchu yesterday? Halfway up the stairs, he suddenly paused, turning to the attendant. "Yes, even the boss lady has gained some fame," the attendant replied softly, pulling out his phone. "Oh, has it been successful?" Fu Hang's face brightened instantly as he hurried down the stairs. The attendant opened Han University's campus network. The post had reached the top, with an astonishing number of comments and views. The post was titled, Han University's Shocking Divine Song. The god of song confesses to his goddess. Fu Hang smirked and clicked on the video. The perspective was that of a bystander. The audio and video quality were average, yet the atmosphere was undeniably captivating. As he watched Layla perform passionately and Qin Yuchu listen intently, Fu Hang fell silent, absorbed in the moment. Later, seated in a booth, he scrolled through the comments, reading them with increasing slowness and scrutiny. Was everything not unfolding according to his plans? Yet, what was this strange emotion? Why did he feel an emptiness within, and a suffocating sense of dread? It was only when he came across a comment stating, "They went straight to the home and next to the school. My roommate's hometown friend witnessed it firsthand and even took photos of them entering the hotel." That Fu Hang felt as though he had been struck in the chest. "Is this why you didn't reply to my message this morning? Skipping breakfast?" "Oh." "The hotel provides breakfast," Fu Hang murmured, setting down his phone. He quietly lit a cigarette, only to discover a plastic ashtray already placed on the table. "Where did this come from?" Fu Hang asked, perplexed. "I just bought it this morning," the attendant, Xia Feng, replied earnestly. "Isn't smoking prohibited in the store?" Fu Hang pinched the cigarette between his fingers, gesturing towards the prominent no-smoking sign on the wall, a wisp of smoke curling around his fingertips. "I sense that today you might be of assistance." The waiter stepped back a couple of paces, his hands gently rubbing together in front of him. Fu Hang fell silent. Taking a deep, forceful breath, his expression exceedingly grim. The phone rang, and with gritted teeth, Fu Hang retrieved it, nearly crushing his molars upon seeing the caller ID. "Leilu? You dare to call me? Speak." As he answered the phone, Fu Hang squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth. "Master, oh no. Minner." Clearly startled, Layla stammered on the other end. "Spit it out quickly." Fu Hang was unapologetic, yet he pressed the receiver firmly against his ear, straining to catch any sounds. "Well, do you have time this afternoon?" "No. I would like to invite you to lunch." Layla persisted. "Invite me to lunch? Just you?" Fu Hang, cigarette in mouth, glared with a murderous intent. "Damn it, still showing off?" "No, there's also you chew." A wave of suffocation washed over Fu Hang once more, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the cigarette. "She is by your side now?" Fu Hang asked coldly. "No. She wants to see you. She said if I bring you along, she would agree to have lunch with me." After a long pause, Layla decided to speak the truth. This master is akin to a deity, not someone to be trifled with. Although he still did not comprehend why the master was assisting him in pursuing Yu Chu. "What?" Fu Hang's lips trembled, ash falling and scorching his chin, making him wince. The cigarette clouded his vision. It would be better to look up while holding it. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The important point was, she would agree to lunch with you if I came along? This plot is unfolding in an unexpected manner, isn't it? Chapter 59. Leveraging opportunities. Were you not together yesterday? Fu Hang extinguished the cigarette and sat up straight. "No. However, everything went remarkably well yesterday. Did you see the video?" She was moved to tears, and her gaze. "I regret standing too far away. I couldn't see it clearly. Have you checked the campus forum? Everyone is discussing us. I must ask, after your confession yesterday, where did you go?" Fu Hang interrupted. "I escorted her to the school gate. And she took a ride home. Did she agree?" Not explicitly, but I sensed there's potential. She complimented me, saying it was her favorite song of all time." Layli's voice began to brim with excitement. "And then, did she say she wanted to meet me?" Fu Hang's voice suddenly calmed, and he felt a refreshing clarity, as if the murky thoughts had sunk while clarity ascended. It was akin to the heavens being clear while the earth remained muddied, movement and stillness in harmony. When one maintains a serene mind, the universe aligns. "She mentioned she wanted to meet the songwriter." Layla awkwardly replied, "Oh, did you tell her I wrote it?" Fu Hang leisurely crossed his legs on the chair and gestured for the waiter to prepare a refreshing dessert. "No, I said it was a friend of mine." "So, master, do you have time at noon?" "She asked me to arrange for that friend to notify her." "Are you foolish?" Fu Hang looked at him with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. "Huh? What if she discovers that I wrote the song? What does it have to do with you?" "But, haven't you already registered the copyright?" Lei Lu was at a loss, realizing that if he had known the outcome would be so favorable, he wouldn't have been so pretentious at the outset. Why not just claim it outright? With Master S capabilities, what harm would it be to let me have it for free just this once? That's also true. Fu Hang smirked slightly, knowing that the system is meticulous. In this matter likely wouldn't remain concealed for long. A future revelation could be troublesome. "Then Master, do you have time at noon?" Fu Hang remained silent, shaking his head slowly, leaving the other hanging. This incapable fellow, he cannot be relied upon. "Master, I have another request. I wish to live stream for an hour every day at the milk tea shop. Is that permissible?" Seeing Fu Hang's silence, Layla seemed to have an epiphany. "Oh?" Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. "Live streaming at the milk tea shop?" This lad could garner quite the audience, especially in a university setting. If he were to live stream for an hour daily, it might indeed invigorate the shop's sales. "Are you certain you want me to accompany you? The stakes are clear." "You know, I am confident." Layli's voice suddenly took on a resolute tone. Following the rosy skies of yesterday, his self-assurance soared to unprecedented heights. Very well. If you choose to bring about your own demise, do not blame me. Send me the address shortly. Remember to heed my cues during mealtime. Understood, understood. By the way, I'll commence the live stream tonight. After hanging up, Fu Hang leisurely sipped his dessert while humming a tune. I shall remain oblivious to your performance. Boss. What did Layla say? Were they together yesterday? The waiter inquired curiously, leaning in closer, though he had already guessed the answer from Fu Hang's expression. Just him? Pfft. Fu Hang scoffed dismissively. The waitress returned to the bar with a smile. By the way, isn't that Shally owed half a month's salary? Have him send over his account details. Fu Hang suddenly turned around. Is the boss going to pay him? Today is a joyous occasion. Even those who have suffered heartache deserve ample warmth. If everyone contributes a little love, the world will transform into a beautiful place. The boss is quite righteous. Well, you should quickly arrange for someone. It's exhausting to manage alone. I have a fellow townsman. Shall I bring him to the boss tomorrow? He is nimble and hardworking. Fine, if his character is good, then he is the one. Fu Hang shook his head and returned to the loft, lying down on the bed. But he couldn't help but open Qin Youchu's social media account. It was still the message he had sent that morning. What did you have for breakfast? No reply. Where did you go? Back to school for class? Suddenly, Fu Hang felt an urge to visit that apartment. Never mind, I can meet her during lunch. Burying his head in the pillow, Fu Hang prepared to take a nap. 2 cups of mango sago. Is he upstairs? Yet, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from downstairs. The boss already had 1 cup in hand. Oh, then just 1 cup. Qin Youchu looked up, locking eyes with the head that peeked through the curtain. What are you doing here at this hour? Not going to school? I was planning to sleep in, but I got called in by the company. Qin Youchu rolled her eyes. What could be so important? Fu Hang, suspicious, walked down from the loft. The personnel manager's permission upgrade document needs a signature. It's urgent. Qin Youchu glared, her tone laced with remnants of sleepiness. Assistant Qin, you've worked hard. Fu Hang stood straight, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Have you seen the Han City campus website? Qin Youchu suddenly spoke. Why would I need to see the campus website? It's all over the short video platform. Fu Hang replied with a smile. How does it feel? Qin Youchu's tone remained calm. I didn't expect that singer from Han University to actually have some talent, huh? Yes. I really like that song very much. Qin Youchu tilted her head slightly, emphasizing her fondness. As long as you like it, music can cultivate one's character. Cleanse the soul and purify the spirit. Qin Youchu remained silent, simply gazing at Fu Hang. So, have you had breakfast? What are you having for lunch? Fu Hang felt uncomfortable under her gaze, attempting to shift the topic. I have an appointment for lunch. Qin Youchu turned to leave. Walk slowly. Watch your step. Fu Hang exaggeratedly called out from behind, pondering how Qin Youchu would react to his expression during lunch later. After arriving at the company, Qin Youchu went straight to Lawyer Zhang's office. The related documents had already completed the procedures. She just needed to sign for confirmation. Without any hesitation, Qin Youchu briefly checked the contents of the files before decisively signing her name. I apologize for making you come all this way. Lawyer Zhang politely expressed his apologies. In his view, it was only natural for Qin Youchu not to come to the company today. After all, with the establishment of the West Palace, it was to be expected that the East Palace would have some emotions about it. It seems that last night was not without its share of discord. I should be the one apologizing. I overslept today. Shall I head back to the office first? Qin Youchu generously acknowledged the reason for her tardiness without seeking other excuses. However, this admission of oversleeping solidified Lawyer Zhang's suspicions. He refrained from further comments, recognizing that any words spoken at this moment would be inappropriate, and courteously escorted Qin Youchu to the door. As she turned down the corridor, Qin Youchu encountered the enchanting Shen Qingwan. Youchu, what caused your late arrival today? Shen Qingwan inquired with a warm smile, though her expression bore an intriguing elegance. I only work 1 day a week. I should be resting today. Qin Youchu replied with a sweet smile. It's all my fault for making Youchu run an extra errand. After all, it is my duty as an assistant. However, I must congratulate Sister Qingwan. With just one more small step, you'll be the vice president. I will have to trouble Youchu to take care of things in the future. I'm just an intern. Sister Qingwan is truly fond of jesting, she said as they passed each other, Shen Qingwan maintaining her gentle smile. The personnel authority of the company's management. After today, her power within the company would be considerable. Strictly speaking, she could even influence Su Chang's position. Although the reasoning behind the president's sudden decision remained unclear, it did not hinder her ambitions. How to capitalize on this? By leveraging her position, Su Chang'e aimed to preserve his standing, seeking the support of Hengyu Group. Qin Yuchu, a mere university student, managed to directly refute the executive vice president during a management meeting by harnessing the president's influence. Why should Shen Qingyuan not do the same? She had rapidly ascended from a minor team leader to the personnel supervisor in such a brief span. Well, what would others in the company think? With Qin Yuchu serving as a cautionary tale, it would be challenging for others not to entertain similar thoughts. Therefore, she resolved to go with the flow, ensuring others perceived her promotion as a result of that event. With Qin Yuchu having refuted Su Chang'e previously, her own tasks would undoubtedly become far less burdensome. What shall we have for lunch, Yuchu? I can ask Fu Hang to bring it over, Shen Qingyuan kindly suggested as she turned slightly. Thank you. But I've already made plans for lunch, Qin Yuchu replied, also turning with a sweet smile as she pushed open her office door. Chapter 60. The senior protects you. The appointment letter for Shen Qingyuan was disseminated across various workgroups within the company, causing an uproar among the staff. As anticipated, the rumors that Shen Qingyuan dreaded began to circulate. Lu Junkai, who had just been assigned to the second group of the project department, had barely settled into his workstation when he overheard the discussions among his senior colleagues. In that moment, he felt his worldview shatter. Why? Why do the women in this world exhibit such a lack of self-respect, self-love, and self-compassion? The innocent young girl was deceived by a love song, while the capable career woman was entangled in the web of power and authority. Has Bosley gone to the 28th floor? As Lu Junkai wallowed in self-pity, a colleague who had just stepped out for a smoke returned and remarked to others, "Isn't it quite normal for Bosley to be on the 28th floor?" Yuan Trading rented the 5th floor of this office building. The marketing department occupies the 24th floor, the sales department the 25th, the project department the 26th. And other departments such as logistics, human resources, and the secretariat are on the 27th floor, while the executive management resides on the 28th floor. The Bosley mentioned by this colleague, Li Tianming, is the deputy supervisor of the project department and also the head of the second group. Strictly speaking, he has his own office on the 28th floor, albeit a small one. Why is it small? Because he is a deputy. Thus, Li Tianming seldom visits the 28th floor, preferring to stay on the 26th floor with the members of the second group, which can be considered a form of approachability. He was summoned to the 28th floor by Assistant Qin. I was right beside him in the break room. Assistant Qin personally made the call. What is going on? Yesterday, he confronted the head of the project department, and today he is meeting with the deputy supervisor. Qin Yuchu directly confronted everyone in the meeting. And the news could not be concealed. It spread like wildfire immediately after the meeting concluded that morning. Coupled with Shin's authority in personnel appointments, it seemed that a significant change was afoot within the company. What projects are we currently advancing in our group? The group leader of the second team was also eavesdropping on the gossip and instantly seized upon a crucial point. The second group had been suppressed for so many years. Could this be their chance to rise again? They're all here. A colleague swiftly responded, opening a document that listed various data. Clearly, the foundational quality of the employees beneath Yuan's current scale was commendable. The group leader of the second team quickly glanced over it, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was well acquainted with these projects, but they were all minor, inconsequential endeavors. What about the unapproved ones? Similar circumstances, our previous situation. Another colleague suddenly paused and turned to look at the others. The down jacket project? The group leader of the second team inquired tentatively. The project proposal is with me. A colleague hurriedly opened their computer. However, this project has been rejected 3 times already. The down jacket project, overseen by Li Tianming, had initially required considerable effort, involving a tripartite collaboration and focusing on overseas trade. Yet, due to issues with stock and payment collection, it had been rejected thrice. The entire second group had essentially given up on it. That's the one. Send me the data, and everyone should review it. Remember, do not speak out of turn. The leader of the second group swiftly issued his command. Navigating the corporate world is no simple task, especially within large companies. Without a keen sense of awareness, one is swiftly cast aside. Half an hour later, Li Tianming, the deputy project supervisor, returned to the 26th floor brimming with excitement. The down jacket external sales project had officially been greenlit. Lu Junkai, having endured a roller coaster of emotions over the past 2 days, now appeared dazed yet filled with fervor. Had he just arrived at Project Team 2, only for it to be on the brink of a resurgence? Was this not the mark of a chosen one? Even the deputy supervisor jested about being a harbinger of good fortune, encouraging him to perform at his best. It seemed that with the completion of a 3-month internship, the likelihood of remaining was quite promising. Given that Supervisor Shin was close to the CEO, perhaps he could attempt to reach out to his junior, Yu Chu, a musician. How much insight could she truly possess? Yesterday, Yu Chu must have been swept away by that terrible song, surely, with a blend of reason and emotion. He could persuade her to reconsider her reckless path. After spending considerable time in the restroom fortifying his resolve, Lu Junkai retrieved his phone, scrolling to the pinned contact number. What was he dawdling for? It was time to eat. A late lunch would surely be crowded. He needed to finish quickly to return for the afternoon shift. As a colleague strolled by and playfully patted his shoulder, Lu Junkai, who had risen to the position of vice president in the University Student Union, was evidently quite adept socially. In just half a day, he had grown quite familiar with his team members, especially now that Team 2 was on the verge of a turnaround. "I'll be right there," he replied with a goofy smile. "Do you know where the cafeteria is?" "Of course, the HR department briefed us this morning. It's on the 3rd floor, right? Let's hurry." As his colleague departed, Lu Junkai once again contemplated his feelings. Yet after a lengthy pause, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Perhaps he would address it later in the evening. He didn't want to delay his work in the afternoon. Exiting the restroom, he discovered the 26th floor was completely deserted. Upon entering the elevator, he pondered how to broach the subject when he called that evening. Should he be direct? That would be too impolite. Yu Chu was so innocent. She might not handle it well. A more subtle reminder? But what if she didn't understand? Lost in thought, he stepped out of the elevator, only to be startled to find himself on the 1st floor. In his reverie, he had forgotten to select his floor. The work intensity at a large corporation was indeed extraordinary. Merely half a day had left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Lu Junkai sighed and turned to re-enter the elevator, when suddenly he was taken aback by a figure emerging from a nearby elevator. "Yu Chu?" His face lit up with surprise. "Senior?" Yu Chu was equally taken aback, not expecting to encounter him after avoiding him all day. In her mind, she had been almost exclusively on the 28th floor, and it seemed improbable that their paths would cross. "Are you looking for me?" Lu Junkai's face flushed crimson. It was indeed true. He was the chosen one, and Yuanbo trade was his fortuitous domain. No, he was the harbinger of good fortune for Yuanbo. They were destined to complement one another. I'm actually interning here too," Yu Chu stammered, biting her lip. "What? Your internship company is Yuanbo?" Lu Junkai was increasingly astonished. "Do you see? Do you understand? What is meant by fate being preordained? 1,000 miles of destiny connected by a single thread?" He had been contemplating how to introduce his junior, Yu Chu, to Yuanbo, especially considering she was only a sophomore. Yet unexpectedly, she seemed to resonate with him on a profound level. Yu Chu merely smiled awkwardly, recalling how Lu Junkai had boasted rather grandly the day before. "That's wonderful. I am in the project department, Group 2. Where's my junior?" "Which department is she in?" Lu Junkai inquired, completely oblivious to any impropriety, his excitement unabated. "Huh? Which department? Does the position of executive assistant count as a department?" "Actually, I don't have a specific department yet," Yu Chu replied after much contemplation. "Oh, I see. No worries. This matter falls upon Senior Shui. Considering you're only a sophomore, it's quite remarkable that you've secured an internship at Yuanbo Trading. Don't rush. Our Group 2 has just initiated a major project and is in need of personnel. I'll find an opportunity to speak with our team leader and see if we can transfer you to our group." Lu Junkai failed to grasp the subtle hints in Yu Chu's expression, responding with unyielding confidence. "Thank you, Senior." Yu Chu felt a twinge of discomfort but recalled Fu Hang's advice to be tactful. "It's all right. Once you join Group 2, Senior will take care of you. Come on, you haven't eaten yet, right? Lunch is on me." Lu Junkai pulled out the employee card issued by the company. Chapter 61. To what extent would my master go to help me? The benefits at Yuanbo Trade are indeed commendable, although the internship salary is modest. The interns are provided with meals. However, I have arranged to meet someone for lunch. Yu Chu smiled shyly. Meeting someone? Lu Junkai suddenly realized, scrutinizing Yu Chu's attire from head to toe. Oh, my goodness. Is this really Yu Chu? A fitted blazer, a pencil skirt, and delicate black high heels? Is your date Leilu? Lu Junkai inquired tentatively, his voice quivering. Yu Chu innocently nodded. There was no need for deception. Indeed, Lu Junkai's expression turned pained, his eyes reddening. "Junior, let me tell you, Leilu is someone from the music scene. He is certainly not a suitable match for you. You are now interning at Yuanbo. With a bright future ahead, you must not jeopardize it." Lu Junkai appeared genuinely distressed. "Well, the commotion yesterday was rather significant. I merely invited him to lunch as a token of gratitude." "Junior." Lu Junkai wanted to say more, But suddenly, a realization struck him. Inviting him for a meal? Thanking him? If they don't require gratitude, right? If they, Junior, you don't need to explain to me, do you? Just thanking him? Lu Juankai's spirits soared, his eyes regaining their luster. Qin Yuchu nodded. Do you need me to accompany you? Lu Juankai perked up. A small internet celebrity attempting to entangle Yuchu? Such impropriety? That seems inappropriate, Qin Yuchu replied with a bemused expression, thinking to herself how dramatic he was. By the way, does Fu Hang know he's coming to the company? He would surely find it amusing. That's true. Just be careful. And call me if you need anything. I'll be waiting for you at the company. Lu Juankai suddenly bestowed upon Qin Yuchu a steadfast and reassuring gaze. All right, goodbye, senior. Qin Yuchu smiled as she bid farewell, gracefully striding away in her heels. Watching her depart, Lu Juankai's gaze grew dreamy in that moment. He even contemplated where to purchase a property in the school district. Qin Yuchu arrived at a modest Western restaurant near the company. Its design somewhat unique despite its average quality. As she passed by downstairs, she admired the hanging spider plants on the balcony. Where's your friend? Upon reaching the reserved table, she discovered that Layla had arrived early, but was alone. Sorry, my friend. Had an unexpected matter arise and cannot make it. I just learned about it myself. Layli's face bore an expression of extreme awkwardness. Just minutes prior, he had inquired about Fu Hang at the restaurant, only to learn that Fu Hang could not come. Qin Yuchu frowned and stood silently. I apologize. He truly promised to come. Next time, I will definitely get him here. It's all right. I still want to thank you for yesterday. I really like that song. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly as she took a seat. I'm glad to hear that. Laylu exhaled in relief, a smile breaking across his face. The simple steak-set meal was met with Qin Yuchu's earnest attention, her movements slow and graceful. Occasionally, she engaged Laylu in conversation, discussing amusing anecdotes from his live streaming experiences. Laylu exhibited an extraordinary degree of caution while dining. His movements restrained as if he were receiving an esteemed leader. Whenever Qin Yuchu spoke, he would set down his cutlery and listen intently, only resuming his meal once the conversation had concluded. Yucho, did you watch yesterday's video? After a prolonged silence, Layla ventured to inquire. Unexpectedly, I've suddenly gained fame. And I feel somewhat anxious. Qin Yuchu raised her gaze, a flicker of reproach evident in her eyes. I apologize for my thoughtlessness. I merely. Please refrain from such actions in the future. I am not accustomed to being the center of attention. Yucho, you are so exceptional. The words that Laylu intended to utter were stifled by the pitiful look in Qin Yuchu's eyes. Very well, I shall be more mindful in the future. The meal proceeded with mutual enjoyment, but when it came time to settle the bill, Laylu displayed remarkable assertiveness. Where is it customary for a lady to pay for dinner? He reached for the payment code in the server's hand with his phone. This is what we agreed upon. This meal is a token of my gratitude, and matters must be settled accordingly. Qin Yuchu sat quietly, making no effort to contest. Your agreement to dine with me is the gratitude I should be expressing. Layla successfully completed the payment. Qin Yuchu raised her hand, taking the receipt from the server, and upon seeing the amount, initiated a transfer from her own phone to Layla. Yucho, Layla reproached her with a look that also conveyed tenderness. If you wish for a next time, you must accept the money. This meal is on me. Qin Yuchu's tone remained remarkably calm. Very well. Layla shivered slightly, obediently accepting the payment. Once again, thank you. Qin Yuchu stood, offering a slight bow. Are you leaving? Layli's hand slipped into his pocket, where he had prepared tickets for the movie Marriage by Deception, reputedly a romantic film adapted from a popular web novel, sugary sweet in nature. I have work. I'm interning. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly. Then I shall escort you. Layla released the movie tickets, hastily rising, but before he could take a step, he halted in place. For before him, Qin Yuchu was gazing in astonishment over his shoulder. Following her gaze, he too was rendered speechless. Behind them, the door to a private booth adorned with a hanging basket was being opened, revealing his life mentor, Fu Hang, emerging alongside a strikingly beautiful woman. The exquisitely dressed lady had a hand affectionately resting on Fu Hang's arm. Master, you are truly gallant. Laylu was nearly moved to tears. He had gone to such lengths to assist him in pursuing Yuchu? Fu Hang appeared utterly speechless, perhaps out of a mischievous thrill. He had arrived at the restaurant early upon receiving Layli's address. Today marked Shen Xingwan's first day in her new position, and she likely wished to maintain a relatable image, opting to dine in the cafeteria and declining Fu Hang's offer to bring her food. However, Fu Hang was unprepared for what transpired next. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he encountered Li Weiyang. The moment he laid eyes on her, his phone buzzed with a text. Are you free for lunch? Shall we dine together? Are you clairvoyant? Li Weiyang's face radiated with immense surprise as she held her phone, displaying the chat history between her and Fu Hang. It was a moment of telepathic connection. Fu Hang smiled enigmatically, his heart filled with myriad emotions. But what could be done? Was dining and gossiping more significant than work? After all, this individual offered double the salary. Despite the fact that this returning guest had achieved an impressive 23 on the very first day, was he not recently divorced? Surely, there must be a period of adjustment. The meal in the private room unfolded in serene tranquility, with the two exchanging few words, instead merely sharing occasional glances that conveyed their mutual understanding and enjoyment of the stillness. Then, Li Weiyang suggested a stroll downstairs to the park where they had reunited. What could Fu Hang say? It was the client's request. He rose and opened the door. The scenario Fu Hang had fervently hoped for materialized, unperturbed and unsurprising. Their eyes met, two pairs of gazes locked. You are. Li Weiyang was equally astonished, glancing at Qin Yuchu, then at the sunlit boy standing opposite her. Qin Yuchu, what a coincidence to meet again, she remarked. Mr. Fu is here as well. Qin Yuchu responded with remarkable poise. What a coincidence. Fu Hang forced a strained smile, only to be met with Lei Li's grateful gaze. I watched your video. Youth is truly a blessing. Li Weiyang suddenly stepped forward, scrutinizing Lei Lu from head to toe. The reason she had reached out to Fu Hang today likely stemmed from encountering that very video earlier in the morning. So it turned out, the female university student was not Fu Hang's girlfriend? Their relationship was merely one of sponsorship? Or perhaps, this girl was a master manipulator? Or worse, unfaithful? As for Fu Hang, she believed she understood him well. Single-minded, devoted, attentive, and warm-hearted. Such a man was all too easily swayed by women. Had she not been a victim of this herself? Thus, she felt compelled to speak with Fu Hang. If their relationship was pure and uncomplicated, it would be a blessing. Kind souls deserve to be treated kindly. If Fu Hang had been deceived, she needed to offer assistance and counsel him, just as he had always supported her. But if Fu Hang had been cheated on, oh dear. Should not two wounded souls seek solace in one another, banding together for warmth and healing? However, upon seeing Fu Hang for the first time, all other considerations faded into insignificance. Fu Hang remained the same Fu Hang. Chapter 62. You might consider pursuing further studies at this moment, before the young couple. Fu Hang displayed an air of calmness and serenity, his eyes radiating genuine blessings. How fortuitous. In his mind, Fu Hang had already devised numerous strategies to address the situation. Remaining unfazed. My apologies, but I must return to the company. We can chat another time, Qin Yuchu said with a polite smile as she inclined her body slightly. Aren't you a student? Li Weiyang inquired, her gaze shifting towards Fu Hang, filled with surprise. In turn, Qin Yuchu replied softly, then waved goodbye to Lei Lu, gracefully turning to leave. Aside from the initial moment of astonishment, she exhibited not a trace of discomfort throughout. Youth is indeed a beautiful thing. Li Weiyang linked her arm with Fu Hang's, gazing at the youthful figure retreating, inevitably reminded of that video. It's a pleasure to meet you. Your taste is impeccable. And your singing is quite commendable. She smiled at Lei Lu before walking away with Fu Hang. Lei Lu, watching them depart, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence. With a mentor like this, what more could one desire? In this lifetime, one must exhaust all efforts in devoted service to their teacher. The milk tea shop remained as lackluster as ever, with the attendant Xia Xiaofeng languidly resting on the counter, engaging in aimless banter with a fellow villager who was preparing for an interview the next day, boasting about their employer's achievements. The distinct sound of high heels approached, prompting Xia Xiaofeng to force a smile and look up, his expression instantly brightening. Is the boss lady here? Or perhaps the Yangji Ganlu? I just had a meal, so I won't drink now. I'll take a cup to go when I leave, Qin Yuchu replied politely, heading directly upstairs. The boss isn't up there, Xia Xiaofeng remarked. I know. I'm taking a break, came Qin Yuchu's calm voice from the upper floor. Xia Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, his expression peculiar and ambiguous. Lei Lu? Humph. On the 26th floor of Yuanbua Trading, Lu Kai, encountering his first day of work with a mandatory lunch break, found himself unable to engage in his tasks. He repeatedly checked his phone, contemplating making a call, only to hold back each time. Why has Tishi called me yet? Has she returned already? Or is that Lei Lu still clinging on, preventing her from leaving? But would it be rude to call now? After all, my relationship with her isn't public yet. Lu Kai was in a state of turmoil. What are you daydreaming about? This report is due this afternoon. You can handle the data statistics, right? Don't make any mistakes, Li Tiaming chided as he passed by. Yes, supervisor, Lu Kai quickly replied, refocusing his attention on the computer. Yet, Nearly 5 minutes later, his thoughts drifted once more. With the ringing of the end of lunch bell, signifying the end of the break and the commencement of work, he pondered, she should have returned by now. Should I go check on her? Oh dear. I forgot to ask which floor her workstation is on. Without a specific department, this could prove challenging to locate. If only she were in the project department. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Jukai spotted Suijia, the team leader of Project Group 2. Approaching with documents in hand, his mentor and direct superior, igniting a flame of eagerness within him. Xiaolu, are you settling in well? Suijia was in high spirits and greeted Lu Jukai warmly as their eyes met. Very well, thank you for your concern, master. Lu Jukai immediately rose from his workstation. Do not be so tense. From now on, we are all comrades. Be a bit more at ease. Our second group is not burdened with so many rules. Doing your job well is far more important. Suijia paused, offering an encouraging pat on Lu Jukai's shoulder. Yes, master. Keep it up. Master? As Suijia prepared to leave, Lu Jukai steeled himself and, emboldened by their earlier harmonious exchange, called out to him. Yes? I would like to ask a favor. Lu Jukai took a deep breath. His mentor was treating him with such courtesy, and the supervisor seemed to regard him with newfound respect, indicating that he was valued and had already recognized his talents. Now was the time to propose. It should be too forward, right? Oh, go on. Suijia exhibited considerable tolerance regarding the matter of the turning point bead that the supervisor had mentioned. Joyful occasions invigorate the spirit, after all. Well, I have a junior, who is also interning at Yuanbua, but she does not yet have a specific department assigned to her. Considering we have a major project coming up, I wanted to inquire if she could be transferred to our second group. You can rest assured, she excels academically and is more than capable of handling the work. If necessary, I can assist her as well. Lu Jukai exhaled deeply, articulating his request in one breath. Suijia subtly furrowed his brow. This is your first day on the job, and you're already bringing this up? Are today's university students so oblivious to propriety? Nevertheless, it is true that our second group will be quite busy. All right, tell me her name, and I will inquire with the HR department shortly. Suijia sighed gently. After all, she was merely an intern, so he might as well consider it an early reward for the turning point bead. Who knows, she might indeed be another turning point bead. After enduring suppression for so many years, perhaps this young man's arrival heralded a change. Thank you, master. Her name is Qin Yuchu. Lu Jukai exclaimed with excitement, tightly clenching his fist as he called out Qin Yuchu's name loudly. Silence, an eerie silence. The previously bustling office space seemed to freeze at the moment Lu Jukai uttered that name, with everyone halting their activities. What happened? Lu Jukai was taken aback. The scene genuinely startled him. It was too strange. Could it be that his junior had offended someone in the company? Was she a taboo within the organization? Hence, she had yet to be assigned to a specific department? Are you from Hanqing University? The School of Finance? The inquiry came from Li Tianming, the deputy supervisor of the project, who stood not far away. He only knew Lu Jukai was an intern, but he had not yet had the opportunity to review the specifics. Yes, Lu Jukai quickly turned around, responding earnestly. The junior you mentioned is the second-year student from your School of Finance, Qin Yuchu? Li Tianming continued to probe. Yes. Lu Jukai felt beads of sweat forming on his back. Had his junior truly offended someone? Was it possible that she had crossed paths with his supervisor superior, supervisorly? Is it your intention to have her transferred to our Project-S second group, or is it her own desire? A peculiar smile appeared on Li Tianming's face. Indeed. I wish to recommend her. After all, she is my junior. Lu Junkai's toes pressed against the ground. Yet the call of senior beneath the setting sun straightened his posture. In ancient times, one would brave the storm for a beloved. Today, I, Lu Junkai, shall bear this burden for you, dear junior. Rest assured, your senior will safeguard you. Does she even realize this? This inquiry came from Suijia, the leader of the second group. She will undoubtedly agree. Our group is so united and harmonious. With Assistant Qin's guidance, under the leadership of Supervisor Li and Group Leader Su, we shall surely soar to great heights. Lu Junkai plotted cleverly, knowing that flattery is a safe bet. Now is the time to adorn the leaders with praise. A resounding clap. Group Leader Suijie gave Lu Junkai 3 firm pats on the shoulder before departing with the documents. Damn, I thought it was a fortuitous charm. But it turned out to be a harbinger of misfortune. Has the admission criteria at Hanqing University become so lenient? Who let this fellow in? How on earth did this fool make it to his senior year? No, it must not be an issue with the university itself, for that institution has produced remarkable talents. Those 3 resounding claps seemed to signal a resurgence, The office area erupted into lively chatter, each person engrossed in their duties as if the preceding scene had never transpired. Lu Junkai was bewildered. What was happening? As he watched his mentor depart, his gaze shifted to Li Tianming, only to find him engrossed in his work. Ignoring Lu Junkai completely. What on earth is going on? Is the junior's transfer a done deal or not? Is it easy to pursue graduate studies at your university? A colleague from the neighboring workstation inquired with curiosity. What? Lu Junkai struggled to keep up with the rapid shift in conversation. I believe you should consider pursuing graduate studies, the colleague earnestly suggested before turning back to discuss work with others, leaving Lu Junkai in solitude once more. Chapter 63. The persona of Fu Heng. Even the most capricious minds would refrain from speculating on the relationship between Lu Junkai and Qin Yuchu. Any notions of the second team's resurgence being attributed to Lu Junkai are utterly unfounded. The reason behind Qin Yuchu's ascension to the role of assistant is an unspoken truth understood by all. Until today's workday concluded. No one dared to broach the subject of Qin Yuchu with Lu Junkai. The demeanor of his colleagues remained largely unchanged. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that members of Project Team 2 regarded him with a newfound emotion, perhaps sympathy. Is this the milk tea shop you invested in? Li Wei-yang and Fu Heng strolled side by side into the Ganlu milk tea establishment. Li Wei-yang appeared in high spirits, her gaze flitting around, brimming with curiosity. Just for a casual visit, Fu Heng thought, a gentle smile gracing his face as he internally sighed, marking his 34th exasperated breath of the day. Dining was one thing, but meandering through the park afterward, and deliberately brushing against him with her arm, wasn't she recently divorced? What of her 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Where was her modesty, her reticence, her dignity as a member of a prominent family? Did she truly bear no psychological burdens, no cooling-off period, no desire for solitude? As they enacted a scene reminiscent of a romantic drama in the park, Li Wei-yang suddenly proposed a visit to Fu Heng's newly opened milk tea shop. Having conducted her market research in person, she still treated it as a mere whim. The decor was agreeable, creating a warm ambience in the shop. Li Wei-yang stood at the center, scrutinizing her surroundings. Upon meeting the gaze of the attendant, Xia Xiaofeng, she offered a courteous yet warm smile. Xia Xiaofeng, feeling awkward, nodded and averted his eyes towards Fu Heng, who remained engrossed in observing Li Wei-yang, oblivious to the significance of Xia Xiaofeng's glance. What shall we drink? Fu Heng inquired, pulling a napkin from the table and meticulously wiping down the already pristine surface, gesturing for Li Wei-yang to take a seat. What is the signature drink? She asked, tilting her head, appreciating this detail of his attentiveness. Mango sago with pomelo? Then let it be mango sago with pomelo, she replied, settling into her chair while continuing to examine the nuances of the decor. Fu Heng did not turn around but signaled a to gesture to Xia Xiaofeng. What's upstairs? A private room? Li Wei-yang noticed the curtain drawn in the loft. To be candid, the curtain appeared rather cheap, severely undermining the overall aesthetics and design. It's a storage room, Xia Xiaofeng responded, nearly exclaiming, his focus razor-sharp as he answered before Fu Heng could speak. A storage room? Li Wei-yang expressed her astonishment, taken aback by the overly dramatic service attendant. Fu Heng, now suspicious, directed his gaze towards Xia Xiaofeng, who, with his head bowed, was sweating profusely. Xia Xiaofeng was indeed quite nervous. What was happening? Why had the boss suddenly brought a goddess into their midst? Moreover, she carried herself with an air of authority, akin to a queen surveying her court. In such circumstances, couldn't the boss have given him a heads up? A simple text would suffice. As a hapless single who had never experienced romance, he was utterly unprepared to navigate this situation. Surely, he couldn't be unaware that there was still someone lounging in the loft? Utilizing it as a storage room seemed a waste, did it not? Li Wei-yang hesitated for a moment before rising to ascend the stairs. The area above was in disarray, having yet to be tidied up. 2 disposable cups obstructed her path. Remnants of the lemonade carried out by Xia Xiaofeng. Boss, have some water first, Xia Xiaofeng said, casting a playful glance at Fu Heng. Fu Heng, perceptive as ever, caught the weight of that significant look, yet he failed to decipher its meaning. Having just taken over, the place hasn't been organized yet, he remarked instinctively, pushing the lemonade toward Li Wei-yang. Your service staff seems well trained, she commented, casting a peculiar look at the lemonade on the table. Which milk tea shop offers lemonade? She mused, acknowledging the industrious young man with genuine praise. Once again, he met Xia Xiaofeng's gaze, thinking to himself that it was a bit eccentric. Is business always like this? Li Wei-yang pondered aloud, lifting the lemonade to her lips. After a stroll in the park, her thirst was palpable. It was precisely this thirst that had inspired her to visit Fu Heng's milk tea shop. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative, Would she? Are there any measures in place? She asked with a smile, looking expectantly at Fu Hang. Do you remember that handsome fellow from earlier? Qin Yuchu's boyfriend? He. Probably isn't considered yet, Fu Hang replied, somewhat inexplicably. I'm planning to have him come to the shop for a live stream. A live stream of him singing? Li Weiyang was taken aback, her attention swiftly diverted. Yes, that lad is essentially a minor internet celebrity. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. This could genuinely work. They currently have significant traction, especially in the local university town. What inspired this idea? Is he willing to come? Starting tonight. Fu Hang replied with a confident smile, knowing that one must present different energies to varied clientele. Otherwise, why bother building a persona? With Yuan, he was a timid and self-doubting gaming coach and delivery worker. With Li Weiyang, he projected the image of a carefree investor lacking ambition yet brimming with self-assurance. Starting today? But yesterday's events, you didn't orchestrate them, did you? Li Weiyang's mind raced, suddenly struck by a bold conjecture. It wouldn't make sense for someone to stir up a commotion yesterday and then be summoned today, would it? If that is the case, this marketing strategy is rather formidable, isn't it? Does Fu Hang possess such foresight and capability? Their eyes met, and Fu Hang, feeling the pressure, attempted to explain. Goodness. This woman, having been divorced, is indeed different. When we previously discussed investment matters, you hardly paid any heed, did you? I've merely memorized lines. Why are you so invested now? So perceptive? In strict terms, yesterday's events could indeed be considered my planning, but my intentions weren't directed at this. Were they? To draw traffic? To boost sales? To enhance performance? Nonsense. I merely aim to cultivate target customers, bolster sales, improve performance. The awkwardness of his thoughts left him momentarily speechless. Li Weiyang chose not to speak further, savoring the milk tea thoughtfully, yet her heart was stirred once more. Why had she decisively opted to marry Wang Haifeng in haste? Was it truly for monetary reasons? Perhaps there are reasons in this regard. Yet they constitute merely a fraction of the explanation. Her family background is relatively affluent, which has rendered her perception of wealth less urgent than that of Yuan. One of the reasons she resolutely chose Wang Haitao was the confidence and assertiveness he exuded. Women are inherently drawn to strength, and particularly so are those with a more emotional disposition. However, at this moment, Fu Hang is revealing an aspect she had never encountered or paid attention to before. This marketing strategy and planning indicate that Fu Hang is certainly not the kind of idle wastrel who squanders his family's fortune aimlessly trailing after women. Indeed, this was the persona Fu Hang had previously cultivated in front of Li Weiyang. Affluent, yet not excessively so, possessing time and consideration, yet lacking capability, ambition, vision, and decisiveness. Chapter 64. A kiss of milk. You have truly changed. Li Weiyang lifted her head, her brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of mischief. Had she previously overlooked his merits? Or was it her influence that prompted him to undergo a transformation, striving for excellence? Previously, she had remarked that Fu Hang was hands-on with everything, simply because he personally delivered whatever it was, even takeout. Yet now, he was conducting market research himself? What? Is that true? A warning bell rang in Fu Hang's mind. Her gaze was decidedly unsettling. Was this what double pay entailed? The workload was indeed far beyond what a regular hourly wage could encompass. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to earn much in a few days. Li Weiyang remained silent, quietly observing Fu Hang while absently drawing circles on the straw with her tongue. Fu Hang's fists clenched, his face flushing as he turned his head away in evasion. Damn it, double pay can't possibly end today, can it? Will I be able to meet this performance evaluation? No, I must find a way to give her a kiss of milk. Or else this married woman might end up inflicting a self-imposed debuff that would spell doom for herself. The crisp sound of footsteps approached from behind, the distinctive noise of high heels striking the wooden staircase. Li Weiyang, sitting across from him, suddenly widened her eyes, her gaze that had seemed on the verge of tears now igniting with fervor. Fu Hang, equally astonished, turned to see a pair of long, graceful legs gracefully descending the stairs. Qin Yuchu? What are you doing here? Fu Hang was genuinely taken aback. Just on my lunch break. Qin Yuchu smiled politely at Li Weiyang, casually picking up Fu Hang's cup of sweetened coconut sago that he had sipped from twice. We'll talk later. I'm running late. Without waiting for Fu Hang to respond, she hurriedly made her way towards the exit, the sound of her heels echoing sharply. Fu Hang's gaze followed her until her figure vanished at the door, still bewildered by what had just transpired. A chill autumn breeze swept through the room, causing him to shiver as he noticed the darkened expression on Li Weiyang's face. Fu Hang opened his mouth, utterly lost in the unfolding drama. Li Weiyang remained silent, rising and heading upstairs. Fu Hang instinctively lifted his hand, unsure whether to stop her. The curtain was drawn back, revealing Li Weiyang's frostbitten visage. In the expansive loft, there was merely a double bed? Just one bed, with nothing else. The decor left little room for imagination or choice, especially with the sheets in disarray. A sight that was quite alarming. A storage room? Li Weiyang's voice was icily cold as she tilted her head in dismay. Fu Hang opened his mouth, staring blankly at Xia Xiaofeng, who had turned away to wash the nearly unused ice shaver in the sink as soon as Qin Yuchu had descended. Li Weiyang took a deep breath, her frigid demeanor gradually thawing as she descended the stairs more calmly. Indeed, if yesterday's confession was a meticulously orchestrated marketing ploy, then the script could hardly be taken at face value. The hired singers, actors, and campus beauty could never be genuine lovers. Had she truly underestimated him in the past? Or had he genuinely undergone such a profound transformation? To attract attention for marketing, had he really sent his woman to perform in such a manner? How could he allow a girl to stay in such a place? The apartments nearby cost only a few thousand a month, with a constant flow of people passing by. Or was it that he harbored such inclinations? Li Weiyang's voice regained its composure, yet her gaze was exceptionally frigid. Fu Hang felt the left side of the semiconductor tremble. What on earth was going on? You have indeed changed. Li Weiyang coldly tossed out a remark and stormed out of the milk tea shop without a backward glance. What was happening? Fu Hang, at a loss for words, rushed to the bar and seized Xia Xiaofeng. I warned you. Xia Xiaofeng looked innocently bewildered. Why was she up there? Fu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. Xia Xiaofeng blinked. Your woman is sleeping in your bed, and you ask me why? Damn it. Fu Hang realized this point as well, cursing under his breath, and despondently returned to his chair, gazing at the half-finished cup of mango pomelo sago before him, his expression darker than one suffering from constipation. He felt utterly wronged. Who would have expected to encounter such a hellish scenario just 2 days after opening? How much would his favorability plummet from this? He had diligently, humbly, and respectfully looked up to her for how many days? Wait a moment? Favorability dropping? Fu Hang's gaze once again fell upon the half-full cup of mango pomelo sago, his eyes lingering on the lipstick-stained straw. Just moments ago, a nimble tongue had danced upon it. Damn, Qin Yuchu was quite something, wasn't she? After that sip, would Li Weiyang be fully revived? On the 28th floor of Yuanbua Trading, Shen Qingwan observed the figure entering the office through the blinds, her eyes narrowing slightly. On her left lay a mobile phone, playing the viral confession video that had taken the campus by storm. To her right rested an internal document, marked with the project proposal for the down jacket project from Team 2. You are indeed audacious. Shen Qingwan withdrew her gaze, letting it drift from the phone screen to the signature at the end of the project proposal. After a moment of contemplation, she extracted a sticky note pressed beneath a desk sign, which detailed the contact information for several headhunting firms. This had been provided to her by Lawyer Zhang earlier that morning. Recalling Lawyer Zhang's ambiguous instructions, a flicker of fervor ignited in Shen Qingwan's eyes. The position of project department supervisor was about to be vacated. She had suspected this yesterday. It was just that at that time, the HR manager had not been able to intervene in appointments of this level. As for now, Shen Qingwan set aside the sticky note with the headhunter contacts and pulled out a list she had organized that morning. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the name of the deputy supervisor of the project department, Li Tianming. Alas, she was a step too late. In that case, a smile curved at the corners of Shen Qingwan's mouth as she compared the phone numbers on the sticky note and picked up her phone. In that fleeting moment of switching the phone screen, she looked at the youthful and vibrant figure reflected on the screen, a meaningful smile gracing her face. Li Weiyang sat in the car, her eyes vacant as she stared at the dashboard. She had been parked in the lot for quite some time. The inexplicable anger has now dissipated, yet an unspoken sense of loneliness and melancholy pervades the entire space. The fragrance of gardenia from the car air freshener remains fresh, and she suddenly recalls that it was a gift from Fu Hang. Merely because on that day, while passing a shopping mall, a store played the gardenia blossoms. She had casually remarked, "Is it really that fragrant?" The very next day, she received this bottle of car air freshener. That man has always been so meticulous and thoughtful. Weary, she leaned back in her seat, suddenly feeling rather absurd. It has only been a few days since the divorce, and yet her thoughts are consumed by another man. Strictly speaking, does she truly have a reason to be angry? Is there a valid stance for her indignation? No, she had been the one to sever ties, choosing to marry Wang Haitao instead. After she left him and rejected his advances, was it wrong for him to meet other women? Looking at the changes he has undergone, where do these transformations stem from if not from her previous callousness? Habitually, she glanced at her phone once more, finding it still devoid of any notifications. Li Weiyang appeared increasingly despondent. Much like Wang Haitao, he offered no explanation after she discovered his affair with his secretary, a college student. What could a divorced woman like her possibly compare to a university student? Chapter 65. The Fall in a Simpler Manner. Speaking plainly. Riding his beloved little electric scooter, Fu Hang hummed the melodious tunes of Parallel Worlds, his face radiating sheer delight. Today marked yet another early day off from work. Just 5 minutes prior, Shen Qingwan had replied, "There will be company engagements this evening." Her response was decidedly formal. The subtext unmistakably suggesting, "I shall not be available to attend to you tonight." Then, the system notification chimed in. Today's salary has been credited, 300,000 yuan. Current target for strategy, Shen Qingwan's affection level stands at 72. 58. Li Weiyong, returning client 69. 52. Please, host, continue your efforts. Shen Qingwan's affection had dropped directly to 72. 58. An exceedingly promising signal, a veritable stroke of genius for her promotion. Furthermore, Fu Hang's mind began to race. If this method proved effective, perhaps on a day when Shen Qingwan's mood unexpectedly soared, could he not attempt it once more? Perhaps promote her to vice president directly? What delighted Fu Hang even more was the fact that Li Weiyong, this returning client, had finally dipped below 70. This was indeed the best news of the day. In truth, upon witnessing Li Weiyong's return yesterday and her immediate surge past 70, he felt a twinge of regret. He sensed he had squandered his opportunity. Indulging in excessive output. To thrive, one must possess both DPS and GDP. Especially today, observing that maliciously scheming individual testing his resolve? Thankfully, he had exercised foresight, laying down a strategic foundation in advance. Indeed, those without foresight are bound to encounter immediate troubles. Kindness invariably receives its rewards in the most unexpected ways. His phone vibrated in his pocket, and Fu Hang's lips curled into a grimace. His mood soured instantly. Damn it, I forgot to turn it off again. Pulling over, he retrieved his phone. Qin Yuchu? Fu Hang hesitated for a moment, then exhaled in relief. It was tea about overtime. Thank goodness. Is there something you need? Fu Hang answered the call. Have you returned? Yes. Fu Hang sounded somewhat aloof, to be honest. He was slightly averse to the idea of her silently lying in his bed. It was a matter of cleanliness, but such behavior could easily disrupt his career. Today was coincidental, but should it happen again, the situation could become truly awkward. Are you angry? What would I be angry about? Fu Hang scoffed. Is Li Weiyong upset? Perhaps a bit. Did you not appease her? What is it that you want? Fu Hang's patience began to wane. I bought a package, but I can't carry it upstairs. What did you purchase? A standing iron. Fu Hang fell silent. 100 excuses whirled in his mind like a slot machine, ultimately landing on 3 simple words. Where are you? At the milk tea shop. Qin Yuchu's voice suddenly brightened. Fu Hang hung up the phone, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Oh well, who could blame her for achieving success today? He sensed that this woman might play a pivotal role in his future endeavors. Indeed, even if she could not become a client, she would serve as an invaluable asset. Thus, the young one entered the game, gaining a significant advantage. Once again, the little electric scooter returned to the milk tea shop, and from a distance, he spotted that charming figure standing quietly at the entrance, holding a yellow safety helmet adorned with a colorful bamboo dragonfly. The two exchanged almost no words. As Fu Hang parked the scooter, the girl mounted it, placing her hands gently on his shoulders, prompting the little electric scooter to spring to life once more. Their unspoken understanding made Xia Xiaofeng, who was peeking from behind the bar, raise his eyebrows in surprise. The two pale yellow helmets swayed in the breeze, the bamboo dragonflies atop them twirling in the wind, much like the radiant smile on the girl's face, which brought comfort to passersby. Fu Hang's expression remained indifferent as he gripped the handlebars tightly. But when the girl's hands wrapped around his waist, a hint of discomfort crossed his face. Where did you get your helmet? He initiated a conversation. I bought it. Is it pretty? She replied, her tone playful. Childish. Fu Hang rolled his eyes in exasperation, but in the next moment, he abruptly slammed on the brakes, halting in the middle of the road. This sudden stop caused a jarring shift between the two, and Qin Yuchu, in a mock pout, was about to complain when she noticed Fu Hang had tilted his head back and discarded the electric scooter, racing toward the opposite side of the street. The scooter tipped over unexpectedly, and an unprepared Qin Yuchu fell to the ground. As she awkwardly lifted her head to chastise him, she caught sight of his figure soaring through the air, clearing the greenery in the middle of the road. Qin Yuchu finally sensed something was amiss and followed Fu Hang's gaze upward. The next moment, her heart nearly leaped from her throat. A child? On the 7th-floor balcony across the street, a small child dangled precariously. The child appeared to be no older than 2. at an age where they were just learning to walk. At that moment, the child hung suspended outside the balcony, legs swinging helplessly, tiny hands gripping the exterior drying rack, at risk of falling at any moment. This was the 7th floor. Fu Hang leaped over the barrier, entirely oblivious to the astonishing speed he was achieving. His vision, sharper than Qin Youchu's, allowed him to assess the situation in an instant. He realized the child could not hold on for much longer. Dodging a speeding car. Fu Hang's gaze rapidly scanned ahead. His eyes narrowed, and he accelerated once more, leaping onto the roof of a parked car by the roadside, using the momentum to grasp the 2nd-floor security window. With a powerful pull, he swung himself up to grab the 3rd-floor balcony. Ah! A scream erupted from behind him. And as Fu Hang steadied himself, he looked up to see a shadow descending from above. It was too late. The child was exhausted. Fu Hang's pupils dilated in horror, adrenaline surging through his veins as the scene before him began to slow down. His eyes darted around rapidly, his mind calculating. 3, 2, 1. Fu Hang launched himself forward, his eyes locked onto the falling child, while his peripheral vision focused on the air conditioning unit hanging outside the 3rd floor. Qin Youchu had just crossed the greenery and instinctively looked up, only to see the child's tiny hands release their grip, the small body plummeting helplessly. Despair flickered in her eyes, tears instantly spilling forth as she let out a piercing scream. As her cries reverberated in the air, she beheld a figure swiftly ascending, leaping forth to grasp the falling child. He caught him. Qin Youchu's eyes trembled. Yet, what good was that? They were on the 3rd floor. In an instant, her mind went blank. Having secured the child, Fu Hang felt a fleeting sense of reassurance, his left hand firmly gripping the exposed copper pipe of the air conditioning unit. His airborne form quivered slightly, but in the next moment, Fu Hang cursed inwardly. He decisively relinquished his grip with his left hand. The sensation was surreal. The air conditioning unit was unanchored. If he held on, both he and the child would plummet, along with the unit itself. His body spun erratically in the air, and Fu Hang's mind began its countdown anew. 3, 2, 1. Upon landing on the car roof, Fu Hang propelled the child upward, just enough to counteract the child's downward momentum. A resounding crash echoed as Fu Hang collided heavily with the roof of the parked vehicle. May the Mother Earth protect you. May the holy light be with you. Fu Hang silently offered his profound gratitude to the system. Were it not for his extraordinary physique and the reflexes and explosive power of a grandmaster, this moment could have spelled doom for both him and the child. Chapter 66. The delivery hero Fu Hang lay on the car roof, coughing forcefully to regulate his breath after the jarring impact. He carefully lifted the child, meeting a pair of round, dark eyes, pure, clear, filled with confusion and curiosity. It was evident that the child had yet to comprehend the ordeal just endured. A smile blossomed on Fu Hang's face as he struggled to sit up, but a glimpse of a raised phone in the distance made him swiftly turn his head, using the child to shield his face. Goodness! There had been no time to think. His actions had been purely instinctive. Now that the child was safe, he realized the gravity of the situation before the camera. If captured, he could lose his job. A hero cannot afford to be a sycophant. What to do? The noise from the fall had attracted a large crowd, and numerous vehicles had pulled to the side. Fu Hang lowered his head, anxiety replacing the joy of saving a child's life. As the vehicle shook, a shadow loomed overhead. Someone was climbing up. Are you all right? Came a panicked voice tinged with tears. Qin Youchu? I cannot be seen. Fu Hang swiftly thrust the child into the other's arms and decisively leaped off the car. The moment he landed, he stumbled. After all, jumping from the 3rd floor and landing on his back, even with the cushioning of a car, was a heavy toll that even a master could hardly withstand. Yet, there was no time to dwell on the pain. He dashed away, head down. Countless cameras fixed on his retreating figure, the crowd puzzled. Why was this man, who had just leapt from a building, running away? Call the police. A commanding voice pulled everyone's attention back, as a striking young woman on the car roof shouted urgently. 10 minutes later, Fu Hang received a call from Qin Youchu. The police had arrived. She explained the sequence of events to the officers, who took the child to contact its parents, while Qin Youchu expressed concern for Fu Hang's injuries. After he repeatedly assured her of his well-being, she ended the call, leaving unspoken her curiosity about his hasty departure. Half an hour later, Qin Youchu called Fu Hang again, eager to know his whereabouts, intent on visiting him. However, the call would not go through. Fu Hang's phone was turned off. Anxious, she returned to the street, hopping onto an electric bike pulled to the roadside by a passerby, and hurried to the milk tea shop. Naturally, Fu Hang would not be there, and it dawned on her that she had no idea where he lived, making it impossible to find him. Thus, she proceeded to the hospital, inquiring about any patients injured in the fall. She visited several hospitals and even small clinics without success. By 9 o'clock that evening, she received a call from the police, requesting her presence at the Han City precinct to assist with a statement. A statement? Exhausted, Qin Yuchu's eyes widened in disbelief. Did being a good Samaritan require a statement? At 11 that night, with a complicated expression, she left the Han City precinct. After yet another fruitless attempt to reach Fu Hang by phone, she continued on to the next hospital. That night, a video of a delivery worker heroically leaping from the third floor to save a baby went viral across the internet. The delivery hero surged to fame overnight. Trending on social media, Fu Hang reclined in the bathtub of Cloud Shun #1, meticulously sifting through videos from various angles, scrutinizing each one with remarkable attention. Almost frame by frame. This was not mere narcissism. Rather, it stemmed from a profound anxiety regarding his professional identity. After a long night of watching, his anxious heart finally found solace. Most of the videos circulating online depicted events following his fall, and due to his deliberate efforts to conceal his identity, none captured his face directly. The most comprehensive footage was recorded from a residential building across the street. Initially, the video featured a young woman taking a selfie. But upon noticing the child precariously hanging outside, the videographer swiftly redirected the camera. At that moment, a figure clad in a delivery helmet leapt into the frame, vaulting onto the roof, and then scaling the second floor. The wide-angle lens captured the entirety of Fu Hang's heroic act. Yet, due to the distance, his face remained unseen. Fu Hang exhaled deeply, repeatedly watching the footage of his leap to save the child, while he found the flying figure undeniably impressive. He silently gave a thumbs up and rewarded the videographer with a carnival. A dull ache lingered in his left shoulder, a minor soft tissue bruise. Yet Fu Hang felt elated. With his physique, he would recover in no time. That night, Fu Hang slept exceptionally soundly and dreamed of donning a red bodysuit, soaring through the bustling city, rescuing those in peril, and attracting countless admirers who cast flirtatious glances and offered their affections. At 7 in the morning, the alarm rang punctually, and Fu Hang awoke feeling invigorated. However, before he could finish dressing, his work phone buzzed. Qin Yuchu? Fu Hang paused, hesitating before answering the call. Are you all right? A voice filled with surprise greeted him the moment the call connected. Fu Hang furrowed his brow. Although the tone was laced with joy, it was notably hoarse. I'm fine. Didn't I tell you yesterday? You truly are all right? What would I gain from deceiving you? Then where are you? The voice on the other end began to tremble with emotion. At home. For some reason, Fu Hang's tone faltered. Why did you turn off your phone? The voice grew increasingly choked. I was tired, so I turned it off to sleep. Silence enveloped the conversation, interrupted only by faint sobbing. Listening to the muffled breaths filled with emotion, Fu Hang felt as though his lungs were being pierced, making each breath labored and tenuous. You really are okay? After a prolonged silence, the voice sought reassurance once more. I'm truly fine. I was about to go get you breakfast. What would you like this morning? Fu Hang steadied himself, his tone gentle as he inquired. A jianbing from Aunt Liang, Qin Yuchu replied after a brief hesitation, her voice soft. Aunt Liang? Fu Hang mentally searched for the location of the shop. The one across from the municipal hospital. All right, I'll bring it to the office shortly. MHM. After ending the call, Fu Hang rubbed his face vigorously, gazing into the mirror at his own reflection, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Sitting on the toilet, he smoked a cigarette, idly browsing videos on the delivery app. Finding no new content, he decided to click on Shen Qingwan's name. Qingwan, rise and shine. A splendid day dawns anew. With a click, Fu Hang numbly begins his morning routine. Good morning. 5 minutes later, Shen Qingwan responds. What would you like for breakfast? How about a stuffed egg pancake? That sounds delightful. Thank you for your efforts. Another 5 minutes pass, and as Fu Hang slips on his shoes, Shen Qingwan replies punctually. Fu Hang stows away his phone and glances at his reflection in the mirror before descending the stairs. He refrains from donning the conspicuous delivery uniform. Even if his face remains unseen, it is prudent to avoid any potential exposure during this time. Should a passerby recognize him, it would indeed be quite awkward. After all, the persona of a fellow villager seems to have already taken root in Shen Qingwan's company. Whether he wears the uniform or not is of little consequence. Chapter 67 Is that the CEO? As he made his way to the basement, Fu Hang gazed at the ostentatious GT900 before him, a look of resignation etched across his face. This car, won in a second anniversary lottery, was a global limited edition, priced at an astounding $33 million. It belonged to a category that rental companies would not even consider. For reasons unknown, after receiving a call from Qin Yuchu, Fu Hang found himself reminded of this very vehicle. With no other transport at his disposal, he rationalized that he would take this car to the hospital. where parking would be convenient, allowing him to easily scan for a shared bicycle afterward. He pressed his hand against the car door, successfully unlocking it with his palm print, and the sleek headlights illuminated. Throughout the drive, Fu Hang listened to the morning news broadcast from the car's stereo, his expression impassive. He didn't even light a cigarette. Upon turning a corner, he looked up at the municipal hospital, scanning for the pancake stall run by Aunt Liang, only to discover that it was merely a roadside stand, not an actual storefront. As he pondered this, Fu Hang's gaze caught a figure that appeared particularly desolate under the morning light. She was still clad in the same tailored suit from the previous day, her cropped pants revealing her slender ankles. Yet, the sharpness of her professional attire did little to imbue her with vitality. She sat vacantly on the curb, exhausted against a sycamore tree, gripping a mobile phone tethered to a power bank. A safety helmet adorned with a bamboo dragonfly lay abandoned on the ground beside her. Fu Hang pulled over, his eyes fixed on her in a trance. It was the hospital, and it was not uncommon to see someone exhibiting such a demeanor so early in the day. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Fu Hang contemplated much. He understood that her expression was unrelated to the people within the hospital. A luxurious sports car parked by the roadside attracted many glances. But those who rose early to earn their living were not prone to gossip. They merely stole a glance before hastily moving on. For instance, the girl seated on the ground didn't even look up. It was only when someone sat beside her that she turned her head slightly, her expression momentarily stunned. Upon recognizing the person next to her, a flicker of something unusual flashed in her eyes. In the next instant, she discarded the phone she had clutched so tightly and reached out her hands towards Fu Hang, swiftly yet cautiously stroking his chest and back. Fu Hang understood her actions. He offered no resistance, silently watching her. Her hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and her eyes were bloodshot, indicators of a sleepless night. When her fingers grazed his injured shoulder, a twinge of pain shot through him, yet he did not react. Not a single change crossed his features. "I told you, I'm fine," Fu Hang said, grasping her hands, retrieving the phone from the ground, and gently pulling her to her feet. Qin Yuchu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Hang's eyes. As they locked eyes, a smile broke across her face, streaked with tears. Fu Hang took her hand and led her to the pancake stand. 3 servings of pancakes. One with double pork tenderloin, no scallions or garlic. The other 2 with meat floss and sweet chili sauce. Shinchingwan doesn't eat scallions or garlic in the morning. The pancake vendor was warm and swift in her movements, but upon seeing Qin Yuchu with her head down, she fell silent. The moment she opened her stall, she noticed the girl sitting nearby, likely assuming that someone from her family was in the hospital. In this bustling marketplace, she had witnessed such scenarios countless times, rendering her somewhat reticent. The luxury car caught her eye, and she noted that Fu Hang emerged from it, further complicating her thoughts. It was not merely the wealth that troubled her. The implications of such a condition were far more daunting. Receiving the 3 prepared pancakes, Fu Hang turned and intercepted a passing delivery person. 500 yuan, please prioritize the delivery to Yuan Trading. Payment can be made up front. Without allowing the individual a moment to respond, Fu Hang presented his payment code. The delivery person showed no hesitation, accepting the pancakes and jotting down the recipient's phone number before departing with a bright smile. Throughout this exchange, Qin Yuchu remained silent, quietly observing as Fu Hang composed a text message. "Qingwan, I have an unexpected matter and cannot come, but I've arranged for a delivery person to bring it to you. Please ensure you receive it." After clicking send, Fu Hang took Qin Yuchu's hand and led her toward the GT 900. It was only upon opening the passenger door that she realized he had driven here. "The electric bike is still over there," Qin Yuchu hesitantly remarked. "It won't be lost," Fu Hang reassured her, blocking the doorframe as he urged her into the car. A ride-hailing vehicle passed by, where a woman in the back seat was engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing the text notification, she momentarily frowned, contemplating her response, only to be distracted by the luxury car at the roadside. In the next instant, she straightened in her seat. "Qin Yuchu?" Shinchingwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to look, but a bus arriving from behind obstructed her view. It was indeed Qin Yuchu, still clad in yesterday's attire, accompanied by the CEO. Was that his car? Damn it, I didn't see clearly just now. "Stop the car," Shinchingwan shouted anxiously. At the next intersection, the traffic light is about to change. "We can't change lanes here," the driver replied, glancing at the rearview mirror with a resigned expression. Shinchingwan, filled with urgency, turned back to look, but the bus effectively blocked her line of sight. Instinctively, she reached for the car door, only to find it locked, rendering her unable to open it. "Madam, such actions are perilous," the driver cautioned, noticing her frantic movements and slowing down. Shen Qingwan gritted her teeth in frustration. But during the peak morning hours, vehicles continued to close in from behind, making it impractical to slow down or maneuver around the bus. Once past the traffic light, the ride-hailing car pulled over, and Shen Qingwan dashed toward the rear. However, upon arrival, there was no sign of the luxury vehicle. Why were they here so early? She scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on the entrance of the city hospital. No change of clothes. Could it be a sudden illness? No. If they were headed to the hospital, they would have parked in the lot. This was not a parking area, even disregarding the fines. A sensible person wouldn't leave their car here. Lost in thought, Shen Qingwan's eyes briefly flickered toward Liang Dama's pancake stand, but she did not linger. She hailed another vehicle, and while waiting, she began searching luxury car websites. Upon opening the homepage, she was greeted by the sight of the GT900. Valued at 33 million yuan. Gazing at the price tag, her expression turned contemplative. The GT900 drove directly to the residential complex where Qin Yuchu resided. And the security guard at the entrance did not even inquire. He simply raised the barrier. First, let us enjoy the pancakes. Then take a shower and have a good sleep, Fu Hang said gently while seated on the new sofa. Qin Yuchu nodded silently, accepting the pancake. The two sat at either end of a three-person sofa, with just enough space between them, quietly nibbling on their pancakes. The child is all right, isn't he? Fu Hang, unable to endure the silence, attempted to initiate a conversation. In her phone call yesterday, Qin Yuchu had only mentioned that the police had arrived and that the child had been handed over to them, without elaborating further. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yuchu set down her pancake, casting a look of complex emotions toward Fu Hang. What's wrong? Fu Hang asked, startled. The child was taken by a human trafficker. He is a kidnapped child, Qin Yuchu stated, her words strikingly alarming. Chapter 68. It is you, isn't it? What? Fu Hang was taken aback. After the police visited yesterday, I attempted to reach out to that household, but was unable to make contact. Subsequently, the police took the child back to the precinct. After leaving my phone number, I departed. At 9 o'clock that evening, the police called me, initially. I thought they had reached the family and that they wished to express their gratitude. I informed them that I was merely a passerby and did not know the family. Qin Yuchu seemed to recall something and hurriedly added a comment. What happened next? Fu Hang deliberately overlooked this inquiry. The police then requested my assistance in providing a written statement. A statement? Fu Hang was astonished. The child had been abducted. And the inhabitants of that residence were likely traffickers. No, the child was abducted. Why would they seek your assistance? Fu Hang's expression grew increasingly peculiar. They suspect. Suspect that you are a trafficker, Qin Yuchu murmured, her gaze lowered. Me? Fu Hang forced a smile. The twist was too sudden, causing him to wince. They returned to the precinct but could not reach that household. Records indicated that the resident was a tenant, yet the phone was unreachable. They subsequently dispatched personnel to the scene but still could not locate anyone. Neighbors were interviewed, and none recognized the family, nor were they aware that a child resided there. This raised the alertness of the investigating officers. They returned to apply for permission to forcibly enter while initiating information comparisons. Soon, they identified a child with a similar profile online who had been abducted 6 days prior, and the family had already reported it. All of this was recounted to me by the police later. How did I become a trafficker? Fu Hang still found it hard to accept. He had risked his life to save a child, only to turn around and become a suspect? The eyewitness account recorded that they only saw you holding the child and falling from the upper floor, then you abandoned the child and fled. Fu Hang was rendered speechless. Logically, the suspicion was substantial. However, the police later discovered footage of the delivery person online, showing you running across the street. They apologized to me and explained the situation, even mentioning that they intended to award you for your bravery, and someone inquired if you were a retired Special Forces soldier. Qin Yuchu's spirits suddenly soared. Did you tell them you knew me? Fu Hang's expression fell once more. They eventually located surveillance footage from that stretch of road, which showed us arriving on an electric bike, but I told them you preferred not to be in the spotlight and did not wish for anyone to see your face. Fu Hang weakly bit into a pancake, feeling utterly disheartened. Ultimately, I could not evade the situation. It was to be expected. If the authorities seek someone out, with today's technology, it is indeed not difficult to find them. Having already acknowledged your act of bravery, it was impossible to conceal it. I informed them that we feared retaliation from the traffickers. Qin Yuchu suddenly spoke earnestly. Fu Hang's eyes brightened, surprised at Qin Yuchu's quick thinking. Truly a scholar. How swiftly her mind works. This is an excellent point that the police must consider. Have you been at the police station all this time? Fu Hang soon furrowed his brow. If this were indeed the case, a sense of discomfort would settle deep within him. Interrogating a suspect? An overnight interrogation? No. He had departed by nearly 11 o'clock. Qin Yuchu lowered her head once more. Surely, the electric bike must have run out of power? Fu Hang's eyes flickered, and he deduced her destination after leaving the police station. Yes, she waited at the city hospital afterward. Fu Hang found himself at a loss for words, as a certain part of his heart was stirred violently, akin to a stirring rod with barbs. Damningly, he now understood what was causing this turmoil. Quickly eat. Then take a rest, Fu Hang instructed, rising to place the unfinished pancake on the table. Where are you going? Qin Yuchu exclaimed in surprise. To retrieve a package. He replied with a smile. As he returned, cradling the parcel, Fu Hang received a text message. It was from Qin Yuchu, containing an 8-digit number. Fu Hang recognized it as the password for the new door lock. He gazed at the sequence for a prolonged moment before responding with another string of digits. This is my other phone. When that one is unreachable, this will surely connect. Upon unlocking the door, Fu Hang discovered that Qin Yuchu was no longer in the living room. The door to the master bedroom was closed, and a faint sound of running water drifted through. Fu Hang quietly settled in the living room, unpacking the delivery and commencing the assembly of the upright iron. The sound of water ceased from the master bedroom, followed by the soft thud of slippers on the floor, and then the sound of a hairdryer. Fu Hang rose to pour himself a glass of water, downing it in one go, setting the iron aside, and silently returning to the sofa. After finishing a cigarette, the hairdryer fell silent. Fu Hang extinguished the cigarette butt, waving his hand to dissipate the lingering smoke, feeling parched once more. After consuming a second glass of water, he recalled the unfinished pancake and resumed eating with intent. The master bedroom was enveloped in silence, as if its occupant had drifted into slumber. Fu Hang glanced around, wishing to assist in some manner. It was then he was struck by the immaculate condition of the room. The tabletop was spotless, and the floor gleamed like a mirror. Irritated, he stepped onto the balcony, only to find clothes hanging out to dry. Some were items he wanted to see, while others he dared not. Clearing his throat, Fu Hang returned to the sofa and lit another cigarette. Yet, after only a few puffs, he extinguished it, rising calmly to stand at the door of the master bedroom. She was not a client and was not bound by the system's rules, he reminded himself. Then, he grasped the doorknob and gently turned it. As expected, the door was not locked. Stealthily, he cracked it open, revealing a graceful silhouette within, clad in a silk camisole, draped with a blanket, her bare legs appearing exceptionally fair. Fu Hang's gaze flickered, and his hand gripping the doorknob trembled slightly. Ding dong. The phone resting on the table emitted a sound, causing Fu Hang to shudder, and he anxiously shut the door again, practically leaping toward the phone. Qin Yuchu, lying on her side, trembled slightly but did not open her eyes, maintaining her position. The sound of the door opening was soft enough for her not to hear, but the faint scent of smoke wafting in informed her that someone had entered. She heard the door closing, however, as it made a bit more noise. A faint smile graced her lips, yet her eyes remained closed. Tranquil in slumber as if she had truly succumbed to sleep, Fu Hang clutched his phone and hurried to the balcony, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the screen. The message contained only 4 words. It's you, right? Sender, Li Weiyong. What on earth? You can recognize a silhouette with a resolution of 480? In an instant, Fu Hang comprehended the implication of her words, and it dawned on him that he had forgotten to clock in for the double salary. Logically speaking, I had donned a delivery outfit right in front of you. Shouldn't it be Shen Xingwan who recognizes me first? I wear this in her presence every day. Fu Hang was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The next moment, his phone vibrated, an incoming call. Shen Xingwan? Chapter 69. Share your address with me, Xingwan. Have you received breakfast? Fu Hang bit his lip as he answered the call. Are you injured? The voice on the other end was laced with concern. No, how could I possibly be hurt? I had something urgent this morning. I saw Qin Yuchu. She was holding a child. Shen Xingwan abruptly interrupted him. Fu Hang was taken aback, cursing himself for being so preoccupied with whether he had been photographed that he forgot Qin Yuchu had indeed made an appearance. Are you currently at the hospital? Shen Xingwan pressed on. No, I assure you, I am not injured, Fu Hang earnestly explained. Really? Have I ever lied to you? What do you want for lunch? I'll bring it to you, and you'll see for yourself. Fu Hang attempted to salvage the conversation. Silence fell on the other end. You should rest well these days. There's no need to bring me anything. I can eat at the cafeteria. I truly am fine. Be good. Listen to me. Shen Xingwan exhibited an unusual assertiveness. All right. Fine. Fu Hang took some time to gather his emotions before responding. After hanging up, Shen Xingwan stared at her phone, momentarily lost in thought. It was only after arriving at the office that she came across a video from Takeout Hero while having breakfast. After watching it several times, and considering the sight of Qin Yuchu holding a child, she began to suspect Fu Hang might be injured. Out of concern and logic, she made the call. Yet, Fu Hang's firm assurances and his mention of delivering lunch left her perplexed. Given the circumstances, he should have been injured, or at least not seriously harmed. But after falling from a height, he still wanted to deliver lunch? Shen Qingwan found it hard to accept. There must be limits to one's endurance, and if crossed, the repercussions could be quite troublesome. There were even instances of extreme behaviors reported in the news. Whether as a devoted admirer or a backup, those who immerse themselves in selfless devotion can easily find their sentiments transforming from self-fulfillment to self-redemption when overwhelmed. With a slight sigh, Shen Qingwan turned her gaze instinctively toward the office across the way. Sure enough, Qin Yuchu had not come to work. Wait, Qin Yuchu wasn't he at work? She was at the hospital this morning, and she had been present when Fu Hang saved someone yesterday? Fu Hang was injured, and was taken to the hospital by Qin Yuchu, who stayed with him. Did the president pick up Qin Yuchu from the hospital this morning? In an instant, everything seemed to fall into place. Had Fu Hang seen the president? That hasty glance earlier, first drawn in by the luxury car, then by Qin Yuchu, she had only vaguely seen a man opening the door for her, but hadn't caught any details about his height, build, or features. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Qingwan dialed Fu Hang's number once more. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Busy? Shen Qingwan continued to call. Fu Hang, still on the balcony, had just hung up when his phone rang again. Li Weiyong. Fu Hang glanced at his phone, feeling a sense of fatigue wash over him. This caller was quite different from Shen Qingwan. She was not so easily deceived. Or rather, even if Shen Qingwan were aware of her identity as a delivery knight, it would not bring about any significant change. Her resolve is steadfast, undeterred by malevolent forces. In stark contrast, Li Weiyong is a profoundly emotional woman, ignited by the slightest spark. The vibrations of the phone ceased, only to be immediately followed by a ringing tone. It was Li Weiyong once more. Fu Hang understood that if he refrained from answering, she would persist until his phone died. Weiyong? Fu Hang answered the call. Where are you? The voice on the other end was exceedingly urgent. I'm at home. Do not deceive me. Which hospital are you in? Speak. The voice nearly roared through the receiver. I am truly at home. I am uninjured. Fu Hang attempted to salvage the situation. Provide me with your address. I am coming now. Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback, hearing a flurry of hurried footsteps followed by the sound of a door slamming shut. I knew it would come to this. Fu Hang gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, willing his tears not to fall. Is Qin Yuchu beside you? The voice on the other end grew cold and inquired sharply, noticing Fu Hang's prolonged silence. Fu Hang's eyes brightened as he turned to glance towards the master bedroom. This line of thought is quite astute. Yes, Fu Hang replied earnestly. What of her? Am I to consume her? There is nothing between us. We are entirely innocent. What is there to fear? Just because you are injured, do I lack the right to visit you? The voice on the other end erupted with fervor, and the footsteps quickened further. Damn it. Li Weiyong, you lack honor. Is there a feigned action as well? Send me the address now. Immediately. As Li Weiyong threatened to end the call, Fu Hang heard the unmistakable sound of a car unlocking. I am not at home, Fu Hang hurriedly interjected. Allowing her to discover his residence would truly invite trouble, let alone the current apartment. Which hospital are you in? The voice on the other end finally stabilized. As Li Weiyong detected Fu Hang's capitulation, Fu Hang raised his gaze towards the distant city skyline. The second hospital. After a moment's contemplation, he stated the address based on estimated distance. It was not far from the second hospital. Li Weiyong ceased to speak further and hung up the call. Yet Fu Hang could still hear the roaring engine from her end. With no time to ponder, he cast a complex glance at the master bedroom door, donned his shoes, and rushed towards the elevator. He needed to reach the hospital before Li Weiyong did. What sort of predicament is this? The front door was gently closed, and the slumbering beauty in the master bedroom lazily shifted her position, turning from her side to lie on her back, her delicate legs slightly bent. She never opened her eyes but maintained a faint smile on her face. While Fu Hang was still in the elevator, his phone rang once more. Shen Qingwan? Is this never-ending? Fu Hang tugged at his hair in frustration, his expression contorted. Qingwan? What is it? Fu Hang's tone softened considerably. Which hospital are you in? Shen Qingwan's voice had changed from before. After attempting to call repeatedly without success, she was somewhat irked. I truly am not in the hospital. I am at home, Fu Hang weakly explained. Where is your home? Send me the address. Shen Qingwan's voice was tranquil, yet imbued with an icy demeanor. Was this a mere template? Were you all attending the same online class? I am at the second hospital. Fu Heng ceased to resist, wearied. He was unconcerned about the potential clash between the two women. Shen Qingwan would never come during working hours, for she was a woman deeply committed to her career, especially after her recent promotion. The second hospital? Shen Qingwan on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he at the city hospital? How did he end up at the second hospital? Qingwan, I assure you I am fine. Just a minor shoulder injury that will heal in a few days. Fu Heng patiently explained as the elevator arrived, yet his pace remained unhurried. Well, then please take care of yourself. I will visit you after work. Shen Qingwan's voice suddenly softened. After hanging up, Fu Heng broke into a run. He refrained from driving the conspicuous GT900, as it would draw too much attention. At this hour and with this distance, his two legs might well outpace four wheels. Li Weiyang's current living situation was uncertain, if she still resided in the same place. The journey to the second hospital would take approximately half an hour. Now that the morning rush hour had subsided, the time would only diminish. Half an hour was ample for Fu Heng to reach the hospital before Li Weiyang. However, arriving first was not enough. He still needed to arrange the filming location. Chapter 70. The chef's intuition. Chen Xiaoyuan is a nurse in the orthopedic department of the second hospital of Han City, having dedicated 3 years to her profession. After completing her routine morning checks, she found herself with a rare moment of leisure, leaning against the window of the 7th floor of the inpatient department, gazing out at the bustling city below. The role of a nurse in the inpatient department is one of immense toil, and she often utilized this method to empty her mind and unwind her spirit. However, her attention was soon captivated by a figure darting along the sidewalk beneath her. It was a man running in the morning sun, a man in pursuit of the dawn and the wind. He stood tall, radiating vitality under the sunlight. And with her keen eye, having excelled in anatomy during her studies, Chen Xiaoyuan immediately recognized the man's exceptional nature. Could he be a professional athlete? Even from a distance. And through his attire, she could discern his remarkable athletic coordination, explosive power, control, and the flawless definition of his muscles. Due to her professional habits and a personal interest, her phone often maliciously suggested fitness videos featuring young men and athletic talents. Yet, those influencers and renowned athletes paled in comparison to the man below in terms of muscle control and body utilization. For a moment, Chen Xiaoyuan was entranced. Yet, in the next instant, a flicker of suspicion crossed her bright eyes as the man, chasing the wind, turned into the gates of the second hospital. Why was he running so swiftly? Was someone important to him ill? She rose onto her toes, following his silhouette with her gaze, a hint of compassion gracing her face. Surely, he must be heading to the emergency room? Should she go down to take a look? Having worked in the hospital for 3 years, she had become acquainted with numerous medical staff and could potentially offer some assistance. Chen Xiaoyuan gripped the hem of her uniform, caught in a dilemma. Nurses are not permitted to leave their posts without valid reason, and being caught could result in a deduction of evaluation points. With her lips pressed tightly beneath her mask, her eyes flickered, her mind replaying the image of the man basking in the morning light. Perhaps she should take a peek. After all, the emergency room is on the 1st floor. Casting a furtive glance at the nurse's station and noticing that no one was paying her any heed, she tugged at her mask and made her way toward the elevator. What would she say upon meeting him? Should she greet him? Would it be too abrupt to approach him directly? He must be out of breath after running this way, right? Should she go over to pat his back and help him catch his breath? His back muscles would surely be well-defined, with a texture reminiscent of marble and the grain of walnut wood. Standing before the elevator, Chen Xiaoyuan unconsciously clenched her small fists, her cheeks warming beneath the mask. Suddenly, with a dull thud, the safety passage beside the elevator swung open, and the man, exuding a carefree aura of hormones, appeared before her in a startling manner. His complexion was flushed, beads of perspiration glistening on his forehead, and he bore a slight wheeze beneath the snug outer layer. His firm chest rose and fell rhythmically, sending waves of warmth cascading over Chen Xiaoyuan's slightly plump form, akin to the crashing surf against a cliff, each wave surging with an irresistible impact. Chen Xiaoyuan gazed intently at the individual before her, her pupils momentarily unable to focus, her entire body trembling slightly as if enveloped by a thick atmosphere that swirled and rippled around her. The hospitalization procedures were remarkably seamless. After Fu Heng expressed his intention to be admitted to the hospital to the rather peculiar yet enthusiastic young nurse, he found himself lying in a special care room reserved for unique cases within 10 minutes. While changing into the striped hospital gown, Fu Heng mused that it had indeed been far too long since his last visit to a hospital. as the level of service had evidently improved to such a considerate degree. The door to the ward swung open, and the somewhat unusual yet exceedingly warm-hearted nurse entered hesitantly, clutching a stack of forms. "Hello, I am your assigned nurse. My name is Yuan," she said, her gaze lowered as she pointed to her name tag, which was positioned rather high, preventing Fu Hang from reading it from his angle. "Hello," Fu Hang responded politely, bending down to adjust the buttons of his newly donned attire, which he had yet to fasten properly. "I need you to provide your social security account. Many of the upcoming tests can be covered by insurance," Yuan said, her cheeks flushing as her gaze involuntarily drifted to the faintly visible outline of his well-defined abdominal muscles. Truly perfect. The risk of affecting her performance metrics was indeed worth it. "Oh, I don't have insurance," Fu Hang replied, fastening his buttons and presenting a courteous smile. The petite nurse, her face likely still bearing a hint of baby fat beneath her mask, had particularly bright, crescent-shaped eyes that sparkled with warmth when she smiled. "What? No insurance?" Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly dismissed this trivial disappointment in the face of his sunny disposition. "I will need to fill out some basic information to complete your admission procedures. The doctors are currently busy, but will come to perform an initial examination shortly." She approached him with the forms, her little canine teeth nibbling on her lip beneath her mask. My shoulder is injured, and it's quite urgent. Are you able to wrap a bandage?" The type that goes around in circles. Fu Hang glanced at his watch, calculating that Li Weiyang should be arriving soon. One must perform the entire act. Every aspect of the presentation must be flawless. "Bandage?" Yuan blinked in surprise, but in the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment as Fu Hang began to remove his shirt. The sight of his pectorals, abdominal muscles, and biceps was enough to leave her momentarily speechless. Her little canine tooth grazed her lip, yet she remained oblivious to her own reaction. "Ahem, it's my shoulder that's injured at the back." Fu Hang hesitated, sensing something unusual in the nurse's gaze. It was reminiscent of a chef beholding a prime cut of meat. This was no mere illusion. It was the instinct of a master chef. "Oh," Yuan's cheeks flushed as she awkwardly circled around his back. Indeed, those clearly defined lines. Those stark contours. In the next moment, her gaze trembled slightly, revealing a hint of concern. She noted the slight redness and swelling. It appeared to be an impact injury. He was indeed hurt, albeit the injury seemed rather minor, certainly not severe enough to warrant hospitalization. Such a minor injury prompts thoughts of hospitalization. Clearly, this is a man who cherishes his body immensely. Upon this realization, Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. Entrusting this flawless physique to your care brings her comfort in her heart. Yet, almost immediately, a question arose in her mind. If you were so diligent in preserving your health, why did you run so recklessly moments ago? Did you not realize that vigorous exercise is ill-advised when injured? For a moment, Yuan felt a surge of frustration at his lack of prudence. "Can we bandage this here?" Fu Hang, noticing the nurse's prolonged silence, could not help but urge once more. Li Weiyang had already sent him a message inquiring about the ward number. "Of course," Yuan replied, straightening her back, her response succinct and resolute. "Is it possible now?" Fu Hang was taken aback. The overzealousness of the medical staff seemed less than favorable. "Please wait a moment," the nurse said, skipping away with lively steps. Fu Hang exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on his vibrating phone in silent contemplation. Li Weiyang must have arrived at the hospital. Noticing his lack of response, she called him. He did not answer, instead switching screens to open Li Weiyang's contact, where he had prepared the ward number but did not send it. The nurse soon returned, holding a roll of medical bandage, her sparkling eyes brimming with eagerness. Fu Hang smirked slightly, feeling increasingly like a fish under the scrutinizing gaze of a chef. This time, he felt as though he were a 6-foot-long base. Silently, he clicked send on his phone, aligning himself with the nurse's actions, while internally preparing for the unfolding scene. Indeed, just as the nurse deftly secured the bandage and was about to tie it off, a rapid clip-clop of high heels echoed from outside the ward. In the next moment, the door was pushed open. Chapter 71. Thoughtful care. The sudden visitor caused Yuan, who intended to tie a heart-shaped bow, to neatly secure the bandage instead. She briefly outlined some precautions and reminded the doctor to come by shortly before awkwardly exiting the ward. The aura exuded by Li Weiyang was undeniably overpowering, especially as her gaze brimmed with concern and tenderness upon entering, making Yuan feel that being alone with Fu Hang was almost sinful. Once the nurse departed, before Fu Hang could act, Li Weiyang stepped forward gently to fasten his buttons. Subsequently, She began to follow the nurse's advice, meticulously arranging the necessities within the ward. She boiled water using the kettle designated for special care rooms and disinfected the bedside table, armrests, and slippers with alcohol. Ultimately, she washed Fu Hang's face with warm water. All in silence. While Fu Hang appeared calm on the surface, internally, he was in turmoil. The most dreadful situation had unfolded. Despite Li Weiyang's irritable and domineering tone over the phone, Fu Hang understood the reasons behind her demeanor. An emotional woman is easily moved. And upon realizing that the heroic delivery man who recklessly leaped from the third floor to save someone was indeed him, she had clearly embarked on her own strategy of affection. Fu Hang had anticipated numerous countermeasures, yet in his devised plans, he found no effective means to navigate the present circumstances. It was evident that Li Weiyang had changed significantly, although she remained silent. Fu Hang could not allow this emotion to fester within the ward. Observing the deepening tenderness in her eyes, he felt compelled to temporarily set aside his principles and decorum. Yesterday, due to Qin Youchu's serendipitous assistance, Li Weiyang's favorability had precariously dropped to 69.52, and he could not afford to squander his previous efforts. The implication of Fu Hang's thoughts was unmistakable. Li Weiyang had evolved, matured, and learned to care for others. In her previous life as a young lady, she had been oblivious to such matters. She was a woman who truly lived in an ivory tower, untouched by the mundane world. Her fingers never graced by the spring's warmth, her feet never sullied by the dust of the seasons, immersed in morning dew and refreshed by clear springs. She was also the sole woman who regarded Fu Hang's indulgence as her due. So, what constitutes growth? What catalyzes such development? Marriage. Attack its core to save it. Strategize to conquer the heart. Li Weiyang hesitated in her actions, her dreamy eyes flickering as she silently seated herself in a chair. The nurse returned with the attending physician, who began examining Fu Hang's injuries after a brief inquiry. The bandage, having accomplished its initial purpose, was ruthlessly removed, with Chen Xiaoyuan once again taking the lead. However, under Li Weiyang's watchful gaze, Chen Xiaoyuan was notably more cautious, avoiding any careless touches. The doctor furrowed his brow slightly, complimenting the professionalism of the bandaging technique. He was unaware that the bandage had been applied by Chen Xiaoyuan without the attending physician's permission. He assumed it was an emergency measure taken prior to the patient's arrival at the hospital. After all, based on his inquiries and observations, he assessed that Fu Hang's injuries were not severe. Fu Hang attributed his injury to a fall from a chair while changing a light bulb. Such a minor injury necessitates admission to the intensive care unit. Observing the family member attending to the patient nearby, one cannot help but notice their attire, which, while not ostentatious, clearly reflects significant expense. The affluent, the doctor mused internally. A brief examination of the injury confirmed his initial assessment. It was nothing of consequence, merely a bruise. Had he arrived a tad later, it might have healed on its own. Preliminary observations indicated no skeletal damage. Yet during the conservative treatment period, I recommend undergoing an MRI and some additional monitoring. The doctor swiftly recorded his notes, casting a serious glance at Li Weiyang. If you place such importance on this, would it not seem unprofessional for me to hastily conclude my duties? Li Weiyang graciously expressed her gratitude as she saw the doctor out of the ward. However, the young nurse promptly retrieved a syringe from the cart she brought along. "What are you doing?" Fu Hang exclaimed in surprise. Just moments ago, he had been reflecting on the doctor's meticulousness, appreciating his understanding, which prevented him from being dismissed for wasting medical resources. The doctor's earlier gaze had been clear, it nearly betrayed disdain. "What is this?" "Blood extraction for a routine blood test," the nurse explained earnestly. "Surely, blood work is unnecessary?" Fu Hang's eyes widened in alarm. It was not the needle that frightened him, but the prospect of the test. Given his current state, he could hardly be certain he was still human. If a scientist were to emerge and declare him a biochemical entity, he would likely believe it. "Routine blood tests are essential. Do not worry, my technique is excellent." "It won't hurt," the nurse reassured him, noticing his fearful expression. Her eyes crinkling in a manner reminiscent of an older sister comforting a child about to receive an injection. "Be good. Listen to the nurse." Li Weiyang leaned closer, grasping Fu Hang's hand. This was her first utterance since entering the room. To his astonishment, Fu Hang detected echoes of Fu Wanqing's presence in her words. As he faced the consequences of his actions, he was still grappling with his thoughts, yet he felt the prick of the needle on his arm. Staring intently at the syringe, he felt a sense of relief. The bright red liquid appeared normal. He was genuinely concerned that the nurse might extract a golden synthetic oil instead. After completing the blood draw, the nurse carefully placed an oxygen mask on Fu Hang, casting a subtle glance at Li Weiyang before quietly exiting. With the oxygen mask resting on his face, Fu Hang began to question whether he had inadvertently bribed the doctor. Was the oxygen mask truly necessary? Was this a prop prepared by the crew? Little did he know. The doctor who had just left was still contemplating whether to arrange a comprehensive physical examination for Fu Hang, as it would be challenging to demonstrate the hospital's attentive care, diligence, and commitment to the Hippocratic oath otherwise. Silence reclaimed the ward, punctuated only by the mechanical sounds of the oxygen machine. Fu Hang, feeling restless, closed his eyes in feigned slumber, while Li Weiyang sat quietly, her gaze vacant and fixed on the ground. There lay a pair of blue slippers, freshly sanitized with alcohol. Have I changed so much? Indeed. When was the last time I wiped someone else's slippers? She had not even wiped her own slippers. Were these not all tasks performed by the ant? Yet, why did she instinctively find herself cleaning his slippers? She had just comprehended Fu Hang's intention. He must have been praising her, commending her for being considerate and capable, appreciating her ability to care for others after marriage. But had she ever taken care of that man, even before their divorce? Could it be that her inability to nurture was the reason for his actions? No, he had already been entangled with that secretary long before their marriage. Chapter 72. Friends and family. Fu Hang appeared to be asleep, his breathing steady and his countenance serene. Li Weiyang rose to tuck the blankets around him, quietly observing the man before her. In her mind, the image of him leaping from the third floor and crashing onto the car roof resurfaced. Astonishingly, he had told the doctor he fell while changing a light bulb. A flicker of barely perceptible pride crossed Li Weiyang's eyes. The delivery hero, fervently sought after online, was none other than the man who had always cared for her, now peacefully slumbering like a child before her. As a blush crept across her cheeks, Li Weiyang gently stood and made her way towards the door of the hospital room. She had come in a rush, carrying nothing, and realized she needed to purchase some essentials downstairs. Tissue paper was necessary. The ones in the ward were too coarse. She also needed to buy a water cup, preferably one with a straw, as Fu Hang would find it inconvenient to lie down. Additionally, a pillow was in order. With his left arm hanging, he would undoubtedly feel discomfort, and a cushion would alleviate that. Should she buy another pair of slippers? The current ones felt rather stiff. Just as she left, Fu Hang abruptly opened his eyes. Damn it, he thought, this is a mess. If he didn't take action, he would undoubtedly face the system's assessment rewards today. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense Li Weiyang's piercing gaze. With that look, his chances were over 88. 88. But how to navigate this predicament? Should he invite Shen Qingwan to mitigate the risk? Setting aside whether she would even come, if she did show up. Shen Qingwan's favorability had been declining, and her position as HR manager carried considerable weight. If things went awry, it would be disastrous. Wouldn't that lead to a complete loss? If avoidable, he must ensure that two clients never meet. The repercussions were far too great. Squinting, Fu Hang recalled the image of that haggard face. In a moment of contemplation, he took out his phone and sent a text message. He hesitated to call at that moment. When Li Weiyang returned with bags in hand, a nurse was busy wrapping Fu Hang's bandages. This was Fu Hang's insistence. The bandages would serve a purpose in the upcoming scenes. With the setting already prepared, he hoped to use them to request a few days of sick leave from Shen Qingwan. The nurse cast a curious glance at the items Li Weiyang carried, feeling a surge of delight. Was she planning to stay here long-term? She had already inferred the situation from the doctor's instructions and was concerned that the other party might catch on and discharge themselves the next day. What did it matter if he had a family? She had no designs on him. She merely wished to tend to his physical form. Ah, no, to care for the patient. What to have for lunch? Li Weiyang categorized the items and placed them in their respective spots. This marked her second exchange with Fu Hang. Fu Hang's expression froze, a flicker of conflict passing across his face. Where was Qin Yu-chu? Why was Tisha here? Li Weiyang instantly understood the expression and casually responded for her third remark. She went back to rest. She hadn't slept at all last night. Fu Hang's gaze flickered, his tone hesitant. Let her rest well. If she wants anything to eat, I will buy the same. Li Weiyang offered a gentle smile. This man, at the very least, possesses a sense of guilt. Unlike that other man, who, trapped in his own office, was only 6 months into marriage. Moreover, what guilt could Fu Hang possibly feel? After all, he was the one who exited the vehicle first, if there was an available seat. Why should he deny others the opportunity to sit? As Fu Hang was still organizing his thoughts, the door to the ward swung open. Are you feeling any better? Qin Yu-chu, clad in a casual outfit, entered with a weary smile, carrying a thermos. Upon seeing her face, which was unmistakably marked by exhaustion, both individuals in the ward were momentarily taken aback. Li Weiyang felt a flicker of awkwardness, though she couldn't quite pinpoint the reason. However, Fu Hang was genuinely stunned. How long had it been since he sent the message? Not wishing to disturb Youchu's rest, he had simply texted, "I'm in the hospital at the second hospital." His intention was to wait for Qin Youchu to awaken, see the message, and then call him, allowing him to answer the phone in front of Li Weiyang. This call didn't even require Youchu's cooperation. Fu Hang could orchestrate the entire performance alone. But who could have predicted that Qin Youchu, who should still be peacefully asleep, would appear in the hospital room? Who had informed her of the ward number? And why was she carrying a meal? Knowing you possess extraordinary intuition is one thing, but this level of foresight truly unnerves me. Qin Youchu exhibited no surprise at the sight of Li Weiyang, instead offering her a polite and sweet smile. She set the thermos down, moved to the foot of the bed, and pressed the electric button to adjust the position of the hospital bed. Only then did Li Weiyang realize that Fu Hang had been lying in an uncomfortable half-reclined position, adjusting the bed to a more comfortable sitting position. Qin Youchu casually picked up the pillow Li Weiyang had just bought and placed it behind Fu Hang. This maneuver left Li Weiyang feeling uneasy. Yet she couldn't bring herself to object, her heart racing. She watched as Qin Youchu raised the dining table, wiped the surface with the wet wipes she had just purchased, and meticulously arranged the food containers she had brought. A bowl of plain congee accompanied by 4 small side dishes. "It's a bit bland. Hold on. I'll get you some chicken soup tomorrow." Qin Youchu took out a tissue, tucked it into Fu Hang's collar, and effortlessly settled beside him. Fu Hang displayed a comforting and blissful smile. The emotions glimmering in his eyes were genuine and not feigned. It was perhaps the first time he had experienced such attentive care from another. After having always lavished it upon others, Li Weiyang turned her head with a complex expression, unable to bear the sight before her. This heartwarming scene filled her with a sense of bitterness and sorrow. Fu Hang shifted his position and was about to reach for the spoon in Qin Youchu's hand when he noticed that she was not offering it to him. Instead, she carefully scooped a spoonful, blew on it gently, tested its temperature with her lips, and then presented it to Fu Hang. He instinctively opened his mouth, swallowing the congee that had just brushed against Qin Youchu's lips. Though he detected no particular flavor, he was certain that this mouthful was far more delectable than the fare at the Peace Hotel priced at $298. "You should rest well. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Li Weiyang could no longer remain. She was reluctant to go, yet the rising ache within her made it hard to breathe. In that fleeting moment, she felt an anguish even greater than when she initially pushed open the door to that office. Fu Hang wished to utter something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, another spoonful of bland porridge was swallowed down. Qin Youchu turned her head, casting a grateful glance at Li Weiyang, yet she showed no intention of rising to see her off. Li Weiyang forced a smile and quickly departed. With merely a glance, she transformed into a friend visiting a patient. While those seated there were merely the relatives tending to the ill. What did the doctor say? Once Li Weiyang had left, Qin Youchu finally inquired about the condition. "It's nothing. How did you know I was here?" Fu Hang, dropping his facade, asked the question that lingered in his mind. "Wasn't it you who informed me? But I never mentioned the ward number. There are medical guides. It's easy to find out." Qin Youchu regarded Fu Hang as if he were a fool. "But why did you bring food?" Without answering, Qin Youchu glanced at the wall clock, and her meaning was clear. It was mealtime. I can manage by myself. It's truly nothing." Fu Hang struggled to sit up straight. However, Qin Youchu ignored him, continuing to feed him, each spoonful an echo of the initial gesture. In truth, the porridge was no longer hot, yet she insisted on letting each spoonful touch his lips before he swallowed, even licking the area the porridge had brushed against. Fu Hang swallowed vigorously, unsure if it was the porridge or something else he was consuming. Chapter 73. Room 6 was once again enveloped in a different kind of sentiment. This time, however, the atmosphere was exceptionally warm and harmonious. The one harboring this thought was not Fu Hang, but rather the young nurse, Chen Xiaoyuan. She had come to inquire if assistance was needed in ordering meals, as the special care ward provided such services. Yet, upon entering, she was clearly taken aback, momentarily believing she had wandered into the wrong room. Where was the urban beauty clad in a long trench coat? Who was this neighborly girl with an even more exquisite appearance? "Sister? Don't be ridiculous. The two of you have exchanged glances that could spark a flame. Why not simply kiss? After all, this could lead to cross-infection." The nurse dared not say much more, offering a token inquiry before exiting, astonished. Indeed, exceptional men are not meant for one to covet. Each angle only served to highlight her own inadequacies. After all, she had once graced the hospital's beauty list. Now, with two together, all that remained for her was kindness. As for Fu Hang, he found the meal tantalizing, primarily due to his relaxed mindset. The expression on Li Weiyang's face upon her departure assured him of safety. No matter how robust the stock market, it could not withstand the likes of Qin Youchu's sell-off. In that moment, he felt that nurturing Qin Youchu was indeed worthwhile, even warranting an increase in investment to support her endeavors, ensuring she could flourish and persevere. Speaking of which, did she not mention needing a car? And what about you? What shall we have for lunch? Fu Hang took the tissue from Qin Youchu's hand, feeling quite helpless as he not only fed her but also wiped her mouth. Suddenly, with an exaggerated hum, Qin Youchu revealed the bottom layer of the thermal container. To his surprise, there lay a bowl of plain congee. I feared you might not be full, so I prepared an extra portion. Since you don't want it, I shall reluctantly partake. With that, she used the very spoon Fu Hang had used to scoop the congee into her mouth, despite the presence of tables and chairs nearby. Instead, she nestled against him on the hospital bed. In that instant, Fu Hang felt a flicker of doubt regarding his earlier decision to discharge after Shen Qingwan's visit today. Perhaps a few more days in the hospital? Once settled, Qin Youchu peeled an apple bought by Li Weiyang for Fu Hang. Yet she never once mentioned Li Weiyang's name. Then she unfolded the folding sofa prepared for companions in the special care ward, leaning back with her eyes closed. She fell into a deep slumber. Fu Hang rose twice, once to use the restroom, and once to escape to the balcony for a smoke. Each time, she remained undisturbed. Gazing at her peaceful face, he fell into a contemplative silence. Around 6 o'clock, Qin Youchu left, her departure abrupt, without even asking Fu Hang what he would have for dinner. Yet, Fu Hang understood the reason for her leaving at that hour, stirring the tranquility of his afternoon into disarray. At 6:15, Shen Qingwan arrived, bringing with her a serving of Lanzhou beef noodles, complete with meat and egg. She settled into the companion chair like an old friend, attentively watching Fu Hang eat while engaging him in casual conversation. The topics revolved primarily around Fu Hang's heroic rescue efforts. She inquired curiously of Fu Hang why the authorities had not awarded him any recognition and why the news had not reported on him. Was it perhaps necessary to wait until Fu Hang was discharged? Fu Hang subtly indicated that the child might have been a victim of abduction, implicating a criminal case, and that the police had refrained from publicizing the matter for protective reasons. Shen Qingwan understood, and at Fu Hang's urging, she advised him to rest well before departing from the hospital room. Fu Hang set down his chopsticks, lost in thought as he gazed at the coriander floating atop the soup. The settlement had arrived earlier, 300,000, despite not having clocked in. The system still accounted for Li Weiyang's share. Shen Qingwan's favorability rating stood at 70.01, while Li Weiyang's was 73.12, even as a delivery person. Shen Qingwan's rating continued to decline, whereas Li Weiyang saw a slight increase. Fu Hang knew that had it not been for Qin Youchu's timely intervention, Li Weiyang would likely have surged to a halt today. A nurse approached to deliver the blood test results, her expression peculiar. Indeed, exceptional genes are not something ordinary individuals can aspire to. The blood test data was alarming. Nearly all values were at the pinnacle of human capability. Were it not for the fact that she had personally collected and submitted the sample, she might have doubted its authenticity. How could anyone truly be so flawless? The figures in textbooks were not merely theoretical. With a physique like this, hospitalized? The nurse might have discovered the reason for Fu Hang's faux hospitalization, seeking refuge from a fire in the backyard. This morning had been one incident, and now another had seamlessly followed. The aura of the departing individual was unmistakably that of a corporate elite. Especially those legs, screenshots shared online could have left admirers entranced all night. At Fu Hang's request, the nurse assisted in removing the bandages that had fulfilled their purpose, of course. During the process, she inadvertently studied the trajectory of his pectoral muscles and the growth patterns of his biceps at close range. Holding the bandage that still carried Fu Hang's scent, the nurse gently advised him to smoke less. The sensitive-nosed nurse had detected a faint whiff of smoke upon entering. However, she could not say much. What was a special care ward if not endowed with certain privileges? Otherwise, why would they charge tenfold the bed fee compared to ordinary wards? While a regular ward costs 80 per bed per day, this one exceeded 800 for a single night. Silently closing the ward door, the nurse could not resist caressing the bandage in her hand, contemplating whether to take action while it was still warm. Is Fu Hang staying here? A cool voice broke through, startling the nurse into a shiver. Thankfully, her mask provided some psychological fortitude. Looking up in astonishment, the nurse's lips twitched in surprise. Another? The individual before her was as beautiful as the previous three, towering at an imposing height of at least 170. With short hair, striking features, and an upright posture. She exuded an air of gallantry. This room, the nurse despondently indicated the door behind her, before dejectedly lowering her head and leaving. The ward door swung open once more, and Fu Hang gazed in astonishment at the newcomer. Who is this girl? I don't recognize her. Greetings, I am from the criminal investigation team of the Seoul branch, and I have several inquiries that require Mr. Fu's attention. The visitor was remarkably candid, producing a work badge and directly addressing the matter at hand. Fu Hang furrowed his brows, his pupils narrowing in surprise, and then his frown gradually lifted, his expression shifting with astonishing rapidity, leaving the counterpart, Ing Yanin, bewildered. The peculiar exchange of glances between them was strikingly odd. Fu Hang's demeanor seemed entirely beyond his control. Upon seeing an unfamiliar woman enter, he felt a twinge of confusion, pondering whether she had mistakenly entered the wrong room. However, upon hearing her introduction as a police officer, he grasped the situation. Yet an unsettling sense of irritation and disdain surfaced within him. He recalled how Qin Yuchu had been interrogated like a suspect until the early hours of the morning just the previous day. The fact that, despite having clarified the circumstances, they still sought him out suggested lingering doubts regarding the case, or perhaps his own implication in it. The woman's authoritative presence did not resemble that of someone there to express gratitude or commendation. What truly unraveled Fu Hang's composure, however, was the voice reverberating in his mind. System monitoring indicates that the target, Ing Yanin, meets the criteria for the mission. Would the host like to accept the mission? Chapter 74. Investigation. Mr. Fu appeared quite astonished by my arrival. Ing Yanin squinted her eyes and seated herself on the caregiver's chair by the hospital bed, her posture exuding a formidable presence. I was taken aback by your efficiency. I was only admitted this morning, and you came by this evening? Fu Hang leaned against the bed, his expression indifferent. In this era of big data, Ing Yanin replied with a subtle smile. Then how is it that the lost child remains undiscovered? Fu Hang's tone turned icy, devoid of mercy. Ing Yanin's demeanor irritated him. If she could be so composed before him, what had Qin Yuchu endured in the interrogation room yesterday? Ignoring the prompts in his mind, he suddenly found himself vexed by the incessant voice, not to mention the anxiety induced by Li Weiyang over the past few days. Juggling two jobs had already rendered him quite busy. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the caregiver's bed, now folded away, as Fu Hang's eyes flickered. Indeed, I am overwhelmed. Ing Yanin's expression grew serious, a subtle hint of embarrassment gracing her lips. Fu Hang's words were a clear slap in the face. You possess remarkable skills and courage. Even the finest officers in the police force would struggle to achieve what you have. Ing Yanin swiftly regained her composure, smiling as she spoke again. Yet her words remained pointed and laden with meaning. So, are you here to present me with a banner of commendation? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, noting her empty hands. Matters of commendation must await further developments in the case. The relevant details have already been explained to your girlfriend. Oh, so, Officer Ing, have you come to demand compensation? Did you damage a car or wreck an air conditioning unit? The residents on the third floor have chosen not to pursue the matter. The owner of the damaged vehicle has filed for an assessment and is still processing it. However, we have contacted the relatives of the rescued child, and they have expressed their willingness to cover the costs. Ing Yanin spoke slowly, her proud nose accentuating her stern expression. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, choosing silence. Do you harbor animosity towards us police officers? Ing Yanin narrowed her eyes, a smile creeping across her face. I risked my life to save others. Yet my friend and I were treated as suspects. Do you think I should feel positively towards you? Fu Hang chuckled. Moreover, I rescued a child who had been abducted. This thought irked Fu Hang, prompting him to strike back. Yet at that moment, you were unaware that the child was abducted, weren't you? Ing Yanin's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing her lips. Hooked. Fu Hang was momentarily at a loss for words. Acting recklessly and heroically, one would typically not need to leave in such haste. Besides, you were injured. Would it not have been wiser to remain and await medical assistance? I do not enjoy being in the spotlight. Fu Hang forced a smile. Feeling a twinge of frustration, how could he explain this? The logic seemed tenuous. It would be absurd to claim he feared fame, and thus could not play the sycophant. Ing Yanin crossed her legs, rhythmically tapping her foot against the floor. Her gaze fixed intently on Fu Hang. This Fu Hang was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Last night, after reviewing the footage, the other officers shifted their investigative focus, yet she, upon learning of Fu Hang's name, approached the matter with meticulous diligence and discreetly examined his background. The information was rather straightforward. A local resident raised in a single-parent household, his mother remarried a few years ago and moved abroad. After graduating from university, He languished in idleness, registering on both food delivery and ride-sharing platforms. Undeterred, Yanin further investigated his bank account transactions. It was then that she uncovered some anomalies. This seemingly aimless delivery worker exhibited an extravagant spending pattern. Her access was limited, preventing her from obtaining extensive information. Yet a substantial recent transaction where he purchased a house outright for his girlfriend and a record of exorbitant dining expenses raised her suspicions. Where did his money originate? Consequently, she promptly reported her findings to her superior. The superior acknowledged the gravity of her discoveries, but soon responded that the funds traced back to an overseas account, the specifics of which remained elusive. However, all procedures appeared legitimate and well-documented, likely financial support from his mother abroad. This was the extent of the lead. And while her meticulousness was commended, her superior advised her to redirect her focus. The traffickers had seemingly retreated, likely alerted to their investigation. Although they had obtained information regarding the tenant, locating a deliberately concealed individual within the vast population proved daunting. Moreover, the abducted child possessed an undisclosed identity. Should the traffickers evade capture, she would be unable to face the individual involved. As progress stalled, she revisited her scrutiny of Fu Hang. This afternoon, she reached out to an old comrade of her father, an uncle serving in the Economic Crimes Division, leveraging personal connections to investigate Fu Hang's assets. She found it implausible that a man still renting an apartment could afford to pay $2 million in cash for a house for his girlfriend. The response from her uncle left her flustered. What exactly did his mother do abroad? Who was her second husband? Yushu number 1? Yuan wood trading? And what of the ADQ7? Or the GT 900 valued at $33 million? If he owned such a car, why buy a second-hand electric vehicle? Did he really take his girlfriend shopping while riding a small electric scooter designated for deliveries? Of course, these questions arose in retrospect. At the time, her uncle's reply was rather formal, filled with complex and obscure terminology. Fu Hang held no personal assets. The items discovered were affiliated with an international trust. Yet this trust had some level of connection to Fu Hang. Her uncle elaborated extensively, yet he too seemed puzzled by the intricate relationships involved. The crux was that only this information could be obtained for now, as it was not case-related. He lacked the authority to conduct a detailed investigation into that institution. In summary, Fu Hang possessed rights of use, disposal, and even transfer over those assets, yet they did not belong to him personally. This revelation instilled a sense of doubt within her regarding her understanding of capital and legal knowledge for the first time. It is no wonder that my father preferred to venture into the perilous realm of the Criminal Investigation Division rather than the Economic Crimes Unit. She could not comprehend the technical jargon articulated by her uncle. All she could muster was a desperate inquiry about the possibility of illegal conduct. However, the response was disheartening. Everything was deemed reasonable, compliant, and lawful, with all assets safeguarded by the law. This information left her feeling despondent yet simultaneously deepened her perplexity. Naturally, she could not report such details, and the memory of her superior's discontented gaze that morning, coupled with the child who had yet to return, spurred her resolve. She gritted her teeth and resolved to investigate this man personally. Indeed, her intuition proved correct. A fall from the third floor would undoubtedly result in injury, and the surveillance footage corroborated this fact. Pursuing the hospitalization details, she arrived at the ward. The animosity radiating from Fu Hang was palpable, further solidifying her suspicions. This man was indeed problematic. Chapter 75, The Penalty of Failure. Are you wealthy? Yanin inquired, raising an eyebrow and tilting her chin. As you can see. Fu Hang replied with a shrug, his gaze sweeping across the hospital room, which was adorned like a luxurious hotel. He had confidence that, through the means of the system, he could conceal his assets from most. However, to think he could deceive authoritative institutions was utterly preposterous. As the officer had just stated, we live in the age of big data. Nevertheless, he trusted the system, believing it would not lead him astray. The funds he possessed were undoubtedly legitimate and lawful. If it could not achieve this, what use was it as a system? With such wealth, why are you delivering takeout? Yanin feigned curiosity, her expression softening. Do you not read romance novels? Fu Hang responded calmly. Romance? Yanin paused, puzzled. I do, but what does that have to do with you? Then, with a hint of suspicion, she continued, is it the domineering CEO falling in love with me? Or the CEO pretending to be a poor boy who loves me? Or perhaps the CEO masquerading as a poor delivery man, approaching a divorced woman with a child who is unemployed? Indeed, in the next moment, Fu Hang spoke with a tone that was both smug and boastful. Since you doubt my motives for avoiding the spotlight, I shall reveal the reason I cannot appear before the camera. He sighed with resignation. You could check the hospital surveillance. Today, several young women visited this room. Just a glance at their figures was enough for them to recognize me. Yanan was rendered speechless. How can you be so brazenly unfaithful? I have little resistance to beauty, and it seems the feeling is mutual. Fu Hang suddenly laughed, causing Yanan to shudder with discomfort. How could one laugh so lecherously yet confidently? Officer Ng, you fit my aesthetic perfectly. May I have your contact information? Fu Hang elegantly reached for his phone. And even in his hospital gown, he could not hide his roguish charm. In familiar territory, he navigated with ease. There will be a colleague assigned to contact Mr. Fu regarding the commendation later. We appreciate your selfless act in saving that child. Your actions have rescued a family. Excuse me, and I wish you a swift recovery. With that, Yanan stood up, suppressing the urge to deliver a kick to his face as she exited the room. Of course, upon reaching the nurse's station, she intercepted the inquisitive young nurse. Has Fu Hang had any visitors today? Yanan's expression was grim. Well? Qin Xiaoyuan's face took on a peculiar look. Is there trouble brewing? Without a word, Yanan produced her work ID. Criminal Investigation Department? Qin Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in surprise. How audacious. He has a girlfriend in criminal investigation and still dares to fool around? Records of hotel stays can be easily accessed. This pertains to a specific case. I ask you to respond sincerely. Yanan's tone was calm, yet her demeanor brooked no argument. Yes, Qin Xiaoyuan pouted. The case requires. I believe you. Male or female? Female. How many? 3 or 4? 3 or 4? Counting you. 4. Qin Xiaoyuan was remarkably honest. Since I couldn't gain any advantage, let's just destroy everything together. Cough. Are they beautiful? Yanan inexplicably asked. Well, you are all on the same level. Qin Xiaoyuan nodded in frustration. Only the kind-hearted little nurse urged you to be benevolent. Forget it. Where's the monitoring room? Can you take me there? Yanan felt the need to verify things for herself. Although Fu Hang's words were logically sound, the man was simply too peculiar. His agility and decisiveness were beyond what even the elite soldiers could achieve. Qin Xiaoyuan was utterly perplexed. Do you still want to check the surveillance? Is it appropriate for you to abuse your power like this? Speaking of which, thankfully there are no cameras in the intensive care unit. Otherwise, would this extraordinarily beautiful yet somewhat unreasonable police officer find herself arrested for indecent exposure to a patient? Fu Hang was unaware of what transpired in the corridor. He rose and stepped out onto the balcony, ignoring the medical staff's protests as he lit a cigarette. Damn it. How did my business suddenly flourish after worrying about expanding it every day? Police? Are they making me a police dog? Am I not a loyal servant? Due to exceeding the waiting time, the system defaulted to confirm, increasing the current targets. Yanan, current favorability, -15. Due to the target's negative favorability, daily salary is halved. The host is advised to improve the target's favorability as soon as possible. A sudden voice echoed in his mind, and Fu Hang slowly opened his mouth, enveloped in smoke. Tears streaming from his eyes as the smoke irritated them. Do you think I'm a person? I didn't even choose this, okay? Fu Hang exploded in fury. Moreover, what the hell does it mean that my daily salary is halved? And Yanan's salary is halved? Only 50,000? All salaries will be halved if the target's favorability does not meet the normal value on assessment day. The cold voice provided a definitive response. Fu Hang's hand, holding the cigarette, began to tremble. It was a fury tinged with mockery. System, I've never asked you this. What happens if it fails? Fu Hang's voice turned exceptionally cold. Since activating the system, he had diligently completed tasks without encountering any failures. Previously, the 4 targets, including Li Weiyang, aside from Shenqing Wan, all entered new relationships when their favorability exceeded 70. At that time, the system judged it not to be a failure. The system's explanation for failure, after activating the task. If favorability falls below 25, the task is deemed a failure. If the task is not voluntarily abandoned, all rewards obtained from the target will be revoked. Fu Hang was taken aback. Was it really that harsh? However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. If the work was not completed, all previously issued salaries would be reclaimed. Did I really sign a betting agreement? What if I voluntarily abandoned the task? Fu Hang pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze to the folded sofa bed. If the task is voluntarily abandoned, all rewards will be reclaimed, related memories will be erased, and the system will seek another host. The cold mechanical voice sent a chill down Fu Hang's spine after a brief pause. Everything must be recalled, memories cleared. Is life destined to rewind? Fu Hang silently lit another cigarette, lost in contemplation. Qin Xiaoyuan returned from the monitoring room, her face clouded with melancholy. That detective's sister was truly ruthless. After confirming the surveillance footage, she had even recorded the appearances of several other young ladies with her phone. Fortunately, the chaotic scene of Mars colliding with Earth did not erupt on the spot. After obtaining the video, the policewoman hastily departed. It seemed she was off to gather more compelling evidence. That was close. Thankfully, I reeled myself back from taking drastic actions. Should I remind Fu Hang? Bah. A scoundrel. He deserves it. Qin Xiaoyuan thought to herself, just as she caught sight of a familiar figure approaching from the end of the corridor. It was that sweet smiling neighbor girl. Heaven, how dare you come here, little girl? You seem so frail. Can you confront them? With 3 parts pity, 3 parts sympathy, 3 parts envy, and a hint of jealousy, Qin Xiaoyuan watched as Qin Yuchu entered the ward, carrying bags. What has she brought? Pajamas and slippers? Surely. You don't intend to stay here overnight, do you? What to do? I'm not on the night shift today. Should I find someone to swap shifts? I might miss the thrilling drama unfolding. Chapter 76. I am in grave danger as the young nurse wrestled with the decision of whether to find someone to take over her shift. Fu Hang was preparing to be discharged. Discharged already? You still have numerous examinations scheduled for tomorrow. The nurse was filled with apprehension. Fully aware of the reasons behind Fu Hang's early release. This is orthopedics. It wouldn't be particularly troublesome to remain here, as the doctors are ever at the ready. Are you unaware of my condition? Fu Hang's mood was grim. Since the pretense was over, he felt no need for courtesy. Damn it, so many tests left. I'm just missing the gynecological order now. Returning home early might indeed be for the best. The nurse failed to grasp the implication in Fu Hang's words and cast a regretful glance at Qin Yuchu, who stood nearby. What a naive and lovely girl. She must still be a student. It's unfortunate that, at such a young age, she has already suffered betrayal in both love and body, and now must brace herself for the storms of other women. Sigh. If the situation were to persist and word spread at school, it would be incredibly hard to endure. The discharge process was unusually smooth. Fu Hang paid his dues and left without delay. Once outside the hospital, they hailed a cab, and Fu Hang directly provided Qin Yuchu's address. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Qin Yuchu exited the vehicle, meticulously collecting the various bags from the hospital that they had brought with them. She had carried 2 bags when she arrived, and now, ever thrifty, she left with 3 bags packed. I can't carry them all upstairs myself. Qin Yuchu blinked innocently. Fu Hang feigned innocence. No. I am the patient here. Reluctantly, Fu Hang stepped out of the car as well. Will you be sleeping in the master bedroom or the guest room? Upon entering, Qin Yuchu tilted her head, asking before even setting down her belongings. Huh? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, taken aback. I have prepared the guest room for you. If you prefer not to stay in the guest room, the master bedroom is also available. However, the bed linens haven't been changed. I have no extras at home, she said, her gaze lowered, her cheeks flushed. Fu Hang remained silent, simply staring at her. Do you have any idea what I have gone through today? My emotions are highly unstable at the moment. I am a danger to myself. Do you know the source of my years-long commitment to chastity? It is my faith in my work, the very belief that sustains me. Yet today, just moments ago, that belief wavered. I am in peril. I might recklessly do something impulsive, and do not assume it will yield any favorable outcomes. I may very well forget you by tomorrow. Moreover, at that point, I will have nothing. And you will also have nothing. Even worse, I might not even remember you. With that, Fu Hang said nothing more, dropping the burden he carried and turning to leave. The GT900's headlights illuminated the night as its engine roared violently, speeding away from the community. This girl, not within the confines of the system's designated parameters, should theoretically be free from any interference. But what does that even mean? What is she truly worth? The taillights flickered as the car vanished into the darkness. On the 9th floor, within a balcony, a solitary figure stood, watching the departing vehicle fade into the night. What exactly are you afraid of? I can sense your desires. The following day, Fu Hang powered off his mobile phone, intending to take a day off from work. He initially contemplated shutting down both devices, but recalling his promise made to someone the previous day that there would always be a call that could be answered, his finger hesitated over the power button. Assistant Qin. I returned to my original inquiry. Is this the president's directive or your own? In the conference room of Yuanbui Trading, the atmosphere grew tense once more, and Su Chang's expression was even more forbidding than before. I provide the same response. Does it make a difference? Qin Yuchu, seated at the head of the table, turned with a serene smile, her gaze calm. Just moments ago, Qin Yuchu had proposed in the meeting to eliminate 3 scheduled projects, reallocating more funds to the Down Jacket initiative. Notably, all 3 projects slated for removal had been spearheaded by Su Chang'e. This suggestion had not been discussed or hinted at with anyone prior, leading to a gasp of surprise from even the deputy manager of the project department. Who was directly responsible for the down jacket project? The down jacket project was an overseas venture, essentially involving the purchase of inexpensive domestic down jackets for export to underdeveloped regions abroad, thereby capitalizing on the trade price differential. The project proposal had been diligently promoted by Deputy Manager Li Tianming, who harbored a slight ulterior motive. The garment factory planned for procurement belonged to a distant relative of his, currently on the brink of closure. In reality, the factory had ceased operations, and the so-called procurement was merely an effort to assist in clearing excess inventory. Naturally, the low prices offered were also appealing. The surplus products had merely fallen out of sync with domestic trends, prompting Li Tianming to entertain this notion. Unfortunately, previous attempts to modify the project proposal had been repeatedly rejected by Su Changhe due to concerns over transportation risks and the uncertainty of sales in foreign markets. Eventually, Qin Yuchu, against the tide of opposition, bypassed Su Changhe to initiate the project, presenting an opportunity to Li Tianming and the entire second group. However, now that Qin Yuchu had made this sudden move, Li Tianming was left momentarily stunned. The original plan was to acquire the factory's excess inventory in 3 phases, with the first batch being a mere trial. Yet, Qin Yuchu's recent implication suggested a complete acquisition of all existing stock at a 20% price reduction. On the surface, it appeared sound, with theoretical profit margins significantly improving. Yet, the associated risks were entirely different. This was, after all, overseas trade. If the goods failed to sell, returning them would not be a straightforward task. Moreover, this approach would necessitate the diversion of funds from other company projects. In an instant, many, including Li Tianming, grasped the reality. This was not merely a financial decision, it was political. You must consider carefully, should this project fail to meet expectations. Many of the company's upcoming projects will be adversely affected, including the recent collaboration with Tianyu. Su Changhe inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. There is nothing to be overly concerned about. If funds fall short, we can always procure more. Qin Yuchu shrugged, dismissing the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Su Changhe could not help but scoff. He found himself unable to counter her argument. Given the circumstances, it was imperative to adhere to protocol and conduct a vote. Those in favor of the proposal, please raise your hands. Su Changhe sighed, attempting one final struggle, fully aware that the outcome of the vote would alter nothing. The company was soon to be entirely under Qin's influence. Qin Yuchu was the first to raise her hand with a smile, her gaze then sweeping across the conference room. Those whom she fixed her attention upon, to Su Changhe's incredulous dismay, each raised their hands in turn, including Shen Qingwan, who had just acquired voting rights. The only individuals who refrained from voting were Su Changhe and the project supervisor, Wu Weiman. Qin Yuchu's smile was sweet, yet to Su Changhe, it appeared chilling. The others were not mistaken. Her maneuver was not one of business, but of politics. With a rather crude and juvenile tactic, she sought to marginalize Su Changhe, her objective being to prevent the advancement of those 3 projects. Having analyzed the situation with Professor Li previously, she had discerned Su Changhe's strategy, ensnaring the company's funds with projects to solidify his voice within the company. These 3 projects bore a resemblance to the cooperative ventures with Hangyu. They were lucrative yet lengthy in duration, and their partners were formidable entities, although on a smaller scale. Their influence was subtle yet profound. However, now that Qin Yuchu had grasped Su Changhe's intentions, how could she acquiesce? She would not allow Fu Hang's company to fall under the control of others. While Fu Hang might remain indifferent, she could not afford such apathy. Rather than witnessing the gradual erosion of the company in the future, it was far wiser to take a calculated risk now, sacrificing some financial resources to excise this malignant growth. Chapter 77. Head of the Project Department. The project proposal has been duly approved by the company's upper management, and all departments are collaborating in an orderly manner, each fulfilling their respective roles. Upon returning to the 26th floor, where Project Team 2 is located, Li Tianming brought the latest news, igniting a fervor among the team. Unaware of the underlying political machinations, they were simply exhilarated by the prospect of their project taking off. With such momentum, achieving promotions and salary increases seemed no longer a distant dream. Among the members of Project Team 2, the one most profoundly affected was the newly arrived intern, Lu Junkai. Could it be that my junior has gone to such lengths for me? That day, he could no longer contain his curiosity and ventured to the Human Resources Department to inquire about Qin Yuchu's workstation. He felt compelled to confront his junior directly, to ascertain whom she had offended within the company that led to her mentor and supportive supervisor becoming so reticent. His thoughts were straightforward. If he could shoulder the burden, he would do so for his junior. If it became too much to bear, he would stand by her side and leave you and Boy together. He was confident that, with his background and her accomplishments, they would secure better opportunities elsewhere. This was the essence of a man's responsibility, a realization he embraced as her senior. Then, in the Human Resources Department, he stumbled upon a rather fantastical truth. His junior, Yu Chu, was none other than Assistant Chin, the very assistant who had been favored by the CEO and ascended to great heights. It felt as though his soul had been abruptly stripped away, leaving him in a daze as he returned to his dormitory. On this restless night, Lu Junkai suddenly grasped an epiphany. Through the murky dealings, he discerned a glimmer of brilliance and greatness beneath the surface. Indeed, his junior harbored feelings for him. When did Project Team 2 begin to see a turning point? It was on Lu Junkai's first day at work. The Down Jacket project was one that his junior had championed, decisively pushing forward despite the objections of the company's executive vice president, all in pursuit of greater opportunities for herself. How much hardship and pain lay hidden behind her resolute actions. How foolish he had been, deriding that woman who had found herself in such circumstances, all while remaining oblivious to the truth. Today, his suspicions were vindicated. Instead of progressively advancing the project, the company was willing to take such risks for immediate gains. What was the motive behind this? It was to ensure that he could fully participate in the project during his 3-month internship. In doing so, his or some would be adorned with a significant and illustrious chapter. Even if the company feared that his accomplishments might overshadow others, he would navigate the situation with grace. With such a or some, where would he not be regarded with respect? By then, his junior would no longer need to endure humiliations. They could forge ahead together and establish their own path. Lu Junkai lowered his head, striving to suppress the torrent of tears, his fists clenched tightly. Even if it meant facing death, he would ensure the project's success, not wanting to betray the sincere intentions of his junior. Just then, Li Tianming, having assigned a last-minute task, turned to see Lu Junkai behaving unusually and could not resist nudging Team 2's leader, Su Yijie. Cough, cough. Su Yijie cleared his throat forcefully to mask his embarrassment. Observing Lu Junkai's current constipated demeanor, even his mentor felt a sense of shame. I raised the matter with the HR department, yet received no response. And in turn, why bother? Li Tianming was infuriated. This was a critical period, and having such a naive subordinate was a source of constant irritation, not to mention the potential for unforeseen complications. That Xiaolu from HR mentioned he had a good rapport with Assistant Chin. On his first day, Assistant Chin had a delightful conversation with him at the elevator. Su Yijie glanced around and whispered, "Could it be that you've caught something from him? Don't you know why he has called Assistant Chin?" Li Tianming chuckled, nearly snorting in disbelief. "I'll keep an eye on him. Once there's news from HR, I will handle it promptly." Su Yijie forced a smile, pretending not to understand. What was he supposed to do? He felt utterly helpless. He was merely a group leader nearing 50. Everyone knew the ambiguous relationship between the esteemed Duke Yuhua and the noble consort Shu. Yet who would dare act against the Duke and the consort's presence without the Emperor's decree? At that moment, the HR department, which Su Yijie was so preoccupied with, was entirely disinterested in an intern's affairs. Shen Qinghuan scrutinized the resume in her hands, her brow deeply furrowed. Qin Yuchu's actions were becoming increasingly audacious. One could not underestimate this university student, for he was indeed formidable. Was this clearly an attempt to force Su Chang'e out? While Su Chang'e might stabilize his position for various reasons, Project Supervisor Wu Weimin would not wait much longer. With a background from prestigious European and American universities and having returned from abroad, Shen Qinghuan found herself entangled in contemplation as she reviewed the resume before her. This document had just arrived from a headhunting firm. It belonged to a graduate of a renowned institution, seemingly hailing from a prominent family. If this individual were to be recruited, they could undoubtedly replace Wu Weimin as the project supervisor, not for any other reason, but simply to obstruct Qin Yuchu's plans to promote Li Tianming. Why had the president suddenly granted her authority? Was it not merely to support one individual in restraining Qin Yuchu? Otherwise, such situations as today's would recur with alarming frequency, and the company would truly bear the surname Qin. Gazing at the materials before her, Shen Qinghuan felt conflicted. The resume was impeccable. At least on paper, Master S from a prestigious university, returned from overseas, specializing in the relevant field, backed by a powerful family, and possessing established connections. The only flaw was excessively striking and too young. Would recruiting such a woman lead to complications of her own making? Shen Qinghuan suddenly paused at the marital status section of the resume. Divorced? She chuckled. Surely, the president wouldn't take an interest in a divorced woman, would he? Even if he did, her competitiveness was not on the same level. Moreover, shouldn't Qin Yuchu be the one to worry? The corners of Shen Qingwan's mouth curved upward. That day, she scheduled an interview with the headhunting firm and simultaneously, in the name of the HR department, sent out a notice of job application intentions to all mid-level and lower staff in the company. Indeed, it was merely an expression of intent, without any planned proposal. In simple terms, the company is inclined to promote several mid-level and junior management personnel. If you are interested in taking on this role, please express your intention. To put it succinctly, do you desire a promotion? As for the specific positions that may become available, or which roles might be vacated, I apologize. But we are still in the process of deliberation. In an instant, the entire company buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, Li Weiyang exited the hospital with a complex expression. She had deliberately waited until after 10 in the morning to come, as at this hour, everyone should have left for classes or work. Yet, upon her arrival, it was evident that Qin Yuchu was indeed absent, and to her astonishment, Fu Hang had already been discharged. He had left the previous night without a word to her. Had it not been for her insistence, he might not have even informed her of his hospitalization. Was his hasty discharge a consequence of her presence? Had Qin Yuchu been displeased to see her at the hospital? Sitting in her car, lost in thought, she remained until the coffee she had purchased grew cold, prompting her to hesitantly reach for her phone. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Frustration surged within her, and she felt an overwhelming desire to hurl the coffee away. A profound sense of loneliness enveloped her, at last. The man who had once been so easily summoned had reached a point where she could no longer contact him. Resting her forehead against the steering wheel, tears threatened to spill. If only she had not been so willful and arrogant in the past, perhaps the outcome would have been different. The car's Bluetooth suddenly chimed, the pleasant ringtone startling her. She looked at the central display, only to find an unfamiliar number. Steeling herself and regulating her breath, she pressed the answer button. Hello, Miss Li. This is Zheng Xiaozhou, the one who contacted you previously. Hello, Mr. Zheng. I wanted to inform you that, as per your earlier request, we have identified a suitable position in Han City. When would you be available to meet with the prospective employer? Which company? Yuan Trade. The preliminary intention is for the position of Project Department Supervisor. Chapter 78. Human Trafficker. After hanging up the phone, Li Weiyang took a deep breath. She had heard of Yuan Trading, which had reportedly planned to collaborate with Hengyu some time ago, but it seemed that nothing had materialized since then. Nonetheless, she realized it was high time for her to invigorate herself and find something to occupy her mind. She could not extricate herself from one quagmire only to plunge into another. Work, undoubtedly, was the most effective means of distraction. Of course, she had no intention of returning home. Her father had largely ceased to involve himself in the company's affairs, and while her brother cared for her, her sister-in-law was exceedingly difficult to deal with, constantly fretting that she would return to claim a share of the family fortune. It was laughable. How long had the company's shares been determined? If I refuse, can you take them away? As for employment, she would rather work for someone else than join that fray, lest her once harmonious home devolve into chaos. She had never contemplated working at her own company, and now that she was divorced, the prospect was even more remote. Regarding Yuan Bois, she hesitated to respond immediately, for the project with Hengyu was still under negotiation. What if, upon her employment, she was tasked with overseeing that project? Hengyu had already made it clear that the insufferable Wang Haitao was in charge. How could she possibly negotiate collaboration with him? Better to let Yuan Bois flourish on its own these past few years. She would not wish to hinder their progress. For private enterprises faced enough challenges. Fu Hang lay at home for quite some time, but could no longer remain idle. It was evident that solitude was ill-suited for a troubled mind. The thoughts swirling in his head grew increasingly ominous, and his feelings of despair deepened. After midnight, he discarded the half-eaten instant noodles, threw on his coat, and stepped outside. He had carelessly left his work phone behind, eager to test the consequences of a day spent in negligent idleness. Some matters he had never dared to ponder before. Now, he felt compelled to explore them gradually. He chose a narrow alley he seldom visited, intending to locate a modest eatery to enjoy a few simple dishes, accompanied by a bottle of white wine, while relishing the local dialect and sharing jovial banter with the elderly patrons. However, upon entering the alley, he furrowed his brow. Quickening his pace, he blended into the crowd. 30 seconds later, he emerged from a street corner, holding a grilled sausage, casting a cold gaze at the tall, beautiful woman before him, who was looking around anxiously. Had the human trafficker been caught? Was she truly so idle? Observing her somewhat distressed demeanor, He spoke with irritation. Yanan jolted at his voice and awkwardly turned away. I am indeed apprehending individuals, she retorted defiantly. After reviewing the hospital surveillance footage yesterday, she had come to believe him and had temporarily dismissed Fu Hang's suspicion from her mind. Yet, human traffickers were notoriously elusive, relevant capture documents had already been issued, and personnel had been deployed at various transportation hubs. Given that the airport and port had been sealed off immediately, the higher-ups surmised that the suspects remained in Han City. Several locations where the suspects might appear had been heavily fortified. She had been assigned to this neighborhood by her petty-minded superior after taking a day off, solely because a suspected tenant had a transaction record at a convenience store here a month ago. At the break of dawn, she stationed herself, feeling quite bored until she caught sight of Fu Hang. This was no trivial matter. Just yesterday, I had my doubts about you. How could someone who should be hospitalized appear at a location where a suspect might show up? Without a moment's hesitation, Officer Yanan trailed after him. Yet, to her dismay, despite being the top student in theoretical examinations at the police academy, her first attempt at surveillance ended in failure. She was discovered in less than 10 minutes. Arrest me? You still haven't given up? Fu Hang's expression darkened significantly, and he was tempted to test how much pain he could inflict after a punch. You have no idea how much money I lose because of you, do you? Who said I was arresting you? I am. Yanan stammered, her gaze meeting Fu Hang's, feeling guilty and evasive. She realized that regardless of his guilt, her actions were highly inappropriate. If he was innocent, would this act of courage only hurt her further? If he was guilty, had she not just alerted him? What are you doing? Fu Hang asked impatiently. I am looking for Wang Guifeng. Wang Guifeng? Fu Hang questioned, puzzled by the name. Wang Guifeng. Stop. Don't run. Suddenly, Yanan's eyes widened as she sprinted towards a woman ahead. What was happening? Fu Hang was taken aback. That authoritative shout startled the middle-aged woman as well. However, the woman, presumably Wang Guifeng, did not turn around. Instead, upon hearing the shout, she dashed into the crowd. Don't run, Yanan bellowed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. To her surprise, she had indeed encountered Wang Guifeng here. Wang Guifeng was the tenant from the 7th floor. Her records indicating she hailed from a village on the border of a remote province, with her temporary residence permit issued for domestic work. However, after her child fell from the building, she vanished and could not be contacted. That evening, the police had forcibly entered the premises, only to find no signs of habitation. Although there were recent indications of activity, and not just from one person, this was a trafficking gang, and that rental was merely a temporary hideout. With this distance, I can see you. There's no escape, Yanan thought, her face lighting up with a predatory gleam, convinced that this second-class merit was in the bag. Yet, in the next moment, as she quickened her pace, a frying pan hurtled toward her from the side. Instinctively, she ducked, and as she glanced in that direction, her eyes met a pair of malicious ones. An accomplice? Yanan immediately recognized the man she was facing, after throwing the iron pan he had grabbed. He turned and fled in the opposite direction of Wang Guifeng. Human trafficker. Yanan barely had time to think before shooting a glance at Fu Hang, then bolted after the man. That glance held questions, warnings, urgency, and a plea for help. In her mind, Wang Guifeng was already on record, even if she escaped. Locating her again would be straightforward. However, the man obstructing her pursuit was not listed in any records, making his capture imperative. As for Fu Hang, the astonishment reflected in his eyes suggested he was not an accomplice. It would be ideal if he could comprehend her intentions and assist in the capture. Yet it was understandable if he chose not to pursue. After all, Fu Hang bore no obligation in this matter. Nevertheless, deep down, she harbored a subconscious hope that he would lend a hand. In this vicinity, she had no reinforcements, and it was evident that she could not apprehend two suspects alone. The moment she turned to leave, she noticed Fu Hang springing into action, pursuing the direction in which Wang Guifeng had fled. An unexpected calm washed over her. With the agility of a delivery hero, Wang Guifeng should not be able to escape. Fu Hang, however, felt somewhat exasperated. He initially anticipated a day of leisure, enjoying melodies in a tea house, yet was suddenly thrust into a scene reminiscent of a police drama. Yet, when Yanan cried out about the human trafficker, a glint of lethal intent flickered in Fu Hang's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action. Chapter 79. Why are you stealing men behind my back? As Yanan had surmised, in front of the delivery night, not even a middle-aged woman, let alone a black widow, stood a chance. Before she could cover 100 meters, Wang Guifeng found herself seized by Fu Hang by the collar. This was Fu Hang's deliberate tactic to ascertain whether there were any accomplices nearby, hence his slowed pace. Help! Help! Someone please! Wang Guifeng shouted, her voice piercing the air as she twisted her head and aimed a bite at Fu Hang's hand, her movements decisive and fierce. Crack! Fu Hang raised his hand, displaying no hesitation whatsoever, and with a swift maneuver, he dislocated her jaw. The cries abruptly ceased. Nevertheless, Wang Guifeng remained relentless, despite the pain. She swung her arms towards Fu Hang's face. Crack! Crack! Before her arms could even reach him, they drooped limply, her limbs rendered useless. Fu Hang forcefully pushed Wang Guifeng down, coldly regarding her as the surrounding onlookers stared in horror. A dull thud resonated from a distance, and Fu Hang instinctively recoiled, glancing back in dread. Was that a gunshot? Did that woman actually bring a firearm? How audacious to fire in such a crowded area. Yet, in the next moment, Fu Hang sensed something amiss as he observed Wang Guifeng's expression. Despite her dislocated jaw and contorted face, she displayed no fear at the sound of gunfire. Rather, her brutality intensified. Was it not Yin Nan who fired the gun? Fu Hang's heart raced. He stepped forward, directly stomping on Wang Guifeng's ankle. Crack! Crack! The sounds were even sharper and more resounding than before. Wang Guifeng's ankle shattered. She's a human trafficker. Call the police. Fu Hang shouted at a passerby who was poised to record the scene with a phone before turning to dash towards the source of the gunfire. Initially, the crowd was bewildered, shocked at Fu Hang's ferocity, having witnessed him shatter Wang Guifeng's jaw without a second thought, then break her arms, leaving her incapacitated, and finally crushing her feet. What kind of enmity was this? Now, upon hearing she was a trafficker, several bystanders sprang into action, restraining Wang Guifeng, while others began dialing the police. Yin Nan, clutching her waist and seething with anger, curled up at the entrance of a clothing store. Not far from her, a middle-aged man, holding a service staff member hostage, pointed a dark gun barrel at her. Initially, everything had proceeded rather smoothly. The middle-aged man had overestimated his physical prowess and underestimated her as a champion in obstacle courses from the police academy. In the throngs of the crowd, the distance between them steadily diminished. Then the middle-aged man panicked, losing his running rhythm and stumbling. As she watched him fall, she envisioned medals and accolades, and saw the proud smile of her father, who always wore a stern face. Though the middle-aged man fell, he quickly regained his footing, yet it seemed his foot was severely injured, and after just a few steps, he collapsed once more. Yin Nan slowed her pace, preparing to subdue him from a more advantageous position. In close-quarters combat, women often find themselves at a disadvantage regarding physical prowess. It is crucial to strike decisively, a lesson emphasized repeatedly by the instructor. In the next moment, a middle-aged man charged towards a clothing store lining the street. Alarm surged through Yanan, for this action signified that the suspect would not surrender meekly but was prepared to resist fiercely. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed inside. Yet, she soon realized her folly. The assailant was armed? This was a serious matter. Alas, she had been shot. The pain was excruciating. Both adversaries locked eyes, resulting in an eerily tense standoff. The difference was palpable. Fear flickered in the man's gaze, while determination and resolve radiated from Yanan's eyes, a fierce spirit, undaunted by the prospect of sacrifice. It was this fierce glimmer that caused the middle-aged man to falter, questioning if this woman was indeed a formidable opponent. Even wounded, she displayed remarkable tenacity. You can't escape. My colleagues will arrive shortly. Human trafficking, armed assault on police. Your fate will inevitably lead to lifelong imprisonment. Yet, in the face of the dark muzzle of the gun, Yanan did not waver. Behind her, it seemed as if a crimson curtain rose, embroidered with golden words, the oath she had sworn under the national emblem. As the man's eyes slowly revealed a brutal intent, he reckoned with her words. Captured, and he would also face bullets. Killing one would suffice to balance the scales. A chilling, maniacal laughter erupted, interrupting the man's resolve as he turned the gun toward the doorway where a seemingly unhinged man appeared. After firing, he noticed that aside from the foolish woman who had rushed in, all other bystanders had long since fled, leaving the entrance desolate. Suddenly, this lunatic, laughing with wild abandon, disrupted his focus. Is it your turn now? Divine retribution. The man disregarded the gun as threat and approached the female officer lying at the entrance. Yanan was taken aback. This man was none other than Fu Hang, who who should have been pursuing Wang Guifeng. A resounding slap echoed through the air as Fu Heng swung with all his might, sending Ying Yanan's head snapping back with the force, her body rolling slightly to the side. In shock, she lifted her gaze, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, her head buzzing. You are indeed in cahoots? The slap had bewildered the armed middle-aged man as well. What was happening? Was this an ally? Had the boss sent reinforcements? No. He was the one who had stood beside the female officer. They were partners. He was a police officer. Don't come any closer. The middle-aged man suddenly realized. Gripping the neck of the waitress, he had taken hostage tightly, shouting in anger. However, Fu Heng did not spare him a glance. His eyes fixated on the fallen Ying Yanan. You wretched woman, this is the retribution for the humiliation you've brought upon me. Fu Heng's expression twisted with fury, each word deliberate. What? A chorus of bewildered expressions emerged among the three inside the clothing store. For 6 arduous years, I have pursued you, 6 long years. Through the tempest and the storm, I have come at your beck and call, bowing in reverence at dawn and dusk, offering incense as if you were a deity. Yet, unbeknownst to me, you have betrayed my devotion by consorting with another man? Fu Heng suddenly erupted in a fit of despair, his voice drowning out the sobs of the waitress nearby. Ying Yanan stood in bewilderment, pondering the man's sanity. With a resounding slap, her attempt to speak was silenced as her head was turned aside. However, compared to the previous strike, this one was not as painful. Tell me, in what way have I wronged you? Fu Heng's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted with anguish. You demanded a dowry of 600,000. I sold my family's house, leaving my parents to dwell in a makeshift shelter. You insisted that the marital home bear only one name, and I acquiesced. When you said your brother was to wed, I sold my car. You expressed a desire for a new handbag, and I forsook smoking altogether. By day, I toil at my job. By night, I deliver meals. And on weekends, I serve your family as a free housekeeper, taking on all household chores and tutoring your brother's simple-minded son, even washing your sister-in-law's socks. You ask me where I have wronged you. If you do not love me, why marry me? Speak. Why do you clandestinely engage with him? With him? Fu Heng suddenly cradled his head in his hands, succumbing to a flood of heart-wrenching tears. Chapter 80. Give me a reason not to kill you once charged with tension. The clothing store now became suffused with an inexplicable melancholy. It was a sorrow deeper than death itself, a bitter ache that gnawed at the heart. The panicked screams of the sales staff fell silent, their eyes filled with pity as they gazed upon the weeping Fu Heng. I didn't. Ying Yanan seemed to be swept away by this overwhelming emotion, feeling as though she had indeed committed an act that provoked the wrath of heaven. The valor she had exhibited moments ago dissipated, leaving her to reckon with a fate she deemed deserved. Not so. Do you still wish to argue? Fu Heng lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with despair, sending a shiver down Ying Yanan's spine. Is the child truly mine? He rasped, his voice emerging like a wail from the depths of an abyss, devoid of any human warmth. The armed middle-aged man trembled slightly. I have type A blood. And so do you. How can our child possibly have type B blood? Fu Heng's voice was as if it had been filled with lead, producing a chilling metallic sound. You tell me it's a genetic mutation, that my smoking caused it. I believed you. Truly, I did. But you should not have concealed from me that you allowed our child to call that man father. Suddenly, Fu Heng's voice escalated, a heart-wrenching scream reverberating through the air. Huh. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Kiki. He threw his head back, letting out a laugh so bizarre and eerie that it sent chills down the spine, a sound that struck at the very core of sanity. Fear not, my dear. I shall not bring you harm. My love for you is boundless. You are exquisite, so alluring. I shall never forget the tenderness of your first embrace. I watch you, gaze upon you, as you slowly bleed to death. As Fu Heng spoke, he took a step back, distancing himself from Ying Yanan. His gaze frenzied, and his features grotesquely contorted. The expression on his face sent a shudder through the middle-aged man, who dared not keep his gun trained on Fu Heng. Softness fears hardness, hardness fears ruthlessness, and ruthlessness fears those who are reckless. Yet, the reckless fear what? Perhaps they fear the madman. Those with troubled minds curiously find themselves at the pinnacle of the food chain. Are you not a policeman? He exclaimed. Your mother said that even if I knew everything, I would be powerless against you. I am powerless. I dare not touch you. You are the law. Fu Heng suddenly roared again, his arms flailing erratically. I am but a coward. I stand helpless as my wife is taken by another man. My son is to call him father. I must toil to provide for that spawn. In a complete breakdown of composure, Fu Hang's wild gestures struck a row of display racks within the store, sending the heavy structures toppling over, clothes soaring into the air. The middle-aged man was engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions, utterly bewildered. Am I escaping from my life? I am a criminal. I am holding hostages. I even shot a policeman. And yet how did the scene transform into this? Can you not extend me a modicum of respect? As the garments danced in the air, he felt a tremor in his gun-wielding hand, only to see a palm penetrate through the fluttering fabric, looming larger before his eyes. Before he could react, a tightening sensation gripped his neck, and a wave of asphyxiation enveloped his entire being. His limbs became utterly powerless. The abducted waitress lost her support, collapsing weakly to the ground, the handgun clattering beside her as the garments cascaded downwards. He sensed his feet gently lifting off the ground, and in a state of terror, he glanced down, only to meet a pair of icy eyes. Give me a reason not to kill you, Fu Hang stated, hoisting the middle-aged man with one hand, revealing a chilling, stark white grin. When Ning Nan was loaded onto the ambulance, her gaze, traversing through the crowd, met Fu Hang's with an unusually complex emotion. There was confusion, gratitude, a hint of unspoken admiration, and of course, a trace of indescribable pity. Such genuine emotions could not possibly be feigned without personal experience. Who would have imagined that he had once endured such an encounter? Was that why he had lost faith in love? Was that why he now sought the company of women indiscriminately? The middle-aged man, also being taken away in a prisoner transport, trembled uncontrollably. He had soiled himself, his trousers clinging unpleasantly, the autumn breeze chilling him to the bone, leaving him feeling empty. He was bewildered. He was undeniably fierce and brutal, having taken lives without a second thought. Why, upon merely meeting those eyes, did it feel as though he was staring into the abyss? It was a fear that resonated deeply within his soul. This fear, of course, was soon confirmed as anything but an illusion. His wrists were crushed, and his ankles were trampled. Unlike Wang Guifeng, whose hands were dislocated, his wrists were shattered. He would never again be able to wield chopsticks for a meal. That afternoon, Fu Hang spent his time at the police station. Whether it was for human trafficking or armed assault against law enforcement, these were significant cases that required meticulous documentation. Fu Hang received unprecedented hospitality. Even the head of the Han City Police, Director Chen Xiao, personally came to express his gratitude. Unlike the last time when he had saved someone, although this too could be considered an act of heroism, this occasion involved concrete assistance to the police in apprehending two serious offenders, even saving an officer from the line of fire. Human nature is inherently self-serving, is it not? Director Chen grasped Fu Hang's hand firmly, his smile radiating warmth. When Fu Hang subtly requested that his identity and likeness be concealed in subsequent news reports, the director patted his chest, assuring him that the highest level of witness protection would be enacted to ensure Fu Hang's safety, thereby preventing any potential retaliation from criminals. The two conversed amiably, and as Fu Hang departed, Director Chen personally escorted him to the door. Do you really think this formidable man is requesting the activation of the witness protection program out of fear of retaliation? The officer tasked with driving Fu Hang away mused, his expression peculiar. He had been among the first to arrive at the scene, having witnessed the injuries inflicted upon the two suspects firsthand. Such a person would typically require documentation, wouldn't they? Well, I heard Sister Yin Nan mention it yesterday, another officer remarked, watching Fu Hang's departing figure, hesitating as he licked his lips. Oh, he is a master of time management. The glances cast from within the car transformed from admiration into reverence. The mission to safeguard the target's well-being and to accomplish a triggering task, restoring peace and order, was concluded. A project proposal awaited as a reward. As Fu Hang approached the milk tea shop, he halted, his face a mask of astonishment. What is this? Fu Hang, filled with suspicion, glanced around and then stared at his empty hands. Where is the reward? And what on earth is a project proposal? I vanquished two ruthless criminals, and this is all I receive? By the way, what about the reward for saving the child? I leaped from the third floor. Are you just going to pretend that didn't happen? System? What about the reward for saving the child? The system remained unresponsive. Damn it, how unfortunate. Fu Hang grimaced, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips. For some reason, he had an overwhelming desire for a sip of mango pomelo sago since the moment he crushed that gunman. However, as he stood outside the door of the Ganlu milk tea shop, he was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unaware that the half-burned cigarette had slipped from his lips. What in the world is happening? Chapter 81. The milk tea shop erupted. I simply took a half day off work and inadvertently apprehended two fugitives. As I gazed upon the milk tea shop, which could nearly be described as overflowing with patrons, I found myself repeatedly confirming the sign hanging above. Was the queue truly stretching to the entrance? Where did that barrier at the door come from? Does the shop even possess such a thing? Hesitant, I shrank back and observed cautiously. Then, I heard a melodious and crystalline voice emanating from within the shop. Was that Layla? Had he truly come to livestream? The quality was remarkable. Cautiously, I donned a mask and made my way into the bustling establishment. Indeed, the crowd inside far surpassed that outside, leaving no space to stand. At that moment, Lei Lu was nonchalantly positioned atop his resting loft, surrounded by live streaming equipment, with the curtain haphazardly pushed aside. The atmosphere within was vibrant, almost rivaling that of a music festival. The crowd was predominantly composed of young individuals, likely university students, clutching their milk tea and swaying to the rhythm of the music, creating an ambience reminiscent of a concert. However, I suddenly became acutely aware of a grave predicament. I had acted recklessly. With such a scene unfolding, where would I find solace in the future? Where could I recline and relax? Would I now have to queue to buy milk tea for Qingwan? It seemed the shop had come alive, yet, did it even need to turn a profit? The staff's wages were dispensed by the system. The shop's profitability was irrelevant to me. With this realization dawning upon me, I cast a less than friendly glance at Lei Lu. No, something was amiss. I shifted my gaze away from Lei Lu and noticed a young woman seated on the stairs. She donned a fur-collared shawl, her pale, smooth legs elegantly crossing the steps beneath her leather shorts, while her black boots encased her shapely calves. Such whiteness, such length. But who was she? I could see that she, too, had set up a live streaming device, posing for the camera with an array of sweet smiles. As my gaze continued to sweep across the crowd, I discovered that several others were also broadcasting live. What exactly was going on? I located Xia Xiaofeng amidst the throng and, without a word, yanked him outside. Boss, you're here? Wow, you're truly amazing. Look, our shop's business has exploded. Xia Xiaofeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon seeing me. A shop on the brink of closure, selling merely 2 cups of milk tea a day. How long had it been since I took over? What was happening? Hearing his words, I felt a pang of frustration. As Xia Xiaofeng animatedly recounted the events, clarity began to wash over me. Last night, Lei Lu had indeed kept his promise and arrived at the milk tea shop to commence his livestream. This marked his first broadcast following that confession video. While he had previously claimed to possess a modicum of popularity, it was largely confined to the small sphere of Han University, where the viewership could occasionally exceed 1,000 during peak times, but generally hovered around a few hundred. However, it appeared he had severely underestimated the traffic generated by that video. As soon as he began his livestream yesterday, the viewer count surged past 3,000. And after singing Reserve twice, it skyrocketed to 5,000. Lei Lu was ecstatic. He had never experienced anything like this before. Encouraged by the online community, he began to narrate, in vivid detail, the origins of his heartfelt confession, embellishing the story at every turn. Throughout this, he did not neglect to acknowledge his benefactor, continually emphasizing the support and encouragement he received from the owner of the tea shop. He described his initial timidity and despair, illustrating how, through the owner's repeated guidance, he finally mustered the courage to act boldly, thus creating a legend. However, his frequent mentions of the tea shop soon drew the ire of netizens, with some even questioning whether he was exploiting his newfound fame for commercial gain. In response, Lei Lu vehemently swore that he had not taken a single cent from the tea shop and made a public declaration in his livestream. He committed to broadcasting from the tea shop every day henceforth. This resolute stance began to foster belief in the purity of his friendship with the tea shop owner. That evening, as the viewer count surpassed 10,000, he excitedly proclaimed that if local viewers could arrive before he ended his stream, he would treat them to a cup of the signature mango sago. Ultimately, 17 college students showed up to join in the excitement, 3 of whom were Lei Li's roommates. When he concluded the stream, the peak number of concurrent viewers reached 12,809. Lei Lu was elated and sincerely thanked his mentor in his heart. Following the previous day's promotion, several college students trickled in that morning to sample the tea, taking photos at the entrance. However, the sales were modest, totaling just over a dozen cups by noon. Yet, after reflecting on the data post-broadcast, Lei Lu found himself unable to sleep, tempted by the sweet taste of success. He returned after lunch, equipped for another round. Xia Xiaofeng was more than willing to assist enthusiastically. The afternoon's livestream, however, did not attract as many viewers as the previous day, as it was midday and not many were likely to be glued to their phones. Nevertheless, Lei Lu remained undeterred, energetically singing and engaging with the audience. The viewers playfully teased him about whether he would offer free tea today, to which he cleverly replied that he would. But only 10 cups would be available, and they would be distributed by lottery. He clarified that he was a student without money, and the audience expressed their understanding. The stream maintained a steady viewership of around 2,000. Then, unexpectedly, a familiar face appeared on camera, Li Weiyang. Having faced rejection at the hospital, she was bored and, perhaps seeking a distraction, ordered a cup of mango sago. Li Weiyang had visited? Upon hearing this, Fu Hang's expression grew curious. What was going on with this young lady? After yesterday's dramatic scene with Qin Yuchu, why was she still holding on? Was she truly trapped? Indeed, she ordered a cup of mango sago, but she paid for it. Xia Xiaofeng scrutinized Fu Hang's expression and, with a mischievous instinct, added a comment. Li Weiyang's unexpected appearance stirred a slight commotion in the livestream. Lei Lu recognized her. Recalling that she seemed to be the mentor's wife, he quickly devised a plan, subtly shifting the camera's focus towards Li Weiyang. Without further ado, he selected a few heartfelt love songs and began to sing. The more seasoned viewers became excited, as the audience's favorite content was about to unfold. It is precisely such unexpected encounters and authenticity that render this street photography far more captivating than those heavily filtered images of young ladies. Moreover, Lei Li's livestream operates without the enhancement of beauty filters, a fact that netizens have repeatedly verified. In Lei Li's own words, he is a singer who does not rely on his looks for success. So, is this sudden appearance of a customer genuinely enchanting without the aid of beauty filters? My goodness, does this bubble tea shop truly boast such a high-caliber clientele? Li Weiyang ordered a cup of milk tea and quietly settled into a booth. Her head bowed in contemplation. Although Fu Hang had mentioned the popularity of Lei Li's livestream to her, she paid little heed. Instead, she found herself once again marveling at this man's strategic acumen and execution. He has indeed transformed considerably. Sipping her milk tea, she almost regarded Lei Lu as the resident singer of the bubble tea shop. She did not mind the livestream camera. Rather, she responded with a polite nod and a smile. This smile, in turn, made the older viewers in the livestream feel gratified. And even the female audience members were captivated by the aura emanating from it. The popularity of the livestream began to soar. Chapter 82. A breath of fresh air in the livestream after sipping half a cup of milk tea and listening to 2 songs. Li Weiyang suddenly expressed her desire to hear restraint. This request has become quite commonplace in Lei Li's live streaming sessions, and he was well aware of this fact. Consequently, he sought various excuses to defer her request today. As a music broadcaster, singing just one song could easily lead to being pigeonholed, which would be detrimental to his career. However, how could he possibly refuse his mentor's request? Without hesitation, he began to sing Restraint. The melodious tune and poignant lyrics reverberated throughout the milk tea shop. Although Li Weiyang had heard this song numerous times, having come across it in various videos, this moment marked her most earnest listening experience yet. With her gaze fixed vacantly on the milk tea before her, she became momentarily lost in thought, immersing herself in the evocative imagery conjured by the lyrics. For the first time, she set aside her reservations, envisioning everything between herself and him. The live stream unfolded like a meticulously crafted music video, with viewers enthusiastically flooding the comments with 666. Some fervent university students had already dashed out of their campus, hoping to encounter the elegant, storytelling office lady at first sight. The number of viewers in the live stream surged to 7,000. After the song concluded, Li Weiyang snapped back to reality, graciously expressing her gratitude before rising to leave. On the table remained only half a cup of unfinished mango pomelo sago, with a faint lipstick mark on the straw, a silent testament to a poignant, untold story that had transpired there. Lei Lu was exhilarated. He felt that this milk tea shop was indeed his sanctuary. He had long forgotten his plan to stream for just 1 hour, contemplating instead the idea of residing permanently in this establishment. Thus, he continued to sing. And when fatigue set in, he engaged in light-hearted banter, taking sips of milk tea before resuming his performance. As news spread, the foot traffic in the milk tea shop gradually increased in the afternoon, though most visitors were merely there to take photos or observe the live stream. Naturally, A few had come with the hope of a serendipitous encounter. Most of these onlookers were university students, enjoying their leisure time. This influx meant that more faces began to appear within Lei Lu's livestream. What characterizes university students? Youthfulness, vibrancy, and exuberance, attributes shared by both genders. Let us not forget, it was still afternoon. Classes had not yet concluded. Those industrious pillars of society, engrossed in their studies, would not be present at this hour. The online viewers were genuinely astonished. Was the clientele truly of such high quality? Although they may not have matched the elegance of the earlier office lady, these young men and women were undeniably charming. Just as many of the more seasoned viewers began to fidget with impatience, the livestream camera captured yet another individual. Unlike the innocent and demure figures from previous videos, this newcomer exuded grace and poise. Dressed in a simple yet sophisticated professional attire, she radiated both competence and vitality. Qin Yuchu had arrived. Lei Lu immediately halted the live stream, rushing over to greet her. Of course, he merely paused his singing and interaction. Keeping the camera rolling, Qin Yuchu appeared somewhat taken aback by Lei Li's live performance in the milk tea shop. But upon realizing that this was a means to attract traffic to Fu Hang's establishment, she displayed remarkable cooperation. The two stood quietly at a distance from the camera, engaged in soft conversation, punctuated by occasional light laughter. The audience in the live stream fell into silence. What unfolds within the lens is the shyness of youth, a pure ambiguity. The two protagonists of the confession video stand quietly before the camera, serenely sharing the unspoken tremors that weigh heavily on their hearts. There is no ostentation, no scripted design, no jesting banter, no suggestive posturing. It resembles a refreshing current in the live streaming realm, cleansing the viewers tainted by the filth of the internet. The essence is authenticity, the promotion is sincerity. The popularity of the live stream begins to soar uncontrollably, with newcomers drawn in almost irresistibly. Many who arrived early to join the festivities remain, each pulling out their phones to capture this beautiful moment, eager to share it on campus networks, hoping their friends and family can partake in the unfolding spectacle. Qin Yuchu did not linger long. She had merely come to purchase milk tea. After Xia Xiaofeng handed her the prepared drink, she waved at the camera with a smile and departed. Yet, at that moment, the online viewer count surged past 10,000 once more. Back in front of the camera, Lei Lu explained that Qin Yuchu came from a humble background and had secured an internship outside of school to support herself. This narrative resonated with many, prompting a flurry of encouraging comments urging Lei Lu to take good care of the girl, even leading to the emergence of 2 celebratory emojis. Meanwhile, students who had initially come to partake in the excitement began to linger in the milk tea shop, creating a lively atmosphere. Thanks to the campus network's influx, the viewer count in the live stream skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing 2,814 by 3 in the afternoon. This marked another personal record for Lei Lu, spurring him to exert even more effort. Who, then, was the figure on the stairs? Upon hearing that Qin Yuchu had been present, Fu Hang displayed little reaction. Yet he felt an unsettling tightness in his chest regarding Lei Li's decision to feature Qin Yuchu. Xiao Qi, you don't know her? Xia Xiaofeng was taken aback. Qiamo, known online as Xiao Qi, is a girl who has cherished singing since childhood. She never attended college, performing as a resident singer in bars after graduating high school. When live streaming gained popularity, she seized the opportunity, becoming one of the few singing streamers in Han City. With her sweet appearance and vibrant personality, she excelled in outdoor live broadcasts, engaging brilliantly with her audience. However, she has recently encountered some hurdles. Viewers often experience aesthetic fatigue. Those who genuinely enjoy music may not necessarily appreciate visual allure, while those drawn in by looks are often reluctant to invest time in her singing. As a result, her popularity has begun to wane. The barriers to entry in the streaming industry are low, yet it is fiercely competitive. Each day, a myriad of innovative newcomers arrive to teach the veterans how to navigate the terrain. Naturally, Xiao Qi has seen the confession video in their line of work. It is imperative to stay informed of peers' movements. The team behind her is already drafting plans for a reshoot, setting the scene for a marriage proposal. She is also keeping an eye on Lei Lu, the newcomer poised for overnight fame. Yesterday, she observed Lei Li's live stream, which was quite ordinary, yet not foolish. He understood the necessity to capitalize on the trending flow. However, why choose a milk tea shop? A wealthy benefactor? Such a hasty decision could backfire, couldn't it? Then today, she noticed that Lei Lu had begun streaming once more. When Qin Yuchu appeared before the camera, a sudden plan struck her mind. She realized that she could ride the wave of this popularity. Swiftly, she gathered her team, equipped with all necessary devices, and dashed towards the milk tea shop. Her arrival sparked a minor commotion, for in comparison to Lei Lu, she was indeed a prominent figure in the live streaming scene of Han City. She initially pretended to be there to buy milk tea, and upon spotting Lei Lu, she warmly greeted the audience in front of the camera. When the viewers in the live stream urged her to perform a song, she inquired with Lei Lu and the others present if she could also start her own broadcast. Thus, the competition commenced, both online and offline. In no time, the milk tea shop was ablaze with excitement. Countless netizens from the same city flocked to the scene, while bewildered passers-by paused to witness the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 83, The Rising Difficulty System. I have a question. Who claims the profits from this milk tea shop? After listening to this bewildering prologue, Fu Hang feebly dismissed Xia Xiaofeng, while another attendant had already approached several times. The workload was overwhelming. Is there a sack for collecting money? Fortunately, Xia Xiaofeng, quick-witted as ever, had summoned the other two night shift workers back. The project was initiated based on the target customer, and the profits belonged to that customer. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. What? Wait a moment. Let me sort this out. The target customer here should be Shen Qingwan, right? The reason I applied was that Shen Qingwan enjoys this milk tea, and if it closes, I would be unable to indulge, hence my decision to purchase it for my own convenience. Is that correct? So, the profits from this shop belong to Shen Qingwan? On what grounds? Are you certain you understand what you are saying? I can offer you a chance to rephrase your words. After all, system errors, network delays, and data loss are commonplace. Fu Hang's expression twisted in frustration. He understood that the profits would not be given to him. Otherwise, it would be a blatant bug. Shen Qingwan liked sauerkraut fish, bought it. She enjoyed amusement parks. Purchased them. She fancied BSJ, acquired that too. Within half a year, Fu Hang could buy the entire city of Han. And then, what would he gain? Therefore, Fu Hang initially speculated that the system would reclaim this portion of the profits and subsequently distribute them to him as salary. ISNT that how unscrupulous entrepreneurs operate. But who could have anticipated that these profits would be allocated to Shen Qingwan? Damn it, how is this even fair? Logically, it makes no sense. The crucial questions are, who provides it? How is it given? Under what pretext? Should I give it? Would Shen Qingwan even comprehend receiving money from me? A mere game booster gifting her a milk tea shop? What was the point of crafting this persona? The project was initiated based on the target customer, and the profits belonged to that customer. The system thoughtfully reiterated its previous message, word for word. Fu Hang fell silent. Sensing this was the system's punishment for his habitual idleness at work. This was a covert increase in game difficulty, it seemed. Or, should he confront Shen Qingwan directly? Drive up in the GT 900, boldly declare himself the CEO, and then hand her a milk tea shop, thereby obliterating her statistics and claiming a moment of intimacy? Then swagger off with his pants held high. That seemed somewhat exhilarating. After all, he now had Li Weiyang and Ing Yanan as backup options. Quite stable, ISNT it? A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Fu Hang's eyes as he stroked his chin with a lecherous grin. Yet, in the next moment, he hesitated. Li Weiyang was certainly less stable than Shen Qingwan. Few women possessed the steadfastness to remain true to their ideals and mission, unwavering for 3 years. No, it had been 6 years, her resolve as solid as a rock. If any complications arose in the future, it would be difficult to remedy. To indulge or not to indulge. Fu Hang's gaze wandered. No, Li Weiyang was too unpredictable. Given the current situation, she might very well implode before Shen Qingwan. As for Yin Nan, her fierce demeanor alone, irrespective of her identity in the criminal investigation team, instilled a sense of trepidation in Fu Hang. This woman, when roused, truly embodies ferocity. Engaging with her is akin to the peril of losing flesh with a mere lick or risking a tooth with a careless bite. No, he resolved. He could not afford to make hasty decisions any longer. He needed to remain composed and avoid reckless actions. Yet, amidst his contemplation, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the distant office building that housed Yuan Trading. Upon returning to the store, he stood in a position out of the reach of the live-streaming camera and beckoned to Lei Lu. Although Lei Lu had already noticed Fu Hang, he was reluctant to abandon the valuable data from the live stream, merely casting a respectful glance from afar. However, upon seeing his master summon him, he disregarded everything else and hurriedly redirected the camera towards the bar to showcase the milk tea making process. rushing down with zeal. Xiao Qi, observing from behind, was filled with curiosity, pondering Fu Hang's true identity. That's enough for today. Stop, Fu Hang commanded, his expression cold and impatient. Stop? Layla was taken aback, contemplating the data from the live stream, which he was genuinely reluctant to forego. But we have 50,000 viewers. Stop when I say stop, Fu Hang replied with a smirk. A flicker of realization crossed Lei Li's face as he pondered the implications. Is Master concerned that I might overexpose our popularity? Having grasped this notion, a radiant smile spread across Lei Li's face as he promptly turned around. Have her cease as well, Fu Hang added. Upon receiving Lei Li's message, Xiao Qi pondered briefly before apologizing to her audience and singing one more song before concluding the live stream. Although she sensed that this was not the ideal moment to end the broadcast, as the popularity was still on the rise, she had to concede to the proprietor's wishes. Collecting her equipment, Xiao Qi approached Fu Hang with a cheerful demeanor, scrutinizing the young owner closely. However, she found it rather perplexing that, despite the bustling business, he wore a sour expression. Hello, I am Xiao Qi. You've worked hard. Xiao Xia, please serve a cup of mango sago to each of them. Fu Hang nodded politely and turned to ascend to the loft. Xiao Qi was taken aback. Is he ignoring me? I have helped bring traffic to your establishment. I have over 100,000 followers. Is a cup of milk tea all it takes to dismiss me? Watching Fu Hang leave without a second glance, she felt a surge of dissatisfaction. While the live stream had yielded mutual benefits, it seemed that the gains were shared solely between herself and Lei Lu. You merely rode on our wave of popularity, did you not? She thought, frustrated. With a huff, Xiao Qi packed her equipment and departed with her team, leaving the complimentary milk tea behind. As the live stream concluded, the crowd that had gathered gradually dispersed, and the patrons in line for milk tea began to lose their patience, leaving in droves. Before long, the once vibrant atmosphere of the milk tea shop had cooled significantly. Nevertheless, a few customers remained seated in booths, either taking photos or engaging in light-hearted conversation. Fu Hang, having drawn the curtains of the loft, lay down wearily on the bed. Surely, the shop's daily revenue would not be settled at day's end. Previously, they had only sold 2 cups in a day, and most likely, he was responsible for that purchase. Talk of profits was merely a means of calculating daily losses. Observing the current circumstances, the profits should be substantial. If settled today, wouldn't Xin Qingwan receive her payment? This project is settled monthly. The system gently reminds us. Fu Hang exhaled softly, realizing there was still room for maneuvering. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, light and steady. Boss. Xia Xiaofeng's voice emerged from outside, sounding cautious. Come in, Fu Hang replied tersely. Boss. It was Lei Lu who insisted on coming up. He got carried away while singing, and I couldn't stop him, Xia Xiaofeng explained quietly. Noticing Fu Hang's stern expression and assuming it was due to someone intruding into his private office. From now on, keep an eye on him. Don't let him come up. You should find someone to build a wall and install a door, Fu Hang said, feeling genuinely irked. This was his personal space, not open to the public. Moreover, it was quite a pleasant spot for a midday break. Yes, I'll contact a renovation company shortly. We can build it with composite panels. It should be ready in 2 days at the latest. Also, aren't we considering hiring new staff? Today, I brought in the evening shift. But if it continues like this, 2 people per shift will certainly be overwhelmed. If it becomes too much, we'll limit the number of customers. Which milk tea shop treats its employees like beasts of burden? Fu Hang's anger flared instantly. I was already worried about this issue, and now you bring it up. Just because the milk tea is selling well, you're happy, right? What does it have to do with you? Will the money end up in your pocket? You're just an employee. Chapter 84. Business trip with male colleague Xia Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. This statement seemed somewhat amiss. Was it an expression of concern for subordinates? Yet, across from him, Fu Hang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Limited edition? My goodness. I must be an entrepreneurial genius. Afraid of making a profit? I won't sell it, and that resolves everything. Indeed, starting tomorrow, you shall post a notice indicating that each variety of milk tea will be available in limited quantities daily. The total number of cups must not exceed. How many did we sell today? As of now, approximately 400 cups. Though most of the sales were of the simplest pure milk tea, we fell short on supplies for the others. Xia Xiaofeng was perplexed by Fu Hang's intentions and answered honestly. As this was also a reason for approaching Fu Hang, he needed to increase procurement of supplies. See, I told you, if the supplies can't keep up, how can we operate without limits? Fu Hang proclaimed, brimming with self-importance. Xia Xiaofeng remained in a daze. Wouldn't it suffice to simply purchase more supplies? What about yesterday? How many did we sell yesterday? Since the live broadcast only started in the evening, there weren't many customers, yet we still managed to sell around 100 cups. All right, starting tomorrow, let's limit the total to 200. 150 cups. Once they are sold out, that's it. Fu Heng hesitated for a moment, calculating the expenses of the milk tea shop. Selling 150 cups a day should maintain a balance between income and expenditure, right? However, if this approach backfired, there might be no customers in just a few days, and he would revert to his previous leisurely days. Moreover, he needn't worry about Shun Qingwan's side anymore. Selling only 150 cups a day? Xia Xiaofeng was astonished, utterly bewildered by Fu Heng's strategy. Oh, and about hiring staff, you must expedite that as well. Working 2 shifts is too exhausting for you. Once we have adequate personnel, we can implement 3 shifts, with 6 people per shift, 4 behind the counter and 2 serving. Fu Heng's thoughts began to expand. While cutting costs, he also needed to increase revenue. He was uncertain of the precise profit margin on a cup of milk tea, but he was certain it was exceedingly lucrative. What if selling 150 cups still generated profit? Hire a few more people, let the expenses flow. What is there to fear about losses? It's not my money at stake. What? 6 people per shift? 3 shifts? Xia Xiaofeng was taken aback. He had suggested hiring out of concern for the workload and potential oversights, especially since this involved consumables, where any errors could be troublesome. Yet now, with the limit in place, why hire staff? And why hire so many at once? 3 shifts. Which milk tea shop operates like that? Are we only hiring summer interns? Well, you handle the hiring. By the way, from now on, you are the manager of this shop. You will have the final say in all matters here. Your salary will be doubled. Fu Heng declared with a grand gesture, holding a particular regard for this young man who could call him boss. Xia Xiaofeng's expression was complex, struggling to keep pace with the rapid changes in mood. Am I really the manager now? My salary doubled? The salary standards for others will remain as before. You expedite the hiring process. Fu Heng took a deep breath, feeling a surge of confidence as he swiftly resolved the issues the system had laid before him. Boss, if we are limiting sales, we won't need that many people. And isn't 150 cups too few? As customers arrived, we found ourselves at a standstill. It seemed inappropriate to merely observe. With a sudden doubling of salaries, Xia Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility and promptly embraced the role of store manager. One must think beyond the owner's perspective. Increase staff. Reduce working hours. This is essentially a covert raise, and one must cultivate a sense of gratitude. This is manageable. You can purchase a few timers that record seconds with a simple tap. Then, organize a training session for the employees, meticulously detailing each preparation step down to the second. Specify how many times to stir, how many seconds to shake, and list everything comprehensively. Extend the time required to prepare a cup of milk tea, ideally. Aim for 1 cup every 10 minutes. This way, customers would have no grounds for complaint and might even commend our establishment's attention to detail. Fu Heng's mind flowed freely, his thoughts clear and precise. Xia Xiaofeng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for a counter-argument. Thus, it would be prudent to close the store for a day tomorrow. Sort out the recruitment and training matters, and only then resume operations. Have the lower staff cease work as well. Let them rest early today. And do not forget my matter. Fu Heng felt invigorated, striding downstairs. He believed himself to be exceptionally clever. Closing the business? Who would have thought of that? You were busy, right? I merely want you to take a moment to compose yourself. What will the online viewers think when they see the milk tea shop shuttered? Upon exiting the shop, Fu Heng stretched luxuriously, relishing the beauty of the setting sun. Today's wage, amounting to 400,000 yuan, had been deposited. Current objectives: Shun Qingwan's affection level, 71. 11. Li Weiyang's affection level, 69. 03. Ing Yanan's affection level, 29. 95. Please continue your efforts, host. Oh, a day of absence still warrants full pay? Shun Qingwan's affection dipped slightly, while Li Weiyang also experienced a minor adjustment. However, Ing Yanan, after all I did to save your life, a mere 29? Bah, what a fickle girl. As for Ing Yanan's affection returning to normal levels, Fu Heng was not surprised. Even after delivering 2 slaps, saving a life is no trifling matter. Even the fiercest of beasts cannot be so heartless. The overall market index remained stable, and Fu Heng felt a sense of joy. He was prepared to find a place to continue with his afternoon plans, perhaps to cultivate his artistic sensibilities. Fu Heng suddenly hesitated. Previously, he had been diligent and conscientious, faithfully fulfilling his duties without complaint. Never had he considered absence or leave. Since a day off still garners full pay, could he continue to test the waters? Fu Heng licked his lips, his mind wandering once more. As night fell, Fu Heng dressed impeccably, adorned with a watch worth hundreds of thousands, and drove his GT 900 out into the night. Destination: Buckingham Palace Private Club. He harbored no ulterior motives. He merely wished to critique the decadence and moral decay of the wealthy. The car entered the club's exclusive parking lot under the admiring gaze of the security personnel. Another guard, impeccably uniformed and wearing white gloves, approached swiftly to assist with the door. However, Fu Heng hesitated, glancing at the incoming call displayed on the car's screen. Qin Yuchu. It was his personal phone ringing. He had tossed his work phone at home and had not turned it on all day. After a moment of hesitation, he rolled down the car window and waved to the security guard. Once the window was securely closed again, he switched the call to his mobile phone. Is your shoulder feeling better? Qin Yuchu's voice was gentle. Yes, it's mostly fine, Fu Heng replied calmly. Have you eaten dinner? I have. And you? I have as well. The conversation fell into silence. Fu Heng felt a bit stuffy in the car, glanced at the distant security guard, and opened the window again. Do you have time tomorrow? Qin Yuchu inquired once more. I should be at work. Fu Heng raised his brow instinctively, but then he noticed the calendar displayed on the car's screen. Tomorrow is the first day of the month? A day off? Oh, I see. Qin Yuchu's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Actually, it's not mandatory for me to work. Fu Heng, driven by an inexplicable urge, made a suggestion. Really? The voice on the other end brightened, causing Fu Heng to smile subtly. Can you accompany me on a business trip? A business trip? Fu Heng's smile faltered. You want me to join you while I'm on my day off? There's a project at the company that's progressing, and it involves significant funding. We're collaborating with a garment factory, and I'm a bit uneasy. I want to take a look for myself, Qin Yuchu explained cautiously. Where to? Not far. Just to Deep City. I checked the navigation. It'll take 3 hours. Fu Heng hesitated, feeling a pang of uncertainty. I haven't been to any other cities aside from Han City. Qin Yuchu's voice suddenly softened, revealing her vulnerability and shyness. Fu Heng's heart tightened, nearly leading him to agree. But he quickly regained his composure. Is this really you, Qin Yuchu? Huh? Do you think I've just met you? Where's your charming voice package? You're going on a business trip alone? Has the company not assigned anyone else? Fu Heng scoffed, thinking of all the experiences he had amassed over 3 years. There are a few colleagues from the project department going too. However, they're all men. When do you depart? Should I come to pick you up? Fu Heng straightened his posture, asking earnestly. The agreed time is 3 in the afternoon, but I think I'll head over today. Qin Yuchu hesitated before continuing. Today? Really? Yes. The client is a distant relative of the project deputy supervisor, and I want to visit the factory privately tomorrow morning. A discreet visit? Quite a meticulous approach. No issues there. Are you going alone? That's why I'm scared. I want you to accompany me. What time are we leaving? Can we go now? Just wait for me. Chapter 85. Do not go. Fu Heng approached his tasks with meticulous diligence. Aware that Qin Yuchu was in disguise for a covert visit, he parked the GT 900 and retrieved the more understated ADQ7. In stark contrast to the 33 million GT 900, the ADQ7 exuded a sense of simplicity and modesty. As the splendid stars adorned the night sky, the black SUV ventured onto the expressway leading to Deep City. Given the nature of his business trip, Fu Heng casually inquired, how has the company been faring lately? Thus commenced Assistant Qin's professional report, leaving Fu Heng ensnared in a fog of confusion, teetering on the brink of slumber. Within merely half an hour, his earlier bravado of considering himself a commercial prodigy at the milk tea shop had dwindled, as he resigned himself to the realization that he was better suited to the role of a sycophant. However, he did glean some insights. It appeared that Vice President Su Changhe was not likely to endure much longer. One should never be deceived by a woman's delicate facade, for when the time comes to act, her resolve can be quite fierce. Yet, he pondered on the situation with Shin Yuan. Based on his understanding of her, granting her such expansive freedom should have elicited some noteworthy developments. Nevertheless, Fu Heng refrained from broaching the topic with Qin Yuchu. He was acutely aware of the boundaries of conversation, distinguishing between what could and could not be said, a testament to his professionalism. Intriguingly, it was Qin Yuchu who initiated the discussion about Shin Yuan. Recently, her activities had been quite pronounced. having introduced several competitive recruitment schemes that encouraged numerous mid-level employees to self-nominate. Should these proposals come to fruition, the company would undergo a significant transformation. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow but chose not to engage further, feigning indifference. Qin Yuchu observed the profile of Fu Hang with quiet intensity, halting her report on work matters. As the vehicle sped onward, their exchanges dwindled, with the navigation system persistently reminding them of their journey. The closer they approached their destination, the more their dialogue diminished, until, with just an hour remaining, an almost palpable silence enveloped them. The planned inspection was set for the following day, and with it being 9 in the evening, an undercover visit was clearly impractical. So what would they do upon arrival in Deep City? I am aware of your feigned restraint, just as you understand my deliberate aloofness. It is an unspoken understanding between us. In truth, from the moment he received that phone call, Fu Hang harbored a foreboding sense that something significant might transpire today. Yet, was it fair? He could almost envision the melodramatic scenario. Without the golden band, I cannot save you. With the band, I cannot love you. An inexplicable guilt began to gnaw at Fu Hang's insides, inciting a sense of agitation. He rolled down the car window and retrieved a cigarette. With a snap, the flame ignited before him, and he noted how this woman always appeared at the most opportune moments. Without glancing at her, he lowered his head to light the cigarette, his gaze intensely fixated ahead. In the next instant, Fu Hang's eyes narrowed sharply, his hands gripping the steering wheel with taut muscles, firmly controlling the vehicle. His foot transitioning from the accelerator to the brake in an instant. Bang! A car hurtled towards the guardrail ahead, crashing violently, and then, propelled by inertia, began to tumble. Fu Hang's response was swift and decisive, as he adeptly controlled the speed and maneuvered the vehicle to the side of the road. Observing the vehicle that had rolled over and was now precariously wedged against the median, Fu Hang's gaze was filled with intense fury. He was not far from the car ahead, his line of sight crystal clear. Moments ago, another vehicle had been traveling parallel to the one involved in the accident. It was precisely for this reason that Fu Hang instinctively decelerated, allowing him the precious moments needed to react. He witnessed the incident unfold with startling clarity. The black SUV, overtaking in tandem, suddenly veered, possibly due to driver fatigue or distraction. Unfortunately, the point of collision was exceedingly unfortunate, directly causing the white car to crash into the barrier. This was a grave traffic incident, yet astonishingly, the black vehicle simply continued on its way, showing no intention of stopping or slowing down. Move outside the barrier. Call the police. Fu Hang activated his hazard lights, flung open his door, and dashed toward the accident site in the middle of the road. Qin Yuchu appeared somewhat flustered. Yet her instinctive obedience to Fu Hang was almost second nature, and without hesitation, she exited the vehicle and vaulted over the guardrail. Fu Hang moved swiftly, but as he approached the wrecked car and looked up, a flash of terror crossed his face. Smoke was billowing from the undercarriage, a new energy vehicle. Fu Hang dared not hesitate. Gripping the guardrail, he leapt up and pressed against the window of the car, straining to pull open the door. It was locked tight. He pounded desperately on the window, trying to alert the occupants inside. Yet, in the next moment, the terror in Fu Hang's eyes deepened. Through the glass, he glimpsed the harrowing scene within, 2 adults and a child. In the front seat, a male driver, presumably the father, sat motionless, while in the back seat was a young mother and a small child secured in a child's safety seat. The child was very young, nearly the same age as the one he had rescued just days prior. But at this moment, aside from the child secured in the safety seat, both adults hung limply. Their heads slumped against the deformed airbags, utterly unresponsive. Were they unconscious? Had they succumbed? Fu Hang had no time to ponder, yanking at the door with all his might. But it would not budge. A glance at the increasingly thickening white smoke urged him to grit his teeth. He clenched his right fist and struck the window with all his force. A dull thud resounded, his knuckles trembling slightly, but his eyes widened in astonishment. It hadn't shattered? How much force had he exerted? Remarkable that it remained intact. Had domestic new energy technology reached such a level? Yet, as the smoke rose, he detected a pungent odor. Although he did not fully grasp the principles of new energy vehicles, he had seen in the news that once such a car ignited, extinguishing the flames was a formidable challenge. With no time for reflection, Fu Hang retracted his fist and struck again. Fortunately, his masterful physique did not let him down. On the 5th punch, the window finally shattered, ignoring the cuts on his arm from the glass. Fu Hang opened the door and reached for the child, while also assessing the condition of the 2 adults inside. They were not dead, merely unconscious. However, Fu Hang's position was awkward. As the vehicle was tilted, the window he had broken faced upward, preventing him from simultaneously reaching the woman in the back seat. The acrid scent intensified, and with no time to think, he scooped up the child and jumped down from the median. Raising his head, he met the gaze of Qin Yuchu, who was preparing to leap over the guardrail to assist. Cradling the child, Fu Hang sprinted forward, crossing the road to hand the distressed infant to Qin Yuchu. "Be careful," she exclaimed, her face a portrait of panic. Initially intending to assist, she felt utterly at a loss after taking the child into her arms. Fu Hang returned to the vehicle, his expression increasingly grim, for he had seemingly glimpsed flames moments ago. However, the position of the car rendered any rescue attempt perilous. He slipped into the open back door, but could not reach the adult within, unless he were to climb atop the car and enter that way. Yet such an action would place him in jeopardy as well. Leaning in with half his body, Fu Hang strained to grasp the rear seat belt, shouting loudly. He could see that the driver in the front seat was completely unconscious, while the woman in the back remained semi-conscious, disoriented from the violent impact. The woman, in a daze, seemed to hear Fu Hang's urging and released her seatbelt. He seized her hand and pulled her from the vehicle. They tumbled to the ground, and as Fu Hang looked up, the flames had intensified. Without hesitation, he lifted the still-dazed woman and dashed towards the opposite side of the road. Qin Yuchu stood frozen in place, still holding the child, and this time she did not heed Fu Hang's warning, instead remaining rooted at the edge of the barrier. "Stay here," he instructed as he set the woman down and turned to charge back toward the wreckage. "Fu Hang," Qin Yuchu gasped, tears welling in her eyes. He glanced back and met her terrified gaze, understanding the unspoken plea in her expression. "Don't go." Chapter 86. The flowing long hair in reverse. "The fire has ignited. You have done enough." Yet, Fu Hang hesitated for merely a second before resolutely charging towards the other side once more. However, just as he intended to climb again, fierce flames erupted, and an overwhelming wave of heat instantly rendered him unable to approach. A flicker of despair crossed Fu Hang's eyes, and the weight of his suppressed anger nearly tore at his chest. Just a little more, he was so close. Fu Hang's gaze darted back and forth over the wrecked vehicle, desperately searching for a means of rescue. Climbing was no longer an option. The system had bestowed upon him an extraordinary physique, unparalleled reflexes, explosive power, and remarkable control. Yet, he was not a superhero. He could not withstand the searing flames without fear. In the next moment, Fu Hang dove into the isolation zone, bracing his shoulder against the rear of the wrecked car. A thunderous roar pierced the heavens. The vehicle trembled and slid down from the isolation barrier. Indeed, he had not anticipated lifting an entire car. However, simply pushing it off the barrier was within his grasp. With its wheels skyward, the vehicle lay at the roadside, flames emanating from its undercarriage, yet the fire was directed upward, granting the driver inside a few more precious seconds. The inferno intensified. Fu Hang stole a glance through the open car door. His expression remained grim. Even if he squeezed inside, he could not drag the driver from this angle. Lowering his body, Fu Hang approached the driver's seat, attempting to tug at the warped door handle repeatedly, but the deformed door refused to budge. Feeling the heat radiating down upon him, Fu Hang gritted his teeth and clasped the contorted door. "Open." Fu Hang's voice echoed through the night once more, his muscles bulging with exertion. As he felt a slight give in his grip, a flicker of surprise shone in his eyes. Had it opened? Ignoring the erratic flames, he pushed the deformed door aside and reached for the driver. The seatbelt remained fastened, and the warped steering wheel pressed against the driver's chest, rendering his hand unable to reach inside. "Damn it!" Fu Hang pounded on the driver, shouting, but received no response. The flames grew fiercer, and he felt a stinging pain on his skin, while the driver inside had already taken on an unnatural blackish-red hue. The seatbelt wouldn't unfasten. Time was running out. In a frenzy, Fu Hang tugged desperately, but the seatbelt remained obstinate. Glass. An idea struck him, and he turned to seek out the shattered glass from the rear seat he had broken. Yet, after attempting to use the shards on the seatbelt, despair sank in. The tempered plastic glass was utterly incapable of cutting through. Suddenly, a rush of wind swept by, and a plume of white gas surged towards Fu Hang. Dry ice? A fire extinguisher? He turned to see a man wielding a fire extinguisher, directing its spray towards him. The searing sensation dulled slightly, but Fu Hang paid it no mind, clutching the glass shards tightly and pulling with all his might. He understood clearly that the onboard dry ice fire extinguisher would not extinguish this fire. He was racing against time. "Brother, it's a fuel hybrid. This car runs on fuel hybrid." The man spraying the extinguisher behind him had evidently grasped something, his voice tinged with urgency and fear. A fuel hybrid? Fu Hang's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the car's dashboard. Indeed, it is a hybrid vehicle. This indicates the presence of a fuel tank. The seatbelt has already been severed halfway. Should I give up? Fu Hang hesitated for a moment, but soon a resolute expression flashed across his face. Everything the system had provided him was certainly not intended for him to merely play the role of a sycophant, much like that child, or that driver. It's about to explode. The urgency in the man's voice behind him grew increasingly frantic, and Fu Hang could feel the dry ice spraying on him receding. Moments later, the fire extinguisher ceased its discharge. Fu Hang fixed his gaze on the freight seatbelt. It was close, so close, about to snap. He did not look back, nor did he blame the man. Clearly, he was merely a passerby. The fact that he had rushed to help was already a kindness. He had no right to expect others to risk their lives as he did. The man hesitated, retreating while gripping the fire extinguisher tightly. As Fu Hang contemplated, one must assist others with the understanding that personal safety is paramount. He too had family, loved ones waiting for his return. The flames from the wrecked vehicle were fierce, and an explosion could occur at any moment. Staying here. The man quickly retreated, casting a conflicted glance at the blazing wreck. Suddenly, the fire extinguisher felt lighter in his hand. He turned in astonishment to see a cascade of long hair and a slender figure snatch the extinguisher from him. Charging towards the inferno. Fu Hang felt the sting on his face intensify. He even sensed his hair singeing. Just a moment longer. Just a moment. The white dry ice sprayed again, and Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback, but there was no time to look back as he desperately cut through the seatbelt. It snapped. Without a second thought, Fu Hang seized the driver, roughly pulling him from the vehicle and hoisting him onto his shoulder. As he turned, he caught sight of the silhouette wielding the fire extinguisher. Run! There was no time for reflection. He shouted loudly while sprinting forward with the driver in tow. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, the shockwave toppling the three fleeing figures. At the emergency center of Han City Second Hospital, Fu Hang sat motionless before the bed, quietly observing the woman lying there with her eyes closed. She slept peacefully, so serenely that Fu Hang dared not breathe too loudly, fearing to disturb her. He could not comprehend how, in such perilous circumstances, this seemingly delicate woman had summoned the courage to charge forward when all other rescuers had retreated. Who instilled such courage within you? Are you reckless with your life? Or do you possess a system of your own? Fu Hang's gaze was laden with complexity. Danger. You must not go, but you did, and I shall accompany you. Qin Yuchu was asleep, having succumbed to slumber after the doctor administered a sedative under Fu Hang's suggestion. Thankfully, her injuries were not severe, after being knocked down by the shockwave. She had only sustained abrasions on her arm. However, the extent of any potential impact to her head would require further examination. According to the doctor's assessment, she should be fine. As for Fu Hang, he had been shaved bald, his eyebrows singed away. His bare head was unbandaged, yet slathered with ointment. The bald head gleamed, exuding an air of toughness and brotherhood. Grateful to the omnipotent system, this extraordinary body unexpectedly possesses a remarkable resistance to flames. The driver, severely burned, remains in critical condition, yet he has merely singed the hair atop his head. However, his right hand is extensively bandaged. The thick wrappings a stark contrast to the hardened glass of plastic that caused the injury, rendering any critique of the seatbelt futile. The injury to his hand, however, is undeniably severe. After gazing at that exquisitely pale face for a moment longer, Fu Hang suppressed his less than noble thoughts and quietly exited the hospital room. Upon reaching the stairwell of the hospital, he lit a cigarette, furtively observing his surroundings for any medical personnel. It was then that he noticed two men approaching him. One of them, clad in a police uniform, he had encountered upon his arrival at the hospital. This gentleman is Mr. Fu. The officer, wearing a grateful smile, proceeded to introduce the elderly farmer standing beside him. Indeed, the man beside the officer was an elder dressed in traditional farmer attire. In his 50s, he stooped with age, his weathered face revealing the trials of life. He appeared to be somewhat lame, limping as he approached. Chapter 87. Old Duan, you have saved my granddaughter twice. The elderly farmer, his hair as white as snow, spoke with trembling lips and a hoarse voice as he gazed at Fu Hang. Thank you, he added, raising his right hand slightly before it quickly fell back to his side. He bowed earnestly before Fu Hang. Such courtesy, sir, anyone would have acted similarly. What matters is that the child is safe, Fu Hang replied with a smile, though his eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. What a twist of fate. The child he had rescued from the accident was, astonishingly, the same child who had been abducted and later fell from a building. Moreover, the two adults in the car were not the child's parents, as Fu Heng had assumed, but rather police officers tasked with escorting the child home. This family had endured so much. The child had been kidnapped, then fell from a height, and just when she was finally rescued, they encountered a car accident on their way home. This child, as she grows, is destined for greatness, Fu Heng mused inwardly. The old farmer straightened up and regarded Fu Heng with a serious gaze, clearly not one for many words. He pursed his lips and bowed once more. Fu Heng, feeling a sense of discomfort, quickly intervened. There's no need for such formalities. He felt an inexplicable aversion to the old man's elaborate gestures of gratitude. Was it due to the man's identity? The subtle raising of his hand had not escaped Fu Heng's keen observation. Was it a salute, a gesture of a retired soldier, or merely a desire to shake hands? Fu Heng's thoughts were clouded by the farmer's peculiar aura. Despite his simple attire, his somewhat dazed expression, murky gaze, and the limp in his leg, Fu Heng felt an overwhelming intensity as the old man approached. Has the vehicle responsible for the accident been found? Fu Heng shifted the conversation, dismissing any concern regarding the old man's identity. His instinct to save lives was purely reflexive. He sought only clarity regarding the situation. Yet, his frustration simmered regarding the reckless black car that had struck the child without even slowing down. We are currently investigating that. The accompanying officer responded, momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the old farmer, then replied politely. We must apprehend that scoundrel. Fu Heng expressed vehemently. Mr. Fu, your girlfriend has regained consciousness. A nurse's voice suddenly echoed in the corridor. Then I shall not take up any more of your time, the old farmer said earnestly. Appearing ready to bow again, Fu Heng swiftly grasped the man's hand, shaking it firmly. As they brushed past one another, Fu Heng furrowed his brow slightly. The old man's grip was surprisingly strong, his palm calloused, and in that brief moment of contact, the sense of pressure intensified. A peculiar thought flickered through Fu Heng's mind. This man has blood on his hands, and not just one life. With a sense of intrigue, Fu Heng hastened toward Qin Youchu's hospital room. Meanwhile, the old man turned to the side, quietly observing Fu Heng's retreating figure until he vanished from sight. Mr. Duan. Just call me old Duan, the elderly man replied. You must be weary from your journey. Would you care to rest? The doctors are tending to the child, and our personnel are keeping watch. Is Officer Chen around? The old farmer inquired calmly. Officer Chen should be downstairs, the police officer replied courteously. Please, I would appreciate it if you could escort me to him. The elderly farmer slowly lifted his gaze, his hunched back gradually straightening. As the murkiness in his eyes began to dissipate, giving way to a chilling stillness. I am sorry, the head of the Seoul police, upon first seeing the old farmer, wore an expression of profound remorse etched upon his rugged features. It is not your concern. You should be aware of their intentions, the farmer replied in a flat tone, devoid of any emotion. Rest assured, we will certainly increase our manpower. Please convey a message for me. The farmer interrupted, his emotionless gaze rising gradually. I wish to be reinstated. Old Duan, Chen Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Just 3 hours ago, they discovered my daughter and son-in-law in a river at the border. The farmer's voice grew increasingly frigid. Chen Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, shock and pity reflecting in his gaze. He had not yet received this news. The higher-ups will not permit you to return with emotions clouding your judgment. After a long silence, Chen Xiao finally spoke. Whether they agree or not is their concern. Just relay my message. The farmer turned slowly, making his way toward the hospital. Chen Xiao opened his mouth, but found himself unable to articulate a single word, his eyes betraying only guilt. After a while, he dialed a number. How is it? Even in the dead of night, the call was answered instantly. Old Duan has arrived. The child is unharmed. However, Wang Yi, who was responsible for escorting them, has sustained severe burns and remains in critical condition. Zhang Yu has only a minor concussion. What about the vehicle? It was a cloned car, and it has been reported stolen by its owner. It was abandoned at the next intersection after leaving the highway. The driver wore a mask the entire time. Facial recognition has yielded no results. Search with all your might. Yes, I will ensure no one escapes. However, old Duan has requested reinstatement. Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately fulfilled his promise. I understand, Captain. Chen Xiao's tone shifted, perplexed. The head of the Seoul branch was addressing his superior as captain. A silence enveloped the conversation. He has dedicated 20 years to this nation, Chen Xiao murmured, lowering his voice, yet his tone was charged with emotion. You are aware of the situation with his daughter and son-in-law? After a lengthy silence, a calm voice inquired from the other end. Chen Xiao trembled, his lips quivering, unable to find his voice. Therefore, I have no reason to obstruct him. Where did the information leak? The identity of old Duan could not possibly be exposed. Only a handful of individuals knew he was still alive. It should not be a leak. The power transition in the Golden Triangle has prompted someone to exploit past events. Enough. This matter is beyond your purview now. Take care of the child and apprehend that driver. The call ended, and Chen Xiao stood in silence, gazing at the towering hospital building. The limping old Duan did not take the elevator but instead ascended the 5 floors with a pronounced limp. His only living relative, his sole granddaughter, was on that floor. The child was fortunate. The car seat had protected her well, though she had experienced considerable fright. At the door of the ward, old Duan unexpectedly encountered a female patient clutching her stomach. Uncle Duan. Upon encountering the elder Duan, the girl's expression was a tapestry of emotions. I heard you apprehended the nefarious individuals who abducted Minmin? It was evident that the elder Duan recognized her, his icy gaze softening ever so slightly. It's merely what I ought to do, he replied. Ing Yanin felt a wave of embarrassment. What did she capture? She had merely recognized the assailants and had nearly paid the ultimate price. The 2 criminals had been caught by that man. However, there were directives from the department to conceal Fu Hang's identity. Not even revealing it to Uncle Duan was permissible. Thank you. That shot you fired was in my stead. Please convey to your father that he no longer owes me, said the elder Duan, dismissing Ing Yanin and entering the hospital room. Ing Yanin's expression grew increasingly intricate. A blend of joy, embarrassment, and a hint of trepidation. The joy stemmed from Uncle Duan's acknowledgement, while the embarrassment arose from the realization that this achievement was not her own. As for the trepidation, what did he mean by her father no longer owing him? After all, he had saved her father's life. Chapter 88. You bear a striking resemblance with a heart heavy with trepidation. Ing Yanin returned to her hospital room, still wavering on whether to confide in her father. However, she found her director standing at her bedside, his expression as cold as ice. How do you know Duan Changfeng? Chen Xiao's voice was chilling. I met him when I graduated. My father took me to see him. Ing Yanin managed a slight smile, choosing not to conceal the truth. Your father is violating regulations. From today onward, forget about Duan Changfeng. You should not know him, do you understand? Chen Xiao's face was grim. As for your father, he will be held accountable. With that, he stormed out. Fu Hang went downstairs to purchase some food and returned with a furrowed brow, the weight of a troubling thought resting heavily upon him. In the dead of night, the hospital had suddenly become crowded with suspicious figures, exuding an odd aura. Had some prominent individuals arrived at the hospital? However, upon opening the door to the ward and seeing Qin Yuchu, all other thoughts vanished. At that moment, no one could possibly matter more than Yuchu. Fu Hang remained in the hospital for 2 days primarily to ensure Qin Yuchu was unharmed. During this time, the peculiar sensation only intensified. It was evident that notable figures had indeed graced the hospital with their presence, particularly in the inpatient department. Moreover, the official response to his courageous act seemed rather unusual. While there was no shortage of gratitude and well-wishing, beyond that, there was a conspicuous silence. Even in subsequent news reports, the incident was merely noted as a car accident at a certain location, with a mention of a kind-hearted citizen assisting in the rescue. Fu Hang surmised that the authorities had not forgotten his earlier request. He preferred to remain out of the limelight. On the 3rd day, after comprehensive examinations confirmed that Qin Yuchu was well, Fu Hang arranged for his discharge. Yet, as he exited the hospital, he encountered the old man once more. A farmer, perhaps? Fu Hang gazed in astonishment at the elderly figure waiting at the stairwell, clearly expecting him. At that moment, had it not been for the man's limp, Fu Hang would have doubted his own eyes. The elder had traded his simple coat and rubber-soled shoes for a leather overcoat, adorned with a smooth silk scarf, and his polished shoes gleamed brightly. His once disheveled gray hair was now meticulously styled into a slicked-back look. Is this how it's going to be? Fu Hang smirked slightly, eyeing the 2 imposing figures flanking the old man. These men bore no resemblance to the amiable officer from that day. They were robust and intimidating, with fierce gazes that suggested they could easily confront anyone who dared challenge them. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Duan Changfeng. The elder stepped forward with a smile, his previously murky eyes now reflecting depth. Quite the transformation you've undergone, Fu Hang noted, opting not to shake hands, but instead positioning Qin Yuchu protectively behind him. The oppressive aura had lessened, yet the current demeanor of the elder made Fu Hang uneasy. Had he misjudged the man? You saved my Minmin's life twice. I can grant you 2 wishes. Duan Chongfeng remained unfazed, retracting his outstretched hand with a smile. I have but 1 wish, to ensure the child is safe and never lost again. Fu Hang regarded him earnestly before taking Youchu's hand and departing. Observing the demeanor of the other party, it seemed he had discerned something. Family feuds? Vendettas from the underworld? How unfortunate. Fu Hang immediately lost all interest. This favor, however, remains etched in Duan Chongfeng's heart. The elder remained unfazed, standing steadfast until Fu Hang passed by, never once glancing back. Conversely, Qin Yuchu, in that fleeting moment, cast a puzzled glance at Duan Chongfeng. She sensed an indescribable familiarity with this man named Duan Chongfeng. Was it recognition? Unbeknownst to the departing Fu Hang. After the elder left the hospital that night, the leader of the largest underground force in the southern gambling city, the Sanzi Gang, succumbed to a heart attack. A man who should have perished in the Golden Triangle 6 years prior had silently resurfaced, ruthlessly seizing control of the Sanzi Gang with extreme brutality. Curiously, amidst such upheaval, both the legal and illegal factions in the gambling city collectively fell silent, seemingly acquiescing to this outcome. Naturally, the mere change of leadership in the Sanzi Gang was hardly a monumental event. Yet, when this news reached the Golden Triangle, it stirred considerable waves, particularly within the Lianhua society, which had also recently undergone a leadership change. Not long ago, the new leader of the Lianhua society had eliminated numerous adversaries over a long-standing issue. Observers recognized this as a method of removing rivals, but coincidentally, the individual at the center of that old affair was none other than the notorious figure, the blood-handled lame man, Duan Chongfeng, who had resurfaced in the gambling city. Indeed, the unfolding narrative did not disappoint those with lingering memories of the blood-handled lame man. He had returned, and he was still himself. The new Lianhua society was nearly annihilated overnight, with the new leader's limbs severed and displayed at the entrance of his newly acquired villa. The Sanzi Gang of Huagua had officially established its presence in the Golden Triangle. Of course, these events were far removed from Fu Hang, who was currently driving Qin Yuchu home. Yet, he found his thoughts wandering as he drove. After several days in the hospital, compounded by previous absences, he had not worked for quite some time. Yet, surprisingly, his salary continued to be disbursed during these days. Moreover, the favorability ratings. Shun Qingluan, 70. 04. Li Weiyong, 69. 18. And most astonishingly, Ying Yanan had risen to 53. 71. Had they even met? What had he done? Of course, Fu Hang quickly deduced the reason. The female police officer's favorability had surged, likely due to his recent rescue of 2 officers. Perhaps that tiger woman's temperament was just like that. What are you looking at? Fu Hang noticed Qin Yuchu staring intently at him, and the thought of having to accompany her upstairs later made him uneasy. I suddenly realize you bear a striking resemblance to him. Qin Yuchu's gaze lifted, finally understanding where her sense of familiarity with the elder stemmed from. He bore a strong resemblance to Fu Hang, particularly in profile. To whom? Fu Hang turned with suspicion. To no one. Qin Yuchu hesitated, recalling Fu Hang's previous attitude toward the elder, and awkwardly fell silent. That old man did not appear to be of good character. It was best to avoid mentioning him. She did not wish for Fu Hang to become entangled with such a person. The vehicle swiftly arrived at Qin Yuchu's residential complex, coming to a halt in the designated parking space. As Fu Hang was about to exit the car, Qin Yuchu, with her head bowed, picked up her bag and said, "You should head back early. I can manage this myself." Fu Hang's hand paused at the door. This was the first time Qin Yuchu had declined his assistance, even though he had not explicitly offered to accompany her upstairs. "Take care and rest well. After all, you are also injured," he replied, without waiting for Fu Hang's response. Qin Yuchu hurriedly made her way towards the entrance of the building. Fu Hang's expression turned complex, a sudden emptiness filling his heart. He chose not to drive away. Instead, he secured the car and walked out of the complex. As he passed by the security booth, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to the fire extinguisher hanging on the wall. Chapter 89. Is it truly so difficult to lose money? In what seemed a quest for validation, Fu Hang truly indulged in a reckless abandon. He returned to Yinshu No. 1, liberating himself completely. For an entire week, he did not step outside his door, and his work phone remained switched off. Upon reflection, he realized he had been absent from work for a full 10 days. Surprisingly, his salary continued to be deposited daily, a sum of 400,000. Not even missing the portion belonging to the fleeting acquaintance, Ying Yanan. Had he misjudged the situation? Was it possible that a sycophant did not require daily attendance? Fu Hang refrained from inquiring with the system about the anomaly. If it were you, having skipped work for 10 consecutive days and discovering that your employer still issued your paycheck, would you bother to ask the reason behind it? On the 11th day, Fu Hang began to feel a pang of guilt. The favorability rating from Shun Qingyuan had dipped to 69.97, falling below the critical threshold of 70. This percentage marked a significant boundary. Whenever a client first reached 70, they were rewarded with additional assessments. Fu Hang sensed the necessity to exercise caution and refrain from further frivolity. However, he did not revert to his previous approach of unreserved flattery. Instead, he activated his work phone to peruse the unread messages. To his astonishment, there were none. No messages from Shun Qingyuan and none from Li Weiyang. Could it be that his phone was malfunctioning? This was Fu Hang's immediate thought. While he could somewhat comprehend the absence of messages from Shun Qingyuan, given that he theoretically should still be hospitalized, it was perplexing that Li Weiyang had not reached out either. Wasn't their favorability still steadily increasing? Though the rise was modest. It had climbed to 71.01 over the span of 10 days, 2 full points, and had he not been a returning guest, he could have qualified for performance evaluation. Fu Hang began to scour the social media posts of both individuals, finding everything to be in order. Shun Qingyuan shared daily updates about her work, appearing quite fulfilled. Li Weiyang continued to enjoy a leisurely lifestyle, alternating between fitness and afternoon tea, with occasional shopping excursions. Fu Hang licked his lips, increasingly restless. He changed into a different set of clothes and made his way to the garage. There he found 2 vehicles, a GT900 and a second-hand electric car. He smirked slightly, as he felt no inclination to drive either. The GT900 was too ostentatious, posing significant risks, while the second-hand electric vehicle seemed fraught with its own uncertainties. The recent car accident had left a psychological scar. Should he drive the ADQ7? Or perhaps purchase a new one? By the way, had Qin Yuchu obtained her driver's license yet? Lost in thought, Fu Hang scanned for a shared bicycle at the community entrance and set off towards Century Square. There was no rush. He aimed to re-enter society, striving to work diligently and conduct himself with integrity. However, upon witnessing the long queue outside the Ganlu milk tea shop, his composure shattered entirely. What had he missed? Was it not supposed to be a limited edition? Why were there still so many people lined up? Fu Hang practically sprinted into the milk tea shop. Inside, it was as he expected. The limited seating was occupied by a plethora of individuals, each more extravagant than the last. The staff was predominantly unfamiliar faces, prompting Fu Hang to question whether he had indeed entered the correct establishment. Looking up, he noticed the curtains had vanished, replaced by a grand advertisement proclaiming, "We meticulously craft every cup of milk tea." The staircase has been rearranged, radiating a brilliant glow, resembling a small stage. At the top, a door has been added in accordance with Fu Hang's specifications. Fu Hang's gaze shifted to the bartender meticulously crafting milk tea. Each movement was executed with precision, adhering to the standards he had previously set. After completing each step, the bartender would tap the timer in front of him, elevating the ambience to an impressive level. It was indeed a pleasing sight. "Hello, here is your water." A newcomer approached, presenting Fu Hang with a glass of lemon water. He did not recognize this individual. However, Fu Hang soon realized that everyone in line held a glass of lemon water. After handing Fu Hang his drink, the server continued toward the door with a tray filled with water cups. "There are more outside. Who conceived this idea? Selling milk tea, was it truly necessary? Boss, you've arrived." Xia Xiaofeng peered from behind the counter, his face illuminated with surprise. Fu Hang regarded him with a complex expression, searching for revelations in his eyes. "Did you come up with this?" Fu Hang lifted the glass he held. He recalled appointing this fellow as the store manager. Xia Xiaofeng scratched his head shyly, yet his expression seemed to plead for praise. "Why not?" Fu Hang's face darkened. "Are you actually feeling proud?" He pointed to a man roughly sixth in line. "I've already had some," the man interjected, familiar with Xia Xiaofeng and preempting him. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, casting a suspicious glance at the man. "Is he your friend?" "Well, sort of." Xia Xiaofeng hesitated, stammering his response. "What is going on?" Fu Hang sensed something amiss with Xia Xiaofeng. "You're employing people to queue?" It dawned on him. "No, he is a scalper," Xia Xiaofeng hurriedly clarified. "A scalper?" Fu Hang was taken aback. "Isn't that problematic? Aren't we operating on a limited basis? If many wish to purchase and cannot, a market will inevitably arise." Xia Xiaofeng earnestly explained. 150 cups? Fu Hang probed. Absolutely. You're incredible, boss. The previous owner visited a few days ago and lamented for quite some time in the shop. Remembering that afternoon brought a smile to Xia Xiaofeng's face. Fu Heng exhaled deeply, surveying the orderly queue of customers. A lump formed in his throat, thick and unyielding, while he felt a heavy, viscous sensation in his breath. Boss, here are the accounts from the past few days. Noticing Fu Heng's furrowed brow, Xia Xiaofeng quickly produced the meticulously organized records. This was his pride and joy. Fu Heng accepted the documents, examining them with care. The accounts were impressively detailed. It seemed this lad was quite adept with office software. However, the figures. Fu Heng scrutinized the daily earnings, mentally calculating the costs of utilities and labor. Are capitalists truly this ruthless? He pondered. In such a large milk tea establishment with numerous employees, selling merely 150 cups a day, yet still turning a profit? In this day and age, earning money is no simple task, and losing it is equally challenging. Observing the hopeful expression on Xia Xiaofeng's face, Fu Heng suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and firmly patted his shoulders twice. You have performed admirably. You have not disappointed me. Take some time in the coming days to venture outside. We are about to open a branch. I refuse to believe that every establishment can be unprofitable. Let us spend the earnings from these few days. Otherwise, at the month's end, the profits must be handed over to Shunqing Yuan. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaofeng trembled with excitement. Opening a branch. Am I truly on the path to growing and thriving alongside my boss? Fu Heng chose not to engage further, turning to ascend the stairs for a moment of rest and composure. However, just as he turned, Xia Xiaofeng tugged at the hem of his shirt. Confused, Fu Heng met Xia Xiaofeng's suggestive gaze. Is someone upstairs? Has Yuchu come for a midday nap? But it's only 10 in the morning. Fu Heng was taken aback with a mix of surprise and delight, hastily climbing the stairs. To be truthful, in recent days, he had been somewhat avoiding Qin Yuchu. The memory of that turbulent scene was too overwhelming for him to bear. Chapter 90. I wished to join upon contemplating the presence of the enchanting Yuchu above. An unexpected thrill coursed through him. Ascending the stairs with a hurried gait, he pushed open the rudimentary sliding door, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. There, reclining on the bed, lay a woman of exquisite allure, her figure tantalizingly captivating. Particularly her striking waist-to-hip ratio, a rarity he had only encountered in the privileged heiress, Li Weiyang, who devoted her days to fitness and leisure. Li Weiyang lay languidly on the bed, a thick dossier clasped in her hands, gazing at Fu Heng with an expression rich in meaning, her eyes sparkling with intricate emotions. What are you doing here? Fu Heng queried, astonished, hesitating at the threshold, reluctant to step inside. There are too many people downstairs, and no room. Do you mind if I take a moment to lie here? Li Weiyang tilted her head, showing no intention of rising from her repose. Fu Heng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, and after a brief pause, he entered the loft, closing the door behind him. This is a client. He reminded himself internally. The absenteeism system had been unusually lenient. Should he evade further, he might truly encounter complications. Yet, once inside, Fu Heng found himself in a quandary. The room contained but a single bed. Where should he sit? Did you create this? Li Weiyang inquired, her eyes brightening as she lifted the very document she had been perusing upon noticing Fu Heng close the door. What? Fu Heng struggled to comprehend, instinctively reaching for the document in her grasp. However, Li Weiyang deftly withdrew, concealing the file behind her. I wish to join, she declared, sitting cross-legged, her tone earnest. Join? Join what? Sister, you should first consider your current situation. You are wearing a short skirt. Fu Heng averted his gaze, licking his lips as he perched on the edge of the bed. Facing the same direction was certainly less intimidating than sitting opposite her, although in this season, she wore tights beneath her skirt. Still, visually, it struck him as quite peculiar. At the pool, it was commonplace, yet on the street, a gust of wind could result in a few collisions with electric scooters. Hey, you wouldn't be unwilling, would you? It's better to engage with someone familiar. If you're recruiting, why not offer me the opportunity? The rapid throbbing of his brow intensified. What are you even saying? Is this the consequence of my negligence? A few days of idleness have rendered me unversed in the business, and I can barely connect with Li Weiyang's wavelength. I only grasped a few terms. Engage? Join? Offer me a discount? Are divorced women this forthright? Rest assured, I will adhere to market rates. Whatever you expect to receive from others, I shall match. In business, I have been contemplating taking on some work recently. Coincidentally, it would also serve as an investment in my own enterprise. Fu Heng lowered his gaze, inadvertently catching sight of the unguarded triangular area, cursing inwardly. Indeed, you have no sense of propriety, employing such tactics to disturb my thoughts at this hour. They say that business transcends morality. Although we have not united as one, does that preclude us from conducting commerce? Or must we not even be friends? Li Weiyang's tone suddenly grew somber, her knees drawing closer together as she clasped her hands around them. I did not mean it that way, Fu Heng hastily clarified, driven by a near instinctual response. Looking up, he found that her posture now exuded even greater aggression than before. Very well, then it is settled. I shall find someone to evaluate it, and will contact you later. Li Weiyang suddenly broke into a smile, placing her curled feet on the floor, slipping on her shoes, and heading outside. No, what exactly are you saying? Fu Heng stared speechlessly at her alluring silhouette. Did you intentionally play the fool to deceive me? At the doorway, Li Weiyang abruptly turned around, gazing earnestly at Fu Heng. He was momentarily taken aback. You figured it out? I had my reasons. It was for work. Humph. Li Weiyang scrunched her nose, letting out a delicate huff before turning to descend the stairs. From above, her footsteps echoed with an unmistakable cheerfulness. Fu Heng opened his mouth, feeling a thickening sensation in his throat. He had comprehended the significance of her last glance, an unmistakable expression of growing affection. What have I done? Fu Heng lowered his gaze, noticing a torn package lying by the bed. With suspicion, he picked it up, revealing a blurred shipping label. My package? When did I receive a package? Attempting to reconstruct the packaging, Fu Heng's brows furrowed. It was roughly A4 in size. Documents? A book? His eyes flickered, and he dashed downstairs clutching the package. Li Weiyang had already left, prompting him to call for Xia Xiaofeng immediately. What is this? Oh, your package, delivered 3 days ago. I couldn't reach you, so I left it upstairs. However, the packaging was damaged upon delivery. I didn't inspect it, Xia Xiaofeng hurriedly explained. Delivered 3 days ago? When did she come? Fu Heng seemed to piece together the timeline. She arrived quite some time ago, inquired if you were home, then went straight upstairs. What about before that? She came almost every day, but this was the first time she went upstairs. Sensing Fu Heng's displeasure, Xia Xiaofeng wondered if the bed up there was somehow exclusive. You didn't mention anything about it. Enough, just get back to work, Fu Heng said, turning to ascend the stairs. His thoughts were now clearer. The package in Li Weiyang's possession must be this one, and she had not opened it. The young lady possessed a modicum of decorum. Thus, believing the damaged packaging to indicate it had already been opened, she casually picked it up to inspect. But what could it possibly contain? Who sent it to him? Fu Heng scrutinized the sender's information on the label, only to dismally discover it was blank. An investment? A partnership? And she claimed I had previously feigned ignorance to mislead her? After struggling to reach 71, I cannot afford any more complications. The unexpected turn of events left Fu Heng unsettled, dissuading him from seeking out Xinqing Wan. After all, his phone was operational. If someone needed him, they could reach out. Meanwhile, Qin Yuchu unexpectedly sent a text at noon, inquiring if he wished to join her for a meal. After nearly a week of silence, this was the first communication from her. Yet Fu Heng was hardly in the mood for dining, let alone with Qin Yuchu. He switched into work mode, engaging in vague exchanges with her over text, ultimately brushing her off. He had a bowl of knife-cut noodles in the attic. Fu Heng began to form a hazy suspicion. A proposal? On the day he rescued Ying Yanan, he seemed to have received a hint regarding this matter. However, he had not encountered the tangible object and was on the verge of forgetting it. The system inundated him with a plethora of miscellaneous items, many of which were of no use. The system? What about the proposal mentioned last time? Rewards have been distributed. Please check your collection. Fu Heng tilted his head, confirming it. Indeed, when the GT900 arrived, it too had been parked in the garage for a month without a single notification. It was only when he attempted to touch the car door and the dazzling headlights illuminated that he realized this vehicle belonged to him. Where could he lodge a complaint? The system simply did not inform him about the signing process. What lies within? Fu Heng, unwilling to give up, inquired, though he was aware that the likelihood of a response was slim. As expected, the system remained unresponsive. Fu Heng felt increasingly anxious, especially upon discovering that the items taken by Li Weiyang were products of the system. Chapter 91. 30 million. I wanted Li Weiyang, being considerate, did not allow Fu Heng to languish in anxiety for too long. She promised to reach out and, at 2 in the afternoon, called him. Having learned that he was still at the milk tea shop, Without delay, she arranged to meet at a CAF across from the milk tea shop. After all, serious matters were at hand. The milk tea shop was crowded and chaotic, and discussing affairs in bed seemed rather peculiar. Upon receiving the call, Fu Heng felt a surge of impatience. Within 20 minutes, Li Weiyang entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man impeccably dressed in a suit. "This is my lawyer," she declared, her demeanor radiating authority, neglecting to introduce Fu Heng or even mention her lawyer's surname. She adjusted her skirt and promptly seated herself opposite Fu Heng, exuding a distinctly businesslike aura. "Hello, Mr. Fu," the lawyer greeted, adhering to formalities as he extended his hand for a handshake. However, being addressed as Mr. Fu for the first time made Fu Heng feel somewhat uneasy. "Let me get straight to the point. I am willing to offer 30 million, Li Weiyang stated bluntly. Bypassing any pleasantries, she did not even order a drink, diving straight into the conversation. Fu Heng smirked, turning his gaze toward the window. The location was indeed well chosen, allowing him to observe the bothersome queue outside through the glass. "You're starting with 30 million? What exactly are you intending to purchase? Are you looking to keep me? Is that a yearly or monthly rate? If it's by the occasion, that seems a bit steep. Perhaps I should acquiesce. 30 million is the absolute limit I can offer. I want 30 of the shares," Li Weiyang remarked, noticing Fu Heng's silence. She took a deep breath and reiterated seriously. 30 million for 30 of the shares? What exactly are you trying to acquire? Yuan trading? You've caught wind of it. Fu Heng lifted his coffee cup, a faint smile appearing on his face. "To buy yuan trading? Now that's quite a stretch. That's my wife. Ahem, my capital. If I lose my job, I'm counting on it to support me in my old age." Li Weiyang caught sight of his smile, and a pang of anxiety gripped her heart. "Fu Heng, I understand that 30 million may not meet your expectations, but, to be honest, this is all I have. I even prepared to mortgage my house to gather this amount." Her confidence waned suddenly. Fu Heng remained silent, sipping his coffee. "I'm sorry, but yuan is simply not for sale." Then, 25. "In your proposal, the initial phase S expenditure is roughly this amount. I assent it?" Li Weiyang pouted in disappointment. "I realize now that I underestimated you in the past, but that was because you deliberately feigned ignorance in front of me. To be truthful, I didn't comprehend your actions just a few days ago. You worked tirelessly to generate hype, and just as your popularity began to rise, you suddenly introduced limited editions. While it may sustain interest, the impact on revenue seems too significant, doesn't it? Yet who knew that marketing was merely a prelude, and the main course lies here?" Li Weiyang, visibly upset, retrieved the proposal from her bag, yet her eyes sparkled with admiration as they met Fu Heng's. He felt a jolt within. Generating hype? Limited editions? Surely you can't mean this? You're investing 30 million not to acquire yuan trading, but rather to buy the milk tea shop? And you want 30 of the shares? Are you out of your mind? Wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. Or perhaps this 30 million is actually your share from the divorce. Are you intending to bestow it upon me through such means? To keep me as your kept companion? There is no need for that. This form of patronage will not enrich my pockets. It will merely bolster your competitors. You are inadvertently aiding them, dear sister." Fu Heng's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet his expression remained impassive as he silently raised his hand to grasp the proposal on the table. What incantations did the system inscribe upon it to leave an educated young lady so entranced? Even the lawyer accompanying her seemed inept, failing to intervene. Affectedly assuming a serious demeanor, Fu Heng casually leafed through the proposal. And then, good heavens, is it truly a spell? In English no less. Do you presume I have not passed level 4? Fu Heng flipped to the last page, finding not a single character in Chinese. Struggling to suppress the urge to tear the proposal apart, he gently placed it back on the table. "What do you think?" Fu Heng displayed a gentle smile. "If it is not yuan trade, then there is room for negotiation. Although handling this 30 million might prove troublesome with Xinqing Yuan, you are all clients. And my aim is to maintain equity, ensuring that everyone benefits, is it not? I am confident. You are undoubtedly the most brilliant marketer I have encountered. I cannot fathom how you conceived such ideas." Li Weiyang's face sparkled with enthusiasm, prompting the lawyer beside her to discreetly nudge her under the table. "You have laid your cards on the table from the outset, and now you lavish praise upon the other party's project. It is preposterous to expect them not to inflate their demands. What kind of business negotiations are these?" The boss was indeed right to prevent the young lady from returning to the company. She is just as rumored, a foolish romantic. That is not my inquiry. My question pertains to your intentions should you choose to invest. Fu Hang's tone was warm, as if testing her comprehension. I cannot decipher the details. You seem to understand. So please elaborate. Starting with branch stores, I heard this morning that you instructed Xia to seek new locations. If I invest, I am confident in securing a storefront on the first floor of Baida Plaza. The West Street area is also viable. We could even advance both simultaneously. Li Weiyang astutely detected a shift in Fu Hang's demeanor. Does this imply agreement? And then, Fu Hang continued to smile, a look of approval gracing his features. Yet internally, he was grappling with multiple exclamations of disbelief. The first floor of Baida Plaza? A hub for luxury goods? West Street, the most densely populated area of Hanqing? Furthermore, if we adhere to your plans and proceed methodically, maintaining the existing operational model, continuously marketing to amplify brand influence, after 2 or 3 rounds of financing, surpassing 300 stores within 3 years and achieving a valuation of 20 billion is absolutely attainable. Fu Hang nearly choked on his astonishment. Having nurtured this venture for 2 decades, over 300 stores within 3 years, a valuation of 20 billion? Just how grandiose are the system's claims? How much is yuan trade worth, after all? Fu Hang turned his head once more, casting his gaze at that milk tea shop. How much did it cost to acquire it back then? Li Weiyang noticed Fu Hang's serious expression and refrained from speaking. She discreetly glanced at the lawyer who had been nudging her and lowered her head in silence. It then occurred to her that she had yet to order coffee, while the obedient waiter stood at a distance, quietly holding the menu. Summoning the waiter, she ordered coffee for herself and the lawyer, patiently awaiting their arrival. Fu Hang removed his hat, instinctively running his fingers over his freshly cropped hair. Li Weiyang's eyes widened in surprise. She had just realized that Fu Hang, who had been wearing a hat all day, had changed his hairstyle. To her astonishment, he looked quite handsome, indeed fashionable. It seemed he was no longer pretending to be unrefined. But wait, his eyebrows? Had they been groomed? No, they appeared to be drawn on. Li Weiyang was once again taken aback by Fu Hang's transformation. Why had he chosen to present himself so differently before her? Had she known he possessed such charm? Li Weiyang squinted her eyes, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Fu Hang cradled his coffee cup, his gaze fixed on the swirling liquid. His expression focused and serene. The system? The third party was to acquire the first assets. What should he do? A hint of amusement flickered within Fu Hang. So, you wish to deceive me? Let us see how you navigate this. It was merely a business transaction. To his surprise, the system responded almost instantly. Fu Hang momentarily paused, failing to witness the anticipated jest, instead finding himself outmaneuvered. He suddenly realized that the system could produce outcomes, no matter how implausible. Could one really believe in a person possessing fire resistance? It was entirely possible that, in 3 years, they could generate 2 billion. And then, that 2 billion would go to Yuan. It wasn't he that Fu Hang was unwilling to part with it. After all, it wasn't he his money. 20 billion or $20 made no difference to him. He could maintain his own foundation, and he too could amass 20 billion. The crux of the matter was that once that 2 billion was given away, maintaining his foundation would be impossible. Moreover, given Li Weiyang's current state, she had already fallen. Hadn't she? How high would her affection level reach today? And then Yuan would reveal the data. Would he then have to curry favor with that fierce girl? Was it truly possible to win over someone so stubborn? Having only met twice, her approval was already at 53.71, and he hadn't even begun to woo her yet. That girl was easily deceived, but not easily fooled. She was the type to charge forward even when threatened. Daring to confront an emotionally volatile criminal, one with a modicum of sense would never act so recklessly. Chapter 92. An additional 50 million no. For the time being, Yuan is safe. From Li Weiyang's earlier description, it can be inferred that this is a reckless marketing expansion aimed at inflating market value for cashing out. Fu Hang may not be a financial expert, yet he possesses a fair amount of common knowledge. Thus, even if it promises profitability, the return period would extend beyond 3 years, a span characterized by significant expenditure. Furthermore, Yuan remains oblivious to the fact that the milk tea shop belongs to her, which provides ample room for maneuver. As long as the president's disguise remains intact, very well, let it be 30 million. Fu Hang took a sip of coffee, his gaze softening. Hearing this, Li Weiyang's heart leapt with joy, her eyes curving into delicate crescents. I shall offer you a 50 stake. Fu Hang continued before she could revel in her excitement. The charming crescents swiftly transformed into a full moon. The lawyer, momentarily distracted while drinking water, choked and looked up in astonishment, not at Fu Hang, but incredulously at his esteemed young lady. The old servant is at fault, foolish and blind, unable to discern the negotiation skills of the young lady until now. A 30 million offer for 30, followed by a self-inflicted cut to 25, only for the other party to proactively raise it to 50? What manner of negotiation strategy is this? Fu Hang. Li Weiyang remained momentarily stunned, still unable to process the situation. However, I have conditions. Fu Hang raised his hand, interrupting Li Weiyang. Instantly, she straightened in her seat, attentively awaiting his next words, prepared to comply as long as the terms were not excessive. The lawyer shared a similar sentiment, even if it meant the young lady having to serve. Cough, cough. Judging by her expression, it likely wouldn't be a disadvantage, right? The condition is that you shall be responsible for this project moving forward, taking the lead. Regardless of profit or loss, I shall not intervene. You may execute the plan as you see fit, whether adhering strictly to the proposal you have perused or diverging with your own ideas. You will bear the consequences. Fu Hang leaned back slightly, gazing calmly at Li Weiyang. In that instant, Li Weiyang felt her eyes grow warm, luminous, and heated. Suddenly, she comprehended. Merely because she expressed a desire to have her own enterprise, he was willing to entrust such a project to her. To take full responsibility? Was it trust? Or affection? Wasn't it supposed to be businesslike? Afraid to accept? Noticing her reddening eyes, Fu Hang's tone became increasingly gentle. Given that your side is intent on a complete breakdown, you might as well go all in, securing rewards and then contentedly attending to Shenqing Yuan. What is there to fear? With this plan in hand, even a novice could not falter. Li Weiyang's voice trembled, laced with unshed tears, her tone imbued with profound emotion. What a clumsy provocation. Did no one ever tell you that you are utterly incapable of theatrics? It was true then, and it remains so now. Tears welled in Li Weiyang's eyes as she reflected on countless thoughts. This man, while offering her boundless care, also considered her feelings and dignity. It seemed as if he were merely suggesting she become a hands-off manager, yet in reality, he recognized her fervor for her career. It seems that the despair and confusion following the failure of my marriage did not escape this man's notice, did it? This remarkably crafted proposal must have been meticulously penned by him, yet he still chose to present it to me in such a manner and tone. Fu Hang, my gratitude is immense. However, there is no need for such gestures. I have perused the proposal and am well aware of your plans and strategies. To fully realize the anticipated outcomes, initial capital investment is indispensable. I believe that 25 suffices if you do not have other suitable partners. I can leverage my family connections to reach out to a few more, and that 25 can be allocated to them, as they will undoubtedly be reliable collaborators. Li Weiyang inhaled deeply, suppressing the surge of tears. She was deeply touched, yet simultaneously compelled to maintain her composure. This man had entrusted everything to her, and she could not betray that trust. 30 million would not suffice to sustain the second round of financing. Offering herself 50 of the shares would mean that Fu Hang would have to sell even more to others. This project is destined to be enshrined in textbooks, and to describe the imaginative strategies employed as extraordinary would be an understatement. He did not wish for Fu Hang's hard work to ultimately benefit others. The lawyer beside her opened his mouth slightly but remained silent. He was eager to dissuade the young lady. Why spit out the meat when it is already in your mouth? Whether it is for her or someone else, food is food, is it not? Concerned about insufficient funds? Then why not seek assistance from your family? Wouldn't it be better to secure that 50 as well? Worrying about inadequate funds? Fu Hang chuckled. 30 million would undoubtedly fall short. I will inject an additional 50 million. Fu Hang set down his coffee cup, hands clasped, gazing quietly at her. The system? Transfer the funds. Li Weiyang's expression froze once more, as did that of the lawyer beside her. However, this time the lawyer was more seasoned. He refrained from drinking water while Fu Hang spoke. He held an immense admiration for the young lady, who said she was merely a love-struck fool. For this single project, not even the eldest young master would be able to achieve such a feat, let alone the boss himself. I do not comprehend your intentions. Li Weiyang was utterly bewildered. Do you understand now? Fu Hang turned to look at the lawyer. What President Fu means is that he will first inject an additional 50 million, and then sell you 50 of the shares for 30 million. The lawyer maintained a calm demeanor, his mind focused and serene. I understand now. This is not merely business. This is, in fact, a matter of love, isn't it? What you are offering is not shares, but rather a bride price, I dare say. However, there is a complication concerning the financing process. After your additional investment of 50 million, transferring 50 of the shares for 30 million could pose risks and impact subsequent financing. The lawyer, having grasped the crux of the matter, added with composure. Can it be resolved? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. It may be somewhat troublesome, but it can be done. Fu Hang smiled. These lawyers were often quite professional and endearing. Fu Hang, are you certain? At that moment, Li Weiyang finally regained her composure. The unshed tears held at bay, and she looked at Fu Hang with utmost seriousness. In her perception, Fu Hang was merely a moderately wealthy second-generation rich kid, lacking in vision, insight, ambition, and decisiveness. However, during this encounter, she discovered that Fu Hang possessed remarkable talent, truly a commercial prodigy. Yet just moments ago, he had audaciously offered her a 25% stake in the venture. Setting aside the question of what that 25 might be worth in 3 years, it currently represented a tangible sum of 30 million. Acquiring 25 for 30 million meant that once the news broke and the project proposal was unveiled, numerous investors would eagerly vie to pour in their funds. Yet he had simply bestowed it upon her. Furthermore, he added an additional 50 million? What kind of family is this? If my brother were to spend 80 million to woo a girl, my father would personally see to it that he lost a kidney for such folly. I do not fully comprehend the intricate details. I shall not need to look back. Let him negotiate with you. Fu Hang raised his hand and gestured to Lawyer Zhang, who had just rushed into the CAF. Boss. Lawyer Zhang? Li Weiyang's attorney promptly rose. Lu Huh? It has been quite some time. This is my boss. Lawyer Zhang nodded politely, deliberately ignoring Li Weiyang beside him, not even casting a sideways glance. After all, the woman next to his boss would soon be a familiar presence. Chapter 93. How is this game played? With nimble movements, Lawyer Zhang opened the laptop and accessed a document. This is the equity agreement personally drafted by my boss. Please take a look and see if there are any issues, he stated, turning the screen towards the two with a stiff demeanor, his gaze calm. The expressions of the two were peculiar, yet they did not doubt him. They examined the document seriously and were astounded to find it was indeed a share transfer agreement. Particularly concerning were the subsequent issues that Lawyer Liu had worried about, all of which had been meticulously addressed, while Li Weiyang struggled to comprehend the intricate details and operations. She was reassured by the professionalism of Lawyer Liu. Could it truly be possible? Was it feasible to handle matters in such a manner? She felt her professional understanding being challenged. Indeed, Zhang was a renowned figure in the industry. Such a skill was truly beyond her grasp. However, Li Weiyang harbored some doubts regarding Zhang's assertion that the boss had personally drafted the document. Could he truly make such a fundamental error? Was he merely eager to take credit, leading to this slip of the tongue? This was a legal agreement, after all. To claim it was drafted by the boss? If any issues arose later, would that not imply the boss would bear the consequences? Yet, Li Weiyang had captured what she believed to be the more significant aspect. How long has it been since we last spoke? You had the agreement prepared already? The share allocation was clearly marked at 50. You truly cannot act. This is. You intended to grant me 50 of the shares all along, did you? Thus, you carelessly left such an important proposal lying around for me to see. You were pretending to be reluctant earlier, merely to conceal your hidden goodwill? You began preparing this secretly after learning of my divorce, did you not? Tears finally streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She found herself recalling Wang Haitao. Before their marriage, there had been no discussion of dowries, only prenuptial agreements. They had not even undergone a marriage examination before establishing asset proofs and prenuptial property notarizations. Yet, during the divorce, every single bracelet and bag had to be included in the agreement. Then she looked at Fu Hang. His gaze shifted towards Lawyer Zhang, conveying a clear message. I offer you a chance to reorganize your words. I apologize for the slip of the tongue. This document. It is the agreement prepared by our side. Please verify it, Lawyer Zhang responded, having caught the signal, though he remained utterly perplexed. He was unaware of what had transpired. He had suddenly received the equity transfer agreement from his boss and had not even studied it in detail before receiving a text instructing him to bring the agreement to this CF immediately. Fortunately, he had been visiting the office regularly to watch court dramas, or he would not have made it in time. However, it was indeed rushed. He had not even had the opportunity to print the agreement and had come directly with the laptop in hand. Li Weiyang turned her head away, hastily wiping away her tears with her sleeve. Why do you act this way? I am already a divorced woman. But soon after, a voice echoed in her mind. In that CAF where they first met, In that CAF where they reunited, on that gentle afternoon bathed in sunset. In that elegant and warm booth. Before me stands a man, his smile warm and sincere, his tone gentle yet earnest. I remain the same unmarried man as before. Such simplicity, yet imbued with profound sincerity, as if he were discussing a matter of little consequence, unaware that within his casual demeanor lay unwavering resolve. Li Weiyang's eyes, once dried, welled up anew, fixated on Fu Hang, her pupils gradually dilating, her dreamy gaze transforming into a well of spiritual clarity, vaporizing into mist, coalescing into droplets, solidifying into essence. Fu Hang's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that Li Weiyang's gaze held depth, yet lacked tangible evidence. Congratulations to the host for completing the strategy task. Current target, Li Weiyang. Affection level, 90. 03. Reward settlement imminent. To be disbursed within 5 working days. Please remain vigilant. Fu Hang smiled, his expression tranquil. You may continue the conversation. Lawyer Zhang will represent me fully. He firmly patted Lawyer Zhang's shoulder and rose from his seat. He dared not glance back at Li Weiyang, feeling unworthy to meet her gaze. In that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed not only tenderness in her eyes, but also an innocent purity. No trace of joy in completing the task lingered. Instead, a weight settled in his heart, heavy with uncertainty and turmoil. The remaining matters need not trouble him. Lawyer Zhang's prompt arrival suggested the system had arranged everything meticulously. The system's efficiency was indeed remarkable. According to system evaluation, current target, Li Weiyang meets the criteria for Phase 2 strategy. Task objective, affection level to reach 100. Task rewards, 1. Total sum of all earnings during the strategy, 2. Reimbursement of all expenditures incurred, including public funds. As Fu Hang stepped out of the CAF, he stumbled slightly, feeling the afternoon sun's rays particularly fierce. Phase 2. Total earnings plus total expenditures, including public funds? Fu Hang was bewildered. This meant that once Li Weiyang's affection reached 100, he could receive his full salary and bonuses once more. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real focus was on the reimbursement of all expenditures, including public funds, discounting the previous amount spent on Li Weiyang. He had just spent 50 million. No. The rewards would only be settled after reaching 100 affection. This indicated he could continue to spend on Li Weiyang, spending with the system's funds, and then receive it all back at once. Fu Hang suddenly felt dazed. So this was how the game was played? This was the true method to engage with it? What had he been doing for the past 3 years? Could they not provide employment guidance or pre-job training before starting? Was there truly no manual? Had he missed out on billions? And what of Xin Qingwan? If her affection level reached 103 years from now, just from this project, she could reimburse him 1 billion directly? What had he been striving for all this time? What is the purpose of my painstaking efforts to manage the favorability? With such rewards at stake, what need have I for a basic salary? Surely, I could simply unleash my abilities without hesitation. Yet, that cannot be right. There must be a balance to maintain, lest I squander my resources while favorability soars uncontrollably. The result would be a grievous miscalculation, leaving me in a state of regret that cannot be undone. Fu Hang sensed the necessity for a moment of calm reflection to meticulously devise a 3-year development plan, delineate strategic objectives, and establish a scientifically sound, reasonable, and effective set of executable policies, thereby redefining his professional positioning and career trajectory. With head held high and strides resolute, Fu Hang's silhouette stood tall beneath the sun, with the vibrant hue of his red scarf appearing even more striking. Behind him, in the display window, Li Weiyang, with tear-filled eyes, had become oblivious to the conversation between the two lawyers, her gaze fixated on the radiant figure before her. Why must this be my fate? I am unworthy of such treatment. Chapter 94. The two Empress Dowagers. The past week at Yuanbo Trading has been tumultuous, a veritable tempest of change. Wu Weiman, the former head of the project division, has departed, reportedly to take a position at another company. In the interim, Deputy Supervisor Li Tianming has assumed leadership, awaiting new personnel appointments. Meanwhile, several competitive proposals for positions from Human Resources Supervisor Xin Qingwan are advancing steadily, leading to a quiet yet significant turnover among middle and lower management. This shift has fostered a mix of anxiety and renewed vigor among the staff. However, none of this seems to pertain to Project Team 2. The strategies and machinations of the Western Palace appear to have had no bearing on the Eastern Palace's direct Project Team 2. The team is thriving. with the down jacket project progressing exceptionally well. The team leader has already embarked on a journey abroad to engage with the corresponding export network. With the weather turning cooler, Yuan Trading must ensure that goods are dispatched on long-haul vessels before winter sets in. This represents a pivotal battle, a defining moment for their role within Yuan. They aim to prove their worth and demonstrate that their unwavering support for Assistant Qin is not mere folly. During this period, Vice President Su Changhe has adopted a notably low profile. Apart from attending essential meetings, he has taken no significant actions, choosing instead to listen quietly, refraining from offering opinions or making decisions. Observers have noted that following Wu Weiman's departure, Su Changhe has become increasingly passive, transforming from the company's face to its most despondent figure. In stark contrast stands Lu Junkai, an intern brimming with enthusiasm. Despite being perceived by colleagues as somewhat of a naïf, his fervor has become a point of interest even within the bustling project team too. Why? He has been promoted to a permanent position ahead of schedule. Within less than half a month, he received an appointment from Human Resources, securing his role as a proud full-time employee of Yuan Trading's project team too, complete with benefits and reimbursement for travel expenses. Lu Junkai is acutely aware of the unspoken understanding he shares with his junior, Yu Chu. Although he has not encountered her since that fateful day, their proximity within the same office building and shared atmosphere allows him to feel her presence. She is constantly in his thoughts, just as he is in hers. They occupy different positions and floors, yet they strive together for their shared future. She has already done enough for him. Now it is time for the senior to shoulder the burdens on her behalf. When he stands before her, shielding her from the storms and cutting through obstacles, she will understand that all his efforts are worthwhile. With aspirations as lofty as the stars, Lu Junkai thinks to himself, "My dear junior, wait for me." He gazes upward, as if his vision could penetrate the ceiling, the concrete walls, traversing the 26th, 27th, and reaching the 28th floor, his face radiating with hopeful brilliance. As Li Tianming passed by, he could not help but twist his head away, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Su Yijie, the leader of the second team, was indeed correct. He had not acted hastily. Who could have anticipated that the steady Su Yijie would receive not